The long night envelopes the world, and the dawn arrives tardily. Evil descends upon the earth, leaving a trail of suffering in its wake. He wanders through the eternal night, traversing the edge of a blade, swaying between the clouds and the depths of hell. He ignites the fire of the star souls. Since the night is protracted, I shall become the sovereign of the night. Prologue: a glimpse into the setting in a fleeting thought. The vast ocean transforms in an instant. A millennium passes in a mere moment, rendering eternity. The universe is expansive, teeming with countless beings striving for existence. The cycle of life and death among humans, the withering and flourishing of trees, the vicissitudes of mountains and seas, the birth and demise of planets, the transformation of the cosmos, all are incomparable, devoid of mutual understanding. In the boundless starry sky, myriad powerful entities vie for the right to survive, pursuing paths to immortality. Countless stars form a galaxy, within which a celestial maiden drifts gracefully, an eternal presence, ethereal and elegant. As the maiden grows in strength, the cosmic dust that adheres to her increases, gradually coalescing into orbs that, under her formidable influence, slowly metamorphose into stars, joining the galaxy and revolving around her in a radiant dance. Over time, life begins to manifest on these newly formed stars. They reproduce, thrive, and pass down their lineage. Meanwhile, the maiden continues her cosmic journey, engaging with other formidable beings but through battle, flight, confrontation, or alliances. Yet, all the myriad life forms dependent on her remain oblivious. They strive to survive, to reproduce, to compete, and to inherit, unaware that if the maiden were to fall, their entire galaxy would eventually dissolve into dust. In their ignorance, they are both simple and scheming, complex yet melancholic. They are unaware that the span of their countless generations is but a breath of the maiden. Surrounding her, near and far, exist entities akin to her. To the west lies a colossal wolf, to the east, a fearsome scorpion, and to the south, a massive bear. Further still, myriad strange and powerful beings dwell. Each entity is surrounded by a vibrant galaxy teeming with life. They engage in battles, form alliances, confront one another, pursue, and depend on one another, enacting the survival rules befitting such potent beings. The law of the jungle reigns supreme. In a more distant realm of the cosmos, even greater numbers of stars converge to form a vast ocean. At the edge of this starry sea, the light of a galaxy dims significantly, for the entity upon which this galaxy relies has perished. In the void, a colossal, fearsome beast stands motionless, a remnant of once unimaginable power. With a lion's head, a scorpion's tail, a dragon's neck, and the limbs of a bear, it boasts wings of duality, one bright, one dark, covering the heavens. This is a mighty flying bear. Its eyes still glare fiercely into the void, its hands poised in an attack. Its body continues to radiate the energy that sustains the galaxy. Yet, its formidable vitality has waned. It is dead. Despite its demise, the galaxy that depended on its might persists. The beings within the galaxy remain oblivious to the death of their benefactor. Soon, the planets beneath them will crumble into cosmic dust, having lost their divine power. They continue to fervently develop, be it through conquest, learning, scheming, or deceit. In the starry expanse not far from it, a gigantic centipede stretches endlessly, surrounded by a brilliant and resplendent galaxy. It emanates an eerie blue light, which gradually erodes the flying bear's galaxy. Clearly, this centipede is the adversary that brought about the bear's downfall. Its divine light, having vanquished its foe, now seeks its final plunder. The flying bear stands still, awaiting its vanishing, anticipating the centipede's complete consumption or the emergence of a new deity to replace or surpass it. In the flying bear's galaxy, on one of its resource-rich planets, lies Earth Star. Two factions have been embroiled in conflict for over 10 millennia. One faction believes that benevolence is fundamental. All beings possess goodwill, and by guiding this goodwill, the world shall surely become harmonious and ever more beautiful. The other faction contends that malevolence is eternal. Beings are born wicked, and the law of the jungle prevails if plants vie for space. How much more so for sentient beings? The world is a grand arena. Who among them is truly noble? Even the smallest ants cling to life, and beings engage in competition and slaughter at every moment. Who can claim to be free of bloodshed? Thus, two great camps emerged, each steadfast in their beliefs. Good and evil cannot coexist. Yet, the benevolent side has proven advantageous for governance and the maintenance of social order. Consequently, the forces of good gradually established dominance over the continent, while the forces of evil, though ever-present, have infiltrated every sector of society. One side stands as the orthodox, while the other opposes it, naturally becoming enemies. One regards the other as a dire threat, while the other sees it as a matter of life and death. Over countless ages, these two camps have been locked in a fierce and deadly struggle. However, at some point, the malevolent faction altered its beliefs, embracing the worship of the sky centipede. From that moment, the balance of battle began to slowly tilt. In a dilapidated temple, an unidentifiable idol is worshipped, resembling a monstrous creature. With a lion's head, a scorpion's tail, a dragon's neck, bear-like limbs, and wings, it is said to be the ancient flying bear god, as recounted by the elders. No one knows the purpose of the flying bear god among countless deities and legends. None have mentioned its role. Consequently, the worship of the flying bear god has dwindled to a near vanishing point. Now, the deity's wings are broken, its tail severed multiple times, leaving only a lump behind. One of its foreclaws is missing, its ears are gone, and one of its eyes has been gouged out. Heavy rain pours down. 7 individuals take refuge in this crumbling temple, escaping the deluge. The temple, long neglected, experiences a torrent outside while inside. It rains moderately, yet there remains a semblance of dry space. With some clothing to shield themselves, they find enough room to huddle. The rainwater cascading from their bodies mingles with the flowing water, shimmering a vivid crimson. All 7 are gravely injured. It is no wonder they have sought shelter in this small temple with such torrential rain and their severe wounds. They would scarcely survive long on the road in such a storm. The atmosphere is thick with tension. This mission has left a knot in my heart. I could truly wish to eradicate the scoundrels of the Orthodox sect entirely. One person sighs, breaking the silence. 17,000 lives. 2 small towns, not a single one survived, neither warrior nor commoner. Witnessing the sea of corpses made me crumble on the spot. The others remained silent, but an oppressive air of despair permeates the space. After a long silence, someone finally spoke in a hushed tone. Only our Zhengjiao has committed countless heinous acts that we have witnessed the aftermath of 4 massacres with our own eyes. There are also numerous blood-soaked incidents we have merely heard of yet. Despite the existence of our Zhengjiao for tens of thousands of years, we have been unable to eradicate them. It is said that our undercover agent was discovered, prompting them to vent their fury on the villages. Alas, what does it matter if the undercover was exposed? These people from Zhengjiao are utterly inhumane. Indeed, when have they ever spared our undercover agents without slaughtering the villages and innocent civilians? Sighed several others. It is a pity we cannot locate their headquarters. Otherwise, sigh. A collective sigh ensued, plunging everyone into a state of despondency. The headquarters of Zhengjiao remained untouchable. Countless skilled warriors from the Guardians had sacrificed their lives and invested years of effort, yet to no avail. With Zhengjiao's power growing ever more formidable, hope seemed increasingly distant. Silence enveloped the group, the atmosphere as oppressive as dark storm clouds gathering overhead. Several more sighs echoed in the air, thick with melancholy. After what felt like an eternity, one of them seemed to deliberately shatter this uncomfortable silence. Clutching his chest, he remarked, "I wish to take a vacation." The leader chuckled coldly. "Old four, do not harbor too many illusions about life. Your blind date may very well be as fat as a pig, as foolish as a donkey, as short as a barrel, and as ugly as you." The other 5 twitched in response. They laughed, but the laughter only exacerbated their wounds, causing painful convulsions. "Your tongue, old leader, truly lives up to your nickname. The drunken swordsman." Old four collapsed in despair, his brows furrowed in rage as he lamented, "I merely wish for a holiday. Must you curse me with such venom?" The leader reclined against the statue, his head resting in its lap, revealing a grievous, penetrating wound on his right chest. "Old four, you must awaken to reality. Life offers more than distant blind dates with ugly women. The most crucial aspect lies in the present moment of survival." Old four lamented, "Do not think too poorly, perhaps she is indeed a woman." The leader closed his eyes as if to offer a blessing. However, upon hearing this, Old four found himself at a loss for words. "I am a man, why would I seek a wife if not a woman? What is perhaps she is indeed a woman even mean?" That statement is utterly egregious. The others burst into laughter, their faces adorned with amused expressions. Do you require our assistance in naming her? Thank you. But no, Old Seven replied with a look of polite refusal, clearly aware that these fellows could not be trusted to offer anything of substance. Indeed, Old Seven nodded slowly. Let's not forget our own matters. It should not be a problem our merits are sufficient, exceeding 100. Old Two calculated carefully, stating, we can become gold medal guardians. However, it will be a team accolade. Only the leader has enough merit for a gold medal, while the rest of us will only qualify for silver. Each of us still needs to complete 300 or 400 merit tasks, but it is not far off. Being a gold medal guardian is already quite satisfying. Many of the venerable ones are only at the gold level. We're still at the emperor level. Should we not be content? The group expressed their satisfaction. Does this mean the old leader can henceforth be known as the gold medal drunken swordsman? Old Five suddenly had a whimsical thought. The others erupted in laughter. Indeed, officially recognized as the gold medal drunken swordsman. The leader rolled his eyes and shifted his position. Ah, this statue is quite uncomfortable beneath me. Has the deity's form been sculpted in a way that is also unyielding? I cannot move. Can someone assist me? Old leader, this is no easy task. It is quite difficult to soften. Old Four quipped dryly. He rose, intending to help the leader shift. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind rushed through the air. Then, with a resounding crash, it seemed as though two powerful entities clashed in midair, causing the very earth to tremble. The 7 individuals felt their bodies lift from the ground and then fall back down, exchanging bewildered glances filled with fear. With a thud, Feng Zhi landed directly on the protruding part beneath the statue, instantly feeling as though he was suffering a fate worse than death. Mouth agape, eyes bulging with rage. Unable to utter a sound, his face turned pale, beads of sweat forming like peas. What in the world is this? He reached down to touch it. It felt like a piece of iron. With all his might, he managed to pry it from beneath him, just as he was about to exhale in relief. But then, a whoosh echoed. A figure descended from the sky. A spear, illuminated by the lightning, shone with a ghastly pallor. It appeared to be forged from white bone. All 7 were startled, their hearts plummeting into icy depths. Such a spear was unique in the entire world. The cloud edge weaponry, the white bone shattering dream spear. How could such a formidable entity be present? Were they here to hunt us down? This was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. As the figure landed before the temple, the torrential rain seemed to halt in an instant, leaving a 100-foot radius completely dry. Yet, the distant downpour continued, the raindrops cascading in unbroken lines. The figure was tall and slender, yet amidst the torrential rain, he appeared to uphold the entire curtain of rain-soaked sky. The space behind him seemed to dissolve into darkness. He alone blocked out all light. With a white bone spear in hand, he raised his gaze, instantly discerning the expressions of the 7. In that fleeting moment, he recognized them as foes, not friends. Die. The spear tip surged upward and lunged forth in an instant. A single thrust, 7 kills. 7 shadows shot forth like meteors. The 7, already heavily injured, could not evade. Furthermore, the newcomer's realm far surpassed theirs. Even if they had been at their peak, they would have been unable to withstand such a casual blow. The disparity was too vast. A sigh escaped, tinged with a sense of acceptance. Feng Zhi's shattered body, with a gaping hole in his chest, suddenly soared from the statue. His instinctive reaction was purely reflexive. He spread his arms, charging headlong into the spear's trajectory like a moth drawn to a flame. In his hand, he clutched the bloodied iron shard he had just pried from the statue. With a soft clang, barely audible, blood burst forth. Old leader, the 6 cried out in unison, their hearts heavy with grief. Feng Zhi's body disintegrated into crimson fragments amidst the spear's shadow, unable to leave even a single word as a farewell. Yet he had managed to block all incoming attacks. For at the moment he sacrificed himself, a blade's radiance descended from the heavens. The blade gleamed brighter than lightning. It intercepted the spear. It also struck at Feng Zhi's chest. The blade's light and the spear tip collided at Feng Zhi's heart. But this was the white bone shattering dream spear. Even this blade could only halt the opponent's subsequent assault, unable to save Feng Zhi. The brilliance of the blade evoked a peculiar feeling within, as if it had severed all worldly bonds. From henceforth, the heart felt unburdened. The clash of blade and spear erupted into an unprecedented surge of energy, illuminating all faces in a brilliant azure. Moreover, the radiance lingered, refusing to dissipate. Feng Zhi's body shattered into crimson fragments, seemingly enveloping this light in a vivid red halo. This was not the luminous glow that could arise from the clash of blade and spear. The knife wielder and the gunman both displayed expressions of astonishment. The life of the leader was extinguished in less than a second against the adversary. Yet, this fleeting moment proved sufficient. A slender figure, clad in snowy white, remained unblemished amidst the torrential downpour, landing within the dilapidated temple. The silhouette appeared to carry an air of desolation. With a long blade in hand, the knife glimmered like snow. The celestial weaponry scrolls of the clouds heralded the arrival of yet another legend. The two adversaries stood in stark opposition. One was shrouded in darkness, while the other emerged into a world still illuminated, a juxtaposition of light and shadow, distinctly defined and equally matched. This sensation evoked a profound strangeness within the hearts of the onlookers. However, the six individuals had no time to be shocked. Their hearts were already filled with sorrow, and in their bloodshot eyes, only the fragmented body of their leader amidst the shadows of the adversary's gun remained. Oh, leader the six felt their spirits shatter into pieces. They raised their eyes, gazing with reddened pupils at the gunman, determined to etch this face firmly into their memories. In the space where blade met bullet, a sphere of light persisted, and in that instant, it flared blindingly. Both the knife wielder and the gunman revealed their shock simultaneously, retreating in unison. Then, the orb of light surged skyward, piercing through the curtain of rain and the void, vanishing in an instant. A flash of lightning cleaved the heavens. A resounding thunder echoed, causing mountains and rivers to tremble. A phenomenon, soul-snatching. The two, wielders of the shattered dream gun and the emotion-cutting blade, felt a tremor pass through them, and then they made the same gesture. Their divine senses swept through the area. Yet, they detected no signs of shattered soul energy. It appeared that no lives had been lost here. Only at the tip of the shattered dream gun was there a faint trace, which was swiftly dissipating. Both extended their hands, fingers pointing at the gun's tip. The moment they sensed something, it vanished. The emotion-cutting blade furrowed his brow, asking, "Did you sever his true self?" The shattered dream gun frowned, replying, "Not the true self." Their expressions shifted simultaneously. Who is this person? Almost in unison, they inquired of the six individuals. Then, without hesitation, the emotion-cutting blade turned and unleashed thousands of strikes upon the shattered dream gun like a tempest. The blade's radiance coalesced into an overwhelming curtain of light. Run! Yet he himself spun around, a whirlwind sweeping up the six individuals, transforming them into a streak of rapid light before vanishing into the horizon. A loud proclamation echoed. "Investigate! He must not be dead." For a long time thereafter, both sides of the continent initiated various covert investigations. Soul phenomena. This side regarded Feng Zhi as the chosen one, a beacon of hope for the future, while the other perceived him as a thorn in the flesh, a formidable future foe. Years of searching yielded no results. Yet, some continued their relentless efforts. It was not until a century later that they finally relinquished their quest, at least publicly, no longer making demands each year. Whether anyone continued to investigate in secret remained unknown. Meanwhile, Feng Zhi's six brothers never forgot him, persistently seeking in the shadows. They refused to abandon their pursuit, year after year, continuously searching in their own ways. They firmly believed that their leader still lived. Time flew by. 100 years, 200 years, 500 years passed. Ultimately, they found nothing. Chapter 1. Feng Che on a summer morning. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, filtering through the window, casting mottled shadows upon the bedside. The fine dust in the air mingled with the light, coalescing into tangible arrows that fell from the heavens, striking Feng Che's face. Gradually, he felt the warmth upon his skin, awakening leisurely. He opened his eyes, only to shut them again in an instant. His eyelids still sensed the rays of light that he exhaled in satisfaction. He was truly alive. With each blink, he traversed the continuum of life and death. Closing his eyes represented the darkness of death's abyss, while opening them signified the profound joy of rebirth. The gentle warmth of the sun upon his skin was the essence of existence. Rising, he donned his clothes, cleared his mind, and washed his face. He prepared paper, ground ink, moistened his brush, and let his thoughts flow onto the page. Silence is golden. With the sound of a few hammer strikes, a plaque was affixed to the wall opposite his desk. Feng Che stepped back a few paces, gazed up, and nodded slightly. Behind the chair at his desk hung another plaque. Speak cautiously and act judiciously. On the table stood a wooden frame, within which were inscribed 4 characters. Cherish words like gold. In the living room, too many words lead to loss. Feng Che nodded earnestly, stating, "From this day forth, I shall always remember to be a person of few words, acting with caution and prudence." Then he fell silent. Soon after, he furrowed his brow, pondering, "Why must I think this way? Who was I in my past life?" Feng Che tapped his forehead. It had been 3 days since he was reborn into this body. Over those days, he had sorted through his memories and integrated his soul. Yet the most perplexing aspect was that he knew he was a reincarnator, aware that he occupied this body, recalled many experiences, and recognized that this was 600 years after his own era. Every detail of his previous life was crystal clear. However, the only thing he had forgotten was his own identity. Feng Che found this utterly incomprehensible. Strangely, he felt no resistance to the notion of being reborn as another person. He accepted it almost instantaneously. What could be more fulfilling than living again? Squinting at the sunlight streaming in, a hint of wistfulness crossed his face as he softly sighed. "Ah, I wonder how they and those few girls are doing." This body was named Feng Che. His profile was as follows: Feng Che. He was neither too thin nor too stout, quite handsome and robust. Standing at 178 centimeters and weighing 156 pounds, he had a tall and upright stature. His eyebrows were slightly thick with the tips gently arched, his lips somewhat full, and his eyes slightly sunken, featuring double eyelids that were not very pronounced, only becoming apparent when he smiled at, the subtle double eyelid. His gaze was sharp and piercing. Observing this visage, Feng Che couldn't help but reflect on the previous owner. This individual must have been extreme, prone to radical actions. Fortunately, I am not. Nonetheless, this cold and aloof demeanor aligns well with my current persona of being taciturn and reclusive. Feng Che frowned at his white attire, disliking it greatly, and resolved to change it. 17 years old, a ninth-year martial apprentice. Physically healthy with above-average aptitude. He was a distant relative of the Feng family, bearing his mother's surname, Feng, and had grown up in the Feng household. This detail left Feng Che somewhat perplexed. He had perished while attempting to break through to the warrior tier. Achieving this breakthrough would allow him to participate in the Martial Academy's assessments, marking the first significant trial in a martial artist's journey to Dragon Gate. Test. It is well known that the best method for a martial apprentice to break through is to engage in continuous combat with someone of higher cultivation, honing their realm, through relentless battles, which usually leads to a successful breakthrough. Then, maintaining that momentum, they would continue to solidify their realm until the fight concluded, thus completing the breakthrough process. This is common knowledge, and typically, no one dies during this phase. It could be considered the most reliable approach. Given that his cousin Feng Qingyun was already a high-ranking warrior, he was thoroughly acquainted with the realms of martial apprentices and warriors, capable of guiding Feng Che safely into the warrior tier. Yet, an unforeseen accident occurred. Thus, the previous owner met his demise. The elder cousin arrived with great enthusiasm, delivering a firm slap to the younger cousin's dantian, using his own cultivation to stimulate the energy within. However, the younger cousin remained silent, collapsing to the ground with a thud, lifeless. The elder cousin was instantly rendered speechless. Did I just kill my own cousin? This situation was utterly absurd. Although the younger cousin appeared to be alive, the elder cousin was now being severely reprimanded by their uncle. It was said that the scene was quite brutal. Feng Che, using his meager spiritual energy, meticulously examined the meridians and eventually discovered an anomaly within the dantian. Although his current power was insufficient for detailed detection, based on his experience, it was likely the work of the Wu Ling Gu, a technique of the Zhengjiao sect. The so-called Wu Ling Gu was said to be a type of insect that targeted the 5 elemental energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth in a person's cultivation. It was a venomous curse, yet also a form of secret art. For as long as the spirit-eating aspect did not perish, it conferred certain qualifications and could aid in cultivation. In simple terms, if one did not die, one would grow stronger. This represented a selection process, albeit one with life and death at stake. Such was the customary method of a particular sect. Once the Wu Ling Gu entered the body, no cultivation could refine it. Where did this Wu Ling Gu originate? Feng Che rummaged through his memories. It seemed to stem from that individual. He recalled that before his breakthrough, a good friend had gifted the original body a bottle of high-grade blood essence pills. The original body had consumed them all in pursuit of advancement. Apart from that, there were no other abnormalities. It was highly probable. What a true friend. Thousands of miles away, a figure clad in white was making his way toward them. 300 Wu Linggu, and they all perished? Only one survived, and it thrives? Which one is this? This direction. By Bo Chung. A casual arrangement turned out to yield unexpected joy. He smiled with delight, quickening his pace. It seemed this time, not only could he fulfill the task within the sect, but he might also acquire a disciple of inheritance. Feng Che was inundated with questions. Undoubtedly, there were countless conspiracies and entangled interests that the original body was completely unaware of. An infinite number of threads were intertwined, difficult to untangle. This situation is far too convoluted. My brother, you cannot grasp it. Feng Che sighed softly, gazing at the newly hung inscription of Jin Yin Shenxing. He murmured, "Let me take charge. What could a 17-year-old youth truly comprehend? But now I have arrived. I am Feng Che. I shall probe the depths of those wicked entities to discern the extent of their powers." He narrowed his eyes, staring at the blinding sunlight outside. His expression remained tranquil. This omnipresent sunlight resembled the gun that had descended from the heavens in my previous life. When witnessed, it was unstoppable and inescapable. Bai Bocheng, where I reside, is located in the east of the continent, 5,000 miles south of the vast and boundless Yunding mountain range. It was here that I pursued the 1,000-poison demon king, ultimately eliminating him at Baizhang Peak, approximately 1,000 miles from Bai Bocheng. It is said that this was the location of his lair, yet I never had the chance to enter before slaying him. At that time, I had no interest in the treasures of such a minor cultivator and left without a second thought. However, I find myself in dire need now. According to my memories, this area should belong to the Deyong dynasty. Yet now, is the Dezhao dynasty? It appears that the Deyong dynasty has vanished, replaced by the Dezhao. This matter transpired without my consent. A knock sounded at the door. "Brother Fong, are you feeling better?" As the voice reached him, a young man entered, wearing a broad smile, though his eyes held a hint of concealed scrutiny. He was handsome, yet there was an underlying sinister quality in his brows. To Feng Che, he exuded a certain indefinable malice. "Indeed, thanks to you." Feng Che's eyes flickered, betraying no emotion. This was the very individual, Su Yu, the second son of the Su family in Bai Bo Chung. He was the one who had given the original body that blood essence pill laced with Wu Linggu. He was the true architect of the original body's demise, the so-called best friend, best brother. Initially, Feng Che had his doubts, but upon seeing this man's face and eyes, memory solidified his conviction. "I must say, your elder cousin is quite ruthless. He truly does not regard you as family." Su Yu casually settled into a seat opposite Feng Che, internally musing about how well the Feng family treated this grandson, managing to suppress even the Wu Linggu. He appeared relaxed, indicating a certain level of familiarity with the original body. Feng Che coldly snorted, indeed, quite bold in his actions. Su Yu continued, "However, this was expected, as you are merely a grandson, an outsider, not of the direct bloodline. Moreover, it is normal for him to treat you poorly. We had anticipated this, had we not?" Feng Che maintained a stoic demeanor, observing Su Yu's face, and spoke in a measured tone. "Indeed, it is somewhat surprising that a mongrel would seek to end my life." Yet inside, he pondered how to eliminate this vile scoundrel. The enmity of life and death must be resolved swiftly, ruthlessly, and venomously, such is the truth of existence. "Rest assured, I will help you avenge this grievance," Su Yu declared enthusiastically. Feng Che revealed a sincere smile, gradually responding, "Brother Su, your great kindness and virtue shall be etched in my heart. I shall not forget it in this lifetime and will certainly repay you in due time." That Su laughed heartily. Between brothers, such words are unnecessary. Yet internally, he sensed something was slightly off about that statement. Su Yu glanced around to ensure no one was listening, then lowered his voice. "Feng Che, do you remember the earth-level cultivation technique I mentioned that suits your physique perfectly?" "Yeah." Feng Che's eyes widened. What was so special about an earth-level technique? Was it truly deserving of such mystery? "Well, I have been reborn." "No matter. Yes, I have managed to acquire it for you." Su Yu whispered, "I have procured an eSIN tablet for you. As long as you can fulfill one condition, acquire the whereabouts of the Fong family's treasure map, or simply glean a bit of insider information the Earth-level technique will be yours, and that you could even gain entry into the divine sect, becoming a seedling for cultivation. He spoke eagerly. Brother, this could be the path to your lifelong fortune. If you become a seedling, it means all the resources of the sect will be at your disposal. A swift ascent to greatness. At that time, what a Fong family. Would they not be at your mercy? Moreover, given how they have treated you. Fong Che furrowed his brow. Treasure map? Yes, the long-rumored treasure map of the Jindao Wushu that the Fong family has always concealed. Su Yu insisted eagerly. Have you forgotten? His eyes displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Rumored? Concealed? Fong Che's mind raced, and without much deliberation, he smirked sinisterly. What Jindao Wushu? You have all been deceived. Su Yu's eyes widened in shock. Fong Che leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially, effortlessly weaving his words. During my recent injury, I overheard my grandfather discussing that it is not the treasure of the Jindao Wushu at all, but rather another individual entirely. Another individual? Su Yu's eyes bulged out. Of course. Fong Che remained calm, for he recalled the 1,000-poison demon king he had vanquished in his previous life. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. For with the cultivation level of the 1,000-poison demon king, he was virtually invincible in the vicinity of Bai Bo Chung, or within a radius of several thousand miles. Releasing a mere hint of poison would be sufficient to devastate the land. Thus, the lair was strategically established here without any threat. But now, my retribution towards this Su Gongzi is about to commence. 1,000 poison. How delightful. As the figure crossed from him, Su Yu suddenly perked up. He questioned whether he had been deceived. Was it not the famed Jindao Wushuai? Indeed, the Fong family was truly cunning, capable of ensnaring others so effectively. It was no wonder that over the years, no one had obtained concrete information. Isn't the location purportedly the legendary Duan Dao Gorge, 3,000 miles away? How could it be anything else? Suu, in a state of confusion, was actually probing further. Not at all. You have all been misled. It is not Duan Dao Gorge. Fong Che asserted resolutely. A tumultuous wave surged within Su Yu's heart. Was that also a fabrication? I did not fully comprehend, but I vaguely heard mention of a place within 1,000 miles. Su Yu's spirits soared with this revelation. A legacy. This was far more precious than mere treasure, and moreover, it belonged to the esteemed Zhu Jianjunju. This was of a significantly higher caliber than the Jindao Wushuai. What mattered even more was that with just this one remark from Fong Che, he had essentially divulged all pertinent information. The Zhu Jianjunju, the legacy within 1,000 miles, abundant toxins, perilous dangers, and the master-level venomous serpents. For seasoned veterans of the Jianghu, this was tantamount to a clear indication of the location. Are you speaking the truth? Su Yu inquired, excitement bubbling within him. I cannot say for certain. I merely heard my grandfather mention it while I was unconscious. I cannot vouch for its authenticity. Moreover, the moment I opened my eyes, my grandfather ceased to speak. Fong Che responded ambiguously, raising his hands in an apologetic gesture. It requires thorough verification and careful investigation. He thought to himself, having articulated it so clearly, if you still cannot uncover the truth, how utterly incompetent you must be. The more Su Yu pondered, the more convinced he became that there was indeed truth to this matter. His excitement burgeoned as he glanced at Fong Che, feeling a sense of triumph. This knave fool likely had no inkling of the monumental secret he had inadvertently revealed. How rewarding this journey had proven to be, he mused, preparing to depart. Yet, Fong Che would not allow him to leave so easily. The combination of the 5 spirits Gu and the Xian card, what did that signify? As an old hand in the Jianghu, he was all too aware. Fong Che casually remarked, has the Xian card truly been located? Am I capable of deceiving you? Su Yu retorted, retrieving an iron plate from his bosom. Fong Che naturally accepted it as he extended his hand. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. Why had it been so easily handed over? Upon examining the iron plate in his possession, Fong Che immediately understood. It was indeed the lowest tier of the Ji Yao Zheng Jiao's guiding tokens, a harbinger of chaos. Had he encountered an old adversary in this rebirth? Was Ji Yao Zheng Jiao attempting to recruit this young man? Or did they harbor ulterior motives? In his past life, he and his comrades had fought against Ji Yao Zheng Jiao for a lifetime, and he was acutely aware of their formidable strength. The most challenging aspect of this organization was that as long as one remained undisclosed, No one would ever suspect them of being affiliated with Jiao Zhengjiao. Their visible identities could vary from martial artists to scholars, alchemists, or even ordinary folk. Their disciples were scattered across the world, and should one of them erupt, it would spell disaster. The history of the entire continent was nearly a chronicle of warfare against Ji Yao Zhengjiao. This faction was unwavering in its beliefs, comprised of numerous experts, and was exceedingly difficult to contend with, making eradication nearly impossible. Indeed, even Xue Fushao, one of the three great guardians, had once lamented, unless Ji Yao Zhengjiao experiences internal strife, the prospect of completely uprooting them is virtually hopeless. Not only was it hopeless, but they were also growing stronger. In recent years, Ji Yao Zhengjiao had amassed even greater power, evolving from evading the East to now being capable of contending with the Guardians, perhaps even surpassing them in subtlety. Should they ever emerge from the shadows, it could precipitate a calamity of unimaginable proportions. The Guardians had dispatched countless undercover agents and elites, yet results remained elusive. Furthermore, any exposure would provoke the wrathful retribution of Ji Yao Zhengjiao. Their might was so overwhelming that even the most skilled infiltrators could not penetrate their higher echelons. Moreover, Xian Jiao was but one of Ji Yao Zhengjiao's subordinate sects. Fang Chei's mind raced. Internal strife? Suddenly, a thought struck him. The Xian card? The five spirits goo? He deftly tucked the card into his bosom and said, "Thank you, Brother Su. Such a significant contribution. Su would not let it slip away. This card was better kept in his possession, otherwise he might miss out." Moreover, he was now impatiently eager. "Well then, I shall take my leave for now. Take care, Brother Fang. I will return in a few days." "Very well, good. I shall await your return." Su laughed heartily, though disdain lingered in his heart. Did he truly think he could pursue this matter further? "Within 3 to 5 days, it would belong to my family." "You foolish man. The Fang family has treated you so well, and yet you so easily turn against your grandfather's family at my mere suggestion. You deserve to be exploited. Safe travels, Brother Su. Do not see me off your news today has proven quite useful." "Not at all. It is but a small token of gratitude for the care you have shown me over the years." Fang Chei replied with a smile that held a hint of ambiguity. Su laughed heartily and turned to exit. Fang Chei wore a smile as he watched Su depart, his gaze inscrutable, the corners of his mouth curving ever so slightly. Chapter 2. Swords and Halberds. Not long after Su departed, another visitor arrived. "Cousin, how are you faring?" A voice, elegant yet tinged with trepidation and guilt, echoed from outside the door. "Please come in." A young man clad in white entered, possessing striking features with sword-like brows and bright eyes. He was tall and slender, his face adorned with a warm smile that bore a hint of apology and caution. He should have appeared exceedingly handsome, yet his visage was marred by several lashes inflicted by a whip, his lips swollen and bruised, and dark circles under his eyes. The exposed skin of his wrists bore similar lash marks. This was none other than Feng Qen, the elder cousin who had decisively defeated his younger counterpart, Feng Ch. It was evident that he had endured a severe beating upon encountering the one responsible for his predecessor's demise. Feng Ch formed a judgment in his mind. This individual was surprisingly an honest man. Those with such a demeanor, even if flawed, could not be entirely wicked. He embodied the quintessential honest face, radiating a sense of guilelessness. Feng Ch contrasted this with a recently departed Su, representing two starkly different archetypes. He concluded that a person like this, as the heir to the family, would excel in preservation but falter in innovation. It was no wonder he had failed to notice the trap laid before him. The elder cousin, awkwardly rubbing his hands together, inquired, "Are you all right now?" Feng Ch rolled his eyes and retorted, "Thanks to your efforts, I remain alive." This was not a deliberate mimicry of his predecessor's speech, but rather a spontaneous utterance. Only after speaking did he realize it was prudent to maintain the former's irritable temperament, to avoid unnecessary complications. However, upon reflection, he felt this acerbic remark might actually resonate more closely with the essence of his predecessor. Hearing these words, Feng Qen appeared increasingly embarrassed. After a prolonged silence, he spoke in a hushed tone, "Feng Ch, we are family. I did not intend for this to happen." His voice was sincere, soft yet heavy with meaning. "Cousin, we are bound by blood. Our lives and deaths are intertwined, our honors and disgrace shared, our fortunes and misfortunes alike. I hope you can forgive my inadvertent mistake." Effing CH maintained a cold demeanor, his smile failing to reach his eyes. Indeed. So you capture me and beat me to a pulp. Family, after all, blood runs thicker than water, I understand. Blood must be drawn before it can mingle with water. Perfect. Communication had clearly broken down. N's expression contorted in frustration. How could he reason with this individual? He softly insisted, "We would never harm you." The elder cousin was desperately trying to prove his innocence. CH fell silent. He was well aware that was not the culprit. Yet the original persona was in a state of rebellion, harboring disdain for the world and dismissing this reputedly low-ranking cousin from the martial academy. The original self held him in utter contempt. A poor student, how laughable. It was said that there were 500 students in the martial academy, with ranking 476th in comprehensive martial arts. Maintaining such a position was reportedly quite a struggle. How laughable. The family's most gifted? How absurd. This had always been the true sentiment of the original. Thus, CH, now inhabiting this body, could not afford to be courteous. He replied with a sardonic chuckle. Looked at him expectantly, hoping to hear a reasonable response, but received none. CH's face remained impassive, like a coffin lid devoid of expression, as he coldly stated, "Release me." Choked on his breath, exhaling a weary sigh. Regardless of your thoughts or intentions, whatever you wish to do must wait until you mature and establish yourself. Is that agreeable? I will assist you wholeheartedly then. He aimed to placate this young man, who was still naive and immature, believing that once he found a wife and formed a family, he would naturally come to understand the world. This was the singular hope shared by societies throughout history regarding rebellious youth, that they would eventually grow up. For the family, they firmly believed that this child could one day experience true epiphany. It was merely a phase of rebellion. What child did not rebel? Once he matured, there would still be time to rectify everything. CH comprehended this well. Thus he replied, "Indeed, I trust you will surely beat me to a pulp when that time comes." Fell into a melancholy state. Had any of his younger brothers dared to speak thus, he would have already pummeled them, ensuring they understood the authority of their elder brother, allowing them a complete youth. But with this sensitive and reclusive cousin, he could not afford to do so. He was the only child of his aunt. "Are you finished?" CH began to usher him out. "Elder cousin, I shall educate you in the future." Weakly called his name. "Very well." Set down a box, explaining, inside, the white vial contains blood chi pills of the martial disciple level, while the black vial contains those of the martial warrior level. They will aid in your cultivation. Remember, you must break through to the martial warrior level and stabilize your practice for 7 days thereafter. I understand. CH scoffed. Such trifling gifts. TSK. These pills are not poisonous, are they? Took a deep breath, clenching his fist to suppress the urge to strike his cousin. "No, I must endure." His face turned an ashen hue from the effort. Ultimately, he could not restrain himself, turning to leave, but before exiting, he earnestly declared, "Cousin, strive hard and be sensible." Elder cousin. This was the first time in years that CH had addressed him as such. Looked on with anticipation. "Well, elder cousin, if the rankings at the Martial Academy were reversed, you would actually rank quite favorably." N's face darkened, his fists tightening with a creaking sound. However, upon recalling his father's whip, he relaxed his grip, casting a resentful glance at CH. He resolved to wait until his cousin matured before confronting him. With determined strides, he departed. CH then settled into a chair, reflecting on whether there were any flaws in his responses. He soon found himself engulfed in deep self-doubt. What was wrong with my tongue? He looked up at the newly hung plaque inscribed with words, "Are precious." His lips involuntarily twitched. It seemed he finally understood the obsession from his past life. Yet, he must maintain the persona of his predecessor. He could not afford to act in such a manner again. "What has happened to a CH?" inquired of his son. It appeared he was recovering well, his voice robust as he scolded me. Sighing, displayed a look of exasperation. "Still the same? It seems his tongue has grown sharper." Indeed, was evidently quite agitated, yet he could not help but say, "Father, If my younger brother spoke so thoughtlessly, I would have already. What would you have done? Indeed, the father acknowledged. Moreover, you must consider your aunt's feelings. Even if not for F-ing-ch, you should take her into account. Yes, I understand, father. F-ing-ng's countenance bore a trace of gravity as he patted his son's shoulder. Q-ing-yen, he is your cousin. That child grew up in our household. Can we not raise a child properly in the effing family? Furthermore, for your aunt's sake, what harm is there in enduring a little? Effing Q-ing-yen smiled. I understand, so before I departed, I left him 2 vials of the blood chi pills awarded to me by the Martial Academy. At this revelation, F-ing felt a pang of regret. Those are the blood chi pills from the Martial Academy, the finest quality. You have saved for so long to acquire such a small amount, and you just gave away 2 vials? While blood chi pills were available on the market, the finest quality could only be obtained from the Martial Academy in sections. Those sect-specific variants were more effective. They were tailored to particular sect techniques. Consuming pills from another sect would yield only mediocre results. Only those from the Martial Academy were universally applicable to all martial practitioners. The highest quality, with minimal side effects and impurities. Moreover, they were exclusively used as rewards within the Academy and were never available to the outside world, underscoring their rarity. You once said, he is my cousin. Even if it is just to bring my aunt a moment of joy, these 2 vials are worth it. Fang Zhenghang smiled gently, standing up to pat his son's shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that his son was broad-shouldered and tall, now surpassing him in height. Raising his hand felt somewhat laborious. You have already outgrown me. How has your time at the Wei Yuan been? Fang Qingyun's face displayed an embarrassed expression as he replied, Father, I am ashamed. In this year's grand competition, I still ranked within the bottom 100. Compared to last time, I have only advanced 2 places, standing at 476 out of 7,500. Fang Zhenghang smiled and said, had it been before today, I would have scolded you. But your words today have pleased me greatly. Go forth with peace of mind and cultivate without pressure. Whatever rank you achieve is fine. Do not burden yourself. Your eloquence today speaks volumes of your character. Your ability to articulate such thoughts is more than sufficient for leading our Fang family. Martial prowess is secondary. He smiled. I am very pleased. All right, I will take my leave. Just as the son was about to exit, Fang Zhenghang called him back. Being kind-hearted is commendable, but that is reserved for our own. As for enemies, Fang Qingyun interjected, naturally, we must eradicate them without mercy. Indeed, the father and son exchanged smiles. However, when it came to enemies, the son remained oblivious to the events of the past. Ahem, let's not dwell on that. Yes, our Fang family is on the brink of demotion. Everyone is striving hard. I hope you can uphold our legacy. Watching his son depart, Fang Zhenghang sank into his chair, his face pallid, as if he had lost all vitality. Though there was no evidence of the past events, it was clear who had been orchestrating things in the shadows. Without proof, the adversary had now risen to great power. Keeping things concealed was preferable. Revealing them would spell disaster. Sigh, Fang Zhenghang lamented. How can 500 years of family heritage and over 400 lives accommodate recklessness? Fang Che focused intently on his training. Initially, it seemed as though he had been killed, his soul shattered. Then, a flash of white light enveloped him, transporting his fragmented spirit into this body. Now, this white light resided in his mind, taking the form of a token that spun endlessly. Within the token lay a jade pendant of inheritance. Beyond that, everything remained obscured. Fang Che had no intention of delving into the origins of this artifact. Fate is fate. One day, he would understand. After 3 days of digesting the inheritance within the jade pendant, Fang Che felt as though he had struck gold. A martial technique and 4 weapon manuals: saber, spear, sword, and halberd. These 4 weapons are truly exceptional. Fang Che exclaimed with genuine admiration, for they ranked among the top 4 in the continent's weapon compendium. Renowned for 5,000 years. Before entering the martial way in his previous life, these 4 weapons had already shaken the world. The Zhanqing saber, the Suimeng spear, the Ningxue sword, and the Kuangren halberd. Fang Che could not help but yearn for them, as they represented true legends, tales from the skies. The first in the cloud's weapon compendium was the Zhanqing saber. In dreams, the blade cuts through the mundane, severing love and desire, who weeps in the wind, while the heartless snow caresses the flute. The Zhanqing saber and the snow caressing the flute were figures Feng Che revered and admired the most in his past life. The foremost guardian. The second was the Baigu Swaiming spear. This was the individual Feng Che loathed and feared the most, for encountering him meant certain death, shattering dreams in an instant. In his previous life, he had perished at the tip of this spear. Yet in this life, I shall master all weapons. Chapter 3, Baizhang Peak. With these thoughts, Feng Che began his cultivation. Wuyang Jinjing was the name of the mysterious technique he had acquired. Opening the first page, he read, "The path of cultivation begins with a single step. The road of the strong is endless. How far can one go? The starry sky is vast, and I stand here." Feng Che furrowed his brow. After a moment, he smiled and softly remarked, "Perhaps I am not inferior to you." He turned the page. At the pinnacle of skill, with profound methods, in the mortal realm, one can take or leave. In the vast starry river, one finds it never enough. If the heart is boundless, the path shall be boundless. This is Wuyang. Following this were the incantations of the technique. After a single reading, Feng Che understood that this method surpassed those of his previous life by countless magnitudes. As for the techniques of his past life, they were best left unmentioned. What more can I say? Let's practice. Feng Che swiftly began to meditate, cultivating the first level of Wuyang Jinjing. Instantly, his inner spiritual energy ignited, following the pathways of Wuyang Jinjing precisely. In an instant, he felt a surge of heat enveloping his body as countless particles of yang attribute spiritual energy flooded in, making him feel as though smoke was rising from his head. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy astonished Feng Che. This is astonishingly swift. After the first round of circulation, he felt a tremor in his body and involuntarily opened his eyes. Had he truly broken through the barrier from martial apprentice to martial artist? Although it was a rebirth with countless training experiences, and the transition from martial apprentice to martial artist was merely the most rudimentary of levels. The ease of this breakthrough momentarily left Feng Che in a state of shock. Was Wuyang Jinjing truly this miraculous? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Since he had broken through, he took the qi blood pill given by his elder cousin and swallowed a bottle in one gulp, commencing his internal exercise. A blazing energy began to coalesce once again in the courtyard. After a while, he exhaled. "I am now a second-tier martial artist." Feng Che stabilized his newfound realm and opened his eyes. Indeed, his elder cousin was a man of substance. What thrilled him most was that once Wuyang Jinjing was set in motion, the Wuling Gu in his dantian was suddenly restrained. Feng Che felt a sense of certainty. If he wished, he could gradually refine the Wuling Gu at any time. The spiritual energy in his dantian had partially transformed into Wuyang Jinling, causing the Wuling Gu to tremble in fear. It clearly sensed that this spiritual energy could refine it. This was a treasure he had embedded deep within the enemy's territory. It could not perish. Yet, wasn't the Wuling Gu unrefinable? How could Wuyang Jinjing effortlessly refine it? Meanwhile, at the Su family, the meeting had two agendas. Is this news true or false? If true, who shall go? After some discussion, a conclusion was swiftly reached. It was undoubtedly true. The Juejin Junju had indeed existed as a formidable figure. The young man was completely unaware. Having heard this while still in a coma, I surmise it must have been Feng Wending and his son Feng Zhenghang conversing, with no one else around to worry about. Remarked an elder of the Su family, his white beard and wise eyes conveying an air of confidence, as if he could see through everything. Even I would find it hard to believe such a turn of events. Indeed, another elder chimed in, and over these years, Yuer has become close friends with that Feng Che. That lad listens to Yuer without question and would never lie. Quite right, haha. That foolish boy is exceedingly naive. Thus, the matter of the Juejin Junju was deemed true. Who would have thought that the elder from the Feng family would be so cunning, spinning a false narrative that deceived everyone for years? It is said that heaven's net is vast, yet it misses nothing. This old fellow probably never dreamed that the news would leak out in such a manner. Amidst laughter, the head of the family, Su Yunhe, decisively stated, "Since it is confirmed, we must act immediately. Time is of the essence. Who shall go?" The elderly man with the white beard furrowed his brow, gravely stating, "We must remember that the Feng family has sought this out more than once, yet has never succeeded. I suspect it is due to two reasons. First, they did not search in the right places. Second, they lacked sufficient strength. Is it not said that there are countless poisons and even master-level venomous snakes? The Fong family, lacking in strength and hesitant to make their situation known, faced a dilemma. As you all understand, it is impossible for anyone to seek assistance in such matters. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the futility of seeking help. If the ally possessed lower cultivation, their presence would be of no use. If they were stronger, it would pose a significant risk. Who among them could resist the temptation of such treasures or legacies? Therefore, the number of participants must not be few, and their strength should not be too weak. For safety's sake, it was better for everyone to attend. Others chimed in unison, "No, there is no time to waste. Summon the manpower immediately." That very night, the elite members of the Su family disguised themselves and departed the city in separate groups, gathering in the wilderness outside the city like arrows shooting into the darkness. On that same night, Fang Che also prepared himself, concealing a mask in his clothing as he stepped out of his courtyard. He felt uneasy. What if the Su family truly succeeded? "Young Master Fang, where are you headed?" He was halted at the gate of the Fang residence. "I'm off to find a girl. What's it to you? What else would one do at night?" Fang Che rolled his eyes. The gatekeeper, burdened with unspoken sorrow, silently stepped aside. "You're impressive. Off to find a girl, while I remain here to guard." Fang Che sauntered through the gate, heading towards the fragrant southern city, swiftly disappearing from view. Half an hour later, outside a wealthy merchant's residence, chaos erupted. The sound of hooves thundered like a torrential downpour, fading rapidly. A hefty man tumbled and rolled on the ground, exclaiming, "Thief! He stole my horse." The guard, a martial artist, rushed over. "My lord, has the third concubine been stolen?" Fang Che, concealed atop a horse, resembled a shadowy wraith. Leaning forward, he adjusted his posture with each movement of the horse, his weight becoming a catalyst for its speed. His mastery of horsemanship allowed him to meld seamlessly with the steed, darting into the night like an arrow amidst the cacophony of galloping hooves. His destination, Baizhang Peak. As he galloped, Fang Che reached into his clothing, unfurling the mask and slowly wrapping it around his face. The night wind howled, pressing the mask tightly against him, revealing only his luminous eyes, glimmering with the starlight of the night. After 4 hours of relentless speed, dawn broke, and he was 700 miles from Baibo City. The horse, fatigued, was led to a watering hole for rest. After patting its neck, Fang Che took flight once more, stealing another horse with practiced ease, continuing his frenzied ride. 300 miles later, he entered the vast mountain range, where the terrain grew treacherous. Approaching the periphery of the Wanling forest, he released the horse near a stream at the mountain's base, then swiftly vanished into the dense foliage. Like a chameleon blending into its surroundings, he disappeared in an instant. Fang Che felt a lingering dissatisfaction. He could not bear to miss witnessing the demise of the Su family. They had departed much earlier, but he needed to verify his path continuously. Although he left later, he arrived at Baizhang Peak 2 hours ahead of them, confirming his location from a nearby mountaintop. He descended swiftly, navigating through the dense underbrush with remarkable agility, avoiding all hazards. He even found time to gather medicinal herbs, skillfully crushing them into a pungent paste with his knife on a stone. Applying a portion of this concoction to himself, he proceeded to the rear of the mountain. As he walked, countless venomous creatures retreated from his scent. He successfully reached a secluded water pool concealed by thickets. Gently parting the brush, he revealed the deep emerald surface of the water. With a splash, he tossed the remainder of the paste into the pool, then leaned against a large stone, remaining motionless. Instantly, the water began to bubble as the paste mixed, transforming the clear water into a murky toxic brew. The foul odor spread rapidly beneath the surface, creating a noxious environment akin to a gas chamber. Minutes later, numerous venomous water snakes and grotesque aquatic creatures emerged, desperately scrambling onto the shore to escape the unbearable stench. A quarter of an hour later, the water churned violently as a stout triangular-headed crocodile surfaced, making sounds of distress before fleeing. Fang Che remained still. After half an hour, no more creatures emerged. He observed as the water gradually cleared and the sediment at the bottom transformed from dark to a pale gray. He continued to wait. Another 15 minutes passed, and a spirit-like dragon, the thickness of a walnut and emanating a pearly glow, broke the surface. Its ethereal form suggested it was a spirit, yet was nearing physicality, adorned with a shimmering golden horn. A smile graced Feng Che's face as he revealed himself, channeling his newfound martial prowess to exert his soul's pressure. "Hello there," he said cheerfully. In a previous life, he had slain the 1,000-poison demon king and its companion, the golden horned dragon, near this very pool. He had spared the dragon's spirit, recognizing this place as a rare sanctuary for souls. He never anticipated that in this life, he would witness the dragon's spirit take form. This encounter felt like a reunion with an old friend. The true ace up Feng Che's sleeve was his soul's pressure. The moment he uttered those 3 words, the dragon's spirit froze in midair, overwhelmed by the familiar aura of dread. Turning in disbelief, it was met with Feng Che's friendly smile. The golden-horned dragon wept, realizing it was not a nightmare. Had it retained its full form, Feng Che would never have dared to approach. However, with only a spirit to contend with, he felt no fear, despite its formidable presence. He was confident in his ability to subdue it. Indeed, merely exerting his soul's pressure brought the creature to submission. "Fear not, I have come seeking your assistance," Feng Che communicated through a wave of soul energy. After a moment, the golden-horned dragon calmed. Though fear lingered, it was now manageable. "Moments latte." Feng Che leaped into the water. The dragon transformed into a pure white form, resembling a solid entity, guiding him deeper into the mountain, into a cave. At the same time, the Su family, weary from their journey, arrived at the opposite side. Initially, 124 members of the Su family had set out. Now, only 96 remained. 28 had perished in the depths of the forest. The family head, Su Yunhe, wore a grave expression, lamenting, "I did not expect this forest to be so perilous." The dangers were indeed many. Yet, now that they had located the treasure site, it was worth the risk. Elder Su Changing remarked, "In places such as this, I would not be surprised by any dangers we encounter." As the conversation unfolded, a sudden scream pierced through the air among the crowd, dealing with the weeds that had revealed the cave entrance. 20 to 30 individuals writhed on the ground, as a layer of golden ants, the size of soybeans, yet possessing an unyielding sturdiness, emerged. A single step could not crush them. Numerous ants swiftly ascended upon the humans, disregarding their protective energy, and sank their mandibles into flesh. A buzzing sound ensued as countless golden ants unfurled their tiny wings and flew forth. On the ground, clusters of golden-headed centipedes began to appear, followed by a flurry of venomous snakes revealing themselves. From the towering trees surrounding them, innumerable poisonous serpents shot forth like arrows. A myriad of toxic insects descended upon them, blotting out the sky. "Quick, use the detox powder," Su Yunhe shouted in panic. Amid the ensuing chaos, the Su family's antidote was spread across the ground, forming a thick layer over the corpses of the surrounding venomous creatures. When this wave of crisis finally subsided, the Su family had lost 66 members. From the original 124, only 30 remained, and they had merely just located the cave entrance, which was still sealed. Inside the thick stone door, the golden-horned Jiao struggled to emit soul waves, inciting the external poisonous creatures to attack. "How can there be so many poisonous creatures?" Su Yunhe exclaimed in a mix of anger and astonishment. "Is this what the absolute sword sovereign is about? Such a sinister arrangement is deemed sovereign? Yet, we have ultimately found it." Su Changing, with fervor in his eyes, declared, "Opening this door signifies the dawn of our Su family's rise. Even a 7th-tier clan is not without hope. For this, any sacrifice is worthwhile. Prepare to breach the door." Su Yu, hidden among several martial artist guards, turned pale. Terror etched on his face as he gazed upon the skeletal remains of his kin. As the pampered second son of the family, he had never witnessed such death before. Those who had just moments ago shared mirth with him now lay stiff and lifeless at his side. Inexplicably at that moment, he recalled a parting remark from Feng Che. "This is a small token of gratitude for all these years of care." The expression on Feng Che's face lingered in his mind. Chapter 4. Where in life do we not meet again? The Su family was laboring to break the door. The sound of a massive hammer striking echoed continuously. Meanwhile, over 90 Su family corpses had amassed into a heap, some already gnawed to reveal their white bones. Finally, with the combined efforts of several powerful individuals, the thick stone wall of the cave entrance shattered with a resounding crash. "Indeed, it is here. Sudunde Yoist." 28 or 9 people gathered at the cave entrance, filled with excitement as they peered inside. In that moment, they completely forgot the sorrow of their fallen kin. The legacy of a sovereign. For a small family from the remote Bo city, this was akin to a figure from the clouds. Each sovereign was a legend within a martial world, a youthful dream. This was the hope for the family's ascendants. While they were lost in joy and reverie, suddenly, from the broken entrance, a gray mist surged forth, swift and laden with dust. As it emerged, it enveloped the entire cave mouth. Su Yunha and Su Changjing were the first to be engulfed by the gray fog. The mist surged outward, enveloping all 28 individuals at the entrance. The insidious fog penetrated every crevice. A cacophony of screams erupted, deafening in intensity. There were no exceptions. The exposed skin of everyone began to decay, particularly their eyes. In an instant, the 28 collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, including the family head, all elders, guardians, and the remaining direct descendants. The toxic mist acted swiftly, and the cries of struggle were fleeting. More than 20 lay motionless on the ground, already beginning to rot. Among them, Su Yu's elder brother, Su Fei, the first heir of the Su family. This eldest son, anxious upon discovering that his younger brother had received such vital information, feared that his brother would seize this opportunity to usurp his position. Thus, he had insisted on accompanying the treasure hunt, seeking to contribute to the family. Ultimately, he met his end here, reduced to a mere puddle of mud, silently and without a trace. Only two remained alive: Su Yu, who was charged with guarding the corpses, and his younger cousin, Su Yun. Both brothers stood frozen in terror, their expressions blank as they stared at the disarray of corpses at the cave entrance. These remains were their kin: father, mother, grandfather, uncle, elder brother. Due to the sensitivity and immense stakes involved, only the direct bloodline of the Su family had come, leaving even the extended family unaware of the grim fate that had befallen them. This catastrophe had nearly obliterated the Su family. The critical issue was that they were still unaware of the cause. How could this happen? The two were utterly dumbfounded, their minds blank. Gazing at the 28 corpses before them felt as though the entire universe had exploded in their minds. They could not comprehend how it could have come to this. Just moments ago, there had been over 100 of them. How could they have vanished so suddenly? The mountain winds howled, rustling the treetops, their cries echoing like wails of ghosts. In this desolate and remote place, it felt particularly eerie. Caw, caw, caw. Several chilling, eerie calls added an extra layer of terror. Unknown birds, drawn by the scent of blood and death, had arrived. Su Yu and Su Yun trembled, shaken back to reality. Their legs felt weak as they crawled forward. What happened to you all? What is going on? Father, what's wrong? Speak to me. They cried out in despair, tears streaming down their faces. Amid the howling winds, a sudden voice resonated. Hello there. Fang Che emerged from the cave, a friendly smile gracing his face, hands clasped behind his back, dressed in a black robe adorned with dark golden patterns. As he stepped out of the cave, the patterns shimmered subtly with an elusive golden glow. With each step, he crushed the skull of Su Yunha, the family head, beneath his foot, followed by Su Changjing. With a crunch, he tread upon heads, blood and flesh spilling beneath him. Fang Che remained unfazed, gentle, composed, and serene. Approaching Su Yu, he met the bewildered gaze of the latter and said warmly, Su De Ge. What a coincidence to meet again. It truly is a case of where in life do we not meet again. Su Yu seemed to grasp something, yet he was still unable to fully comprehend. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Fang Che's face, gritting his teeth. Fang Che? What are you doing here? Fang Che replied with a smile, because you are here, my dearest friend and brother. After all these years of care, I must repay you. Repay me? Su Yu's bewildered mind suddenly cleared. He recalled Fang Che's previous words. This is a small token of gratitude for all these years of care. He finally came to a realization. You. Fang Che merely smiled faintly, and with a flash of his long knife, blood burst forth as a head rolled away. Su Yun, merely a martial apprentice, whose cultivation was even lower than Fang Che's prior breakthrough, was brought along merely to witness the world. Overwhelmed by the gravity of such a life-altering event, he was caught off guard and swiftly dispatched by a single strike. Fang Che wiped the blade on the stunned Su Yu's clothing, then casually pressed the blade's tip against Su Yu's right knee, chuckling softly. When we brothers wish to share heartfelt words, having an outsider present can be somewhat uncomfortable. Wouldn't you agree? His tone was gentle, yet Su Yu instinctively flinched. The vacant gaze shifted, fixating on the dismembered body of his younger brother, blood oozing from the severed neck, spreading across the rocky terrain, cascading over the edges of the stones. Drip drop. His eyes locked onto the wide-open, bewildered eyes of his brother, still lingering in confusion even in death. Suyu trembled uncontrollably. As he turned to look at Fong Che, an overwhelming fear surged within him. Demon! He howled. He yearned to draw his sword. But when he reached out, his hand encountered a sticky substance. It was his brother's blood. Suddenly, everything before him felt surreal. A demon? Fang Gukizmaid. Are we worse than your Su family? In a fit of rage, Suyu lunged forward, only to be met with a swift strike from Fong Che. The blade piercing through his knee, gleaming with blood as it emerged from his leg. The blade had remained poised there all along. In his fury, Suyu charged, inadvertently impaling himself on the blade. A piercing scream escaped his lips as a stone struck his mouth. With a thud, shattered fragments of stone and teeth fell away. Suyu collapsed backward, one foot firmly planted on his chest, pressing down on his throat. The toe pressed against his windpipe, slightly tilting forward. Don't shout. Let us have a proper conversation, brother. Also, you can help me clarify my thoughts, Fong Che said earnestly. Sodaki, I need him. Suyu felt himself unraveling. Listening to Fong Che's gentle yet serious tone, he trembled uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that this younger brother, who had obediently followed him for so many years, would suddenly transform into a fearsome figure, radiating a chilling indifference towards human life. At this moment, he had forgotten his hatred, leaving only terror in its wake. Shaking, he stammered, "What shall we discuss? Speak of your Su family's identity, your intentions, how you started influencing me at the age of 12. What exactly do you seek?" Fong Che struck Su Yu's face with the flat of his blade, producing a sharp crackle. "Tell me what I wish to hear. Do you understand, Sugo?" Su Yu trembled more violently. Fong Che sighed. "Honestly, I look down upon your family, exploiting an innocent child, taking advantage of his natural rebelliousness, and manipulating the sensitivity of a child who feels like a guest in his maternal grandfather's house to serve your own ends. Do you not find that despicable?" Su Yu's lips quivered, intense pain rendering his thoughts nearly vacant. Fong Che was in no rush, calmly sorting through his gains. The spoils acquired from the Su family were indeed substantial. Regarding Su Yu, he felt no restraint. Even with Su Yu's superior cultivation, he remained unafraid. Moreover, Su Yue, coddled and spoiled, possessed a fragile temperament. His mind had already been shattered by a series of blows, and with one leg incapacitated by Fong Che, any chance of retaliation was utterly diminished. More importantly, after killing Su Yun and injuring Su Yu, he distinctly felt the stirrings of the five spirits goo within him, accompanied by a sudden surge of bloodthirsty malice. This malevolence fueled his murderous intent. Fong Che's heart tightened as he began to comprehend the implications. So, it was indeed the case. He promptly invoked the Wuyang Zhenjing to completely suppress the five spirits goo, finding clarity within himself. Silently, he repeated in his mind, "So it truly is." Moments later, under Fong Che's relentless questioning, the crumbling Su Yu finally began to speak. Though his knowledge was limited, it sufficed for Fong Che's current needs. In essence, the Su family and the Fong family belonged to the same tier of 9th-level martial arts families. However, the Fong family had suffered a significant loss in an incident 20 years prior, causing their influence to falter. For many years, they had been teetering on the brink of decline. Conversely, the Su family had secretly allied themselves with the Wei Wuzheng Jiao's Xian Jiao, receiving covert support from the sect, thus maintaining stability. This had instilled early ambitions, for should they absorb the Fong family's power, they could potentially elevate themselves to an 8th-level family. The family hierarchy consists of 12 levels, with the 12th being the weakest, representing newly established families. The 11th is a period of branching out, the 10th strengthens the 11th, and the 9th represents a stable phase. A 9th-level family is quite substantial, with at least several hundred descendants and a formidable martial master overseeing them. 20 years ago, Fong Xingming, the second martial master of the Fong family, perished during a mission. Fong Qianyi, a prodigy of the Fong family, mysteriously vanished during an outing with her friend, causing quite a stir. Without delving into idle gossip, the Su family simultaneously launched attacks on multiple fronts, undermining the Fong family's business, obstructing their martial endeavors, and disrupting their defense of the main hall. All these pressures weighed heavily. As Fang Qianyi's martial prowess grew, becoming a significant force, the Su family began to abduct the then-teenage Fang Che, using various overt and covert methods to instill a sense of being a guest in his maternal grandfather's house during his rebellious phase. Once this sentiment took root, dissatisfaction and hatred toward his grandfather's family inevitably arose, influencing Fang Qianyi's child, who, although disobedient, was still her biological offspring. Being scolded by his grandfather's family for his mischief surely felt uncomfortable, did it not? Thus, over the years, the Fang family endured considerable turmoil due to the antics of a thoughtless child. On one hand, the looming crisis of familial downgrade cast a shadow, while on the other, the pressures of their tasks loomed large. Moreover, they had a troublesome child requiring constant appeasement. Those who understood. After several years, the Fang family encountered an opportunity, a serendipitous acquisition of a fragmented treasure map. Thus, Suyu resumed his attempts to influence Fang Che, marking this as their final opportunity. A master from the Xian Jiao, a subordinate of the Wei Wuzheng Jiao, happened to pass through by Bocheng in search of the 5 spirit seeds. The Su family seized the chance to push Fang Che forward. Should he succeed, he would become an unwavering pawn of the Xian Jiao. Upon completing a few tasks, he would promptly betray them, dragging the Fang family into ruin. They could also claim rewards for defending the main hall. Should he fail, Fang Che would meet his demise on the spot. Consequently, Fang Qianyi would undoubtedly go mad, her son dead at his father's house. How could there be no reaction? Therefore, this was a scheme favorable to the Su family, regardless of the outcome. At the very least, it would sow discord within the Fang family, severely weakening them. Following a significant blow, the Fang family would fail to pass the family rating required for defending the main hall, naturally leading to their descent to the 10th level. The resources of the 9th level Fang family would then be divided among the Su family and several others. With the covert backing of the Xian Jiao, the Su family would undoubtedly reap even greater rewards. The entire scheme orchestrated by the Su family was meticulously detailed. However, no one within the Su family anticipated that this seemingly foolproof plan would unravel due to a single unforeseen twist. Fang Che, the malleable pawn, unexpectedly revealed a legacy of the absolute sword sovereign, an enticing prospect for the Su family. Consequently, the elite members of the Su family unwittingly met their demise in this desolate wilderness. Moreover, no one was aware. All those in the know had arrived. The Su family could not afford to keep anyone informed at home, for the envoy from the Xian Jiao was on the way. Such a convoluted tale it was. Who could have imagined a car speeding along the highway without any fault on the part of its passengers could suddenly veer into a ditch? And this ditch, astonishingly, led directly to the abyss of hell. Chapter 5. Brothers for Life. After hearing all this, Fang Che finally comprehended the situation. He felt somewhat speechless. This matter, while seemingly intricate, was merely a tale of 2 families embroiled in scheming and deceit. Yet, when deemed uncomplicated, it was fraught with twists and turns. The arrangements of your Su family are indeed vibrant and colorful. With a sense of propriety in advance and a fallback in retreat, one cannot help but admire. Fang Che exclaimed, "If you had not encountered me, you would indeed have succeeded. Alas, what a pity." He then inquired about a matter that piqued his interest. "What is the name of that envoy from Xian Jiao, the one wielding the Wu Linggu? What does he look like? What is his cultivation level?" "Ah, Sun Yuan, a master beyond the grandmaster level, clad in white robes, slender with a pointed face, a mole on his upper lip. TSK, this fellow is quite adept at disguising himself, managing to traverse the continent unimpeded." Fang Che scoffed. He knew well that as a subordinate of the sole righteous sect, Xian Jiao's activities must be shrouded in darkness. For Sun Yuan to roam the continent so openly, he must be concealing a significantly false identity, one that even presents a facade of righteousness. This indeed adds an interesting twist to the matter. "Brother Su," Fang Che sighed, a hint of regret in his voice. "It is time for us to part ways. Please do not kill me," Suyu pleaded, tears streaming down his face, desperately begging. "Brother Su, rest assured, do not worry about your family's affairs. As your closest brother, I shall take good care of everything." Fang Che plunged a dagger into Su Yu's chest, twisting it as he spoke earnestly. "A true man must learn to let go. Life is destined for death. What difference does it make whether one dies early or late? You must come to terms with it. Su Yu's eyes bulged with rage, staring intently at Feng Che, blood bubbling from his mouth as he struggled. I would never. His words fell silent as he took his last breath. Never? Feng Che sighed. Why do you harbor such beautiful thoughts? You have no chance of becoming a ghost. A milky white shadow spiraled in the air. It was the spirit of the Jin Jiao Jiao. It consumed the soul energy particles of the Su family, leaving nothing behind. After a satisfying belch, the Jin Jiao Jiao confirmed with a nod, still trembling slightly. This great demon lord could have extinguished him in his prime. Witnessing him today, he remained as terrifying as ever. Over 100 lives extinguished without a sound. How dreadful. Please check once more, especially ensure that Su Yu's soul is entirely erased. After all, he is destined to be my lifelong brother, Feng Che instructed. He then began to gather the spoils. The gold and silver notes were set aside, while the spirit cores of the demonic beasts were stored separately, and the weapons buried out of sight, as they were ill-omened. Anything that could reveal his identity was uniformly buried. After handling the corpses, Feng Che sighed, feeling utterly exhausted. He filled in the final shovelful of earth and stamped it down, then leaped atop the grave a few times. You were indeed quite proud, allowing me to personally lay you to rest. I must say, this treatment is exceptional. How fortunate you are. If I were to die one day, I doubt you would even come to bury me, let alone send a floral wreath. It truly feels like a loss. Furthermore, the unity of your family is a form of happiness in itself. Now let us see what treasures the Qian Du Mo Wang has left behind. With the assistance of the Jin Jiao Jiao, Feng Che thoroughly examined the treasure cavern of the Qian Du Mo Wang. Indeed, there were numerous treasures, a plethora of spiritual crystals for cultivation, an array of tomes, and various rare materials and metals. Regrettably, aside from the lowest-tier spiritual crystals, there was little that could currently benefit his cultivation level. Even the lowest-tier spiritual crystals would still be somewhat over his head at this moment. Yet, there was still delight to be found. In the cavern of the Qian Du Mo Wang, Feng Che discovered a spiritual spring. Though not of the highest quality, it was sufficient for his needs. The greatest surprise was a Tian Mai Zhugua within the spring. The fruit had ripened to a purplish-red hue, its surface adorned with intricate patterns. It was at least 1,000 years old, a truly valuable asset for refining one's essence and improving one's aptitude. The Tian Mai Zhugua is precisely the substance needed to lay a strong foundation and enhance one's qualities. It seems the Qian Du Mo Wang prepared this for his descendants or disciples. Killing you is undoubtedly the right decision. Qian Du otherwise, this treasure would not have come to me. Fan Guke lamented. He plucked 3 fruits from a tree. The Tian Mai Zhugua, when consumed, could improve one's aptitude, but only with the assistance of a powerful cultivator. As he had none, Feng Che resolved to consume the maximum. 3 fruits. After 3, any further consumption would be futile. 6 fruits remained on the tree. He activated the Wu Liang Zhenjing and ingested one. Upon swallowing, he felt an itch throughout his body as impurities began to expel. After consuming 2, the expulsion turned to a flow. With 3 down, he shaped the expelled substance into a cylindrical form, sturdy and finger-width, measuring 7 inches in length. The peculiar taste suddenly became quite authentic. Ugh! Feng Che sat cross-legged to absorb the medicinal properties. A quarter of an hour later, he bathed in the water of the pool outside the cave. The Jin Jiao Jiao, observing the black cylindrical remnants at the bottom, wore a complex expression. Upon concluding his work, Feng Che unexpectedly found his cultivation had risen by 1 rank, now at the 3rd tier of the warrior level. This Tian Mai Zhugua was evidently not intended to elevate one's cultivation. Feng Che sighed, lamenting his low level. Even the slightest benefits led to breakthroughs. He felt pathetically weak. However, upon inspecting his aptitude, he was somewhat astonished. The Wu Liang Zhenjing, in conjunction with the Tian Mai Zhugua, amplified the fruit's effects manifold. At the very least, he found no faults in himself. With such an exceptional aptitude, would it not surely capture the attention of that envoy Sun Yuan? Indeed, with top-tier aptitude, coupled with the trials of Wu Linggu, having survived the ordeal, I am practically a coveted seedling bestowed upon the Xian Jiao. Feng Che began to disguise the cave, for it had already been compromised by the Su family. With so many spoils, he could not possibly carry them all. How he wished for a spatial ring. Yet alas, in this life, he possessed none. Fong Che felt a pang of melancholy. In his previous life, he had not possessed one either. As Fong Che prepared to leave, the Jin Jiao expressed reluctance. Although it was the enemy that had brought about its demise, it was the first human it could communicate with since its transformation into a spirit. Loneliness had persisted for far too long. It is inconvenient for you to accompany me now. Entering the city, you would likely be captured by the guardians. As spirits are deemed heretical, Fong Che reassured. Stay here and cultivate diligently, watching over our home. Make good use of that spiritual spring, and when you have refined your spirit, achieving perfect concealment, I shall find a way to equip you with a weapon. At that time, you can join me. You are already beginning to condense your soul. Strive to reach for the formless state quickly, Fong Che advised. The cultivation of soul begins with solidifying from the formless to the form, allowing manifestation, but thereafter it must revert to the formless state. Only then is it considered entry into the path. A manifest soul is too easily discovered and dispersed. Only by becoming formless can one ensure a measure of safety. The Jin Jiao joyfully twirled about. Wow, I have a master again, and he is even stronger than the last. I can cultivate another batch of poisonous creatures to guard our home. The more, the better. We must not let our lair be compromised. The Jin Jiao nodded eagerly. Fong Che, dragging a deer, descended the mountain. The entrails had been completely removed, and it was filled with this haul. 6 Tian Mai Zhugua and a bag brimming with low-tier spiritual crystals the size of fingernails. A bag of low-grade demonic beast spirit cores, along with gold and silver notes. Beyond that, there was nothing more. Within the cave lay precious and exquisite spiritual crystals. It was not that he had no desire to take them. Rather, there were too many, and his meridians could not endure the innate spiritual energy contained in the medium to high-grade crystals before achieving a breakthrough in his innate abilities. The same rationale applied to the spiritual cores of the demonic beasts. It was best to leave them here, as he could retrieve them at any time. As he descended the mountain, he was unsurprised to find that the horse had vanished without a trace. Good luck, dear steed. I wonder if you have been devoured. He sincerely wished, and then he sought a suitable target to procure a horse. For Fong Che, as long as the ultimate objective was just minor flaws in the process were of little concern. However, he still left behind a silver note of 100 taels with a note stating it was a borrowed horse. Fong Che rode in, carrying a deer, through the city gate. Young Master Fong returns from hunting deer? Which mountain did you obtain such a plump deer from? The portly officer at the gate, clearly familiar with the young master of the Fong family, greeted him with a smile. Plump? Fong Che mused as he glanced at the officer's belly. The gate officer paused, then fell silent, his face darkening as he barked, "Let him pass." Watching Fong Che stride away, the officer spat in frustration. That fellow is truly insufferable. Nearby, others commented, "Who told you to use the word plump? You brought this upon yourself. The young master hunted a deer? It seems we shall have a feast tonight." The bodyguard of the Fong family smiled broadly. "We haven't seen you in days. Where have you been?" Before he could finish, Fong Che turned to him. "I hunted the deer. How does that benefit you?" "Did I say I would share?" This bodyguard was speaking of the group, while Fong Che referred to the individual. You. The previous incarnation had been grateful for such a person and had deliberately indulged him. But now Fong Che could hardly contain his desire to rid himself of this nuisance. The bodyguard had intended to inquire about his recent whereabouts and express the family's concern. But Fong Che's words reddened his face, leaving him speechless. Fong Che huffed. "You think about nothing but free food and drink. Aren't you old enough to have some dignity?" Dragging the deer, he strode into the courtyard. Bang! The door slammed shut. The bodyguard stood outside, gasping for breath, feeling as though his stomach would burst with indignation. Yet Fong Che felt a sense of relief. Indeed, there was a certain benefit to dealing with someone with a bad temper. When one no longer wished to speak, it was sufficient to simply vent their anger. Upon entering the courtyard, Fong Che swiftly transferred all his belongings to his room. The silver note and gold notes were tucked beneath his pillow. The spiritual crystals carelessly tossed onto the shoe rack, while the red fruit, encased in 6 small jade boxes, proved somewhat troublesome to conceal. Thus, he placed them beneath a fruit platter on the table, covering them with a pile of apples and pears. The spiritual cores of the demonic beasts were stored in a cupboard. These could be handed over for the family task guarding the main hall, and he could find an opportunity to take them out later. In any case, do not inquire. Any inquiry would provoke anger. He then changed his attire and began processing the deer meat. hanging it up in the courtyard to slice into strips for barbecuing. As he worked, he sighed, lamenting the necessity of doing it himself. As a member of the Fong family, particularly as the child of the eldest daughter, Fong Che naturally had attendance. However, the two maidservants were under his mother's command, and with her away on a task, the original personality could not endure their cautious, obsequious, yet probing lectures. Thus, Fong Che was left to toil alone. Just then, a voice filled with mirth called out, "Would you like me to lend a hand?" Fong Che turned to see a man in a white robe, slender with a sharp face, a mole on his upper lip, and appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Was this not the envoy of the One Heart sect that Suyu had mentioned? Chapter 6. A path of no return. He was then taken aback. The Su family was deserted. Every influential figure was absent from home. Where had they gone? Unknown. Had they left no message? None. Who else remained in the household? Just the madams. Unknown. Sun Yuan was left speechless. What on earth was the Su family up to? It was utterly absurd. Along the way, he cursed the Su family and their ancestors for 8 generations. With no other option, he resolved to seek out Fong Che himself. Upon arriving at the Fong residence, he found Fong Che busy with the deer meat. A sharp boning knife danced deftly in Fong Che's hands, slicing effortlessly. After merely a dozen cuts, Sun Yuan could no longer contain himself. The fluidity and precision of the movements were imbued with a palpable spiritual energy. Though he was merely cutting meat, the actions of drawing the knife, retracting it, and slicing with finesse bore an innate quality. This ignited a fervor within Sun Yuan. I have discovered a genius. That was the sensation he felt. Observing the young man's movements and expressions, he was even more pleased. He noted the condition of the muscles, the flesh, and the tendons, which faintly shimmered with vitality. This was not typical of an ordinary B-grade aptitude. It resembled A-grade potential instead. As Sun Yuan contemplated this, his heart raced with excitement. The martial aptitude was categorized into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. D-grade lower-tier individuals would generally remain ordinary martial practitioners for their entire lives, possessing slightly more strength, nothing more. D-grade upper tier, with diligent study, could achieve a modest lifestyle. Upon reaching B-grade, one was regarded as a genius in the eyes of the mundane world. Yet only B-grade upper-tier individuals were deemed the basic standard for selection by significant sections. A-grade aptitude, however, was considered that of a super genius, with A-grade upper tier being 1 in 10,000. Beyond A-grade lay various legendary physiques, such as Blade Bone, Sword Spirit Body, Innate Spirit Body, Ethereal Body, among others, including some unique training aptitudes exclusive to women. Sun Yuan initially believed Fong Che to possess merely B-grade aptitude, casually placing a 5 spirit worm and leaving, hardly paying a mind. Little did he expect it to be otherwise. The Su family has deceived me. Sun Yuan felt a surge of anger. However, recalling the long-standing competitive and antagonistic relationship between the Su family and the Fong family, he understood. They had not only flattered him, but also aimed to ruin a genius of the Fong family. It was no wonder Fong Che's aptitude differed from what the Su family had claimed. It must be so. Sun Yuan snorted, unable to suppress his irritation. He had nearly missed out on such a remarkable talent. Feeling the 5-spirit worm thriving within Fong Che's body, its feedback was exceedingly clear, further confirming the young man's extraordinary aptitude. This indicated exceptional potential. Unable to resist any longer, Sun Yuan directly interjected, "I can assist you." Fong Che regarded Sun Yuan with a dismissive expression. And who might you be? Although he had resolved to pursue this avenue, he could not yield so easily. As the saying goes, the harder something is to obtain, the more one cherishes it. I am Sun Yuan, known in the martial world as the Flying Blade King. Sun Yuan proclaimed with some pride. The title of Flying Blade King, a master of the king level, was sufficient to command respect in a small place like Baibo City. Speaking his name would surely astonish many. I've never heard of you. Besides, I do not favor the use of blades. Fong Che rolled his eyes. Furthermore, I do not know you. This is my home. How did you get in? Guards. Guards. Wait. Sun Yuan found himself in an awkward position, but quickly thought, very well, let your family come and bear witness. Witness for what? Fang Guqi inquired. I wish to take you as my disciple, but I do not wish to have a master. Fong Che replied, speaking his mind. Moreover, you're just a king level. He felt that a mere king level was somewhat beneath his consideration. Surely, one should possess greater weight. You are but a king level, and your status in the righteous sect cannot be very high, can it? Sun Yuan was shocked. I, a king level, and the Blade King at that, find it so difficult to take on a disciple in such a small family? In proximity to my royal rank, there exist 4 significant tiers, that is Zhong Shi, Wu Jiang, Wu Shui, and Wu Ho, which correspond to 36 minor ranks. What gives you the audacity to deem my status as a Wu Wang inferior? How dare you look down upon me? I may not necessarily be inclined to accept you. With a disdainful snort, Sun Yuan produced a small white jade tower. The Yulong Tower, utilized in the cultivation realm to assess one's aptitude. Infuriating. If this lad merely possesses a low-grade, A-level aptitude, it would suffice to recommend him to the academy to complete tasks, allowing others to take him in. Only if he ranks a middle or higher would I consider accepting him. It is essential to conduct the assessment first, lest emotions be squandered. Hand it over. What are you doing? Sun Yuan grunted, rudely seizing his hand and pressing it against the Yulong Tower, while simultaneously placing his other hand on Fang Che's back, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into him. In an instant, the 6 layers beneath the tower illuminated, swiftly surpassing the Ding, Bing, and E ranks. How astonishing! Sun Yuan gasped in shock. Had he only just begun circulating his spiritual energy? Soon, the 7th layer lit up, followed by the 8th and 9th layers, radiating a brilliant golden light. Ascending to A level at such speed, Sun Yuan swallowed hard. Next came the pinnacle, the legendary 10th layer, which shone without obstruction, erupting in dazzling golden brilliance that pierced through the tower's apex, sending beams of light soaring outward. Alas! The Yulong Tower was instantly extinguished in a blaze of light. Utterly destroyed, Sun Yuan stood in stunned silence. A legendary level, and even beyond, the radiance of the aptitude test shattered the Yulong Tower. He had never even imagined such a phenomenon could exist in this world. His eyes nearly popped out as he grasped Fang Che's hand, refusing to let go. You must take me as your master. This is truly extraordinary, surpassing legendary aptitude. Sun Yuan was so overwhelmed with emotion that he felt tears welling up. With only a level lower aptitude and having sustained injuries in recent years, had resigned myself to a life without hope. Yet now, a gem of talent has appeared before me. To let this slip away would be an affront to the heavens. I have made my decision. You shall be my successor. Fang Che was equally taken aback. He had initially approached the assessment half-heartedly, eager to ascertain his current aptitude. He was well aware of the Yulong Tower, which had gained immense popularity since its creation in the cultivation community. He understood that his original self had merely been A-level upper grade, but with 3 Tian Maiju fruits and the cleansing power of the Wu Liang Zhenjing, he had suddenly ascended to legendary quality. This was several levels higher than his previous life as A-level. Yet the Tian Maiju fruits could not possibly possess such power. Could it be the effect of combining the Wu Liang Zhenjing with the Tian Maiju fruits? Subsequently, Sun Yuan began to demonstrate various feats in a bid to recruit him, manipulating steel with his bare hands, breathing life into metal, swinging a massive hammer, performing a blade dance like a meteor shower. Then came a plethora of promises. As long as you take me as your master, I will impose no restrictions upon you. You may seek other masters in the future, and your actions will remain your own, free from coercion. At most, a few tasks for the sect. Furthermore, our academy will prioritize resources for you, and my entire life's wealth will be at your disposal, along with additional preferential policies. In short, a cornucopia of benefits and persuasive enticements. Sun Yuan was acutely aware that a talent of this caliber could not be retained solely by him. Once Fang Che's cultivation advanced, completing a few tasks would undoubtedly draw the attention of formidable figures seeking disciples. Given his own strength, he would be utterly incapable of preventing such an occurrence. Should he show even the slightest reluctance, he would surely be discarded. At that point, even if he were to perish, others would continue to recruit disciples as they saw fit. Hence, he could not monopolize the situation. Sun Yuan's demands were straightforward. He merely sought to hold the title of master, for which he was willing to sacrifice everything. Once Fang Che matured, his clan would naturally receive the utmost protection. With such aptitude, entry into the upper echelons of the Wei with Zheng Jiao would be all but guaranteed. At that time, the title of high-ranking master would provide boundless benefits for him and his descendants. Ultimately, Fandu que acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. Very well. Master, please accept my bow. Wait. Sun Yuan protested. This matter must be witnessed by your family. The apprenticeship ceremony must be grand and ceremonious. Feng Che immediately objected. My apprenticeship is not theirs. Why must there be family witnesses? He was acutely aware that a family witness would implicate the Feng clan should Sun Yuan's identity be exposed. If it were merely a personal affair, he could still maneuver. At most, only he would be implicated. This was precisely as the Guardian's code stipulated. Now, using the excuse of youthful rebellion to refuse was perfectly appropriate. The two engaged in a heated dispute. Eventually, Sun Yuan conceded a bit. After all, a genius deserved privileges. As long as I make a note within the academy, that will suffice. Sun Yuan had his own plans. What followed was a harmonious resolution. Master, please accept the bow of your disciple, Feng Che. Feng Che was indifferent to this formality. For him, the priority was merely to infiltrate. The path toward the future would unfold naturally. It mattered not who bowed to whom. Although he was uncertain of his true identity from this moment on, Feng Che understood he had chosen an incredibly arduous path. As a standard undercover agent, devoid of connections. Alone in his struggle, misunderstood by all. Perhaps one day, he would inexplicably meet his demise at the hands of his own. Yet Feng Che did not regret this choice. In his previous life, he had ascended from an ordinary martial artist, joining the Zhenwei Jun after trials. Upon reaching a certain level, he left the Zhenwei Jun, completing missions for points, progressively rising to the rank of Guardian. From a Bronze Guardian, he advanced to Silver, with the final ascent to Gold looming before his untimely death. Throughout this journey, countless comrades and brothers had perished at the hands of the Wei Wuzheng Jiao. Masters, mistresses, senior brothers, junior brothers, and sisters. All kin and the millions of brothers who fought alongside him had fallen victim to the Wei Wuzheng Jiao. He had witnessed the peril posed by the Wei Wuzheng Jiao to the entire realm. Corpses littered every village, and bones piled upon every mountain. Smoke of war rose from every city and town. He recalled entering that small town, eerily silent, as if it were a realm of death. The sight of carrion birds soaring and descending, their chilling cries sending shivers down his spine. Bodies of the old, young, and strong lay scattered, all met with grim fates. Their faces reflecting utter bewilderment. They could not comprehend why their peaceful existence had led to such demise. Feng Che loathed the Wei Wuzheng Jiao with a deep-seated hatred. Now, as the Wei Wuzheng Jiao continued to grow stronger, the Guardians found themselves at a disadvantage. Having now secured an opportunity to infiltrate the Wei Wuzheng Jiao, Feng Che would resolutely not waver, even if it meant facing obliteration. He possessed memories of his past life, recalling all communication codes. Although those codes might have changed, he was also privy to countless secrets. More importantly, he knew that within the Guardians, even among the upper ranks, there lurked undercover agents of the Wei Wuzheng Jiao. His current identity, devoid of connections, positioned him as the ideal candidate for an undercover role. No matter how the Wei Wuzheng Jiao investigated, they would never find him in their records. What remained was simply to navigate the trials of the Wei Wuzheng Jiao. Sun Yuan was grinning from ear to ear. He had secured a truly prodigious disciple. He could already envision the day of his rise within the sect. He felt certain that this disciple would undoubtedly forge a glorious future. His ascendance to the higher echelons of the sect was all but guaranteed. At the very least, ascending to a high-ranking position within the Xian sect is a matter of certainty. Becoming a sect leader or a vice leader is not beyond the realm of possibility. In the worst-case scenario, holding dominion over a faction and wielding considerable power is a future that can be confidently envisioned. At that moment, Sun Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. With such heavenly talent, surpassing the legends, who could possibly envy me? I posed the question, is there anyone else? Ha ha ha. Thus, I began to rummage through my belongings. Chapter 7. A monumental task, my obedient disciple. Ha ha ha. Take this. I presented him with 10 pieces of high-quality spirit crystal, which I had cherished for many years. Although he may not require them at present, they can be placed in his quarters to absorb the ambient spiritual energy during meditation, allowing him early exposure to innate spiritual energy, which would greatly benefit his cultivation. Sun Yuan was elated beyond measure, knowing full well that he had become the hero of the sect. The fact that such extraordinary talent had not been seized by the Guardians to become a formidable foe in the future was already a significant achievement. The prospect of future successes was all but assured. The investment of his life as savings did not sting at all. After all, this was his disciple, the inheritor of his mantle. What was there to lament? Feng Che accepted everything without hesitation, exhibiting no psychological burden, even feeling that he had received too little. Subsequently, Sun Yuan commenced the assessment of his new disciple, and the more he tested, the more his delight grew. The foundations and innate talents, his coordination of bones, meridians, and responsibilities were all exceptional. Rank 4 warrior? I find it rather peculiar that you have yet to enroll in a martial academy. Logically, one should be able to ascend to a martial academy as a new student at this rank. While it may not lead to the most prestigious academies, it is still quite commendable. How could someone of such caliber not have a master yet? I have just broken through to the rank of warrior, barely 5 days ago. Not even 5 days? Sun Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that truly the case? After rigorous questioning and investigation, he confirmed the matter. Disciple, are you speaking the truth? This is simply extraordinary. Sun Yuan felt as though he had struck gold. This must be a case of extraordinary talent that had remained dormant until his breakthrough, when his meridians and foundations suddenly surged due to the stimulation of true essence. Sun Yuan trembled with excitement and, with sparkling eyes, inquired, "Sure, what is your lifelong dream?" Since he was to be accepted into the sect, it was imperative to evaluate his character. Feng Che paused momentarily before declaring, "As a man in this world, one should surpass the masses, gazing down upon the myriad of beings, to hold dominion over the realm, reveling in the embrace of beauty, to live freely, unrestrained, to act upon grievances and joys, traversing the world, to compel all heroes to bow before me, to seize all that this vast world offers." "Excellent," Sun Yuan exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration. "Such ambition, such spirit, with but a slight guidance, you shall surely become one of our own." Initially, he only hoped that the young lad would not be the type to preach righteousness while espousing grand ideals. Yet this boy had surprised him immensely. Feng Che maintained a stoic expression, fully aware that this group of individuals favored such rhetoric. Eagerly, Sun Yuan wished to impart his teachings to his disciple. "Show me the techniques you have mastered, including your martial arts forms and weaponry." Feng Che began to demonstrate traditional foundational techniques, basic combat skills, and weapon forms, revealing that he had merely scratched the surface. Sun Yuan's expression conveyed that this was precisely what he had anticipated. Such small families could only cultivate disciples in this manner. "Now, I shall introduce you to the true path of martial arts, helping you unlock the doors to genuine strength." Sun Yuan smiled while stroking his beard. "Master, I wish to first practice body techniques," Feng Che stated. "Body techniques?" Sun Yuan questioned, puzzled. "Indeed, body techniques allow one to nimbly evade enemy attacks, and, in moments of crisis, to unleash a speed that is several times, even tenfold, greater to escape the battlefield and ensure safety," Feng Che explained. The situation he was currently in was perilous. A single misstep could lead to his own demise at the hands of allies. Hence, the body technique was of the utmost importance and reflected his true intentions. Among all the extreme escape techniques in the world, none surpassed the Yin Shui Shu of her sect. Yin Shui Shu is remarkably miraculous, capable of unleashing 10 times the usual speed in an instant, with the only cost being a mouthful of blood and subsequent temporary weakness. It does not harm one's foundation, nor does it leave any lingering side effects. It is the ultimate technique for survival in this world, a closely guarded secret of our sect. The higher-ups of the Xian sect had relied on Yin Shui Shu countless times to escape from righteous individuals, even when vastly outclassed in cultivation. For Feng Che, this was the most essential skill he could possibly acquire. The only question remained, would Sun Yuan know it? Sun Yuan's expression indeed revealed his difficulty. "If what you say is true, there is a technique that suits you perfectly, our sect's Yin Shui Shu. However, it requires one to achieve mastery and make significant contributions to the sect before it can be bestowed as a reward." Feng Che rolled his eyes. "Master, just tell me plainly if you know it or not." Sun Yuan's facial muscles contorted. "I must admit, I do not know it." Feng Che expressed his disappointment openly. "I am merely a 17-year-old youth. Is it not entirely natural for my emotions to be visible?" Thus, in addition to disappointment, a hint of disdain crept onto his face. You cannot even master this? The dissatisfaction was evident on the young man's face as he forced himself to swallow the rest of his words. Sun Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. How could he, having just received a talented disciple, be looked down upon? But you need not worry. I shall report your circumstances and request an exception for you to be taught, even if it is not granted, as long as you achieve some merit in the future. I assure you that you will obtain the inheritance of Yin Shui Shu. Sun Yuan gritted his teeth. Very well, then everything depends on you, master. Feng Che feigned understanding. He resolved firmly in his heart that he must learn Yin Shui Shu. Subsequently, Sun Yuan devised a rigorous curriculum for Feng Che, encompassing cultivation, combat techniques, body agility, physical conditioning, and the honing of willpower and coordination to establish a solid foundation. Feng Che exhibited an admirable determination and an impressive capacity for comprehension, often demonstrating original insights that, despite their youthful simplicity, approach profound truths. Sun Yuan's heart swelled with joy. What fortunate karma have I accumulated in my lifetime to receive such a perfect disciple? Thus, during the day, Feng Che trained under Master Sun Yuan, while at night, he diligently practiced the Wu Liang Zhen Jing, achieving astonishing progress. According to Sun Yuan, a day's progress is beyond description. His innate talent was simply exceptional. 3 days later, he had already reached rank 5 warrior, with still 20 days remaining until the Martial Academy entrance examination. Sun Yuan now employed his true essence daily to assist his disciple with blood circulation and massage. He had resolved fiercely. He would ensure that his disciple would seize the title of the top genius among the new students of the Martial Academy. He sought to utilize the martial resources of the Guardians to cultivate disciples for our EXIN sect. Sun Yuan had already reported this matter, and the higher-ups of the EXIN sect found the idea quite appealing. They were excited at the prospect. Thus, they communicated to Sun Yuan that they would ensure cooperation from their personnel within the Martial Academy, emphasizing the need to solidify this initiative. Sun Yuan was filled with exhilaration, while Feng Che was naturally even more ecstatic. Having contributed so much to the battle between righteousness and evil, it is only fitting that I enjoy some resources. Furthermore, I have consumed so many resources from the EXIN sect. It is truly a win-win situation. Sun Yuan has taken on disciples and has engaged in a rather audacious act of undermining the guards while nurturing a new acolyte for the Yisin Xinjiao. Much to his delight, Feng Che observed coldly, making an educated guess about the situation. He promptly revisited an earlier discussion, inquiring, Master, you mentioned that the burning blood technique requires contributions and achievements. What exactly constitutes a contribution? How does one earn merit? With a cheerful demeanor, Sun Yuan elaborated without hesitation. This requires tasks assigned by the sect, and only upon their completion can one earn merit points. Feng Che's eyes sparkled with realization. If I were to gain admission to the Wuyuan and secure first place, would that not be a monumental task? Sun Yuan, taken aback, gazed at him in confusion. Isn't this what you were supposed to do? How has it become such a daunting task? Feng Che, adopting a serious tone, responded, Master, consider this. Our Yisin Xinjiao is in direct competition with the guards of the Wuyuan. This is indeed a significant risk. Sun Yuan, stroking his beard, contemplated this perspective, recognizing its validity. Isn't this akin to cultivating an undercover agent, and one that has been embedded since childhood, without any apparent flaws? The risk is indeed considerable. Feng Che seized the opportunity. Master, given the perilous nature of this undertaking, coupled with the immense difficulty of competing against all the talents from the southeast, this cannot simply be dismissed as a task. It warrants substantial contribution points. Sun Yuan found himself nodding instinctively. Although he was fully aware that Feng Che's true intention was to accumulate contribution points for the burning blood technique, there was merit in his argument. Moreover, he considered Feng Che his only disciple. Who else should he assist, if not him? I shall advocate for this matter, he declared. Thank you, Master, Feng Che quickly added. Once I acquire the burning blood technique, my chances of survival will surely increase. Under your guidance, I can secure an official position and honor you accordingly. Sun Yuan felt a profound sense of gratification. Were it an adult making such a statement, he might have suspected ulterior motives. However, a 17-year-old child, especially one he had recently accepted as a disciple, elicited a different response. Coupled with his aspirations, Sun Yuan felt a warm satisfaction. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "I shall immediately pursue this matter." Feng Che, masking his excitement, exclaimed, "Master, I must make my presence known this time." "Make your presence known?" Sun Yuan paused, then suddenly smiled with meaning. "Indeed, I have not made an appearance in years. This time within the sect, I shall ensure I am seen in a new light." Without delay, Sun Yuan set his plans in motion. On the surface, Bibo City appeared tranquil, yet beneath the calm, turbulent currents were stirring. The reason was simple. News of a crisis within the Su family, one of the 5 ninth-grade families in Bibo City, had surfaced. The matter was handled with utmost secrecy. Those in the know had perished, leaving behind only a distant elder who vaguely understood the quest for some treasure but grasped little of the specifics. Previously, when sent on errands, no one took such an extended time. They were merely a 9th-grade family and not a prominent martial arts clan. How can any task take 6 days? Thus, the Su family grew frantic, seeking information discreetly. Yet this incident was bound to be exposed. The Su family's agitation caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. Amidst the multitude of eyes and ears, a leak was inevitable. Gradually, rumors spread that the entire Su family had perished. Strangely enough, the fabricators of these tales had indeed hit upon a kernel of truth. Now, aside from the Su family, other families such as the Fong, El, Zhang, and Wei were also on the precipice of action, having completed their clan tasks at the Grand Hall, earning contribution points, and returning home with fine rewards for their sons. Just as they entered their residence, the elder brother called them over. "What is it?" Fong Qianni, having been away for half a month, was eager to see her son. "Come here first." Fong Zhengheng stealthily pulled his sister into the study. "Xiaoche has changed a bit these past few days." Fong Zhengheng spoke mysteriously. "What change?" Fong Qianni inquired, lowering his voice in the study. Fong Zhengheng's eyes darted furtively as if he were a thief. "Sister, I believe the boy has matured, perhaps even enlightened. At the very least, he no longer harbors such animosity towards the family. Though he still appears somewhat rebellious, I can sense a considerable transformation. Over the past few days, Fong Zhengheng had visited twice, and while Fong Che maintained his usual persona of indifference as the head of the family, Fong Zhengheng, well-versed in human affairs, could not fail to notice the subtle changes. He felt a sense of reassurance for several days. "Really?" Fong Qianni was taken aback with surprise. Indeed, the joy within Fong Qianni was palpable, and she couldn't help but smile. "Brother, you speak of good fortune, yet your tone is as if you were confessing to a crime. Where is your demeanor as the head of the family?" "It is all due to your son." Fong Zhengheng replied. "Ache has taken a master, yet he keeps it a secret from us. This master of his is quite the adept." "An adept? How adept?" Fong Qianni asked, intrigued. "More adept than us, more than our entire family," Fong Zhengheng asserted gravely. "Is it a king-level expert?" Fong Qianni gasped in shock. "Perhaps even more than that," Fong Zhengheng continued. "I suspect he may be of royal caliber." "Royal caliber?" Fong Qianni grasped the seriousness of the situation and understood her brother's secrecy. There are hardly any royal-level experts that have not fallen under the jurisdiction of either side. "Which side does this one belong to?" "How would I know?" Fong Zhengheng frowned. "That is why I brought you here to discuss it. This child is far too reckless. How could he choose a master without consulting us?" Fong Qianni also found the situation a bit tricky. The pressing issue was that the master had already been chosen. Regardless of whether the family acknowledged it, the decision was irrevocable. If the master belonged to the guards, it would be manageable. However, if not, what would happen if trouble arose in the future? Should this be reported? Fong Zhengheng furrowed his brow. How should it be reported? I worry that if we report it, it might hurt the child's feelings. This was his true concern. Currently, Fong Che was progressing positively. However, if the Fong family reported his apprenticeship, it would become a personal matter, severing ties with the family. What if the child became sensitive to that? If it were his own son, it would be simple to handle. A few stern words would suffice. But this was his nephew, hence the need for consultation with his sister. Fong Qianni scoffed. It must be reported, and he is not unaware of these matters. The fact that he deliberately kept it hidden likely indicates he wanted us to report it. Otherwise, why conceal it? After some contemplation, Fong Qianni headed toward the courtyard. She seized her son, who was practicing sword techniques. "Xiaoche, I heard you have taken a master." "Who is your master?" Fong Che was startled, turning to face his mother, who was slender, fair-skinned, and tall, she epitomized beauty. However, her brows were thick and arched, and her eyes sparkled with intensity. As the saying goes, with thick brows and bright eyes, it is precisely so. She exuded an air of confidence and vigor that could hardly be described as anything less than formidable. Additionally, she seemed somewhat careless. It must be said, Feng Che greatly admired this character in women. Moreover, this was his mother, which naturally evoked a sense of warmth. The way he called out mother flowed effortlessly, as if the deep affection from his original persona for her still resonated within him. He felt no sense of repulsion whatsoever. The residual instincts of his body subtly influenced him to undergo this transformation unconsciously. He himself did not resist. Living again was already a stroke of luck. To inhabit another's body, should he not repay their kindness? Moreover, I am still grappling with my own identity. I am entirely Feng Che now. Naturally, the person before me is my mother. Feng Cheney pinched her son's ear gently, asking, "Where is your master? You are quite bold to have taken a master on your own. What will we do about this?" She appeared fierce, yet her grip was hardly forceful. What else could be done? It is perfectly normal for me to take a master. My master possesses formidable martial skills. As a Wong-level expert, it is only fitting that I study martial arts under him. A Wong-level expert? Feng Cheney paused, saying, "But the family must report this to the Guardian Hall. What if he is a rogue? Do you understand your master's background?" Feng Che replied curiously, "Why should I know my master's background? I am merely learning martial arts from him. Whether he is a good person cannot guarantee my immediate success. And if he is a villain, it does not concern us. Even if it did, it would not involve the family." He continued, "The family can report as necessary. Otherwise, how could I secretly take on a master? I only wish to acquire skills without implicating the family." Feng Cheney widened her beautiful eyes, unable to resist playfully tapping her son on the back of his head while teasingly scolding, "You little rascal, have some cunning." They both stood awkwardly, as behind them stood Sun Yuan, who had recently become a master. He wore a peculiar expression as he regarded Feng Che. Feng Cheney immediately recognized him, and a wave of embarrassment swept over her. She and her son had just been discussing how to distance themselves from a potential rogue, and now he stood right behind them, eavesdropping. As for Feng Che's awkwardness, it was feigned. "Master, you have been listening all along?" Feng Che asked sheepishly. "If I hadn't been listening, I wouldn't have known my good disciple is so astute," Sun Yuan replied in a half-mocking tone. "Feng Kichakold. This is merely the proper way to address a master. Even if you were here, I would still say this. You did not take me on as a disciple for my family's sake, did you?" Though he spoke lightly, Sun Yuan felt something was amiss. "If my master disagrees, you may expel me from the sect. I would not hold it against you," Feng Che asserted. "Not all." Sun Yuan shook his head repeatedly. "How could a small family compare to a transcendent genius like you?" He added, "What you have done is indeed correct. Your considerations are quite thorough." "Thank you, master, for your understanding," Feng Che replied. "No need for such formality. I am your master, not just anyone," Sun Yuan retorted. "Indeed, master is the best," Feng Cheney exclaimed, momentarily astonished. Is this how things are done? She sensed her son had changed in some way, but upon closer inspection, aside from appearing more handsome, she could discern nothing else. "Truly, he is my son." She then turned to Sun Yuan and offered an apology. "Senior, my child is inexperienced. Please forgive him." Sun Yuan rolled his eyes, stating, "The child is quite well behaved. Where is the inexperience?" Feng Cheney swallowed hard, inwardly delighted, and asked, "May I inquire your name, senior?" Sun Yuan replied, "Now that I have taken Cheer as my disciple, it would be inappropriate for you to call me senior. My surname is Sun, and I am called Sun Yuan, known in the martial world as the Flying Blade King. You may call me Brother Sun from now on." To think he is truly a Wong-level expert, and even a Blade King. Feng Cheney was not like Feng Che. A Wong-level expert is a figure of immense stature for a ninth-tier family. In the realm of mortals, who can be king? Becoming a king is no trivial accomplishment. One must reach a pinnacle of cultivation and combat prowess, excelling in a specific domain to attain such a title. Feng Cheney felt a surge of joy and graciously responded, "Greetings, Brother Sunday." She pondered over Brother Sun's background, having vaguely heard of his name, rumored to be a rogue in the martial world, walking the line between righteousness and villainy. Feeling partially reassured, she continued, "Cheer is fortunate to have encountered a renowned master. As his mother, I am relieved. However, the child is somewhat dull. I hope Brother Sun will take great care with him. Dull? Sun Yuan felt a pang in his chest and could not help but roll his eyes. What did she see that her son was dull? Everything he had learned in his lifetime was completely absorbed by Feng Che in just 3 days, compelling Sun Yuan to seek reasons to leave. As he had to arrange for Che to gain admittance into the martial academy and secure the top position, thus earning merit. To claim he was dull was absurd. Chapter 9. With Backbone reflecting on this matter, Sun Yuan sighed deeply. Previously, whenever he saw older masters lamenting about their disciples being too talented and rendering the role of a master meaningless, he would have eagerly confronted them, had he been capable. How could they be so shameless? Yet now, he genuinely understood their sentiments. Feng Che's brilliance surpassed that of those boastful disciples described by the old masters. His entire martial repertoire, swordplay, fist techniques, footwork, was effortlessly replicated by Feng Che after just one demonstration. After 3 rounds of practice, even by the standards of a veteran like himself, there was not a single flaw to be found. In fact, he sensed that his disciples' understanding was more structured than his own. Where could he seek justice in this? The more complex techniques and the interplay of martial arts could be mastered in just a few sessions, effortlessly, without needing Sun Yuan's correction. Feng Che would ponder for a moment after each session and rectify any minor mistakes before the next attempt. Sun Yuan felt like a mere ornament as a master, utterly useless. Others could reprimand their disciples and point out their shortcomings, but he could not identify any flaws, even contemplating whether he should learn from his disciple instead. Where was the dignity of the master? In just 4 days of teaching, on the first afternoon, he introduced the foundational principles by nightfall. Feng Che had already cultivated his Yuan Ling Qi. Furthermore, a vortex had formed within his dantian. That evening, after teaching the blade techniques, Feng Che had practiced all 4 renowned styles, and before the hour was up, he was skillfully wielding the blade. Each set of techniques was executed flawlessly. The words he had previously uttered, claiming that he had gained renown in the martial world through this style and had earned the title of Blade King, had now become a farce. By the 3rd day, Sun Yuan's lifelong skills had been entirely exhausted by Feng Che. Aside from the power aspect, which still needed work, the proficiency and accuracy were beyond reproach, with not a single fault to be found. However, the power and combat experience were not merely a matter of proficiency. They required years of practice and patience. This was the secret of the heart of teaching. All the elders involved were those who concealed their true identities in the outside world. Sun Yuan was one of the 3rd-level elders among them. Once inside, he sought out several senior elders to apologize. I was mistaken before. I misunderstood several of you. I am here to extend my apologies. The elders were perplexed. Was this man out of his mind? Why was he suddenly apologizing? What had they done to offend him? What was misunderstood? Previously, I was unaware of the circumstances. Today, I have learned that true geniuses do exist in this world, Sun Yuan explained. I had heard several seniors lamenting about their disciples being too talented, which was indeed distressing. I had my reservations, but recently, after taking on a disciple myself, I now understand that your sentiments were heartfelt. Alas, it is indeed challenging. The knowledge I have amassed throughout my life has been drained in mere 3 days. My cultivation method, which typically requires a day to grasp the fundamentals, has been mastered by my disciple to a degree that surpasses my own within just an hour. Sun Yuan sighed with melancholy, expressing, as a mentor, I find myself devoid of any sense of accomplishment. At times, I even feel the need to learn from my disciple, and only then do I comprehend the heartfelt lamentations of my esteemed predecessors. As he spoke, he shook his head repeatedly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his visage marked by deep sorrow and a profound sense of solitude. The 3 first-level veneration looked at one another, only to feel a sudden flare of indignation. It turned out this young man was merely posturing. Our talented disciples typically require 5 or 6 days to achieve even a semblance of mastery. A fortnight to grasp the cultivation method felt like an unparalleled feat in the past. Now, here emerges a prodigy capable of mastering it in merely an hour. Instantly, the 3 old fellows wore expressions of forced smiles. Is that so? If you find it so lacking in fulfillment and vexing, why not allow me to be your disciple? Sun Yuan was momentarily taken aback, chuckling awkwardly. No, that won't be necessary. We would gladly endure the hardships on your behalf. No, strike him. Sun Yuan fled, escaping in disarray. These old geezers exhibited no restraint in their actions. Sun Yuan, being somewhat weaker, suffered considerable damage, his eyes turning blackened, with several large bumps adorning his head. The most grievous injury, of course, was to his mouth, which had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. This was a lesson for him. In the future, remember, this is your mouth. Do not flaunt it. Boasting will result in punishment. Consequently, when he went to the task hall to request a mission, he was met with curious stares. Ah, has a vendetta from a rival family come to seek revenge? It seems he was caught in the act of stealing someone else's wife. With a dark expression, Sun Yuan entered the inner hall to seek the leader. Leader, regarding that task, there is no issue with the task, the leader responded, his expression somewhat peculiar. There is also no problem with contribution points. However, your flaunting is rather excessive. Isn't it? Sun Yuan, blushing, retorted, but has your disciple not been enlightened by our teachings? This moment is different from the past. Besides, this is indeed a task, is it not? Who said I wouldn't give you a task? However, several venerations have significant objections. The leader narrowed his eyes and suddenly inquired, is it truly possible to comprehend a set of sword techniques in just 1 hour? Sun Yuan could not help but become a bit boastful again, reporting to the leader, to be honest, it was merely half an hour. The leader pondered, his gaze flickering. That's a bit of a pity, Sun Yuan. He suddenly realized and began to wail, Leader, you cannot steal my love. After some back and forth, the task was successfully approved. 100 contribution points were granted, but with conditions. You must secure first place. The reward points will be distributed after the baptism. The 3 venerations just happen to have important matters to attend to in the southeast region. And our sect has some unfinished business there as well. The leader must also take a look. Your important matters, the unfinished business, is it not, my disciple? Sun Yuan repeatedly affirmed, while inwardly cursing. However, there was no choice. Just as his disciple was making grandiose claims to distance himself, the feeling was complex indeed. That evening, Fang Qianyi personally cooked a sumptuous feast, and the mother and son enjoyed a delightful meal together, celebrating the awakening of her son's martial arts and his encounter with a renowned master. Although Fang Qianyi sensed some changes in her son, her carefree nature prevented her from perceiving anything amiss. It was entirely normal for her son to grow up and develop his own thoughts and changes. Thus, she accepted it without further contemplation. As for Fang Che, having been an orphan in his previous life and now devoid of his former memories, he felt quite content with his warm family, relishing the maternal love and care of Fang Qianyi. Coupled with subtle influences from his past, Fang Che fully embraced his identity as Fang Qianyi's son. The meal was filled with joy. As dessert was served, Fang Che nonchalantly turned 3 Tianmai Zhu fruits into a fruit puree, offering it to Fang Qianyi. This is a gift from my master. It is said to be beneficial for cultivation. Fang Che casually explained, swiftly moving past the subject. He understood that this fruit possessed remarkable efficacy in enhancing one's aptitude. However, only when combined with his Wuyang Jinjing could such extraordinary effects reach unimaginable peaks. Moreover, given that Fang Qianyi was already a martial sovereign, the little true essence Fang Che possessed would scarcely influence her cultivation. She would have to absorb it herself. Fang Qianyi, with her bright and straightforward disposition, hearing that it was a gift from her son's master, did not hesitate to consume it. She even enjoyed a glass of wine alongside it. My son, now that you have broken through, you will soon participate in the Martial Academy's preparatory examination. What do you think of Master Lu at her doorstep? Fang Qianyi inquired, somewhat intentionally. Master Lu was the individual who had been acting as an informant for Su Yu, essentially a spy within the Fang family. The Fang family was well aware of Su Yu's proximity to and influence over Fang Che. However, more profoundly, Fang Che had known Su Yu since their school days, and the Fang family could not reach into the school environment. After all, parents have no means to intervene in their children's friendships among classmates. Keeping Master Lu around was merely a precaution. Now, seeing that Fang Che seemed to have grasped something, Fang Qianyi naturally wished to test him. This Master Lu is quite a good person, but it is a pity Fang Che sighed, saying, I don't know how I offended my master that day, resulting in my master breaking my lumbar vertebra. I can only spend my life in bed now. Such misfortune, he lamented, shaking his head in regret. Fang Qianyi's eyes widened. What does that mean? This incident was indeed instigated by Fang Che, but even Sun Yuan remained oblivious to it until now. How much more so for Fang Qianyi? who was hearing it for the first time. Do not worry, mother. My uncle is aware of this matter. I intended to offer Master Lu some silver, but he refused. He is a strong man and will survive, and he will live well. Fang Che raised his head slightly, somewhat surprised, and said, Let us eat. Mother, why are you in a daze? Fang Chinny coughed softly, feeling her throat dry. How much did you give? 1 tael. Cough. Fang Chinny nodded. Quite a lot. It is indeed a considerable sum, but unfortunately, he rejected it. He has principles. Truly. Chapter 10. Reasonable and justifiable. Fang Chinny once again broached the matter of Su Yu from his Su family. Fang Che immediately exhibited the attitude of his past self, resolutely and somewhat impatiently stating, Mother, you need not concern yourself with this. Su Yu is my good brother. My elder brother. Do you not permit me to have a few good friends? Good friends? This Su Yu is clearly harboring ulterior motives. I will not listen. I will not listen. Fang Che shook his head like a rattle. Fang Chinny sighed deeply, feeling that her son remained the same foolish boy from before. Unable to comprehend reason, she could only keep a close watch over him in the future. It truly is worrisome. The following morning, Fang Che practiced his martial arts. Fang Zhengheng had personally gone to the Guardian Hall to submit the Fang family's contribution value task for this month and to report on his nephew's unauthorized apprenticeship. As for Fang Chinny, she was awakened by her own unpleasant scent. Upon opening her eyes, she found her boudoir had become akin to a restroom. She was entirely enshrouded in a layer of foul-smelling muck. My heavens! She hurriedly summoned her maid to assist her in washing up, and when she emerged in fresh attire, she heard the retching sounds of the maids from behind. She could not help but blush. Before she could escape the embarrassment, she felt a momentous change in her body. She felt lighter, her mind sharper, and her sensitivity to the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth had unexpectedly multiplied several times. Of course, the most significant change was that, upon gazing into the mirror, her complexion appeared remarkably improved compared to before. Her complexion was as fair as snow, with a rosy glow that appeared even more vibrant than when she was a young maiden of 17 or 18. In a moment of exuberance, Fang Chinny emerged to see Fang Che, unable to resist twirling in her gown, exclaiming, Chur, do you notice any changes in me today? Fan Duque blinked, momentarily taken aback, but soon began to praise her profusely. Mother, you have truly rejuvenated overnight. Fang Chinny, filled with delight, laughed heartily. After a while, she inquired, Rejuvenated? Was I really that old before? Fang Che earnestly replied, Mother, not at all. You're simply becoming more radiant with each passing day. Satisfied? She nodded and took out a small mirror to admire herself, feeling quite pleased. That is a fair assessment. What is there to worry about? The only concern is finding a suitable daughter-in-law. With a mother as beautiful as I cannot allow my son to choose someone unattractive, which would bring shame to our family. However, finding someone who meets even half of your standards will be quite a challenge. Fang Chinny let out a peculiar laugh, then relaxed, saying, You have been rather dull-witted these past years, unable to articulate your thoughts. You are nothing like your father. I have often wondered how you could inherit any traits from him. She sighed in relief, declaring, Today I am finally at ease. Your ability to charm the ladies with your tall tales bears a striking resemblance to your father. Fang Che retorted, Just how disreputable was my father? With that, Fang Chinny eagerly stepped out. The family was engaged in discussions, but that was of little concern to her. What mattered most was to gather a few close friends. The members of the Su family had all mysteriously vanished. This news had finally been confirmed. After several days of waiting, the Fang family began to take action. How could they not seize a share of the spoils while their longtime rivals were in decline? Everyone expressed their opinions with excitement. Even the Fang, El, Zhang, and Wei families were visiting each other, secretly forming alliances. In the small courtyard, Sun Yuan was contemplating his departure. He could hardly identify any faults in his disciple's training. The disciple had mastered various skills, including disguise, deception, gambling, and even the art of the lock, leaving nothing unlearned. He had never encountered a disciple like this, nor had he seen a master quite like himself. Sun Yuan felt a pang of melancholy. Disciple, focus on your training and prepare for the grand competition at the Martial Academy. Now that the Su family is in turmoil, I must see for myself what has transpired. He said, Something has happened to my elder brother Su. Fang Che immediately grew anxious. What has happened to my brother? Sun Yuan was well aware of how Su Yu had manipulated Fang Che, using him for his own ends. He even knew that the 5 spirits Gu had been given to Feng Che by Su Yu, so he understood Su Yu's true nature. Seeing Feng Che still harbor such deep feelings, he couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. Previously, Sun Yuan had sided with the Su family, as they were a developing faction within the sect, belonging to his circle. However, now he had shifted his allegiance entirely to his disciple. This was his own heir. What was the Su family to him? Che-er, you must be discerning in your friendships. Su Yu is not a good person, and he has no benevolence towards you. How could that be? Feng Che replied earnestly. Brother Su cares for me deeply and always considers my well-being. He is not a bad person. He is my dear elder brother. Sun Yuan fell silent, feeling that his disciple was admirable in many respects, yet overly naive. He lacked the necessary streetwise toughness. Sun Yuan sighed inwardly. Master, what has happened to the Su family? Feng Che asked anxiously. We must lend our assistance. If everyone is dead, how can we help? Sun Yuan rolled his eyes. Dead? Are there corpses? Feng Che felt as if struck by lightning, filled with profound sorrow. If there are no bodies, then my elder brother, Su, must still be alive. Brother Su is too kind-hearted to have perished. Feng Che insisted. Master, we cannot turn a blind eye to this. Then what do you propose? Feng Che declared with righteous fervor. As Brother Su's brother, it is my duty to protect his family estate. We are brothers, and I must do something for Brother Su. You must help me. Sun Yuan blinked, turning to look at his disciple, sensing something amiss. Yet, all he saw was fervor and urgency on Feng Che's face, a man ready to defend his brother. How do you intend to preserve the family estate? My elder brother Su has stated that he is the sole heir of the Su family. The entire Su family rightfully belongs to him. What more needs to be done? Fang Guke explained. Sun Yuan stroked his beard, unable to suppress a grin. The sole heir? The entire Su family belongs to your elder brother? You wish to help him preserve his estate? Sun Yuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. Surely my disciple cannot mean what I think he does. Perhaps he genuinely intends to assist his elder brother in safeguarding the family fortune. You are still young. How can you take on so many of the Su family's assets? Sun Yuan frowned. Feng Che proposed a request that was quite feasible. This caused Sun Yuan to frown as well, pondering for a moment, feeling that this matter aligned with the interests of Yi Sin's sect. Thus, he replied, I will take action. Master, you must act swiftly. We cannot let those treacherous individuals take advantage of the situation. What about the people of the Su family? Sun Yuan inquired. Master, Fang Guke lamented. Brother Su once told me that due to his status as the family's heir, others are envious and relations are strained. Many even wish to kill him. His mother was persecuted to death, and he has no siblings. Master, Brother Su is very unfortunate. In this world, I am his only remaining kin. Sun Yuan nodded. I understand now. You wish for it all. What you say seems to hold truth. Indeed, Master, while I cannot manage it directly, I believe Brother Su would not object to you utilizing it. Besides, I bear the surname Fong, and it is only right to take care of the Fong family during any sale of assets. Feng Che stated, among brothers, there is a bond of shared wealth. Sun Yuan, feeling a bit dazed, exited the Fong family's small courtyard. He walked quite a distance, still looking back, his expression filled with confusion. What on earth am I not understanding? What does this lad truly mean? However, considering that the Su family was originally a developing faction within the sect, their assets essentially belonged to Yi Sin's sect. Thus, it was only fitting for his disciple to inherit them. In fact, if Yi Sin's sect sought to take them, it would be more challenging than for Feng Che. Moreover, having them in his disciple's hands was certainly preferable to having them divided among others. This matter was logical and reasonable. Yet, executing it would not be simple. He would need to devise a strategy. Sun Yuan promptly set about his tasks. Indeed, if Feng Che were foolish enough to help Su Yu protect his assets, he would undoubtedly berate his disciple for being utterly naive. Chapter 11. Chun Ruhai, the high-ranking members of Yi Sin's sect gathered, all hissing in disbelief. They felt the situation was far too peculiar. The Guardian Hall had already set its sights on the Su family. If Yi Sin's sect aimed to swallow the Su family's wealth, it would likely lead to disaster. Therefore, such assets would be beyond their reach. Most of the wealth would either be consumed or divided, or fall into the hands of other members of the Su family, who would then vanish without a trace. Sun Yuan's disciple strategy, however, was indeed viable. After all, if it fell into Feng Che's hands, It would essentially be in Yisin's sex possession. Whatever Feng Che did with the assets, whether for personal advancement or other purposes, would translate into hidden benefits for the sect. Shall we proceed thus? Yes. From that night onward. Suddenly, Bibo City was abuzz with tales of the profound friendship between Feng Jia's Feng Che and Su Jia's Su Yu. Their bond was akin to that of long-lost brothers, characterized by unwavering loyalty, mutual support, and a commitment to stand by each other through thick and thin. The stories circulated about how Su Yu and Feng Che became such close companions, and the lengths to which Feng Che would go for Su Yu. When Su Yu fell ill, Feng Che tirelessly sought out medicinal herbs, delivering them with haste, only to turn away with a spirited declaration, "Your recovery surpasses all else. My efforts are but a trifling matter." When Su Yu faced financial hardships, Feng Che readily offered his assistance, even if it meant incurring debt, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, "What is mere wealth compared to our brotherly bond?" When Su Yu was beset by foes, Feng Che unsheathed his sword without hesitation, charging in a battle against opponents far beyond his strength, challenging them with fervor. "Who dares to bully my brother?" He was grievously injured yet smiled through the pain, asserting, Feng Che, cannot abide seeing my brother wronged. Even death holds no fear. Where there is righteousness, life and death are intertwined. Not even mountains of blades or seas of fire can instill fear." As Su Yu prepared for a significant undertaking, he solemnly entrusted Feng Che with the care of his family, saying, "Brother, my fate is uncertain, and my return is unpredictable. I entrust everything to you." He even penned a document to serve as proof of their bond. Feng Che promised with grave sincerity, "As brothers, there is no need for such formalities. As long as I draw breath, I shall safeguard the Su family's legacy." When news of Su Yu's disappearance reached Feng Che, he fell gravely ill, coughing up blood in a fit of despair, crying out to the heavens, "Heaven, return my brother to me." Countless voices praised Feng Che, declaring him the exemplar of brotherly love and friendship. Many lamented that a life enriched by a friend like Feng Che was truly worthwhile. A poet, deeply moved, composed a verse to commemorate their remarkable bond. "Who says there are no brothers in this world? A promise of life and death unbroken. Go forth with ease, for here lies unwavering righteousness." The youth of Feng family are filled with loyalty, their bond etched in the heart. Preserve the green mountains for you, so we may reunite again. Despite the fervor surrounding these sentiments, the Su family vehemently disagreed, claiming Feng Che and Su Yu did not share such a close bond. Was Feng Che to us? Can he truly govern the Su family's estate? Absolutely not. The words sparked outrage, prompting a chivalrous individual to confront the Su family, asking, "Can you truly disregard the bond shared by Feng Che and Su Yu?" Instead of reflecting, the Su family rallied together to assault the noble defender, seeking to take his life. However, to their astonishment, this valiant man was a formidable warrior. In a fit of rage, he proclaimed, "Such defilement of friendship and insult to brotherhood cannot stand. I, Wang Lao San, will uphold justice today." He drew his blade, swiftly dispatching the assailants from the Su family. Then, he stormed into the Su family courtyard, eliminating every member present, from the elderly to the servants. He expelled all attendants and maidservants alike. Afterward, he leaped into the air, declaring, "I cannot bear to witness injustice. I am Wang Lao San of Pinggu. I cannot tolerate the petty and the vile. Today, in my fervor, I have truly relished this act." With a hearty laugh, he vanished into the depths of Bibo City. By the time reinforcements arrived, Wang Lao San had left no trace. The entire ordeal transpired in less than 15 minutes, showcasing astonishing swiftness. The Su family was annihilated, leaving only Feng Che, bound by his profound friendship with Su Yu. At this juncture, the populace was left in shock. The governing authorities immediately focused their attention on the Feng family. Initiating an investigation, they discovered that the bond between Feng Che and Su Yu was indeed genuine, with Su Yu frequently visiting Feng Che, engaging in lively conversations. The Feng family harbored doubts regarding Su Yu's intentions, suspecting ulterior motives, but Feng Che remained steadfast in his belief that Su Yu was his dearest brother. To uphold this friendship, he even quarreled with his grandfather, fell out with his uncle, and defied his mother on numerous occasions. In short, Feng Che had unwaveringly declared Su Yu as his best friend. Many witnesses in Bibo City could attest to this. There are those who suggested that Feng Che was merely a fool being exploited by Su Yu. As the investigation progressed, confusion only deepened. Meanwhile, Feng Che remained blissfully oblivious, embodying the spirit of a passionate youth, insisting, "Su Yu is my dear brother. I care not for wealth, but none shall touch what belongs to my brother." However, the Su family's assets and enterprises now lay in disarray, with no one left to claim them. The so-called Wang Lao San, who had eradicated the Su family, faded away like a bubble dissolving in the ocean. While the Fong family had not committed any wrongdoing, they mobilized local forces to advocate for Feng Che's right to inherit the Su family's estate, invoking the bond of brotherhood to preserve the memory of the missing Su family members. The Su family had merely disappeared. They were not dead. Even as enforcers of the law, could they arbitrarily seize the Su family's possessions? After all, these represented generations of toil and effort. The noble act of a sworn brother safeguarding the legacy was a testament to extraordinary virtue. Why, then, would law enforcers seek to obstruct this? In the great hall of the governing authorities, a secret meeting was convened to address this matter. The presiding lord, Chun Ru Hai, slouched in his seat, a visage of fatigue and resignation. He could not fathom why he had been abruptly reassigned from the front lines to this desolate outpost as the Lord of the Protective Hall. The full title was Lord of the 1494th Protective Hall. Just look at this wretched name, Bibo City. What a dismal sequence. 1494. Were they to perish here? Did something monumental loom on the horizon? The discussion regarding the Su family's affairs had already consumed an hour, with everyone voicing their opinions, resulting in a heated atmosphere within the hall. Each individual had their own perspective on what seemed a trivial matter. Chun Ru Hai did not conceal his disdain. Rolling his eyes at the ceiling, unconsciously propping his leg on the armrest of the chair, causing a boot to tumble to the ground, releasing a foul odor. The assembly gasped as several female warriors quickly covered their noses, exclaiming, "My lord." With their noses pinched, their voices were muffled. "Is this truly such a significant issue that you have deliberated for so long?" Chun Ru Hai replied with indifference. "Isn't it obvious? Is there any need for discussion?" The assembly protested. "Please elucidate, my lord." "Elucidate? Have you all lost your minds?" Chun Ru Hai scoffed, defiantly raising his foot. Yet, his words were unambiguous. "Having just arrived 3 days ago, I am not well versed in the details, but I can draw conclusions based on what I know. First, the Su family, whom you have long suspected, has covertly allied with Yisin Jiao, meaning the Su family is a faction of Yisin Jiao, our adversary. Second, while the Su family has perished, they still maintain the title of a 9th-tier family, necessitating the reorganization of their influence and businesses to sustain the populace. Third, the remaining 4 families, Fong, El, Zhang, and Wei, will divide the Su family's residual influence, yet they will still not attain 8th-tier status, remaining at 9th tier. This does not require further consideration. Fourth, Yisin Jiao's presence still looms over Bibo City, and it is significant. Fifth, Feng Che's sudden rise to prominence indicates that someone is orchestrating events, striving to seize the Su family's financial resources. Since influence cannot be inherited, only wealth can be transferred. Sixth, the Fong family has submitted the necessary documentation, and Feng Che has taken on a master, severing ties with the Fong family. According to your investigation, this matter does not stem from the Fong family. It becomes evident that Feng Che has someone backing him. Those individuals, unable to act themselves, wish for Feng Che to take the initiative. The question arises, why should Feng Che be the one to do so? It is apparent that Feng Che is likely one of their own, or is already affiliated, or about to be. If Feng Che is indeed suspect, while the Fong family remains unscathed, why is it only this young man who raises concerns? This insinuates that Feng Che's master is the most suspicious figure, and thus, we must commence comprehensive surveillance. The individual responsible for the massacre of the Su family is clearly affiliated with Yisin's sect, indicating that in the current generation of Bibo City, Yisin's sect has most likely deployed at least 3 king-level experts. Why 3? Assuming Feng Che's master accounts for one, and the assailant for another. It follows Yisin's sect's customary practice that there must be 1 or 2 additional experts providing covert support. Therefore, a minimum of 3. This is a force that cannot be underestimated. Given Feng Che's dubious nature, he should be monitored closely from now on. However, he is merely a small fry, lacking in value. To capture or eliminate him now would be a waste. It would be more prudent to play the long game. Therefore, the wealth of the Su family will be handed over to him. What harm could result? After all, he is already within our sights. Can he truly escape? This young man, Feng Che, undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives, or perhaps Yi Sin Sect does. It is said he is a martial arts prodigy, yet has not yet entered the Guardian Martial Academy, so he must enroll this year. Yi Sin Sect's generous provisions for him suggest they wish for Feng Che to secure a top position, thus entering the Guardian Martial Academy under the banner of a genius. Should that transpire, even if his identity proves suspicious, absent any evidence, he would still receive the rewards due to him. Such an outcome would be deeply disheartening for his peers at the Academy. Hence, our mission is clear. Under no circumstances must Feng Che achieve first place in the martial examination. I have come here upon receiving word that Yi Sin Sect intends to orchestrate significant events, and the situation involving the Su family may not be coincidental. A state of heightened vigilance is imperative, with readiness to adapt at all times. Chun Rahai retains a languid demeanor, yet his words cut like blades. He meticulously unravels this matter, revealing its entirety. Thus, there is no need for debate or confusion. We must execute 4 tasks. If we accomplish these 4 tasks, we shall prevail. Chapter 12. Clarity of thought. The crowd immediately perked up, attentively listening. The second task involves screening assets and transferring them to Feng Che. This aligns with Yi Sin Sect's scheme, allowing us to ascertain their true intentions and hopefully glean some clues from Feng Che. The third task is to assign secret missions to talented individuals across various regions, unreservedly obstructing Feng Che to ensure he does not claim first place, thereby sparing his peers at the Academy any embarrassment. The fourth task is to diligently seek out the whereabouts of the individuals associated with Yi Sin Sect. Aside from Feng Che's master, any others found must be executed without mercy. Someone immediately inquired, why exclude Feng Che's master? Fool! If we disturb one, the other will be terrified, and how then can we fish? They are in plain sight. Must we even remove them? Chun Rahai scolded without restraint. Everyone instantly grasped the situation, unable to suppress their admiration for his sharp reasoning. Across the room, the middle-aged man presiding over the meeting wore a troubled expression as if burdened with an insurmountable debt. He waved his hand, his voice heavy with resignation, murmuring, "The Lord has given his orders. Let us proceed accordingly." Everyone may disperse. Upon hearing this, Chun Rahai promptly removed his foot, donned his boots with a grimace, and rolled his eyes. Fan Tianqiao, can you please refrain from speaking as if you're already dead? I'm accustomed to it. I wish it were different. Fan Tianqiao sighed, his furrowed brow deepening. As the two spoke, the others quickly slipped away. Their conversation created a stark dichotomy, leaving others feeling as if they existed in 2 disparate realms, a dissonance that was maddening. It was particularly jarring since one was the Lord and the other the Deputy Lord, brought together from different places, forming an incongruous partnership. They regarded each other with disdain. You want to leave? Is there something to discuss? Chun Rahai rolled his eyes. Feng Che must have someone by his side. I will request the Dark Palace to send someone to infiltrate. Fan Tianqiao articulated deliberately, listening to his broken, mournful voice and gazing at his deeply wrinkled face. Chun Rahai felt inexplicably uneasy and waved his hand, turning his face away. Then you manage it. I can arrange it, Fan Tianqiao hissed. If there is any discovery, he will be executed immediately, and your fishing plans will be in jeopardy. Let it be. You decide, Chun Rahai said as he departed. Behind him, Fan Tianqiao's voice, hoarse and chilling, followed. Next time we meet, you better take off your shoes. I'll talk with you all night. With a whoosh, Chun Rahai vanished. Upon returning to his study, he promptly submitted a report. I acknowledge my transfer here, but I request the immediate reassignment of Fan Tianqiao. Fan Tianqiao, furrowing his brow, pondered for a while before stepping out slowly. A message was dispatched to the Dark Palace. A light task is available here. We can dispatch those talented individuals earmarked for special training to execute it, serving as practice. Fang Ke, upon receiving word that the Guardian Great Hall had agreed to let him safeguard the assets, nodded quietly, predictably. Such a significant and bizarre turn of events. If the Guardian Great Hall remains unaware of my ties to Yi Sin Sect and does not heighten their vigilance and take measures, they must be exceedingly foolish. For it is evident there exists a direct line connecting them to me. If they possess any wit, placing someone beside me would be even more advantageous. Feng Che mused inwardly. Currently, my capabilities are insufficient for any reckless actions. I am too weak to conceal myself effectively. Should I be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Since I chose this path, I have ceased to regard life and death with concern, but to perish now would be a lamentable waste. On the other hand, Sun Yuan appeared increasingly anxious. Che-er, this matter is perilous. It seems the Guardian Great Hall's swift agreement clearly indicates they are fixated on you. This is somewhat misguided. Feng Che resolutely replied, what if they are watching? Brotherhood must be upheld. I will safeguard Brother Su Yu's assets at all costs. I wonder if you are genuinely foolish or merely pretending. Sun Yuan sighed in exasperation. However, after this incident, be prepared. The doctrine's baptism will commence. Fang Yuke nodded. This situation had been entirely anticipated. Since I stepped forward, whether Isin's sect or those from the Guardian Great Hall, as long as they are not foolish, they will engage in a mental storm. I can deduce most of their speculations. Thus, I am confident that events will unfold according to my envisioned trajectory. The greatest drawback is that my identity is perceived as partially exposed in the eyes of certain individuals. Yet this very exposure is something Feng Che desires. The Su family's wealth will not be claimed by Isin's sect. Therefore, by revealing myself, they will be compelled to act. Their response will undoubtedly be the eradication of the entire Su family. The Su family, having aligned with Isin's sect, has become a traitor to the continent. Such a family is one I have no intention of sparing. I orchestrated your demise, eliminating the essence of your entire lineage, seizing your wealth, using your name to elevate my own, annihilating your family, while ensuring that the force you have allied with personally extinguishes your kin. Su, do you ever feel a twinge of regret for having exploited and framed an innocent child? In such a case, do you find clarity within your heart? Ch pondered silently. A barely perceptible obsession gradually dissipated. Following a thorough investigation of the S family's enterprises, they began to offload them. Ing took matters in his own hands, acquiring an entire street that originally belonged to the S family at a high price. Conveniently adjacent to the Ing family's territory, along with 2 tea houses, 2 grain shops, a pawn shop, a gambling den, and a brothel. Despite the high bids, your nephew assured me that the money could be refunded. Ing recalled a remark made by his sister, Ing Chi-ny, prior to his departure, filling him with a sense of ambition. With his statement as his foundation, he felt emboldened to outbid any competitor for the transactions he had long had his eye on. Does your family possess such wealth? Wei Ji's head, Wijnping, exclaimed in a daze, rising to scold publicly. Ultimately, the Ing family emerged victorious. As they exited the Grand Hall, Ing remarked casually, we have already settled the payment. Why should we repay later? The other family heads departed in a huff. It was indeed the price the Ing family had just paid. Ing's expression grew somber as he gazed at the box, devoid of any joy. He quietly said, Sister, you must keep a close watch. The child must not stray down the wrong path. Ing sighed and replied, I am aware of this matter. Ing patted the box and continued, there is something I must inform you of from this day forth. In Ing, the inheritance rights will include Ing. The treatment of will be akin to that of a legitimate heir. Ing was taken aback, exclaiming, Elder brother, is an outsider. Will this not incite internal strife within the Ing family? We must not let the child feel disheartened. Ing asserted, is an outsider. I, as the family head, have the authority. This matter has been inscribed in the family rules and requires no further discussion. Ing hesitated, ultimately sighing in resignation, knowing her brother's temperament. Once a decision was made, it would not be altered. Ing smiled warmly, stating, on this point, your elder brother remains decisive. With these resources, we shall have several years of development, which will suffice to compensate. Thank you, elder brother, replied Ing Ing's eyes sparkled with joy. I am pleased with CHR's decision. He is a good child, yet he currently stands at a precarious juncture. He must not stray. Indeed. Meanwhile, Effing CH had followed SNUN to a clandestine location. Unconscious from being struck by SNUN, he was unaware of where he found himself. Upon awakening, he discovered he was in a peculiar underground space, steeped in a chilling atmosphere reminiscent of the netherworld. 8 grotesque stone sculptures flanked him, each resembling a fiendish creature. At the center, a horrifying centipede, with a human head and a centipede's body, exuded an aura of terror with its numerous eerie antennae. The centipede's eyes flickered with an ominous green light, casting a glow that enveloped the area where FNCH stood, creating a verdant circle 3 feet wide. Beneath the altar, 4 individuals stood upright, one in the center, flanked by 2 on each side. SNUN stepped forward, positioning himself beside one of them, forming a configuration of 1 in the center with 2 on each side. CHR, this is your baptism into the doctrine. After today, you will truly be a member of the YXNGO. SNUN we spelled. Was this the initiation ritual of the YXNGO, renowned for its inescapable trials that no traitor could bypass? Chapter 13. The Baptism of Initiation. FNCH looked up. The 5 individuals above him did not wear masks, for it was deemed unnecessary. YXNGO is a subsidiary of WIWHNGO. Passing this trial would mark one as a member of a ladder, while failing it would ensure death. At this stage, there was no need for pretense. The individual in the center, towering at 8 feet, exuded an air of authority. The other 3 were elderly men, their hair and beards white. One was slightly plump, another as lean as a monkey, and the last, short and stout, resembled a prosperous merchant. There is no need for introductions. We will present our identities after the ritual is completed, the central figure stated. The others nodded in agreement. This young man is fortunate. Since the establishment of the YXNGO, it seems he is the only one to undergo the baptism with all 5 of us present. The central figure chuckled, radiating a surprisingly amiable demeanor, far from the feared image of a great demon. The others laughed in unison, with SNUN adding, "This is indeed the young man's good fortune." Then, the central figure produced a plate of verdant incense and extended his finger. "Allow me," SNUN interjected. "It's no trouble." The man retrieved a knife, slicing his fingertip to let blood drip onto the incense. The other 4, filled with fervor, followed suit, allowing their blood to fall onto the incense. They then channeled their energy, igniting the incense with their true spiritual fire, creating a swirl of green smoke that spiraled upward, slowly entering the nostrils of the centipede deity without any escape. As the incense burned to 1/3 of its length, the centipede god's eyes suddenly brightened. A surge of green light engulfed FNCH's entire being. FNCH's heart raced, realizing the trial had commenced. Whether he could survive depended on the centipede deity's power. A life-and-death crisis. This was the YXNGO's trial, one that countless individuals in previous lives had failed to decipher. He quietly activated the W. Li Ng's heart method, loosening the control of the 5 spirit insects within him. Using the heart method, he repeatedly endured torment and recovery, akin to the cycle of punishment followed by reward. All for this moment. O heavenly centipede spirit, I pray, as a disciple, accept me into the sacred teachings of the righteous path. Let the fragrant incense be the offering and blood the guide. With sincere devotion, may you discern, harboring ulterior motives deserves vengeance. Sincere disciples shall be the backbone. The righteous path commands the rivers and lakes, sovereign over the universe, surveying the mountains and rivers. The central figure recited slowly while holding the incense. The burning speed of the incense accelerated. The centipede deity's eyes grew increasingly bright. Finally, the incense was fully consumed. The figure turned to FNCH and commanded, "Kneel. Now, raise your head." FNCH, maintaining a calm demeanor, slowly knelt and lifted his gaze. The green light from the centipede deity's eyes pierced into FNCH's own, instantly seizing control of his body while activating the 5 spirit insects within. A green dot emerged on FNCH, gradually moving and quickening its pace. The green light swirled around him, seemingly communicating with the 5 spirit insects. Throughout, FNCH remained fully conscious, yet he had entirely lost control of his body. He could distinctly sense the 5 spirit insects engaging in a fervent dialogue, filled with emotions of fear, excitement, and dread. It was as if they were accusing F.ing.ch of their mistreatment, delivering a relentless tirade of grievances, demanding justice, and portraying him as the most terrifying of demons. Sun and the other 4 watched intently, unable to suppress their astonishment. The 5 spirit insects appeared more animated than any previous baptism participants, exhibiting a greater vitality and strength. Furthermore, this baptism was taking longer than usual, which typically concluded swiftly. The centipede deity's essence would usually depart immediately. Yet this time, it had already lasted a quarter of an hour. It was not over yet. A look of anxiety crossed Sun's face, yet he dared not speak. Finally, after 15 minutes, a flash of green light illuminated the surroundings, transmitting a clear message to all present, characterized by a serene and appreciative atmosphere. The 5 individuals were filled with immense joy and admiration. It is noteworthy that the manifestation of emotions from Tian Wu Shan, a deity renowned for its stoicism, is a rare occurrence in the history of Wei Wuzhengjiao. This time, the evident appreciation was truly extraordinary. The ritual of doctrine baptism had been successfully completed. The figure in the center emitted a strange radiance, gazing at Feng Che as if he had discovered a treasure. Sun Yuan let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Master, my disciple is quite remarkable, isn't he?" Only then did Feng Che realize that the individual before him was, in fact, the leader of Xianjiao, known in legends as the formidable demon, the god of blood spirit from Yin Shengong. He pondered who the 3 individuals beside him might be. This is the esteemed great offering, Lu Xianjian. Mu Lin Yuan, the leader of Yin Shengong, said with a smile. Feng Che immediately bowed respectfully to the slightly plump elder with white hair. This is the second offering, Du Xian Shun Yuan, Ho Fong, he continued, indicating the slender elder resembling a monkey. And this is the third offering, Ba Lu Kai Shun, Qian Sanjiang, referring to the stout and short elder. Feng Che greeted each one, feeling perplexed. The Xianjiao was somewhat enigmatic. Why were the leader and the 3 esteemed offerings personally involved in the baptism of a mere novice like him? This was quite an honor. He could not help but glance at Sun Yuan. Yin Shengong smiled. Your master is also an offering within her sect. However, out of respect, I refrain from mentioning that these 3 are first offerings while your master is a third offering. Sun Yuan understood the implication, feeling a flush of embarrassment, and quickly composed himself with a facade of solemnity. The depth of his master's capabilities was indeed impressive. Feng Che could not help but express his astonishment. Sun Yuan's brows lifted with delight. Yin Shengong chuckled softly, then turned his gaze to Feng Che's face. It seems you have struck gold this time. The Su family's wealth is considerable, is it not? I haven't touched it. There should be jewels and several million gold notes in those boxes. Feng Che responded without hesitation. Naturally, whatever is needed should be utilized. I will leave an IOU inside, and I will make amends when the opportunity arises. He offered the IOU without a second thought. The 5 exchanged glances, a silent agreement formed. They were resolute yet not inflexible. Well done, Mu Lin Yuan remarked with a smile, though he added, but still a bit naive. Qian Sanjiang said with a cheerful grin. Yet why did the Su family mysteriously disappear? Yin Shengong pondered, mystified by the abrupt and secretive actions of the Su family. His thoughts swiftly shifted back to Feng Che, expressing keen interest. I hear from your master that your aptitude is remarkable. Your master must be overly indulgent. There is no need for modesty. As Yin Shengong's gaze flickered, recalling the admiration from Tian Wu Shan, he felt a stir within. Since I have acted as your witness for the doctrine baptism today, I shall bestow upon you an additional benefit. Let us see how much you can grasp. Sun Yuan, suppressing his excitement, remarked, does the leader mean? Yin Shengong continued, we originally came here for another matter, but fortuitously found ourselves witnessing your baptism. This is a serendipitous encounter, both yours and ours. Since it is fate, we must honor the intentions of Tian Wu Shan. He declared, we four shall each teach you a technique. You shall have 1 hour to absorb as much as you can. With a smile, he added, I have heard you can comprehend martial arts at a glance, and can grasp a technique within half a day. Today shall serve as your test. What say you? Upon hearing this, the 3 esteemed offerings smiled, likely skeptical of such extraordinary talent. After all, Mastery of martial arts is intricate, requiring harmonious integration of sword techniques, spirit methods, and footwork. To claim one can memorize it all at a glance seemed far-fetched. Sun Yuan rejoiced. I must express my gratitude to the leader and the 3 esteemed offerings. Not so fast. He may not remember anything, remarked the Du Xin Shun Yuan. Ho Fong, ominously. Fong Che immediately knelt. Thank you, leader, and thank you, esteemed offerings. Such a generous gift shall not be forgotten, and regardless of my ability to learn, I vow to treat you with the utmost respect. His words were sincere, bringing comfort to Yin Shun Gong and the 3 offerings. The promise of respect was what they sought. It was a rare acknowledgement from Tian Wu Shun, something that had not occurred in millennia. For Fong Che, considerations of pride or reputation were meaningless. Having taken this step, he was determined to ascend within Xin Jiao at all costs. The higher his position, the more he could accomplish. Thus, this rare meeting with Yin Shun Gong and others must be seized as a pivotal opportunity. This was a tremendous support, unmatched by Sun Yuan. As for the vow of respect, it was genuine. He would surely repay this debt in the future. Yin Shun Gong's tone softened. You are quite clever. I had intended to impart a modest technique, but I shall teach you the blood spirit's 7 swords instead. Thank you, leader, Sun Yuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, while Mu Lin Yuan and the others exchanged astonished glances. Though the blood spirit 7 swords were not the pinnacle of Yin Shun Gong's abilities, they were the technique that had brought him fame in his youth. The title of Blood Spirit Butcher stemmed from the power of the blood spirit 7 swords, known for its immense and lethal force. Pay attention. Observe closely, Yin Shun Gong commanded, drawing his sword and standing 3 feet forward. The blood spirit 7 swords utilizes the mind as its foundation, guided by divine intent. Before the sword is drawn, the spirit has already arrived. The sword technique is deftly manipulated to exploit vulnerabilities, and once the technique is solidified, the sword is unleashed. As the sword tip moves, the spirit transports, and when the enemy's blood spills, I have already returned, free from the risk of backlash. He recited the technique slowly, his body and energy intertwining to illustrate the flow of power, as footwork unfolded in tandem with the swordplay. The blood spirit 7 swords, with each movement, was gradually demonstrated. Yin Shun Gong moved at a deliberate pace, even slower than the instructions Sun Yuan typically provided. Yet, despite being titled the 7 swords, the myriad variations of footwork, sword techniques, energy pathways, and the harmony of spirit and body rendered it profoundly complex. The 4 observers soon felt dizzy and overwhelmed, pausing their attempts with sighs of resignation. Such vast intricacy was impossible to grasp in a single viewing. This lad would likely find himself in vain pursuit. Yin Shun Gong, while wielding the sword, felt a twinge of regret. His spontaneous decision to conduct this session seemed rather naive. He had practiced this technique for 3 months before barely scratching the surface. To offer this youth only a single opportunity was likely beyond his capacity to comprehend. Out of reverence for Tian Wu Shun, he had acted somewhat recklessly. As the sword's light diminished, the atmosphere shifted, devoid of expectation. No one responded. Turning to observe, he found Fong Che standing motionless, a grave expression upon his face, his gaze fixed ahead, seemingly lost in deep contemplation. Moments later, Fong Che blinked, his clarity returning. I humbly request your guidance, leader. With that, he stepped forward, drawing his sword. Yin Shun Gong and the 3 offerings widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to contain their surprise. Due to Fong Che's initial stance, the graceful footwork, and the ethereal sensation he exuded, it was astonishingly identical to that of Yin Shun Gong just moments ago. Were it not for the differences in attire and facial features, one might have easily mistaken him for Yin Shun Gong himself emerging once more. This lad is intriguing. Instantly, Yin Shun Gong felt a surge of anticipation, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Fong Che stood firm, his long sword raised, a glimmer of cold light flashing as his feet transitioned from a neutral stance to a forward stride. His heel slightly lifted, his arch suspended. His toes just grazed the ground, revealing that only his big toe and second toe made contact, with his foot poised in a semi-rotated position. With his left hand, he grasped the sword technique, seemingly seizing upon the enemy's weakness ahead, a surge of spiritual energy rising from his dantian and coursing into his right arm. marking the initiation of the first move of the Shui Ling Qi Jian. The cold light flashed as the sword lunged forth, his body leaning forward in a manner identical to Yin Shengong's earlier posture, even exuding a semblance of serene grace. He recited softly, Shui Ling Jian Fa, relying on the mind and spirit, guided by intent. Before the sword is drawn, the spirit has already arrived. The technique, when feigned, reveals openings when solid. The sword is unleashed. The tip of the sword moves where the spirit has shifted. When the enemy's blood spills, I have already returned, free from the threat of retaliation. Every word he uttered echoed the incantation previously recited by Yin Shengong. His movements mirrored perfectly. The footwork was identical. The sword techniques were indistinguishable. The incantation was flawless. As he executed the first move, he seamlessly transitioned into the second, third, and fourth moves. Meanwhile, Yin Shengong's eyes widened in astonishment. To the side, Mu Linyuan, Ho Fong, and Qian Sanjiang were utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if they could swallow goose eggs whole. Sun Yuan fared no better, his entire countenance frozen in disbelief. It dawned upon him that this lad had hardly paid attention during his teachings to grasp the Shui Ling Qi Jian after merely one glance. What did that render his own instruction? Was an hour even necessary? Yin Shengong was so shocked that he could hardly think. With his discerning eye, he immediately recognized that Fong Che had never truly engaged with the Shui Ling Qi Jian, never learned it. The awkwardness of each move was unmistakable, a clear indication of a novice, possessing merely the form without any essence or lethal force. It was merely imitation. Thus, the earlier doubts regarding whether this lad had studied such techniques vanished in an instant. It was a rarity, unless he had taught him and forgotten it himself. Yet, this was astonishingly swift. Just one viewing, and he remembered all? In that moment, this master instructor felt his heart racing with excitement. A prodigy. By the time he reached the seventh move, the final technique of the Shui Ling Qi Jian, his pace slowed, and a few movements were executed imperfectly. Nevertheless, he ultimately managed to memorize it completely. After finishing the series of sword techniques, silence enveloped the space. Fong Che sheathed the sword and stood still, contemplating the errors he had made. He then spoke softly. For the fifth sword, the turning motion during the strike was incorrect. The posture was slightly misaligned, and the sword technique was a beat too slow. By the seventh sword, it was essentially chaotic, with no less than 9 errors detected. Moreover, in the incantation, there is a line regarding the sword piercing the enemy's blood. The phrasing of sushi was unclear. Should it be sushi or susa? From the perspective of intent, it ought to refer to the aura of killing, correct? That pertains to the cultivation of momentum. Yin Shengong inhaled deeply, his fair face slightly reddening. He began to offer guidance. For the fifth sword, when executing the turn, the body must follow the step. Although the left hand forms a technique, it should not be directed solely at the enemy the sword points towards, but rather account for potential adversaries. You perceive it merely as practice against a single opponent, hence the misalignment of your posture is not entirely your fault. Regarding the error in the seventh sword, that was indeed a mistake. He proceeded to elaborate with grave seriousness, as if bestowing invaluable wisdom. Fong Che, upon reenacting the movements, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. So that's how it is. Thank you, master. Yin Shengong nodded with a smile. He glanced at Sun Yuan, his expression complex, exhaling softly. A genius, truly a martial arts prodigy. Meanwhile, Fong Che continued to practice for a third time, and the onlookers realized that this lad had memorized everything completely. Although still somewhat unrefined, it was merely a matter of accumulating proficiency from here on. For such a genius, what could proficiency possibly signify? Mu Linyuan, Ho Fong, and Qian Sanjiang were utterly flabbergasted. In this world, such a genius existed, compared to Fong Che before them. Every so-called genius they had encountered in their lives seemed fit only for the rubbish bin, utterly incomparable. The three turned to gaze at Sun Yuan, their eyes filled with unabashed jealousy and a desire to unleash their fists. Sun Yuan wore a beaming smile, only to abruptly feel their gaze upon him, hastily suppressing his smile, revealing a semblance of ingratiation. The intent to plead for mercy was glaringly obvious on his face. Please don't strike me. I'm a safe face in front of my disciple. Now it was your turn. I shall take a moment to rest and ponder. Yin Shengong sighed, stepping back a few paces to sit in a chair, lost in thought. For him, this visit was purely coincidental, the mere initiation of a disciple into the sect. Even involving Sun Yuan was an overestimation of resources. It was merely a matter of being here by chance, coupled with a slight curiosity piqued by Sun Yuan's boastful claims of an extraordinary genius, prompting him to take a glance. He had not expected to encounter a disciple who could elicit such satisfaction from the Tian Wuxian. It was this fleeting sense of gratification from Tian Wuxian that inspired Yin Shengong to entertain the notion of imparting a set of Shui Ling Qi Jian techniques to Feng Che. Originally, he had hoped Feng Che would grasp even a single move, deeming that sufficient for a remarkable genius. However, he never anticipated encountering a true prodigy capable of leaving an indelible mark on history. In that moment, new thoughts began to form in his mind. Yet, overwhelmed by the shock, he found himself unable to settle his racing thoughts. Feng Che felt elated. The Shui Ling Qi Jian possessed tremendous lethality. Its techniques were enigmatic, far superior to those from his previous life. It could be deemed a formidable weapon. Regrettably, it was Yin Shengong's signature style, hence he could not afford to reveal it casually. To the side, Mu Lin Yuan stepped forward, his demeanor warm and eager. "It is my turn now." Sun Yuan cleared his throat. "Disciple, learn well. The grand offering possesses unparalleled skills." Mu Lin Yuan snorted. "No need to remind me. I shall not compete with you." The grand offering's words were overblown, causing Sun Yuan to smile awkwardly. For reasons unknown, Mu Lin Yuan now found Sun Yuan particularly irksome, and dark thoughts began to fester within him. Just seeing that fellow's face provoked an almost uncontrollable urge to punch and kick him into a lifetime of disability. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed to regain his composure. Turning his gaze back to Feng Che, his expression became cordial and kind. "Feng Ge, since your talents are so exceptional, I cannot hoard my knowledge. We, as practitioners of the martial world, must navigate life and death, which requires cultivation, footwork, mindset, and above all, tranquility. I shall impart to you a unique technique of mine, the Bing Che Ling Tai, which will enable you to maintain clarity of mind in any crisis." With that, he began to convey the teachings to Feng Che. Unlike Yin Shengong's open approach, he was cautious, for his own Bing Che Ling Tai was something that could be memorized after a single hearing. That would be overly disadvantageous. Meanwhile, Ho Feng, Qian Sanjiang, and Sun Yuan were deep in contemplation. "The old man just mentioned that what I have learned throughout my life can be discussed later. What does this truly mean?" Particularly for Sun Yuan, a deep sense of crisis loomed. He observed Mu Lin Yuan and felt an unsettling suspicion that this old fellow was coveting his disciple. "This senile rascal, he is utterly unworthy of being called a man." That glance he cast in my direction was undoubtedly laden with ill intentions. Just days ago, he mocked me for boasting, and now he behaves in such a manner. Does he possess no sense of decency? Chapter 15. Codename o night demon fang kiricite diligently. It must be said that Mu Lin Yuan's Bing Che Ling Tai was a treasure for Feng Che. After only one hearing, he understood that while this technique may lack other purposes, it was unparalleled for calming the mind, maintaining composure, and enabling one to think clearly in any environment. It surpassed the Bing Xianju he practiced in his past life. Given this, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Next, Ho Feng imparted the Shun Yuan Tao Xian 13 forms, while Qian Sanjiang taught a set of techniques called Huan Gui Xing. In the treacherous world of Jianghu, mastering this technique, which allows one to alter their physical form and appearance at will, even disguising their bone age, was a true means of survival. There were 7 realms in total, and he had only reached the second. With diligent practice, this was truly a method of life preservation. Feng Che understood this implicitly and resolved to practice the Huan Gui Xing to its 7th realm at the first opportunity. The truth of its life-preserving capability was undeniable. Observing Qian Sanjiang, Feng Che realized that the visage before him might not even be the man's true appearance. Surely this fellow had relied on this technique to evade pursuers countless times? How fortunate he was to escape. Finally, after 2 full hours, the 6 emerged from the secret chamber into a secluded village. The guardians were on their way. This had rendered us overly passive. He drew his sword from its sheath and swung it suddenly. With a thunderous roar, a wave of sword energy surged into the village. In an instant, the small village of dozens of households was reduced to powder, The sword energy rampaged, leaving no survivors, men, women, or children alike. The stench of blood filled the air. With a resounding crash, the secret chamber beneath was violently collapsed, and the essence of Tian Wu Shun completely dissipated. In Shan Gong touched the spatial ring on his hand, within which resided the statue of Tian Wu Shun. It should be safe now. Mu Lin Yuan, Sun Yuan, and the others displayed relaxed expressions, having long since grown accustomed to such mass slaughter. Fang Che, however, bore a blank expression. His right hand quietly clenched into a fist. Over 100 innocent lives were snuffed out without reason, with no vendetta against the world, all in an instant. Their deaths were utterly senseless, just to obliterate the aura of Yin Shengong. Yet, it was possible to erase the traces without slaughtering these people. Why resort to this brutality? Amidst the ruins, he saw a young woman bleeding from her 7 orifices, cradling a 1 or 2-year-old infant in her arms, both devoid of life. The baby's face was pale, its uncomprehending eyes still wide open. It had not yet learned to speak and did not understand why it had encountered death so soon after entering this world. Those clear eyes turned rigid like a dead fish. Yin Shengong turned to Fang Che's impassive face and remarked softly, "Fang Che, what are your thoughts?" Fang Che inhaled deeply and replied, "It is possible to eliminate traces without killing them." At this moment, he still appeared as a youthful, impetuous boy, justifiably indignant. And he spoke his mind, unperturbed by Yin Shengong's opinions. This was consistent with his current persona, and through this statement, he vented the anger simmering within. Yin Shengong coldly replied, "In all matters, there are uncertainties. This action is also a display for the Guardians. Henceforth, do not pursue us, or more lives will be lost. We may not care about the number of lives lost, but the Guardians do." Such foolish notions of justice. How naive the Guardians are. For we, who are devoted to teaching, face the world's greatest masters. Any oversight could lead to our demise. While we saw no one upon entering, we cannot be certain that no one witnessed our appearance through the cracks of the door. Such a visage could attract the Guardian's attention on a day when we are careless, leading to an inexplicable death. If there is even the slightest possibility of exposure, I will not spare them. Yin Shengong smiled, yet his gaze was icy as he looked at Fang Che and asked, "Tell me, whose life is most important in this world?" Fan Duque remained silent. Yin Shengong commanded sharply, "Lift your head and look into my eyes." Fang Che raised his gaze to meet a pair of cold, merciless eyes, akin to those of a vulture. Yin Shengong declared, "In this world, my life is the most important." Mine, do you understand? Fan Duque nodded, "Yes, my life is the most important. Without my life, I have nothing." Such a teachable child. Yin Shengong turned and continued walking. "You must always remember this." Sun Yuan led Fang Che and the others swiftly to the summit of a small mountain. At that moment, a resounding cry of anguish and fury echoed from the direction of the village. The Guardians had arrived. Yin Shengong scoffed, "Unfortunately, it is too late." He turned to Fang Che and said, "I have heard you wish to learn the Ran Shueshu." "Indeed," Fang Duque responded. Yin Shengong continued, "If you achieve first place in the southeast route and enter the Guardian Martial Academy, I will grant you 500 contribution points and waive other fees, allowing you to learn the Ran Shueshu." Sun Yuan interjected, "You should thank a leader." "Thank you for your grace, leader," Fang Che replied. "Now that you have joined the sect, you must have a code name for future missions. You cannot appear under your real name," Yin Shengong stated. "What code name do you desire?" Fang Che lowered his head, suppressing the fury surging within him. Using the Bing Che Ling Tai technique, he had just learned to quell the murderous intent in his heart and maintain clarity of mind. "I have not thought about this." Yin Shengong replied indifferently, "Since you have not given it thought, your code name shall be Night Demon." Upon the utterance of those 2 words, the expressions of Sun Yuan, Mu Lin Yuan, and the others turned peculiar. "Night Demon?" Fan Duque murmured. "Yes, Night Demon," Yin Shengong affirmed. "I hope you understand that being a demon is far more liberating than being a human. You must ponder deeply on the meaning of the word demon. Once you truly grasp it, you will be worthy of these 2 words." With a swift turn, he was already several dozen paces away, his indifferent voice lingering. "Only after you achieve first place and acquire the Ran Shueshu will you be allowed to use the name Night Demon. Until then, you are unworthy. Fail to secure first place, and you shall not deserve this name." As his voice faded, Yin Shun Gong vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Mu Lin Yuan, Ho Fong, Qian Sanjiang, and the others had also disappeared without a sound. On the mountaintop, only Sun Yuan and Fong Che remained. Sun Yuan finally exhaled, a smile breaking across his face. Chair, you have struck gold this time. Not only have you successfully undergone the initiation into the sect, but you have also acquired 3 techniques. More importantly, you have gained the favor of the leader and the 3 offerings, which will greatly benefit your future path. Fong Che released a heavy sigh and asked, Master, do you have nothing to say about the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent? Sun Yuan paused for a moment, then replied calmly, I know what you are thinking. When I was young, I shared the same thoughts as you. However, now, I feel no sense of wrongdoing. Life and death in Jianghu must be seen clearly. As long as you do not wish to lie there and rot like those corpses, you will eventually grow accustomed to it. Sun Yuan patted Fong Che on the shoulder, stating, This is quite normal, very ordinary, and happens frequently. Fan Duque nodded, lowering his head. His heart was raging with fury. I will never become accustomed to this. You are nothing but a horde of devils, executioners, and demons. No wonder your power is immense, yet you hide away, for you cannot bear to be seen. You are unworthy of existing under the sun. One day, I shall make you all pay for your transgressions. One day, I will uproot you entirely, ensuring that the people of this world will never have to fear losing their lives for no reason. You wish for me to adapt, but after witnessing all this, I am resolute in my intention to completely eradicate you. Gazing from the mountaintop towards that small village, I vow to avenge you. I will certainly do so. Fong Che remained silent for a while before finally asking, Master, what is the cultivation level of the sect leader and the high priest? Sun Yuan smiled wryly. You may ask me this, but never inquire about it from others. It is a taboo. Even I can only tell you, they are far superior to me. Fong Che nodded, I understand. Your performance today was quite commendable, Sun Yuan remarked. Aware of Fong Che's gloomy mood, he added, The sect leader is actually very pleased with you. Otherwise, he would not have taken the time to teach you or bestowed upon you the name of Night Demon. Oh, is this your first encounter with murder? Sun Yuan chuckled. To witness such brutality without changing countenance is already quite satisfactory, considering you are merely 17 and have never experienced any martial conflicts. This resilience is sufficiently ruthless. Many who, like you, have undergone the baptism of doctrine for the first time have either vomited, fainted, or been left dumbfounded. Some even drew their swords to fight us. Thus, the sect leader is quite pleased with your performance. Sun Yuan appeared genuinely gratified. Fong Che inquired, What became of those who attempted to fight back? No action was taken against them, for they will soon come to understand the truth. The lives of all the people in the world combined do not hold more value than their own, Sun Yuan implied. Fong Che felt a wave of nausea. Such a truth? How venomous and cold. Truly a good seed, nurtured by our teachings. Sun Yuan laughed heartily. Fan Guke also smiled, seemingly having regained his composure. Yet he felt a sense of absurdity within. The blood-soaked storms and mountains of corpses I experienced in my past life far exceed what you have encountered. What is wrong with remaining calm? Has this become ruthlessness? This understanding is, indeed, quite beneficial for my long-term concealment. As the two walked along the road to the Fong family, Sun Yuan began to contemplate finding an excuse to depart. After all, there was nothing more to teach, and he had imparted sufficient martial arts for his disciple to practice. No, it should not be termed progress. It should be progress and pace. Meanwhile, Fong Che was consumed by anger, wishing to see none of the people from Exinjiao any longer, hoping they would leave swiftly and not linger before him. The sight alone made him want to kill, yet he lacked the ability to do so. Such discomfort, it would be better to walk away. Just as the master and disciple harbored their own thoughts, suddenly a loud crash echoed. A small figure plummeted from the brothel above, crashing heavily before Fong Che. With a gasp, she spat a mouthful of blood. It was a young girl, her 7 orifices bleeding as she fell from the upper floor, landing not far from Fong Che, silent and unconscious. In Chapter 16, young Master Fong bullying others, the unexpected event left both Fong Che and Sun Yuan momentarily stunned. They turned their attention to the girl, noting her tattered clothing and frail physique, a clear indication of prolonged malnutrition. Her hair was dry and yellow, resembling withered grass. Her petite frame evoked pity, revealing arms and ankles marked with distinct bruises from whiplashes. Her face was filthy and marred with wounds, yet one could still discern her beauty. At that moment, her eyes were tightly shut, unconscious and bleeding profusely, presenting a horrific sight. Beneath her frail body lay a large pool of dark red blood, indicating internal injuries from the fall. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would recognize that, without timely aid, this girl would not survive for more than 2 hours. Blood splattered, with a few droplets landing on Feng Che's shoes. He looked down at the bloodstains, his expression visibly shaken. "Do not concern yourself with such trivial matters," Sun Yuan remarked indifferently. "A human life, in my eyes, holds little value. Consider it as if a mere rat had fallen dead before us." "Master, wait," Feng Che said softly, his youthful guilt evident on his face. "I just witnessed so many people perish, and this young girl appears so pitiful." Sun Yuan turned and frowned at him, recalling that this was indeed Feng Che's first encounter with such human cruelty. He could not help but sigh. "Do as you wish." Feng Che lowered his gaze to the unconscious girl, filled with compassion. He placed a medicinal pill into her mouth, murmuring, "How unfortunate." He then glanced up at the menacing figures atop the brothel, realizing that upon seeing him attempt to help, several individuals leaped down from the building. Feng Che quickly understood that the sentinels were now fixated on him. This girl was likely a spy sent to infiltrate his surroundings. He had suspected this from the outset. As the timing was too coincidental, he happened to arrive just as she fell in such a tragic manner. Yet, he found himself somewhat relieved. Since there were individuals among the local sentinels with such cunning intellect, perhaps his future would be less fraught. A burly man, his face twisted in malice, roared as 2 large men charged at him like wolves. Feng Che lifted his foot, and with 2 resounding thuds, the 2 men tumbled to the ground like rolling gourds. "Sir, this is a private matter of the Jin Yu Lu." The burly man frowned, glaring at Feng Che with hostility. "Who are you to meddle in our affairs?" Among the onlookers, someone exclaimed, "Is this not the honorable young Master Feng, known for his chivalry and loyalty, who would risk his life for a friend?" Some in the crowd, unaware of the situation, began to inquire, prompting others to explain. They revealed that young Master Feng had sworn an oath of brotherhood with young Master Suyu, and now that Su had gone missing and his family faced calamity, Feng Che's noble actions in the face of injustice had earned him great respect. The crowd began to regard him with admiration, realizing that he was indeed a person of remarkable character. No wonder he could not stand idly by upon witnessing the girl's plight. He was inherently a man of honor, a compassionate soul. Consequently, the situation took a swift turn. The thugs hesitated to act. "I merely find this young lady pitiable and do not intend to trouble you. Since I have encountered this matter, and I am in need of a maid, I can simply negotiate with your manager. Name your price, and I shall purchase her." Before long, the brothel's manager and the madam emerged, treating Feng Che with utmost respect. After all, the honorable young Master Feng held a prominent reputation in Baibo City. Though whispers circulated behind his back, none dared to display disrespect in his presence. Regardless of the rumors, Feng Che's accomplishments were formidable enough to warrant caution from anyone who might provoke his ire. Feng Che kindly inquired, "What is this young lady's name? How old is she? I am willing to buy her. Please present me with her contract." "The girl is named Arya, lacking a proper given name. A few days ago, she collapsed at the entrance, and I took her in. She is 16 this year, and I initially thought to help her, but to my dismay, she shows no gratitude for our life-saving kindness." Feng Che furrowed his brow and remarked nonchalantly, "What kind of name is Arya? It's utterly unpleasant. Henceforth, she shall be known as Yi Meng." Indeed, young Master Feng has a knack for naming. This girl is fortunate to encounter him. Enough with the chatter. "How much?" he demanded. The contract of servitude costs 1,000. The madam, observing Feng Che's gentle demeanor yet cold gaze, felt an inexplicable chill in her heart, struggling to voice. 300? Feng Che nodded. 1 tael of silver? Very well. He produced a single tael of broken silver and handed it over, stating, "Bring me the contract." The madam stammered, but she felt unjustly wronged. "What did I say, 1 tael?" Feng Che's expression remained indifferent, his heart devoid of emotion. This girl must have been sent by the Guardian, without a doubt. However, the people of this brothel are not affiliated with the Guardian. They would not leave such a flaw. Feng Che has never held a favorable view of those who exploit flesh for profit, and at this moment, he was determined to stand firm against such tyranny. With a resounding slap, he struck the madam's face, causing blood and teeth to scatter. her visage a gruesome blend of flesh and crimson. You, a mere brothel madam, dare to mock me. Feng Che raised his hand again. The madam cried out desperately. I dare not. It was my fault. It is indeed one tael. I shall fetch the contract at once. With a swift motion, Feng Che struck her on the opposite side of her face, 6 more teeth falling free, exclaiming, You were indeed mocking me. Her face swelled, blood gushed from her orifices, and her hair was disheveled. The scene was one of utter brutality, yet the others in the brothel dared not move. Paralyzed by fear after the recent massacre of hundreds from the Su family, the brothel manager rushed in, brandishing the contract, young Master Fong. The contract is here. Feng Che slapped the manager down. You wretched creature, speak clearly. Whose contract is it? Is it mine? And no, it is not the contract of Arya. With another slap, teeth flew once more. I told you, her name is Yimeng. Are you utterly foolish? Why yes, it is the contract of Miss Yimeng. With that, Feng Che seized the contract, tore it to shreds without a glance, tossed down a tael of silver, and struck both the madam and the manager several times more, demanding, Will no one help me call for a carriage? Can't you see Miss Yimeng is still unconscious? Are you blind? Yes, I shall go at once. The manager scrambled to his feet and ran. The madam wished to flee too, but could not match the manager's speed, trembling in place. Before long, a carriage arrived. Just before boarding, Feng Che stepped on the madam's foot, cursing, You heartless brothel harlot. You dare to sell a half-dead girl at such an outrageous price. Cursed pig. He kicked the madam 3 paces away, lamenting, You've sullied my clothes. How unfortunate. At last, young Master Fong departed in his carriage. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, watching this valiant and chivalrous young master leave, filled with doubts about life. Though they found satisfaction in his beating of the madam, they sensed that this young Master Fong was perhaps different from the rumors. One tael too expensive for you. Just the carriage rented from the brothel costs, at least that. Sun Yuan observed Feng Che's methods, considering them a reflection of their teachings. Seize what you desire. There is nothing wrong with asserting dominance and disregarding others' feelings in pursuit of one's ambitions. Chair, you handled today's affair exceptionally well. Sun Yuan praised. Oh, master, you misunderstand me. Immediately vented my frustrations. Fandu que replied humbly. The reason is inconsequential. What matters is the action. Sun Yuan laughed heartily. This pleases me greatly. It is what a disciple ought to do. Feng Che remarked, I lack a capable hand to assist me, which is inconvenient. Moreover, this girl is quite lovely. Having observed her, she qualifies as a beauty. Once she recovers, promoting her to a concubine would not be amiss. After all, one appreciates beauty in companionship. Fang Kismaid. Sun Yuan chuckled. I did not anticipate my disciple would awaken to such insights. What a delight. Indeed, which noble young man lacks an appreciation for beauty? This is quite commendable. Such a disposition surely distinguishes him from the guardian. Inside the carriage, the unconscious girl stirred slightly, her eyelashes fluttering. This demon. How must I safeguard myself? Chapter 17. Yimeng, my disciple, possesses great potential but lacks experience. It is essential to seek rare herbs and treasures. The master lamented the scarcity of spiritual elixirs left for his disciple. Unable to quell his concern, he procured a medicinal pill, personally administering it to Yimeng, facilitating its absorption through blood purification. He instructed Dong, Mei, to summon a physician. Taking a pristine white towel, he gently wiped Yimeng's face and couldn't help but chuckle. My son has exquisite taste. This girl is indeed a great beauty. Gazing around to ensure no one was watching, he muttered to himself, Let me examine her injuries to ascertain their severity. Thus he inspected her from head to toe, her head, face, neck, shoulders, chest, abdomen, hips, and thighs, grinning broadly. Not bad. Not bad. She has a generous bosom, a well-rounded posterior, and remains unspoiled. Ah, indeed, quite the discerning eye. Suddenly clearing his throat, he murmured, This child has sustained serious injuries. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door, autumn snow, carrying a bowl of medicine. Miss, the medicine is ready. Oh. Feng Qian coughed lightly. Be careful in your service. Yes. Feng Qian turned to leave. Both were oblivious to the fact that Yimeng's complexion had turned slightly rosy, and the delicate skin behind her ears was already flushed. Yimeng awoke languidly that evening. After a night of rest, she regained some vitality, managing to express her gratitude. 3 days later, she finally had the strength to move, her recovery progressing swiftly. Feng Che devoted himself to rigorous training. He had numerous techniques to master, leaving him no time for leisure. He practiced the myriad forms of the Wuyang Jinjing, swords, spears, halberds, and more. From his past life, he selected only a few skills to hone, discarding the rest. Firstly, the starting point of his past life was too low. Some techniques were beneath consideration. Secondly, the opportunities and techniques he acquired later were excessively representative. Should they be recognized by old adversaries or companions, it could provoke unwanted thoughts. Thus, he exercised utmost caution. If the day should come when they brand him as a demon of Isen's sect and slay him, he would harbor no grievances. This was his mindset, and if the situation demanded, he would act accordingly. However, Feng Che certainly preferred to avoid such a fate. Therefore, his current training was conducted with an intensity that left onlookers astounded. It was as though he was forging himself like raw iron. In particular, he meticulously studied the Wuyang Jinjing, absorbing its intricacies with great diligence. These 4 methods encompassed a vast array of knowledge, all foundational techniques, yet diverse in application. For instance, within the sword category, even the act of drawing a sword could be divided into numerous forms. Beijian style, left waist Beijian style, right waist Beijian style, handheld Beijian style. Sheath removal Beijian style, flying sheath Beijian style, left sword bearing Beijian style, right sword bearing Beijian style. Each of these forms is vastly superior, exponentially more complex than the Beijian style itself. As for the thrusting, slicing, lifting, and striking techniques, they surpass the Beijian style by countless measures. Similarly, the knowledge of knives, guns, and halberds follows suit. There are no specific moves, only various forms. However, Feng Che comprehends that this is the true magnum opus of a master. Once adept in these techniques, any sword or knife maneuver becomes second nature. In fact, one may not even require formal techniques. For mastery of the methods of attack in any circumstance has been achieved. The understanding of these 4 weapons is already unparalleled. Despite thorough familiarity, the only aspect lacking is proficiency. Yet, after mastering these, Feng Che finds that the various martial arts and knife techniques he is currently learning, including the renowned Feitia knife technique of Sun Yuan, flow effortlessly. Even the blood spirit 7 techniques of Inshur Palace can be understood through analogy. The practice is not arduous. His focus subsequently shifts to the ice-clear spirit platform and the illusionary bone transformation. Therefore, he rises before dawn to practice the foundational forms of the knife, gun, sword, and halberd for 2 hours. Breakfast consists of spirit beast meat and medicinal cuisine. Following this, he dedicates another 2 hours to the Feitia knife technique and blood spirit 7 techniques, then lunch. This pattern continues throughout the day, with evening meals and night snacks, all while studying the infinite true scripture before resting. Various elixirs and accessible training resources accompany his journey. 7 days pass, and Feng Che has elevated his cultivation to the 6th level of warrior. In a mere fortnight, he has progressed by 2 ranks, although a minor elevation. The pace is astonishing. Yet, Feng Che remains unsatisfied, feeling an overwhelming sense of crisis regarding his goal of claiming the top spot in Southeast Dao. He understands that among prominent families, talented individuals abound. These prodigies have been nurtured by masters since birth, and their martial arts are the highest caliber, supplemented by resources far beyond his current means. What he can truly rely upon, his advantage for surpassing others, lies solely in the infinite true scripture and his prowess with knives, guns, swords, and halberds, coupled with his unparalleled innate talent. The essence of hard work is his most crucial weapon for success. Thus, he dares not relax for a moment. One day, while training, Feng Che senses someone observing him. Turning his head, he sees a delicate figure at the door, gingerly stepping forward, leaning against the frame. She appears frail and pitiful, akin to a frightened fawn. Upon noticing Feng Che's gaze, she trembles slightly. She possesses an undeniable charm, radiating an innate, endearing quality. As Feng Che observes, he muses upon her appearance. Night Dream indeed possesses distinctive features. She is strikingly beautiful, with a graceful figure, albeit somewhat slender. Yet, her most remarkable trait lies in her large, round eyes, which are notably more prominent than those of ordinary women, exuding an irresistible cuteness. This gives her the appearance of a young girl. Despite being nearly 18 or 19 years old, as her wide-eyed gaze imbues her with an innocent charm. Fang Che remains silent, regarding her with a cold stare. The girl shrinks back, realizing her new master is difficult to approach, yet gathers her courage to say, "Thank you, young master, for saving my life." Fang Che nods and sets down his spear, replying coolly, "You are aware of your new name, Night Dream?" "Yes," she responds, faintly, her large eyes blinking adorably. A mix of naivety and vulnerability. "I have purchased you. From now on, you shall be my servant. Do you understand?" The maid understands. "From this moment forth, you must adhere to your duties, be diligent, refrain from inappropriate thoughts or actions. Do you comprehend?" The servant understands. "Clean yourself thoroughly and recover quickly, as I require assistance." "Yes." Fang Che produces 2 Tianmai fruits, saying, "Eat these quickly, and from now on, you must remain loyal." Observing Night Dream consume the fruits, Fang Che turns away, returning his focus to his training. He is convinced that Night Dream is an informant sent by the Guardian, tasked with gathering intelligence about him. Nevertheless, in his heart, she is one of his own. Though others view him as a disciple of a demon, a cultist, or a terrorist, he recognizes her as a true ally. Thus, he is not reluctant to bestow upon her some benefits. Alternatively, if she is not aligned with the Guardian, she will still become a valuable assistant for Fang Che. Regardless of her allegiance, as long as she is not part of the One Heart sect, she is assured of her rewards. The Tianmai fruits total 9. Fang Che consumes 3. Fang Qinyi takes 3. Night Dream receives 2, leaving 1 for Fang Qingyun, his cousin. Fang Qingyun, the honest one. The Fang family has treated him and his mother well, genuinely regarding them as kin. Fang Che can feel this. Therefore, he is not hesitant to offer a benefit to his elder cousin. Originally, he had intended to reserve 3 fruits for Fang Qingyun. Unfortunately, he has not appeared for quite some time, and now, with the unexpected arrival of Night Dream, 3 has become 1. Nonetheless, it is better than nothing. Fang Che reassures himself. Fortunately, the Tianmai fruit is a rare treasure, and since he personally harvested them, the tightly sealed skin allows for extended preservation. Otherwise, he would have had to give all of them to Night Dream. After consuming the Tianmai fruit, although Night Dream is unaware of its nature, she can feel her self-inflicted injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, she is completely restored. Moreover, her body undergoes subtle changes. Her innate quality improves as impurities are expelled. The latent injuries sustained from years of training and combat vanish without a trace. She feels as though she has been reborn. Unable to contain her astonishment, she realizes the extraordinary nature of this treasure. Her true foundation and cultivation are not as the fragile maiden she presents, but rather that of a peak innate martial master, surpassing even Fang Qinyi. She is but a step away from entering the ranks of generals. In this Baibo city, she is undoubtedly a formidable expert. Due to her innate constitution and the cultivation techniques she practices, which excel in concealment, she possesses the ability to hide her true prowess, rendering her techniques the best in the world. Even a royal-level powerhouse would find it impossible to discern her true strength unless she reveals herself. Little did she expect that upon accepting this mission in Baibo City, she would nearly expose herself due to the effects of 2 fruits. The impurities secreted from her body begin to emit a faint odor. In haste, she sheds her garments, prepares hot water, and begins to bathe. With each wash, her astonishment grows. If she is not mistaken, this must either be the legendary Tianmai fruit, the famed Faisai Tian fruit, or the celestial spirit Zhu fruit. How could Fang Che possibly bestow such a precious item upon her? This defies logic. And now, how will she manage her impending breakthrough? In a moment of turmoil, Night Dream feels utterly flustered. After finishing her bath, she dares not venture outside, fearing that even the slightest exertion could trigger a breakthrough. At that moment, Fang Che's impatient voice echoed at the door, inquiring why the washing was taking so long. "I will finish it soon," replied Yi Ming, her voice trembling, not from intent, but from anxiety, where she was exposed. Chapter 18. Yet, how could Fang Che allow her to be revealed? Even if the truth came to light, he would find a way to cover it up. Just as Yi Ming was at a loss, Fang Che's voice grew more impatient outside. "Once you are done, hurry out to tidy the courtyard and study. My mother and I are heading to the family estate. You must manage on your own. Do not expect anyone to assist you. Qiu Shui and Dong Mei are both out attending to matters, so be swift." Fang Che huffed, calling out to his mother, "Mother, we are leaving." Fang Qian's voice responded, "All right, chair, but please do not be too harsh on Yumeng. Her health is only just beginning to improve." The voices gradually faded away. Yumeng's heart calmed instantly. With everyone gone, it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. She needed to break through quickly. She hastily consumed a Lianxi Dan to slightly mask her breakthrough aura. Although the effect was limited, it was better than nothing. It seemed she had been so busy throughout the afternoon and evening that she had not had a chance to eat. The Fang family's strategic arrangements had been completed. With the acquisition of a portion of the Su family's influence and business territory, the foundation for the entire family had become significantly robust. Fang Zhenghang convened a meeting to discuss the next steps for the family plan. First and foremost, the allocation of martial power must be enhanced. Currently, the highest cultivation level in the family was merely at the Grandmaster level. This was inadequate. With such strength, there was no hope of reaching level 8. And even within level 9, there remained risks of degradation. After all, besides safeguarding the populace and attending to societal needs, the paramount duty of a noble family was to fulfill the responsibility of protecting the main hall, contributing points commensurate with level 9 families, and ensuring compliance. The importance of these contributions could not be overstated, as they were tied to various levels of government and merchants across the realm. As long as goods circulated, the lives of the populace could be secured. The existence of noble families was secondary. The contributions required from noble families included apprehending various fugitives and those who endangered the public and society, surrendering beast cores to eliminate threats from the wild, and eradicating evil cults and demons. Only these 3 actions could yield contribution points, and each required formidable martial strength. Thus, the cultivation of martial power was of utmost importance. The atmosphere among the family's upper echelons was heavy with concern. Last year, the level 9 family achieved 200 contribution points, while the family managed to attain 215 points, barely maintaining their status. Half a year had passed this year, and they had only garnered 98 points, making the completion of their annual task seem distant. At that moment, both grandmasters in martial arts sighed deeply. Just then, Fang Qian timidly raised her hand. "What is it?" Fang Zhenghang asked. "I estimate that I will break through to the innate grandmaster level this month," Fang Qian replied. Her aptitude had significantly improved, and her absorption of spiritual energy was several times faster than before, although she vaguely suspected it might be due to the fruit her son had given her. She chose not to mention it, understanding the sensitivity surrounding such matters. If exposed, it would only lead to envy and desire within the family, which would be unmanageable, as such resources could not be abundant. "You are about to break through?" Fang Zhenghang exclaimed with delight, while the others in the room were equally astonished, their faces lighting up with joy. This was indeed monumental news. The addition of another Grandmaster would bolster their chances of fulfilling their duty to protect the main hall. "Yes, I believe I will break through before next month. I've already begun to feel it," Fang Qian smiled. "That is excellent news." Fang Zhenghang rejoiced. Fang Ke, seated behind his mother, interjected casually, "As for the beast cores, I still have some left. These are assets inherited from Su Yu's family, totaling several hundred. While their quality varies, they can still fulfill the tasks required by the family. They just need to compensate me financially. However, I would prefer the task quota to be registered under my mother's name. Even better, having it under your mother's name is perfectly fine, as we are all monitoring the tasks completed under our family name." Fang Zhenghang responded with increased enthusiasm. Once the task cores were submitted and the contributions were counted, each core would be purchased at 70% of market value, which was quite profitable. The Fang family would obtain the tasks and contribution points, while Fang Che would receive the payment, benefiting both parties. After all, the Su family had no further obligations to fulfill. Consequently, with 200 to 300 cores, they could secure nearly 40 contribution points, significantly easing their annual task load. The group beamed with delight. However, caution remained imperative. The more contribution points, the better. Fang Zhenghang gravely admonished. The others readily agreed, yet their expressions displayed a hint of relief. After all, completing tasks ahead of schedule felt vastly different from racing against a deadline, carrying different emotional weights and risks. Should they fail to complete the tasks by the final month, the entire family would have to exert themselves, and casualties would be inevitable. The meeting continued for a considerable time, with Fang Che present throughout. Fang Qian found it peculiar that her son, who had never participated before, was now so patient as to remain until the meeting's conclusion. "What is wrong with you? Is your mind clear?" Fong Qianyi asked, concerned as she felt his forehead. He was not feverish. Fong Che, exasperated, gently removed her hand. Since his rebirth nearly a month ago, following that evening when he saw his mother, Fong Che had felt an unusual sensation. Engaging with Fong Qianyi, whether in conversation or in tasks, evoked a camaraderie reminiscent of his days with his brothers, a robust and hearty feeling. It was refreshing, straightforward, and unpretentious, devoid of any of the typical delicacies associated with a daughter. She was bold and unrefined, making their interactions exceedingly comfortable. "I must have been blessed by my ancestors to find such an exceptional wife," Fong Che mused enviously. Being with Fong Qianyi seldom evoked the feeling of a mother caring for her son. Rather, Fong Che found himself accommodating and caring for her, akin to nurturing an oblivious younger sister or daughter. This was quite peculiar. Seeing Fong Che's lack of reaction, Fong Qianyi rambled on as she walked. "You took that Yi Meng into our home. I noticed she is quite lovely, well-endowed, and capable of bearing children. Are you considering making her a concubine?" Fong Che's lips twitched in response. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "I was already aware of that." Fong Qianyi huffed and remarked. "For example, I was deceived by your father. Before I even reached the innate grandmaster level, I had you. How I once was a prodigy in my own right." Her voice carried a sense of nostalgia, as a seasoned person reflecting on past experiences. Fong Che rolled his eyes. "Mother, could you refrain from speaking with that hidden satisfaction while imparting wisdom? To those in the know, it sounds like a lament. But those unaware might think you are boasting, encouraging me to find a wife early. Is that so?" Fong Qianyi quickly adjusted her demeanor. Fong Che sighed heavily. Changing the subject. "Mother, I have a question. Why do I carry the Fong surname? What is my father's surname?" Fong Qianyi looked at him in surprise. "Why would you think that?" Fong Che chuckled. "Shouldn't children inherit their father's surname?" "Indeed," Fong Qianyi replied. "What of it?" Fong Che was taken aback, stammering, "Could it be?" Fong Qianyi matter-of-factly stated, "Your father is also a Fong. Did I not tell you?" Fong Che felt a wave of confusion wash over him. A lump formed in his throat, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Fong Qianyi furrowed her brow, pondering, "Did I not inform you? It seems I truly forgot to mention it, huh?" As she spoke, she unexpectedly burst into laughter. Creating such a grand joke out of one's own blunders feels rather amusing. Fong Che gazed up at the sky in silence, his expression darkening. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "Mother, thank you. It truly is no easy feat to raise me." Indeed, it was a challenge, as Fong Qianyi began to lament the difficulties of parenthood. Throughout this exchange, Fong Che remained fixated on the heavens. "What I wish to convey is that you seem to misunderstand my intentions. And what my father? Where is he now?" The hint of pride in Fong Qianyi's voice was palpable. Perhaps when addressing the original owner of this body, such words would have been met with disdain. Yet now, Fong Che genuinely believed in them. That evening, after dinner, as he prepared for sleep, Yi Meng entered with water, dutifully beginning her role as a maid. Fong Che settled comfortably onto the bed as Yi Meng began to wash his feet. His recovery from her presence did not evoke surprise. Yi Meng served with attentive compliance, and apart from the sound of water, silence enveloped the room. Finally, Fong Che broke the stillness, inquiring, "Yi Meng, have you acclimated to your new name and home?" He understood that some matters required his initiative, for individuals like Yi Meng, sent as undercover agents, would never ask directly. They could only observe quietly. "Very accustomed. Thank you, my lord," Yi Meng replied obediently, her voice soft and filled with a certain trepidation, reminiscent of a fragile girl who had just been rescued into an unfamiliar environment, devoid of security or belonging. Fong Che nodded, indifferent to her facade. On the contrary, he wished for her disguise to be even more convincing, preferably to the point where she herself would remain unaware. "Do you know why I offered you those 2 celestial fruits?" Fang Guqi asked. "Celestial fruit?" Yi Meng, fine ignoranje perfectly. "They are Tian Mai Zhugua, known for significantly enhancing one's innate abilities." Fong Che laid everything bare, aware that Yi Meng would never echo his sentiments, but rather he had to disclose everything himself. So it is such a celestial fruit. I, a mere servant, do not deserve such generosity," Yi Meng exclaimed, kneeling in a flurry of bows. A fleeting look of approval crossed Fong Che's eyes. This girl was indeed quite adept at acting. No wonder she was dispatched as an undercover agent. My initial act of saving you was merely impulsive, Fong Che asserted, voicing a statement he himself found hard to believe. However, after saving you, I realized that relegating you to a mere maid would be a waste. Yi Ming fell silent. As a concubine, I have not yet reached the pinnacle of martial mastery. I cannot allow you to seduce me and jeopardize my future, Fong Che stated. Yi Ming lowered her head, barely able to suppress an eye roll. Thus, upon reflection, you seem to hold little value, Fong Che declared with conviction. Yi Ming interjected. Fong Che continued. So I must bestow upon you some advantages to facilitate your martial training. Who knows, you may prove useful in the future. He spoke with a sense of entitlement. Therefore, starting tomorrow, you shall train alongside me. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I will not hesitate to discard you. Do you understand? I understand, my lord, she replied. Good, strive hard. I have no need for a liability. Having finished drying his feet, Fong Che reclined on the bed and added, Why are you still here? Do you wish to serve me in bed? Let me assure you, do not harbor such fanciful thoughts. Yi Ming clenched her fists, turning away in indignation as she exited. I take my leave. Dreaming is permissible, Fong Che remarked as her footsteps grew distant. He had already settled in a slumber, and the room fell into a deep silence. Outside, Yi Ming tossed and turned, unable to find repose. She felt an unsettling sense that this mission was progressing too smoothly, unfolding in a manner that aligned perfectly with her most ideal expectations. Before her arrival, she had prepared extensively, aware of the immense difficulties and dangers that lay ahead. Yet now, it seemed that none of those concerns were warranted. Every contingency had been accounted for. Even Fong Che's insistence on her serving him in bed had been meticulously planned, employing illusions or substitutes as necessary. But now, was it truly this easy? That night, Yi Ming submitted her initial undercover report on Fong Che. As a secret operative trained by the Guardians, Yi Ming was acutely aware of her purpose. Orphaned at a tender age, her parents perished in battles against the Wei with Zheng Jiao when she was merely 2 years old. From the age of 2.5, she had participated in clandestine training at the Dark Palace, alongside approximately 400 children of similar age. Eventually, some transitioned into assassins, others into killers, while many were simply eliminated or assigned to internal duties, some conscripted into the Guard Corps or various functional departments. In the end, only 15 remained. The brutal process of elimination surpassed mere survival of the fittest. Among those 15, both boys and girls were present, with 3 having already perished during missions. Yi Ming was the first among them, possessing the highest aptitude, the most refined skills, and the greatest capacity for concealment. Due to her exceptional talents, she had undergone intensive training and various forms of instruction. Naturally, her striking beauty played a part in this as well. Her large eyes and slight baby fat gave her an adorably naive appearance. Despite her astuteness, she exuded an air of innocence that led others to perceive her as somewhat simple-minded, yet irresistibly endearing. When her eyes fell slightly, she resembled a siren capable of causing great chaos. But when she opened them, she transformed into an adorable little girl, prompting anyone who beheld her to want to pinch her cheeks. Such a remarkable specimen, blessed with extraordinary martial potential, was deemed too valuable to be released into the wild. Until this mission, the higher-ups had deemed it appropriate to test her capabilities. When Fan Tian Tiao submitted his report, he noted that she was merely a newcomer to the sect, with lowly power and thus a high safety factor. Consequently, they assigned her a relatively safe task alongside Fong Che for her initial training. After all, Fong Che's potential utility was limited due to his low rank, at 17. He was just a warrior. If there were gains, that would be good. If not, they could simply cut their losses later, as it was akin to throwing darts at a target. However, Yi Ming now found herself somewhat bewildered. The mission was progressing far too smoothly. Fong Che provided her with the most relaxed environment for her role as an undercover agent, and his justifications were unassailable. She felt convinced. Indeed, it should be this way. Thus, though she lay awake, Yi Ming felt as though she were in a dream. She had successfully infiltrated Fong Che's side. Fong Che's cultivation level was approximately that of a 5th-grade warrior, with exceptional aptitude. He trained swiftly and, at this rate, would likely secure a spot in the top 10 of the upcoming competition at the Zhensho Wu Yuan in a month, with aspirations for the top 3. Feng Che intended to cultivate her martial abilities, hoping to gain her assistance in the future. In a simple coded message, she noted a few points and sent them out. Subsequently, Feng Che began his training regimen, not only working diligently himself, but also insisting that Yimeng join him, imposing increasingly stringent standards. He even adopted a somewhat extreme approach. Any deviation from perfection would result in reprimands or scathing insults, chastising her as a waste of resources. Yimeng dared not voice her anger, nor reveal her true capabilities, suppressing her grievances and striving to improve, her head swelling with bruises. She could barely wield a sword. Why are you staring at me? It's been 3 days, and you still haven't grasped the fundamentals of the technique. You waste. Fangu kibirated. You can't even stand or walk properly, let alone run. What have you been doing? Do you think being a maid is merely about pouring tea and serving water? Whenever Feng Che had a moment of respite, Yimeng's nightmares would commence. His tongue was as venomous as a serpent, spewing forth a barrage of cruel words that pierced deeply. Cold and malicious, he would declare, with your current aptitude, if you do not improve, you will be of no use except for bearing children. The chest is not ample, the rear lacks curvature, and the body is devoid of excess flesh, resembling nothing more than a collection of ribs. Even as a concubine, one would feel discomfort. If you continue to be this foolish, I might as well sell you into a brothel. Yimeng's heart burns with fierce flames. Many times, she has been unable to resist the urge to slap this fellow dead. His tongue is far too venomous. Anger threatens to explode within her, yet instinctively, she follows Feng Che's commands. By the end of the day, her waist aches, her legs are sore, and her mind is in a haze. Yes, the haze is from the scolding. As night falls, after attending to Feng Che's slumber, Yimeng begins to contemplate the day's gains. Images of various movements flash through her mind, eventually settling on the action of drawing a sword. Suddenly, she is taken aback. To her astonishment, this method of drawing the sword is far more fluid than her previous technique, and, simultaneously, it possesses lethal force. If cultivated to a certain extent, the sword energy unleashed at the moment of drawing could directly harm an opponent. Her habitual movements, however, do not achieve this level of effectiveness. Though it is merely one technique, if she were to regain her true strength, her combat prowess could potentially double due to this unexpected advantage. Moreover, the lethality would increase even further. How could this be possible? Unbeknownst to her, Yimeng feels a sense of bewilderment. She resolves to observe further tomorrow. Could this truly be the most correct method? Or perhaps something that previous practitioners overlooked? Was her prior training not the most accurate approach? Meanwhile, Feng Che lies in bed, secretly amused. Has she revealed her flaws? Humph. A frail woman who has never undergone martial training, just recovering from serious injuries, is able to practice with a 4-pound Qinggang sword for an entire afternoon without even a hint of swelling in her arms. This girl is fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, she would likely be facing severe interrogations by now. In the morning, as Yimeng brings in water, Feng Che snorts and says, "What is this? Are your arms sore? I knew you were useless. Practicing swordplay for an afternoon has left you like this? What a waste." Yimeng breaks into a cold sweat. Abruptly realizing the significant flaw she has exposed, she hurriedly responds, "It was my first time practicing swordplay. I found it so intriguing that I didn't pay attention to my body. I need to integrate the mental techniques. I will practice the mental technique you taught me today." Feng Che snorts again. "That is my master-ass unique skill." "Your master?" she inquires. "Of course." Feng Che replies proudly, "My master is known as the Flying Knife King. You may not understand now, but in the future, you will comprehend what the title king represents." The mention of the Flying Knife King sends a jolt through Yimeng. Instantly, countless pieces of information flood her mind. The Flying Knife King, Sun Yuan, a figure both righteous and wicked, a wandering cultivator of the Jianghu. Is your lord truly formidable? Yimeng praises. Of course. Feng Che raises his head with pride. I am a genius and have befriended many influential figures. What do you know? Yimeng exclaims with enthusiasm. Influential figures? I have never encountered anyone of great stature. In my eyes, you are the greatest figure. Feng Che, filled with pride, declares, do you know how many true figures dwell in the clouds? Well, you're only just beginning to touch the martial path. In the future, you will come to know those who are above the clouds. such as the people from the Yinshan Palace that I just encountered. The Yinshan Palace? Yi Ming suppresses her astonishment, shaking her head in confusion. I don't understand. Feng Che dismissively waves his hand. Talking to you is like playing the lute to a cow. Enough, you may leave now. Quickly, give yourself time and space to send messages. The Yinshan Palace is certainly not here for my initiation. I am not that significant. Hence, their arrival must be for a major event. Reported immediately. The following day, the focus remains on training. Feng Qian, witnessing her son's fervent practice, joins in, and as they train together, she praises, Che, you must admit, what your master taught you is indeed useful. Feng Che, however, remains indifferent. These are his kin, and the stronger they are, the better. Except for the Wu Liang Jinjing, which cannot be shared, everything else is fair game. Over the past few days, Feng Che has made a small advance in the Wu Liang Jinjing, stepping into the first realm, while Bing Che Ling Tai and Huangui Xing have been fully mastered. The Shui Ling Qi Jian and Shun Yuan Tao Xine Shi Sanshi have reached a level of proficiency. Of course, the primary focus remains on the inheritance of Sun Yuan, mastering various sword techniques, body movements, and mental techniques with great familiarity. He meticulously studies each form of sword, spear, and halberd. Meanwhile, arrangements have begun on the side of the Guardian. Within the Grand Hall, only two individuals are qualified to view Yi Ming's intelligence, Chen Ruhai and Fan Tian Tiao. These two, who hold mutual disdain for each other, must convene daily to discuss matters. The Flying Knife King, Sun Yuan, is now under surveillance. With a pensive expression, Fan Tian Tiao contemplates, however, the crux of the intelligence lies in the phrase Feng Che mentioned today about the leader of the Xian sect, Yinshan Palace. The exact words were, for instance, the people from the Yinshan Palace that I encountered today. This is of utmost importance. This girl likely does not realize the extremely significant intelligence she has conveyed. Chen Ruhai immediately sharpens his focus, pondering. It is the Yinshan Palace, and the mention of people from the Yinshan Palace is worthy of deep reflection. Moreover, how did Feng Che come to encounter the Yinshan Palace? He continues, Feng Che is merely an external relative of a lowly 9th-tier clan. At his level, he shouldn't even have the qualification to know the name Yinshan Palace. The fact that he has encountered them certainly indicates a reason. What reason? Fan Tian Tiao inquires. The most likely explanation is that the Yinshan Palace has come, and he has seen them, which means the Yinshan Palace is in Baibo City. What qualification does he possess to meet the Yinshan Palace? The most probable reason is the initiation ceremony. Beyond such events, he would have no opportunity to meet the Yinshan Palace. Therefore, Feng Che's initiation is a foregone conclusion. The Yinshan Palace is the leader of a sect, and the headquarters of the Xian sect is certainly not here. Would they really come solely for a mere Feng Che's initiation? That seems rather excessive. Indeed. Thus, the Yinshan Palace's arrival must have another significant reason. Fan Tian Tiao's expression grows more troubled. When the Yinshan Palace personally intervenes, a major event must be at hand. In this vicinity of 2,000 miles, what else could be of such importance to warrant a personal visit from the Yinshan Palace? The two engage in a back and forth, quickly reaching greater clarity. If it were an attack on the Guardian's Grand Hall, the Yinshan Palace would likely not dare to act. Suddenly, Chen Ruhai's gaze sharpens. The Taishui Fortress? By the heavens! Report immediately. Chapter 20. An unexpected outcome. Fan Tian Tiao contemplates deeply. On Feng Che's side, attention must be heightened once more. Regardless of how fortuitous the circumstances may be, the fact that his initiation ceremony has attracted the personal attendance of the Yinshan Palace is extraordinary. There must be something remarkable about him. Otherwise, the Yinshan Palace would not be so idle. Indeed, if it were you or I, we might be interested in observing a genius examination, but would we care to attend an ordinary martial artist examination? No. Isn't that clear? Furthermore, this intelligence clearly indicates that Feng Che has joined the Xian sect and successfully undergone the initiation. Chen Ruhai asserts confidently. Didn't we just discuss this? Fan Tian Tiao clarifies the content of the intelligence, finally feeling a sense of relief. His previously troubled expression shifting as he looks at Chen Ruhai with a hint of sympathy. Old Chen, even though I find you disagreeable, I must remind you of something. What? If you have time, go seek out Meng Shun Yi and have your head examined. Truly, get lost. Days later, in the dead of night, the Taishui fortress, located over 1,000 miles from Baibo City, comes under attack from the Exian sect. The Taishui fortress is a stronghold of the Guardian Alliance, always positioned opposite the Grand Hall, safeguarding this region's peace. This time, the Exian sect, having meticulously planned for a long time, launches a grand assault, deploying 5 royal-level experts and numerous king-level experts, clearly intending to strike the Taishui fortress with overwhelming force. Removing this thorn in their side, the Yinshan Palace personally oversees the operation, mobilizing a large number of the Exian sect experts from nearby to arrive secretly. This operation has been meticulously planned for over 6 months and has finally commenced. However, from the very beginning, something felt amiss during the assault. At midnight, with a mere wave of his hand, YNSH and G-Ing commanded his skilled warriors to launch an attack, which surged into Tsu-Bo from all directions. With a resounding crash, the gates of Tsu-Bo were sent soaring into the sky, and a substantial portion of the walls collapsed instantly. The fierce warriors of YXNGO, their faces masked, charged in with the ferocity of wolves and tigers. A thunderous roar echoed through the night air. Kill, leave none alive. The brutal battle erupted in an instant, and blood nearly covered the ground in mere moments. With a long howl, countless figures ascended from Tsu-Bo to confront the attackers. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sounds of howling, bells, shouts, and the cries of the wounded. Tsu-Bo experienced a brief moment of chaos at the onset, suffering considerable losses. Yet as the defenders surged forth, the battle became fiercely contested. Then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In less than a breath span of combat, shadows emerged from the night, as numerous guardians of the main hall arrived from all directions, unhesitatingly joining the fray. Their formation was impressively grand, launching a counteroffensive in an instant. From a tactical standpoint, the meticulously prepared assault by YXNGO, which had been in the works for half a year, was suddenly at a disadvantage. Kiksube quickly initiated a counterattack. With internal and external forces working in unison, they fought with all their might, encircling the members of YXNGO, nearly trapping them, as if in a dumpling. In a desperate bid, YNSH, Ng, and the 3 esteemed officials personally intervened to fend off the Guardians, leading their subordinates in a bloody breakout, ultimately managing to escape. However, they incurred the loss of 4 royal-level experts and over a dozen general-level experts, while more than 50 innate grandmasters perished in this conflict, resulting in significant depletion of their strength. In a strange twist, what was initially intended as a concentrated assault by YXNG transformed unexpectedly into a desperate retreat. Such an occurrence, which should not have manifested, had bizarrely unfolded. Everyone shared a singular thought: internal treachery. In the aftermath, YNSH Ng was furious, demanding thorough investigations, convinced that someone had leaked information. Otherwise, how could the defenders have arrived so promptly? Despite exhaustive inquiries, no leads emerged. It was then that news arrived from a mole within the defenders' main hall. This incident was purely coincidental. A legendary, superclass demon beast, known as the Li YNH had been fleeing persecution and had ended up nearby. The master of the southeastern main hall had assembled several experts, including multiple hall masters, to pursue the beast. Coincidentally, on that day, the Li YNH had escaped to the vicinity of Tsu-Bo. Consequently, the hall master led all the experts to capture the beast, only to encounter the assault by YXNGO at that moment. The hall master had no choice but to abandon the hunt for the Li YNH to rescue Tsu-Bo, inadvertently colliding with YXNGO's operation. This development reportedly astonished the defenders' ranks, as they had unexpectedly struck the heart of the matter. What a splendid achievement it was to thwart YXNGO's plans, especially those orchestrated directly by YNSH Ng himself. It was a remarkable victory not seen in many years. Presently, the defenders' main hall was celebrating. Though the Li YNH had escaped, the disruption of YXNGO's plans and the elimination of numerous elite warriors constituted an overwhelming triumph beyond expectations, far surpassing the capture of the beast. Upon receiving this news, YNSH Ng was consumed with rage, his vision darkening as he struggled to speak. A lump lodged in his throat. The high-ranking members of YXNG were equally dismayed, each feeling as if a bitter grievance was trapped in their throats, unable to be expressed or swallowed. Is this truly a coincidence? The losses were staggering, nearly crippling. You dare tell me this is mere chance? MLNUN, with his distinctive identity, remained masked during the meeting, yet one hand clutched the wound on his head, his eyes filled with fury. He had sustained a grievous blow from a hall master during the retreat, resulting in a gaping hole in his head. Had it not been for YNSH NG Ng's timely rescue, he would have surely perished. After years of avoiding such significant losses, MLNU and Wasansost, it was evident that T-Su-B-O had been well prepared, with all their experts gathered at the onset. Otherwise, how could their formation have been so impeccably coordinated? This operation aimed to annihilate the family of the old man's son on the eve of his anticipated joy, capturing them all in one fell swoop. Is it truly that coincidental? YNSH NG Ng mused darkly. The group, deflated as if air had been released from balloons, bore expressions of deep conflict. YNSH NG Ng's face darkened further as he remarked, this time, our sect has suffered a loss of face. The YMGO, SNSH NGO, Going M NGO, and TNSH NGO have already sent their condolences. The messages from other sects have yet to arrive, but it is only a matter of time. Condolences? The group was engulfed in a wave of black despair mingled with anger. Is this truly a gesture of sympathy? It reeks of mockery, a blatant expression of schadenfreude. The letter from the YMGO congratulated YNSH Ng on his long-planned grand victory, raising a toast in his honor. YNSH Ng slammed the table, declaring, I cannot afford this embarrassment. Not only could YNSH Ng not bear this disgrace, but neither could any member of YXNGO. The tension in the room reached a boiling point as they exclaimed, this is intolerable. This is an affront beyond measure. HUFing's thigh, wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, trembled with rage. YNSH Ng's gaze flickered as he commanded, everyone else, leave. I will only retain MLNUN and the 3 esteemed officials. Once the room was cleared, YNSH Ng's voice turned ominous. If I recall correctly, the YM and SNSH factions had previously mentioned possessing a genius, intending to infiltrate the town guard martial academy, did they not? Indeed, they did. MLNUN's eyes brightened with realization. YNSH Ng's gaze turned cold. Why should we suffer humiliation while they mock us? Who among us is inferior? Moreover, at this critical juncture, if we suffer another defeat, and if their genius secures the championship, they will be 2 steps ahead of us. We must swiftly investigate the name of their genius. Are you suggesting that we possess no geniuses of our own? Once we ascertain their name, instruct the YM to thwart them. We must not allow them to claim the championship at any cost. He added vehemently, inform YM that I shall grant him an additional 200 contribution points for completing this task. MLNUN paused, suddenly recalling that YM was the alias of the prodigy FNCH, whom he had just encountered. His expression shifted, realizing that the sect leader had directly bestowed the name of YM upon FNCH. What deep-seated animosity lay between the sect leader and the YMGO? If YM successfully completed this mission, he would accumulate 700 contribution points, a significant sum qualifying him for leadership roles within the sect. Bestowing him a captaincy, what of it? Gvein Senyanago remarked. In dealing with geniuses, we must be willing to make exceptions. Perhaps in the decades to come, YM's achievements will bring us glory as well. Then, it is settled. Let us proceed with haste. Yes, provide YM with resources for cultivation, rare treasures to enhance his prowess, and inform him that this mission is a life-or-death task. Success is the only option. At that moment, FNCH, engrossed in his training, remained blissfully unaware that an impending wave of fortune was approaching due to his actions against YNSH and Jing. He was diligently focused on his cultivation, while FNCHN Y had gone to discuss housing matters with FNZH Ng. As FNCH's training progressed, FNCHN Y felt that her modest courtyard had become somewhat cramped, contemplating the amalgamation of the 3 adjacent courtyards. However, the other 3 courtyards have already been occupied, So Feng Xianyi went to discuss how to provide her son with a more comfortable environment for cultivation. Yimeng was lost in thought. The undercover operation next to Feng Che was remarkably smooth, gathering a plethora of intelligence with little effort. Yet over the past few days, she discovered both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was the ease of gathering information, but the disadvantage was that Feng Che hardly ventured outside. You need to go out. Only then can I follow you and obtain more intelligence. Why aren't you going out? That afternoon, Sun Yuan, who had not been seen for 5 or 6 days, entered Feng Che's home, looking travel-worn. Sun Dao Wang brought a new task. Chapter 21. The New Task. Sun Yuan entered the house directly, his expression brimming with pride and exuberance. The entire Yisin sect was shrouded in gloom, yet Sun Yuan's spirits soared. He had not participated in the recent battle. Instead, he had been seeking herbs for his disciple, solidifying their foundation, enhancing their cultivation, increasing their comprehension, and refining their physical strength with rare treasures. An important task awaited him. The sect leader had prepared every type of precious resource his disciple needed. Moreover, they were even more complete and of higher quality than he had anticipated. There was only one requirement. It was akin to a pie falling from the sky. With these resources, it would be impossible for his disciple not to soar. Upon entering, he saw Feng Che and Yimeng practicing. He stood aside for a moment, somewhat astonished, murmuring, "This girl has impressive aptitude." Unable to resist, he felt compelled to test her. As a king-level expert, he knew that if he performed a simple examination, Yimeng's secrets would be unveiled. Yimeng felt a surge of anxiety and couldn't help but blink her large eyes. Sun Yuan was taken aback. "Why do you seem a bit dazed?" Feng Che had already finished his practice and approached with a smile, exuding youthful exuberance. "Master, guess what level my cultivation is at now?" With that one sentence, Sun Yuan's attention was completely diverted. At this moment, he felt that the most significant matter in his life was his disciple. The progress of his disciple's cultivation was of paramount importance to Sun Yuan. Nothing else could compare. His eyes brightened at the inquiry. "What is it?" Feng Ke, filled with youthful pride and a close affection for his master, replied, "Master, when you left last time, I was at the 5th rank of warrior, right?" Sun Yuan felt a surge of joy, knowing his disciple had made considerable progress, and immediately responded, "Yes, the 5th rank of warrior, just broken through. I witnessed it myself. Now, have you reached the 6th rank?" "I just broke through last night, and would like you to verify if I've reached the 7th rank." 7th rank? Sun Yuan was taken aback. If breaking through to the 6th rank was a pleasant surprise, then reaching the 7th was nothing short of astonishing. 2 ranks in 6 days? Did you think Master was so blind as to not realize such an impossible feat? He pulled Feng Che into a room for verification. 7th rank? This is improbable. Let me see. After a thorough examination, Sun Yuan's eyes bulged in disbelief. Is it truly the 7th rank? What have you been eating these past 5 days? I haven't eaten much, Feng Che replied innocently. It's just that during my practice, I feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth automatically entering my body. I can even hear the sound of it rushing in, and it seems to increase day by day. He calculated, since Master left 6 days ago. The speed at which spiritual energy flows into my body while practicing is now twice as fast as before you left. Sun Yuan believed him. Once a warrior reaches a certain level, one can sense the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. It is not only geniuses who can feel it, ordinary warriors can as well. However, a doubling of speed in just a few days was astounding. Do you have any other sensations? Yes. Feng Che was eager to showcase his talent and gain the sect's attention for more cultivation resources. He spoke earnestly. Since I broke through to warrior, it wasn't obvious at first, but when I broke through to the 2nd rank, I distinctly felt that the speed of absorbing spiritual energy increased by half compared to the 1st rank. After breaking through to the 3rd rank, it increased again by half from the 2nd. This pattern continued through to the present. Each rank has seen an increase by half. Therefore, my cultivation speed is now rapid, and I am unsure of the reason. I wanted to ask Master if something is amiss. I dare not discuss this with others, but I inquired of a few people, and they do not experience this phenomenon. Their progress, though improved after breakthroughs, is minimal. This kind of leap in advancement is said to occur only with major breakthroughs. Feng Che was somewhat anxious. "Master, do you think there is something wrong with my body?" "Something wrong with your body?" Sun Yuan's expression shifted, momentarily speechless. Your body is indeed problematic, and it is a monumental issue. Your innate talent is extraordinary. It was wise not to speak of this to others. Apart from the master, no one else should know. Sun Yuan said solemnly, if I am not mistaken, you should possess the unparalleled heavenly ladder physique. He couldn't help but sigh. He had thought his disciple's physique was already exceptional, yet he had never anticipated that it was a fusion of two extraordinary physiques. Each breakthrough results in a doubling of the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. This physique is the legendary heavenly ladder. Each step is a rank. Currently, with a shallow cultivation level, you are merely at 1.5 ranks. Once you break through to the innate level, you will become even more monstrous. At that time, each minor rank breakthrough will genuinely double your absorption speed. Major breakthroughs will yield exponential increases. How much, Sun Yuan did not know. After all, this physique is legendary. He had never witnessed it. Before meeting Feng Che, he had never even encountered a genius with a physique weaker than Feng Che's. This physique is truly that of a child favored by heaven. As long as he does not perish prematurely, he is destined to become a prominent figure on the weapons list. This matter must be reported to the sect leader. The sect's attention towards Chair must be elevated. Sun Yuan was resolute. His disciple is likely to become a significant figure within the sect, potentially one of its leaders. He must be valued. The unparalleled heavenly ladder. Sun Yuan's heart raced with excitement, his mind swirling. He momentarily forgot the purpose of his visit. After a while, he remembered, sure, I almost forgot. I came this time to bring you something wonderful, enough to elevate your cultivation significantly. And I also have a new task for you. Please, Master, tell me. Let us discuss the task first. This task is a life or death mission that must be completed at all costs. Sun Yuan continued, for this, the sect leader has specially allocated you 200 contribution points and provided these cultivation materials. Indeed, there are 3 individuals who are your opponents in this upcoming competition at the Martial Academy. You must defeat them at all costs. Those 3, one is named Ding Jiran, a direct descendant of the Ding family, an 8th-level family from Luofeng City. Another is named Hua Churin, a direct descendant of the Hua family, also an 8th-level family from Fubo City. And the last is Shimin Shuri, a direct descendant of the Shimin family from Shangyun City, a 9th-level family. Sun Yuan stated, these 3 are unparalleled geniuses. It is said that Ding Jiran and Hua Churin have already attained the 1st rank of martial master, while Shimin Shuri, despite currently being only at the 8th rank of martial artist, possesses a remarkable skill in concealed weaponry and has raised a formidable auxiliary beast, the Chishu Shi, since childhood. Thus, this task is undoubtedly of great importance. Feng Che furrowed his brow and meticulously noted down, Luofeng City, Ding Clan, Ding Jiran, Fubo City, Hua Clan, Hua Churin, Shangyun City, Shimin Clan, Shimin Shiri. He recited, Martial Master 1st rank, Martial Artist 8th rank, Concealed Weaponry, Chishu Shi. He then inquired, are there any noteworthy aspects regarding Ding Jiran and Hua Churin? Sun Yuan stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. The reason I refrained from mentioning it was precisely to wait for you to ask. You indeed inquired, which brings me great comfort. This is the wisdom of anticipating the enemy. One must thoroughly investigate any adversary. Indeed, Master. Sun Yuan produced 3 sheets of paper from his bosom. Here are the profiles of Hua Churin, Ding Jiran, and Shimin Shiri. Feng Che examined them earnestly, his gaze focused. He spoke softly, perhaps deliberately. Master, these 3 are all prodigal talents among the Guardians. Are they not? No. To Feng Che's surprise, these 3 are not affiliated with the Guardians. This left him somewhat perplexed as he pondered. Our people? Neither. Feng Che scratched his head. They are pawns infiltrated by the Night Demon, Guangming, and Tianxin. Oh, there seems to be more to this matter. Sun Yuan lowered his voice, a hint of schadenfreude on his face. You are aware that the leader and the 3 offerings visited last time. Yes, the previous endeavor was in action, but regrettably, it ended in failure, resulting in significant losses for our sect. The leader was extremely enraged, and at that moment, the Night Demon, San Sheng, Guangming, and Tianxin, all from the same overarching sect, deliberately issued taunts. It is said that the leader was infuriated on the spot. Upon hearing those 4 familiar names, Feng Che's eyes darkened. They are all subordinate forces of the Wei, Wuzhongjiao. There is no telling how many such forces exist across the continent. The one Sun Yuan just mentioned. along with Exin Jiao, are among the most renowned and powerful sects within the Wei with Zheng Jiao subordinates. Sun Yuan continued softly. Although these sects are all under the same overarching sect as us, the relationship is one of competition and mutual suppression. The rivalry among them is exceedingly fierce and bloody. Fang Che nodded silently. Each faction seeks to outdo the others. This time, regardless of the leader's furious response or the matter of pride, our sect has recently faced defeat. Meanwhile, those factions have not. If their prodigal talents secure the first position, it equates to us losing 2 opportunities. Sun Yuan clarified. 2 opportunities are not easily regained. At the very least, our sect contributions within the overarching sect would be surpassed by them significantly. Sun Yuan remarked. In the future, any achievements you attain will inevitably remind others of your triumph over the 3 sects' talents, thus granting you a competitive edge within our sect. The more advantages you acquire, the more you will be remembered within the overarching sect, and, consequently, our sect will garner more attention due to you. Do you understand? Fang Che nodded silently. I understand. Chapter 22. The Journey to Baiyun Summit. You are currently only at the 7th rank of martial artist, yet the leader is unaware. He only knows that during your baptism, you were merely at the 4th rank of martial artist. Nevertheless, the leader still believes you can prevail. Do you know why? Sun Yuan asked. Fang Che frowned. For this was the very matter he found most perplexing. The gap between the 4th rank of martial artist and the 1st rank of martial master is substantial. What gives Inshur Palace the confidence to assert I can win? Why such assurance? Although he knows of his exceptional talent and rapid cultivation, it has only been less than 20 days. How much progress can one achieve in 20 days? Furthermore, if I improve, does that not mean they will also progress? Since I took you on as a disciple, it has hardly been 20 days. The leader is aware that you had just broken through to the 1st rank of martial artist when I accepted you as my disciple. When the leader first saw you, it was merely half a month later, and you had already reached the 4th rank of martial artist. Sun Yuan remarked, your rate of cultivation is rare in the world. That is one reason. Indeed, the second reason is that those prodigies have been cultivated for over a year. For the higher-ups of our sect, this is almost common knowledge. While you up until now, aside from myself, the leader and the 3 offerings are unknown. In other words, you are in the shadows, while they are in the light. Even if you defeat them, they will only consider it a stroke of luck for the Guardians. The enemy is in the light while we are in the dark, which is the second chance of victory. That makes sense. The third reason is that when the leader last saw you, he was pleasantly surprised by your exceptional talent, leading him and the 3 offerings to impart knowledge to you. During the task assignment, the leader lamented that there had been no consideration for dealing with the prodigies of the 3 sects during the previous importation. Yet by an unexpected turn of fate, it has come to this point. The teachings from the leader and the others are truly invaluable, the rarest skills, and once you master them, overcoming opponents of higher ranks will not be a difficult task. That is the 3rd chance of victory. Understood. Cough, cough, cough. Fang Che cleared his throat. He had not anticipated that the leader of Inshur Palace, a figure notorious for wreaking havoc across the world, would be so superstitious. It felt somewhat amusing, almost uncontrollable. But upon reflection, it is not surprising. Inshur Palace had no need to personally conduct the baptism for my initiation into the sect. However, due to the actions here, they fortuitously arrived and presided over the ceremony. A leader and 4 offerings. Such a high-profile initiation for a lowly disciple of such low status and cultivation was inherently abnormal, as if it bore the weight of destiny. Moreover, upon arrival, due to my innate talent, the Inshur Palace, which had not even intended to come, unexpectedly imparted to me the sword techniques upon which they had built their reputation. A bond was thus formed, a kindred connection. Following the failure of the operation and the ridicule faced, while we are about to fall behind the 4 sects, serendipitously, there arises a chance to strike down the adversary. And the executor of this opportunity just happens to be myself. It must be me. Prior to this, Inshur Palace had not even contemplated dealing with the prodigious disciples of the opposing sections. I emerged out of nowhere. For Inshur Palace to sense such a feeling of destiny and luck seems quite fitting, does it not? With this thought, Fang Che began to ponder. This is fate. This is a reward from the leader for you. 3 by Ling Dan of martial artist rank. Each by Ling Dan, when consumed, can augment one's cultivation by 10 years. In a moment, I will teach you how to refine them. Here are 10 Jin grasses, which can assist in cultivation, and 3 Bai-Ling flowers, which can enhance spiritual perception. This is a sword, a personal gift from the leader, crafted in secret by the overarching sect, an unbloodied wind steel sword. This sword carries the essence of the wind, enhancing speed and sharpness when drawn. Such treasures are rare in the world. You must cherish it. Fang Guchiese art stivd. And his eyes gleamed with fervor. The wind steel sword, he had possessed a similar one in his past life. Yet in the end, he could not withstand the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy and had lost it in battle against a formidable foe. However, for martial artists beneath the royal rank, it is a coveted weapon, enhancing speed and sharpness, and wielding it evokes a sense of riding the wind. The hand feel is exceptional. These resources should be nearly sufficient for you to break through to the rank of martial master. Sun Yuan suggested tentatively. While spiritual pills and herbs are indeed the best, there are still 3 stages to surpass before becoming a martial master: 8th, 9th, and completion. Furthermore, each stage requires comprehension, mental state, and combat experience. Although the potency of the spiritual pills is considerable, it also depends on personal talent and how much one can absorb. Generally speaking, being able to absorb 60 to 70% for personal use is already quite remarkable. The rest of the potency tends to dissipate into the air. It is sufficient. Fang Che harbored no extravagant thoughts. He possessed an abundance of insights and experiences, and his state of mind was increasingly transcendent. Below the realm of the sovereign, there were virtually no obstacles to speak of. That girl exhibited commendable talent. I intend to nurture her. Fang Che began to employ his cunning. Master, you need not concern yourself. I desire for her to belong entirely to me. Sun Yuan comprehended his intent. Chuckling with a lewd expression, you seem quite knowledgeable. Fang Che cleared his throat, realizing that the old fellow had completely misconstrued his meaning. From body to spirit, every step of advancement must bear your imprint. Sun Yuan squinted with a grin. This plan is commendable. In the future, when you employ it, you shall find it more instinctive and gratifying. Fang Che felt a surge of frustration. You old lecher, I am a paragon of virtue, and I disdain your ways. As your master, I shall refrain from intervening, allowing you to educate her from a young age. Master, I still require your assistance in adding a note within the sect regarding a personal maid. This statement was delivered with great finesse. By appending a note, he could designate a personal maid, thus absolving himself from the initiation rites of Yimeng, allowing her to exist as a subordinate. Furthermore, in the future, he would have the freedom to come and go as he pleased, dictated solely by his whims. This was a clever stratagem. Sun Yuan readily acquiesced, recognizing that for his disciple, such trivial matters required no further authorization. Merely a single additional phrase would suffice. Very well, I shall attend to this matter. You focus on your preparations. Indeed, that day, Fang Che consumed a Bai-Ling Dan and a Bai-Ling Hua, commencing the digestion of their medicinal properties. Sun Yuan stood guard at the entrance, witnessing a sudden vortex form around Fang Che, through which an inexhaustible stream of celestial energy surged into his body. Initially, Sun Yuan was taken aback. By the heavens, is this the cultivation of a 7th-grade warrior? One eye-opener. As the Bai-Ling Dan slid down his throat, boundless spiritual energy flooded his internal organs, radiating throughout his meridians and even penetrating his digestive system, perpetually expanding. Every part of his being brimmed with spiritual energy. With each cycle of the immeasurable true scripture, this energy was drawn back into his dantian, circulating through the microcosm, transforming into his own strength. The bottleneck of the 7th-rank warrior was nearly instantaneously filled. Subsequently, he surged forward with unstoppable momentum, breaking into the 8th rank, where the spiritual energy once again coalesced and circulated, replenishing his dantian's reserves. With a resounding boom, a new acupoint was breached, and he ascended to the 9th-rank warrior. Upon fully absorbing a Bai-Ling Dan, he reached the pinnacle of the 9th-rank warrior. Furthermore, his spiritual awareness had doubled, a testament to the power of the Bai-Ling Hua. Fang Che felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, his mind crystal clear. Rising to his feet, his bones crackled. As he stepped outside, he was met with the astonished visage of Sun Yuan. 9th rank perfected? Indeed. Sun Yuan trembled slightly, forcing a semblance of composure as he grinned. Well, this is within my expectations. He quickly turned away. Let us spar to disperse the medicinal energy. Certainly. Later that evening, in the early hours after their sparring session, Sun Yuan hastily concocted an excuse to leave. He could hardly bear the thought of having to suppress his cultivation to match that of his disciple, only to find himself outmatched. Not only that, but he had secretly increased his own power to the first rank of warrior and was subsequently bested. Where could he seek justice for this? Thus, he discreetly elevated himself to the third rank of warrior, just to keep his disciple in check. Sun Yuan felt utterly humiliated. Although battling his disciple sometimes inspired him in his technique, it only deepened his discomfort. Who is truly the master here? Henceforth, you shall cultivate on your own. I believe you can achieve great things. I shall continue to seek resources for your training. Struggling to maintain his dignity and authority as a master, Sun Yuan departed in haste. He had initially intended to offer guidance to Yi Ming to assert his presence, but now that thought had dissipated. Feng Che's instruction would undoubtedly surpass his own. Having a prodigious disciple was a bittersweet experience. Over 5 days, Feng Che absorbed 3 Bai Ling Dan and 3 Bai Ling Huas, while he planted the Bai Jin Chao in the courtyard to gather spiritual energy. Beneath each Bai Jin Chao, he placed 2 cores from demonic beasts. The spiritual energy in the entire courtyard grew increasingly rich. Yi Ming, Feng Qianyi, and the 2 maids felt rejuvenated by the fresh air each day. After 5 days, Feng Che propelled his cultivation directly to the 3rd rank of warrior. At its peak, Feng Qianyi could hardly contain her joy, especially after sparring with her son and being thoroughly defeated while maintaining the same level of cultivation. She was even more delighted. A genius. Truly, he's my offspring. With his mastery of swordsmanship, Yi Ming found herself in a state of bewilderment. Feng Che's criticism bore truth, following his guidance. Her combat prowess had indeed surged. Thus, she fell into a cycle of self-doubt. With Feng Che making no further moves, there was little intelligence for her to relay, and everything remained rather mundane. Regarding the adversaries he had instructed her to confront, Feng Che had no intention of revealing their identities to the Guardians just yet. Having just received the information, exposing them now would make him an unmistakable target. Time was on his side. He could afford to take his time. Days passed, and soon July arrived, marking the enrollment period for the Martial Academy. Martial students from various regions began to converge upon Baiyunzu. The Baiyun Martial Academy. As the saying goes, with the spirit of heroes, one gazes proudly at the clouds. Among the top 8 martial academies in the realm, Baiyun Martial Academy stood 5th, one of the finest. The entire southeastern province, comprising 7 states and 56 cities, fell within its enrollment range. Once you arrive, do not forget to contact your cousin. He is an exemplary student at Baiyun Martial Academy, and with his presence, your mother shall be at ease. As Feng Qianyi packed her belongings, she incessantly lectured. Understand, Mother, Feng Guke replied repeatedly. Mother, I have left you 500 demonic beast cores and a small pouch of spiritual crystals. Please refrain from undertaking any tasks and concentrate on cultivating at home. I cannot bear to worry about you risking your life in dangerous situations. I must contribute in some way, Feng Che insisted. Feng Qianyi shuddered, tapping her finger lightly on her son's head with 2 crisp knocks. Then I shall endeavor to remain indoors. Indeed, you can cultivate in my courtyard, where I have planted the Bai Jin Chao to gather spiritual energy. Feng Che felt some relief. As long as Feng Qianyi remained within the confines of Baibo City, with her Grandmaster level cultivation, she would essentially be invincible. However, if she ventured outside, to be honest, even her innate Grandmaster rank held little significance. Countless experts roamed outside. A single strike from a king-level or emperor-level individual could easily obliterate her. Alarmed by this thought, Feng Che began to prepare. He had ample funds. The entire Su family fortune was under his temporary stewardship, making his financial resources likely unrivaled among both new and returning students at Baiyun Martial Academy. The academy mandated that new students could not be escorted. From this day forward, they were no longer children beneath their parents' knees, but rather martial artists in the world. Such was the rule of the academy. Various assessments awaited them en route, with points awarded for performance. Those accumulating over 100 points would be exempt from entrance exams, while those exceeding 200 points would gain free admission. Upon safely arriving at the academy, the top 100 based on points would engage in martial combat to compete for the title of Baiyun's top scholar. The following morning, Feng Che donned a black robe, his tall figure exuding an air of grace and poise. The personal attendant, Yi Ming, adorned in a delicate pink gown, stood gracefully beside. As the carriage approached, four wooden chests were thumped onto its roof. Yimeng lifted the curtain of the carriage. Feng Che, clad in flowing black attire, stepped inside. Yimeng followed suit, lowering her head as she entered. With a sharp command from a coachman, the spirited horse reared and began to move slowly. Under the reluctant gazes and earnest admonitions of Feng Qianyi and Feng Zhengheng, the carriage gradually departed from the grand estate. The wind rose abruptly, stirring up a thin veil of dust. Feng Che furrowed his thick brows, sitting upright, his gaze fixed ahead at the long road stretching forth. His expression was tranquil, his heart as calm as a placid lake. He was acutely aware that at this moment, he had truly embarked on his journey. It is said, with aspirations that reach the heavens, I shall test my sword in the southeast. Through the storms ahead, I shall hold my head high amidst the clouds. End of Volume 1. Updates for Volume 2 commence at 5:30 in the afternoon. In the Grand Hall of Baibo City, in the study, Chen Rahai and Fan Tianqiao sat facing each other. Chen Rahai, barefoot, rubbed his feet together beneath the table, a look of contentment on his face. Particularly, he found greater satisfaction in witnessing the helplessness in Fan Tianqiao's eyes. Thus, he rubbed his feet more vigorously, leaving a pile on the ground. Fan Tianqiao wore a pained expression. He often felt that his parents, having bestowed upon him such a sorrowful visage from birth, must have had foresight, knowing he would one day toil alongside Chen Rahai. Being with this individual was truly tormenting, yet he could not escape it, and each day brought a headache. Was it a divine punishment that he was forced to endure such trials? Any news? Fan Tianqiao sighed heavily. Feng Che had already departed Baibo City with Ying Zi. It seemed he had indeed come to regard Ying Zi as a trusted confidant. Chen Rahai remarked, Isn't that fortuitous? Well, it is a rare opportunity to allow Ying Zi to successfully infiltrate, and with Feng Che's considerable talent, he will undoubtedly yield more intelligence in the future. Therefore, Feng Che's safety on this journey must not be compromised. Chen Rahai continued. Now that both have abandoned their initial plans of further honing their skills beside Feng Che for his future use, they have also resisted the pressure from the Dark Faction. This side is crucial. We cannot leave. Indeed, Feng Che's safety is paramount. I will personally follow him in secret. Fan Tianqiao rose immediately. In the Grand Hall, facing Chen Rahai daily was becoming unbearable, and he hastily sought an excuse to depart. You will go yourself? Chen Rahai was taken aback. Is that necessary? Not a problem. Fan Tianqiao replied. Feng Che is entangled with a substantial fortune from his Su family. Within Baibo City, he remains safe. Yet, if he ventures out alone, he will undoubtedly face tumultuous challenges, as the stakes have grown significant enough for people to take risks. That is indeed true. If Feng Che sets forth alone to buy Yunzhou, he will be laden with wealth. It is only natural for others to take an interest. But must it involve you, the vice guardian of the Grand Hall, personally undertaking the task? With a chuckle, Chen Rahai lifted his foot, reeking with odor. Are you referring to this? Ugh. Startled, Fan Tianqiao inhaled sharply, his face turning pale as he dashed for the door. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Chen Rahai laughed heartily, but soon his laughter ceased as he gazed at his own feet, letting out a sigh. On the other side, in Xianjiao, Yemo, accompanied by her attendant, had already set forth on the road to buy Yunzhou, leaving Baibo City behind. Though not a great distance, less than 2,000 miles, the journey involved traversing numerous mountains and perilous terrains. Yemo's safety must not be compromised. The Yinshin Palace acted decisively. If he dies, where will I find someone to thwart those geniuses? Perhaps I should offer some funds for your journey? Very well, Qian Sanjiang readily agreed. He was quite willing to undertake this task. Ever since his baptism into the sect, Qian Sanjiang had realized that Feng Che, the night demon, had already been noted by the leader. Once his cultivation reached a certain level, his future would undoubtedly exceed that of Xianjiao. Establishing good relations now would yield benefits later. I shall set off immediately. Good. 2 days had passed. Feng Che had leisurely traveled 300 miles. Under Feng Che's guidance, Yimeng had successfully evolved from an ordinary individual into a martial apprentice. She now possessed the cultivation of a third-level martial apprentice. A remarkable advancement. She could already be considered a prodigy. This was primarily due to consuming 2 Tianmai Zhugua, necessitating rapid progress to avoid arousing Feng Che's suspicions. Hence, Chen Rahai and Fan Tianqiao had resolved. She must advance. The sooner, the better, since Feng Che aimed to cultivate an assistant. Only with higher cultivation could she be of greater utility to him. Thus, Yimeng displayed considerable diligence and progress. However, Feng Che remained dissatisfied. Why is your progress so slow? Why is your mind so dull? Utterly useless. Get off the carriage and walk. Practice while you walk. You think you can ride in comfort when your cultivation has not improved? When will you ever be of use? As a young girl, how can you expect to grow into a suitable ornament without hardship? You must not only warm the bed, but also serve as a guard. Fight for me. Take care of all daily needs and be beautiful. In short, I have high expectations for you. If you do not strive harder, I shall sell you to a brothel. Get down, get down. Feng Che ordered Yimeng off the carriage. This action even drew disapproval from the coachman, who felt indignant. It was true that few scions from wealthy families exhibited such commendable character. Forcing such a delicate beauty to walk instead of allowing her to ride, was there no humanity left? Little did they know, being forced off the carriage suited Yimeng just fine. In the carriage, facing Feng Che was somewhat stifling. She dared not circulate her internal energy for fear of being discovered. Once on foot, she felt liberated. Thus, she puffed her cheeks and stared ahead with wide, innocent eyes, feigning displeasure at being cast out, marching along with a huff while diligently honing her skills. Inside the carriage, Feng Che wore a faint smile. Indeed, this girl, Yimeng, possesses remarkable potential. If I continue to mentor her, she will undoubtedly become a formidable expert in the future. In light of my insights gained from studying the limitless true scripture and various weapon techniques, I realized that my past self was fraught with flaws in posture, sword handling, striking techniques, and agility. There exists a significant disparity. Though Yimeng has only grasped less than 1/10 of the knowledge, merely scratching the surface, it suffices to enhance her combat capabilities. Unlike me, who can cultivate multiple techniques due to the limitless true scripture's capacity to absorb spiritual energy at an adequate pace, Yimeng can only focus on mastering one weapon to maximize her combat prowess. Based on her habitual movements, her talent appears to lie in swordsmanship. It is imperative to introduce her to the sword early and allow her to commence her training, lest her abilities be discovered in the future. The Su family's wealth is in my control. Many are eyeing it in the city. While they had few opportunities within Baibo City, now that we have ventured out, they are likely to make their move. Feng Che swayed within the carriage as it jolted along the road, his thoughts roiling like tumultuous waves of the sea, one thought following another. He was in no rush on this journey. The distance to Baiyunzhou was not far, yet the treacherous terrain was plentiful. Feng Che felt no urgency regarding the trials of the martial academy. Presently, martial students from all directions were desperately vying for points in the academy. Accumulating points was straightforward. One needed only to bind their blood to a martial academy token, then slay monstrous beasts to acquire their cores. The fresh blood of the beasts would automatically reveal points on the token. The more beasts slain, the more points accumulated. Countless academy instructors lurked in the shadows. Should any attempt to cheat, even the most talented would be disqualified. A score below 30 points would not qualify for the martial academy. A score above 30 but below 100 would require a fee and a simple test of cultivation for admission. Scores exceeding 100 would bypass the cultivation test entirely. In other words, if one wishes to break the rule that only warriors can enroll, one must possess the ability to score above 100. Hence, even martial apprentices can pay for admission, provided they demonstrate combat talent and innate perception. Those who achieve a score exceeding 200 are exempt from examinations and can enter without charge to engage in martial competitions. From the top martial scholar to the top 100, there are corresponding rewards. These rewards represent a common aspiration among all new students, signifying not only benefits, but also honor and credentials. As a premier martial academy, graduating from Baiyun bestows a future that is distinctly superior to that of ordinary institutions. However, the scope of employment after graduation is also determined by the academic credits and honors earned at the academy. Therefore, the prestige of the martial academy holds immense significance. Generally speaking, graduates of the martial academy have 3 primary paths. The first is to enter various levels of government, becoming part of the national official roster, tasked with upholding justice and safeguarding a region, which may include roles such as constables or heads of law enforcement. They may also hold various official positions, contingent upon their abilities. The second option involves military service, entering the nation's military departments, regional armies, or border forces, with the potential for advancement based on military achievements. However, choosing either of these two paths often confines one to a life within a structured framework. The third option entails joining the garrison forces, starting from a lower rank and seeking promotion. This pathway is distinct from conventional government or military roles, belonging instead to a specialized echelon, such as those guarding significant strongholds. From this point onward, one engages in relentless battles against various demonic sections. Within the garrison ranks, those who make outstanding contributions and reach a certain level of cultivation may apply to join the guardian ranks if they so desire. Once one becomes a guardian, the responsibilities and pressures, as well as the enemies and dangers faced, elevate to an entirely new level. The title of guardian generally signifies the strongest combat power on the continent. In his past life, Feng Che was a guardian, albeit one of the lower-tier combatants within that rank. The choice of path is not a matter of right or wrong. However, the road of a garrison soldier allows one to continuously strive for the pinnacle of martial arts, despite the significantly higher dangers compared to the other paths. Feng Che's ambition in this life is to become a guardian capable of eradicating the heretical sect from the world. The starting point of these three choices is closely tied to the honor and performance credentials gained at the academy. Everyone must exert their utmost effort to seize any opportunity. Consequently, many new students, from the outset of their journey, are in relentless pursuit of various magical beasts, searching frantically with fervor. Feng Che has his own plans. To begin hunting magical beasts at this moment is an unwise endeavor, as they have just departed from home, still near densely populated areas. Even though such places may have forests, how many magical beasts could possibly exist? It would be a classic case of laboring without reward, yielding little for much effort. The journey of 1,500 miles leads to the vast Wnl-ing mountain range, stretching 30,000 miles. And the opportunity to earn points should predominantly lie within this expanse. Feng Che produced his academy nameplate and, with a small knife, deftly pricked his finger to smear the blood upon it. The nameplate shimmered subtly, revealing an inscription, BBCH-ing, Feng Che. The formerly intact nameplate now bore a small puncture, beneath which was a blank box. The blood and crystal cores from magical beasts are to be placed here, thereby revealing the accrued points. Feng Che marveled at the advancement over the past 600 years. Such a mechanism was nearly inconceivable 6 centuries prior. He could hardly fathom how it was devised. Outside, a sound of moaning emanated from Yming. Clearly, the young girl was feigning exhaustion while practicing, using her actions to convey to Feng Che that she truly lacked in cultivation. Feng Che leaned out of the carriage window, inquiring, "What are you whining about? How many levels have you broken through as a martial apprentice? Are you still at the 3rd level? Statan, useless. If you do not reach the 5th level of martial apprenticeship before arriving at Baiyun Prefecture, I shall sell you to a brothel." Feng Che retorted angrily. Yming began to sob. "Young master, spare me. I shall do my utmost." Feng Che scoffed. "Doing your utmost is insufficient. You must succeed." The coachman could no longer remain silent, saying, "Young master, are you not being a bit too harsh on your attendant?" "What do you know?" Feng Che replied. "This is my bodyguard. Have you ever seen a bodyguard weaker than their employer?" The coachman was left speechless. "I have truly never seen that. A bodyguard? This delicate and exquisite beauty is a bodyguard? It certainly does not appear so. This wealthy young master is indeed no good. Not a single honest word has escaped his lips. Did you hear? The 5th level. The 5th level of martial apprenticeship. Otherwise, to the brothel you go." Tears were nearly spilling from Yming's eyes, but joy filled her heart. "The more you urge me, the quicker my strength will recover." Yet she also felt it was a pity that such a talented individual as Feng Che would join the YXN sect. It was indeed a great loss. As they continued forward, they encountered numerous martial students, some in groups, others in pairs, or even solitary figures, swiftly passing by. Most were astonished by Yming's beauty, casting a few lingering glances before hurrying past. Not a single person approached to flirt or engage in conversation, leaving Feng Che somewhat puzzled. Has the moral character of people improved so remarkably? Reflecting on the past, Feng Che remarked, with a face as unattractive as yours, "How is it that you walk this road and not attract any attention? I doubt you would fetch a good price in a brothel. Shouldn't you be seizing the opportunity to cultivate and improve?" Wai Ming, infuriated, puffed up her cheeks in silence and stomped along. How is it my fault that no one is flirting with me? At that moment, two figures suddenly emerged from the forest ahead. The first man rolled his eyes and commanded halt. He brandished a gleaming blade, its tip aimed at the carriage, a mocking smile on his lips. Fang Ge, the man of honor, stepped down. Furthermore, regarding the conflict between the Guardian factions and the YWZHNGO, it is not a simple battle of good versus evil, but rather a struggle for survival, or to put another way, a galactic conflict. Ultimately, it is a matter of whether the Tainu will replace the Fei Xiong and annihilate them completely, or if the inhabitants of the Fei Xiong star system will successfully save themselves. The process will inevitably lead to mutual destruction. In this battle for existence, the victors endure while the vanquished are obliterated. There can be no escape. Each side simply utilizes the indigenous peoples to facilitate this process, with the distinction being that one deity is alive and can provide divine power, while the other is deceased and must rely solely on the indigenous peoples. Thus, it is fundamentally evident. I find it difficult to comprehend. Did I not write clearly enough? It is akin to a modern individual entering the human faction during the War of Resistance. Can one truly change allegiances simply because they are treated well? If such elements are constantly added to the narrative, it would be excessively convoluted. I prefer to clarify this at the outset, ensuring that there will be no confusion moving forward. The scorching sunlight of mid-July beat down mercilessly upon the earth, compressing the shade of the trees into a small circle. The mountains and valleys stood still, devoid of even the slightest breeze. The land, like a green wave of forest, shimmered as the leaves absorbed the earth's nutrients. Yet one could still sense their lethargy. They persevered, holding out for the arrival of the wind, the clouds, or a shift in the sun's position to grant them respite. Yet, before the two individuals in the woods, their spirits were invigorated and brimming with vitality, appearing far more resilient than the leaves. Their expressions and gazes resembled a gold mine awaiting their grasp. An increasing number of martial students could not help but watch from a distance, curious to see how the occupant of the carriage would respond. Is this indeed the Honorable Fang Che? Fang Che cleared his throat. Yimeng hastily stepped forward, bowing slightly as her delicate white hands lifted the curtain of the carriage door. One foot emerged first, adorned in exquisitely crafted black leather boots, embellished with subtle golden patterns. The foot firmly landed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, revealing the graceful and elongated shape of her calves. Following this, a cascade of black hair emerged from the carriage, thick and lustrous, held back by a dark golden headband that refracted enchanting colors in the sunlight. The headband, as thick as a goose egg, testified to the abundance of her hair. A purple jade hairpin was slanted through her hair, securing the headband, causing a mist of purple light to shimmer on either side. The other foot gracefully joined the ground, clad in a flowing black cloak adorned with dark golden patterns. She stood upright, revealing a handsome visage. His brows were thick like swords, naturally sharp, piercing the heavens. Beneath those brows, his gaze resembled the vastness of the starry sea. Deep and contemplative, his face was as flawless as beautiful jade, devoid of any blemish. His nose was straight, and his lips, slightly thin, curved into an elegant arc. With red lips and white teeth, his eyes were bright and clear. His meticulously styled black hair was complemented by a single strand cascading behind his ear, gently swaying. Broad-shouldered and upright, he appeared slightly slender, with the cloak casually draped open, exposing his strong arms and slender, powerful legs, exuding an indescribable elegance. Standing there, he resembled a jade tree in the wind, dignified yet composed, with an aura of profound strength. As Fang Che took a step forward, he moved gracefully, as if walking on clouds. With each stride, the dark golden patterns on his cloak rippled like waves, reflecting beams of light in the sunlight that flickered and vanished, only to reappear in myriad locations. In his movement, it was as though he carried the brilliance of countless stars. At this moment, everyone's eyes seemed to light up in unison, unable to suppress a heartfelt cheer. What a magnificent presence! Truly a description fitting for a person of jade on the road, and a gentleman unparalleled in the world. Even Yimeng, upon witnessing this, could not help but feel momentarily entranced. In that instant, it seemed that even being scolded by such a person would not matter much. Moreover, he was right. The two individuals across from him, captivated by his imposing demeanor, found themselves momentarily speechless. Fang Che calmly inquired, "Are you two looking for me? May I ask what you wish to discuss?" The man, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Fang Che, do you know who I am?" Fang Che extended a hand, and Yi Ming obediently offered a pristine white handkerchief. He elegantly wiped his hands, nonchalantly responding, "And who might you be?" Yi am Suis uncle. The man's ugly face revealed a hint of malice and greed. "I heard that young Master Fong is managing my nephew's family assets. After learning of this news, I hurried here before your departure." "Oh," Fang Che smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. "I wonder what this uncle desires. What else is there to say? My poor nephew's family has perished, and, as his uncle, I must naturally safeguard his inheritance. I have come to see young Master Fong for this reason." Fang Che chuckled with interest. "So your visit is merely to request money?" The bald man proclaimed boldly, "Precisely." Fang Che stood with a gentle smile, his cloak billowing without wind, the light reflecting. "How much do you desire?" "At least 1,000,000 taels." The bald man's eyes gleamed with greed. "Huh." Fang Che replied with a faint smile. "The Su family's assets are worth billions, with countless gold notes and rare treasures. 1,000,000 taels? This man likely sought to benefit from the situation, but dared not take action too close to Baibo City, thus following him here. He also did not dare enter the Wanling forest, indicating his lack of strength." Fang Che felt reassured and replied coolly, "Indeed, Su Dage's assets are in my hands. However, unless you possess Su Dage's written command or proof from the guarding hall verifying your lineage, you shall not receive a single coin from me." "How can I?" Fang Che betray Su Dage by allowing any random individual to take money from me? Fang Ge chuckled softly, his gaze turning icy. "Do not utter words like uncle. Come and take it by your own merit." Just as the bald man was about to speak, a flash of light appeared before him, and Fang Che stepped forward, the light suddenly blinding. The sound of a sword being drawn echoed. Yet, the sword was nowhere to be seen. The light had reached the bald man's throat. His eyes widened in fear. Fang Che had already sheathed his sword and retreated. The first move of the blood spirit's 7 swords, a dot of red. The soul-searching sword was shadowless. Its emergence startled even the gods, killing without shedding blood, leaving only a dot of red. The two men opposite him fell backward, stirring up a cloud of dust. A dot of red slowly spread at their throats. Yet no blood flowed out. The sword tip had struck their throats, shattering their windpipes and severing their breath, while another blade of energy surged through their bodies, obliterating their internal organs. This was the consequence of that one sword strike. Their souls were extinguished. In other words, as Fang Che sheathed his sword and withdrew, the two energies continued to wreak havoc within their bodies. Silence enveloped the scene. Onlookers, whether near or far, wore expressions of shock. Fang Che, wearing a faint smile, stood in the shade of a tree, gazing upward with squinted eyes at the harsh sunlight, which appeared to him as beams of sword light descending from the heavens. Thus, I comprehend today's events. However, I would like to offer a word of advice to the person behind this. Fang Che spoke softly. Some money must be earned with one's life. Or rather, one must have a life to earn it. His words were laced with meaning. Around him, 7 or 8 spectators had gathered, some from Baibo City's martial arts community, while a small portion were outsiders. All bore expressions of astonishment, taken aback by Fang Che's ruthlessness and decisiveness. He killed with resolve, leaving no room for mercy, and they were equally astounded by the sharpness of his martial skills. What kind of sword technique was that? They exchanged glances, yet no one dared to speak, their faces betraying no emotion, at least on the surface. It was impossible to discern who among them was the mastermind behind the two fools. However, I was acutely aware that these two fools, so audaciously stepping forward, were undoubtedly backed by someone, and that someone was likely among them. I had little interest in investigating. Fang Che remarked coolly, "Someone who would act so recklessly for such a trivial sum of money does not deserve my attention or concern, especially if they dare not even make a move in Baibo City." He chuckled lightly, revealing his teeth. "Just a bunch of rodents." A young man in white smiled and said, "Brother Fong speaks truthfully. Such individuals deserve my disdain as well." He smiled, clasped his hands in greeting, and with sincerity added, "I am Kong Zi Jian, and I hope to see Brother Fong at the Martial Academy in the future." Fang Che replied with a gentle smile, returning the gesture, "Kong Xiong." Beside Kong Zi Jian stood another youth, his eyes flickering as he stepped forward. "I am Wei Zi Hao from Baibo City." I have met Brother Fong. Please do not take offense. There are many clowns in this world. If such matters arise again in the future, I Wei would gladly stand alongside Brother Fong. Wei Zihao, the talented martial artist from the Wei family of Baibo City, was also among those taking the martial examination. The Wei family and the Fong family were both part of the four great ninth-tier families of Baibo City. Fong Che regarded Wei Zihao for a moment. Smiling, Wei Xiong speaks wisely. Such clowns are indeed not worthy of concern. Several youths stepped forward, eager to make acquaintances. Their impressions of Fong Che were quite favorable. He was decisive in action, swift and resolute, impeccable in his demeanor and etiquette, leaving others feeling refreshed. Who would not wish to befriend such a person? Thus, Fong Che gained a host of new friends. Together, they worked in unison to dig a pit and bury the two robbers' bodies before parting ways. Due to the regulations of the Wuyuan, students are prohibited from traveling in pairs, and each individual must reach the martial arts academy independently. Yi Meng found this perplexing. In her view, among these individuals, there must be a mastermind orchestrating events behind the scenes. Yet, why did Fong Che let this matter pass so easily? Did he truly believe that merely eliminating those two was sufficient? This individual was not typically known for his magnanimity. In the dense thicket on the left side of the path, a figure seamlessly blended with the lush foliage, rendering him nearly invisible even at close proximity. It was Fan Tiantiao, who wore a puzzled expression. Did this person really just walk away? Based on his experience, among these individuals, Wei Zihao appeared particularly suspicious, likely the one pulling the strings. The two who had acted, though swiftly dispatched, must possess considerable skills, even if they were not at the level of a martial master. They were certainly high-ranking warriors. Such prowess, while insignificant to Fan Tiantiao, should have sufficed to contend with Fong Che. At least, that was what the mastermind would have assumed. Yet they were easily eliminated by Fong Che. Why not send more advanced experts? Was it merely a test of strength? Why did Fong Che simply let it go? Fan Tiantiao's mind was racing with these questions. Meanwhile, on the right side of the path, another figure concealed himself atop a distant tree, observing the scene. This was Qian Sanjiang, who also furrowed his brow in confusion. The previous act of murder had been exhilarating, yet why, after a few indifferent remarks? Did they not pursue the matter further? Wei Zihao was clearly problematic. Why not continue the investigation? What purpose did it serve to only eliminate those two? The mastermind remained at large, which would surely lead to future complications. Moreover, revealing his own strength was unwise, as it would only provide others with an opportunity to gauge his capabilities. Was it youthful impetuosity or a matter of deeper consideration? Qian Sanjiang pondered how to report this to the sect leader. The blood spirit, 7 swords were evidently within this young man's grasp, and the destructive potential he displayed in such a short time would surely please the sect leader. As Fong Che sat in the carriage, he closed his eyes to rest while contemplating the few martial students who had fortuitously paused to witness the unfolding conflict. Wei Zihao was the primary suspect, but he could not be the sole perpetrator. The slender figure of Qing Ziwei, who stood some distance away, also raised suspicions. However, he chose not to act against them for several reasons. First, it would prove futile. Second, their proximity to their family could invite trouble. And third, keeping them around could be advantageous at the Wuyuan, providing an opportunity for future disturbances or messages, serving as a natural shield. These considerations were valuable for future contingencies. Acting against them now would be an imprudent waste of resources that should be cherished. Fong Che sat calmly in the carriage, his mind racing with thoughts. He was about to enter the Wuyuan, and once inside, he knew not how long he would remain. He sighed, recalling that he had never attended the Wuyuan in his past life and was unfamiliar with its rules. With Yi Meng accompanying him and likely others observing him from the shadows, whether from the main hall or the Eason sect, it was improbable that he would escape their watchful gaze. Yet, this journey would inevitably bring certain inconveniences, and he wondered how Jin Jiao was faring in its training. He had intended to bring it along, but was uncertain if an opportunity would arise. Fong Che's gaze turned contemplative as he looked into the distance, towards the direction of Bai Zhongfeng, which was already part of the outer realm of Wanling Forest, not too far from his current location, merely over 500 miles. However, if Jin Jiao had not achieved the level of invisibility, its presence would be of little use and might even risk dissipating upon leaving the extreme in territory. Ultimately, he decided to abandon this plan, preferring to let it wait a few more months, or even a year or two, rather than risk exposure or dissolution by bringing it along prematurely. After a gentle exhalation, Feng Che dismissed the thought. Jin Jiao Jiao was a contingency he had prepared well in advance. Even before Yi Meng appeared, he had been contemplating this strategic move. As a sole entity, it was remarkably convenient for transmitting messages. Even during the last encounter with the Su family, although it had been unexpected, he had contemplated sending those individuals to Jin Jiao Jiao for sustenance. He had been waiting for Jin Jiao Jiao to transform from a material form into an incorporeal one, further enhancing its soul cultivation before bringing it closer. Even with Yi Meng's presence now, he had not abandoned this intention. However, until now, this plan, which had been simmering for some time, remained temporarily shelved. Every step must be taken with caution, as it could influence long-term strategies. Convenience should not prompt premature action. Finally, they arrived at Wanling Forest, and Feng Che paid double the fare. The carriage driver readily agreed, albeit perplexed as to why he hadn't purchased the service earlier. Feng Che, of course, had his reasons for delaying. He was enjoying a moment of comfort in the carriage while sorting through his thoughts. Although his thoughts were already clear, he relished the opportunity to indulge a bit longer, knowing he would soon have to drive the carriage himself after the driver departed. Yi Meng could only ride, and all subsequent tasks would need to be accomplished independently to count as achievements. However, Feng Che felt a sense of imbalance at the thought of being the one to drive, while a servant rode. So he insisted on driving for half the journey before allowing himself to sit. With a scowl, he declared, "This young master will personally drive the carriage." Yi Meng was left bewildered, her large, round eyes wide with confusion. Had the sun risen from the west? Was he suddenly becoming considerate of her unparalleled beauty? "If you do not improve after leaving Wanling Forest, I'll sell you to a brothel," Feng Che threatened, then grasped the reins, commanding, "Giddy up." Yi Meng, seated cross-legged in the carriage, waited as her large eyes rolled in exasperation, her delicate face showing signs of irritation. Feng Che had abandoned her and the carriage in the forest while he ventured to hunt beasts, demonstrating a complete lack of chivalry. His audacity was astonishing. Despite her internal complaints, she maintained a facade of terror and unease, curling up in the carriage, afraid to move, fervently hoping that no ferocious beasts would approach, lest their presence be revealed. Like a specter, Feng Che glided through the dense woods, leaving no trace of movement among the leaves. His objective was the beasts of the forest, those ranked below level 6. Level 1 beasts yielded 100 cores for a single academy point. Level 2 provided 50 cores for a point. Level 3 required 10 cores for 1 point. Level 4 needed 2 cores for a point. And Level 5 offered 1 core for 2 points. Level 6 beasts, however, were roughly equivalent to the combat strength of a 5th-tier martial master. As for Level 7, he preferred not to think about it, as encountering one would mean preparing for imminent defeat. Feng Che's sights were not set on the lower levels. That would take too long. Thus, he boldly ventured deep into the jungle, disregarding the lower-tier beasts that fled at his approach. Yet, the deeper he went, the more he sensed something was amiss, though he could not articulate what it was. Before a dense thicket, amidst thick grass, Feng abruptly halted, observing the underbrush, the surrounding trees, and the increasingly intense feeling of something being off. He fell into contemplation. If there was a sensation, there must be a situation. Yet where was it? He focused intently, scrutinizing each blade of grass, each bush, and each tree. The peculiarities lie within the environment, but where exactly does the anomaly reside? After pondering for considerable time, a sudden spark of realization illuminated his mind. Those 2 bandits. Due to their presence, Feng Che had been particularly vigilant regarding his surroundings. At that moment, the 2 individuals stood beneath robust trees, their leaves shimmering with vitality and their foliage lush. However, upon inspection of the area before him, although the underbrush thrived, both the trees and the grasses displayed rather slender leaves. It could not be said they were malnourished, yet neither could they be deemed abundant in nourishment. The shrubs appeared delicate, while the bark was mottled, indicative of considerable age. All the trees nearby were similarly starkly different from the thick trunks encountered upon entering the forest, where trees could be embraced by several people. Here, none exceeded the girth of a single embrace. Yet, judging by the mottled bark it was evident that these trees were far older than those outside. Amongst the thickets lay some decayed animal carcasses. Feng Che turned them over. They were thoroughly decomposed, yet the color of their fur remained somewhat vivid. After deep contemplation, he surveyed the surroundings. Sunlight filtering through the canopy, casting dappled light upon the ground. This forest was indeed peculiar. Logically, the trees deep within should flourish especially well, given the scarcity of human intrusion. Yet this vast expanse was in stark contrast. Could it be a geological anomaly? There was no sense of impending danger, only an inexplicable tranquility. Standing there, he could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat, a vague sense of unease, though not overtly apparent. Aside from that, there was nothing else unusual to detect. Feng Che exhaled deeply. It was prudent to focus on accumulating points for now, leaving these anomalies for later consideration. However, one must not overlook the past. In the shadows, a serpent, its skin indistinguishable from the surrounding environment, silently emerged, coiling its long tongue and ensnaring two secondary-level fox demons nearby, drawing them into its maw. Just as it was savoring its meal, a flash of sword light descended, piercing through its vital point. The serpent convulsed violently, its body thrashing against the nearby tree, yet the sword remained lodged firmly within it. Moments later, the sword was withdrawn, transforming into a fleeting streak of brilliance. With a swift motion, the serpent's head was severed, blood splattering forth. Feng Che let the serpent's blood drip onto his nameplate, promptly placing the extracted core within. A luminous circle appeared on the nameplate, and both the core and the blood vanished, revealing several lines of text. Bibo Chung, Feng Che. Points, 0.5. This serpent was undoubtedly a 4th-level demon beast. Only a 4th level. Feng Che felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, immediately rising to venture deeper into the forest. In just a quarter of an hour, his points increased to 3. Perched upon a branch of a great tree, gnawing on his provisions, Feng Che felt a weight of concern. Points were indeed hard to come by. 6 4th-level demon beasts had only yielded 3 points. This was still with Feng Che's extensive experience in the martial world, allowing him to swiftly discern the hiding places of demon beasts based on environmental cues. Thus, it was evident that acquiring 100 points would not be an easy feat. He needed to locate a cluster of demon beasts. This entire stretch of trees and underbrush, spanning hundreds of miles, exhibited signs of malnourishment. He had yet to exit this area. What could be the cause? Feng Che leapt down from the tree. Several hours later, "Look at your cowardice," he scoffed, shedding his soiled garments and changing into fresh attire, tossing the dirty clothes into Yemu's embrace, promising to wash them when the opportunity arose. After an arduous 3-hour battle, Feng Che had gathered a mere 21 points. The goal of 100 points felt as distant as ever. Driving the carriage forward for several miles, he halted once more, disembarking with his sword, and under Yemu's watchful gaze, stealthily entered the forest, vanishing from sight. Yemu noticed that Feng Che paused before entering the woods, seemingly observing the trees by the roadside with intent. Curiosity piqued. What could be so captivating about the trees? Within the dense forest, nearly every corner was bustling with young warriors clad in combat gear, some still engaged in fierce battles. Feng Che swiftly navigated past them all, his body moving like an arrow, reaching the fringes of the forbidden zone. Here, he was certain there would be higher-level demon beasts. Indeed, in a canyon, he stumbled upon a delightful surprise, a pack of 5th-level blood-fang demon wolves. The pack numbered over 100, and that was merely what he could see. My goodness, that's nearly 200 points. Feng Che felt a surge of excitement. The next challenge was how to eliminate them. After all, the demon wolves would not simply stand idle, waiting to be slaughtered. Moreover, a pack of 5th-level demon wolves possessed formidable combat strength, and surely there would be a wolf king among them. These wolves did not appear particularly vibrant in their coats, suggesting they were likely quite famished. He observed the surrounding trees and underbrush, still exhibiting signs of malnourishment. They were alive, yet it seemed the land only provided the bare essentials for these plants to survive. Beyond that, nothing else was offered. Some of the trees bore animal corpses beneath them, yet their leaves lacked the lush, vibrant appearance one would expect, indicating that the deceased demon beasts had not contributed any additional nutrients to the flora. After observing for a while, Feng Che quietly retreated. In a grand hall of the Baiyun Martial Academy, a group of faculty members gazed intently at a large illusory screen before them. Beside them stood two pillars brimming with colorful spirit crystals, radiating a brilliant light, their pure energy supporting the luminous display. The screen showcased countless names, each accompanied by a corresponding point total. This year's applicants are somewhat numerous, remarked a professor, intrigued by the extensive list. 10,000 spots, and yet there are still individuals who have not made it onto the list. Another side, let's only hope the last of the 1,000 does not exceed 30 points. The others exchanged wry smiles. Since names beyond the top 10,000 were not displayed, it was impossible to determine who would be admitted. In previous years, the Academy had only accepted 8,200 individuals, leaving a significant gap from the full 1,000. Rest assured, it won't exceed that. Indeed, as it stands, the last individual currently holds 0 points. A whole day has passed. That is true. From the 9,200 mark downward, all are at 0. Many above that haven't even accrued a full point. An elderly man with graying hair raised his gaze toward the scrolling list, asking, "Is there a fixed number for the top 100? Not yet, but the top 10 already has someone with 50 points. Oh, let's have a look." The crowd focused on the top 10 names displayed. Xiao Yunshang, 62. Ding Jiran, 49. Xie Gongping, 48. Hua Churan, 47. Mo Ganyun, 43. Fang Che, 39. Shimin Shiri, 38. Just as they were observing, Fang Che's score flickered twice, instantly changing to 43, tying with Mo Ganyun, then jumped again to 45, 47, 49, and soared straight to 91, securing the top position. All of this transpired in a mere heartbeat. The entire assembly was left speechless in astonishment. What is going on? Someone furrowed their brow. Several names among those listed were renowned prodigies. Yet who was this Fang Che that had suddenly emerged? Some were puzzled. The elderly man with gray hair frowned. This score is rather strange. From 39 to 91, the increments of 2 points indicate he must have slain only 5th-level demon beasts. Has he truly dispatched 26 5th-level demon beasts? Setting aside the question of demon beast packs, what cultivation level could manage such effortless slaughter of 5th-level beasts? A martial student who hasn't even entered the academy. Could such feats be possible? The crowd shook their heads. Unless he were Wu Zong, such a feat seemed implausible. Could it be cheating? Cheating is unlikely. If that were the case, it would have been reported. However, the people over there have yet to report. In the jungle, 2 figures clad in black stood at a distance, observing the scene with a look of incredulity. Before them lay a canyon, into which countless blood-fanged demon wolves charged eagerly. Some wolves, even from a considerable distance, activated their innate abilities to ride the wind, hastening towards the canyon. Within the gorge, a fragrant smoke ignited beneath a cliff. To enter the canyon and then reach the cliff, several massive boulders obstructed the way, leaving only a winding path. This narrow route could accommodate just 1 demon wolf at a time, requiring utmost caution to avoid collisions with the stones. At the final fork, a cunning figure awaited, poised at the cliff's edge with a wind-steel long sword in hand. Below him, a line of incense released an alluring aroma, drawing the blood-fanged demon wolves into the serpentine path. One wolf approached, its head barely visible before it was swiftly dispatched with a single strike. The creature fell without spilling blood, yet its life essence was severed in that very moment. A quick incision with a small knife extracted a core and a few drops of blood, which were simultaneously deposited into a designated container. A swift kick sent the wolf's lifeless body plummeting over the cliff. Another wolf soon followed, met with the same fate, a strike, an incision, a drop, and a kick. The motions were executed with such fluidity and precision that it resembled a seasoned craftsman performing a task mastered over decades. One 5-tiered demon wolf after another fell swiftly, leaving the 2 instructors from the martial academy increasingly speechless, their expressions a mix of incredulity and frustration. Is this considered cheating? One of them transmitted telepathically. The other, feeling as if he had swallowed bitter herbs, replied that it indeed did not qualify as cheating. Because he had been engaged in combat the entire time. Although the battles were somewhat easier, they were still genuine encounters. The second instructor felt a slight ache in his throat as he spoke. Both fell silent, contemplating whether Fang Che was truly in combat. Indeed, but compared to other prodigies, his battles appeared almost effortless. Those of similar cultivation faced such blood-fanged demon wolves with exhaustion, often suffering injuries in the process. Yet for him, it was merely a strike, an incision, a drop, and a toss. The ease of it was akin to dipping bread into garlic sauce during a meal. Yet, one could not accuse him of cheating. This was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Fan Tiantiao stood agape, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, murmuring to himself about the creativity of this young man, feeling as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. Qian Sanjiang's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming in disbelief at the talent displayed. The cliff, though only 200 to 300 meters high, appeared shrouded in mist, obscuring the ground below. Countless skeletal remains littered the base, and the bodies of fallen demon wolves lay motionless upon impact. Yet beneath them, blood began to seep quietly into the ground. The moment the blood touched the earth, it vanished. As the blood continued to flow, the bodies of the demon wolves gradually lost their luster. Once drained, the energy from their flesh and bones persisted in seeping into the soil. Eventually, even the wolf pelts became slack, devoid of strength, resembling tattered rags that had decayed over years, still intact on the surface, but easily scattered by a breath. Only the demon wolf's fur retained its sheen. Should anyone venture down to the base of the cliff, they would not notice that these wolves had rotted thoroughly. They merely appeared unchanged. Throughout the forest, this phenomenon unfolded in numerous locations. Every lifeless body underwent the same transformation, with all energy seeping into the depths, directed towards an unknown destination. Yet none paid heed. After slaying the demon wolves, Feng Che continued to survey his surroundings, feeling an inexplicable unease. Nevertheless, he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. What could it be? Deep within the earth, hundreds of fathoms below, lay a decayed body resting quietly, seemingly dead for countless years, yet not yet decomposed. Threads of blood energy, infiltrating from various directions, steadily converged upon this body, akin to rivulets merging into the ocean. Over the years, it had accumulated an indiscernible amount, showing no visible change, save for a slight intensification of the surrounding blood energy. At Baiyan Martial Academy, all present gazed in astonishment as Feng Che's score soared like a rocket. Starting from 91 points, it climbed to 201, pausing briefly before surging again, ultimately reaching 299. Finally, it stilled, perched atop the leaderboard. To date, the second-place competitor, Qiu Yunshang, had only 77 points. The disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Subsequently, Feng Che's score remained unchanged. Soon, the cores accumulated, filling the ground entirely. A heap of blood-fang demon wolves? The instructors at Baiyan Martial Academy stood in shock. After a long moment, the elder with white hair stomped his foot, declaring that this time, the young man had certainly outsmarted them. Bloodfang demon wolves possessed a fatal weakness, the ancient grass. The others exchanged glances, taken aback. Is it possible to exploit such a weakness? What can we do? Stomping his foot again, the elder sighed, acknowledging that the young man had not cheated, and there was nothing more to be done. Once this lad joins the academy, I shall see what he is truly capable of. With that, he turned and left, grumbling under his breath. Outside, someone reported, "Headmaster, there is a confidential message." The headmaster commanded, "Bring it to me." Moments later, he sat in his study, gazing at a piece of paper before him. The 4 characters inscribed upon it faded rapidly. Pay attention to Feng Che. The headmaster's gaze deepened, as anticipated by the academy. After Feng Che's score reached 299, he ceased his slaughter. Although the ancient grass was running low, the bloodfang demon wolves continued to pour in relentlessly. Yet Feng Che had lost interest in further killing. With his score sufficient, surpassing 200 meant he was exempt from the examination. Continuing to slay would hold little significance. Additionally, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease in this place, an indescribable discomfort that compelled him to leave immediately. Here, even the sound of his own heartbeat felt jarring. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Immense danger surely loomed. Thus, with his points secured, he decided to depart. Wei Zihao felt fortunate to have discovered a spiritual ginseng amidst the demon beast slaughter, albeit guarded by a peak 6-tier beast. Unable to defeat it alone, he offered generous rewards and teamed up with a dozen martial students to slay the beast. Others remained unaware of the ginseng's location, and Wei Zihao reveled in his secret. As the demon beast neared defeat, he envisioned the promised riches, and once the 6-tier beast was dispatched, he would let them compete for points, thus securing his own fortune. Amidst the splattering blood, the demon beast howled in agony, its flesh scattering, and the martial students rejoiced, sensing victory within reach, intensifying their efforts. Just then, a shadow swept by overhead with a whoosh. Perched atop a nearby tree, Feng Che gazed down with keen interest, stroking his chin and remarking on the promising scene below. Wei Zihao, elated, called out, "Brother Feng, I implore you to lend a hand in slaying this demon beast. I shall reward you handsomely." Fang de Kichakuld Eartidi. Responding, "Very well, but I shall claim that spiritual ginseng for myself." Spiritual ginseng? At once, Kong Zijian, embroiled in the struggle, leaped from the fray, his face a mask of confusion. What spiritual ginseng? Others paused, equally bewildered. What is this spiritual ginseng? Isn't this the peak of the 6th level Yao beast? Wei Zihao's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression reflecting sheer disbelief. He was momentarily stunned, only to react with a furious clench of his teeth. How could he have anticipated that a casual invitation to Feng Che would lead to such a calamity? This audacious fellow had brazenly revealed the existence of the Qi Ji Shui Ling Shun. Such a rare treasure of heaven and earth was simply astonishing. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Feng Che, wishing he could tear the man's lips apart. How could your tongue be so reckless? Feng Che feigned innocence, looking at Kong Zijian and the others, saying, "What? Aren't you all here for that Qi Ji Shui Ling Shun? You seem to be in quite a fervor. I assumed you were eager to obtain that precious herb that can enhance one's aptitude." He clicked his tongue, adding, "Indeed, it's a marvelous item, already turned red. Consuming it will undoubtedly elevate one's aptitude by a level." While the Qiji Shualing Shun was indeed a fine treasure, it held little value for Feng Che, as he had already reached his peak. Moreover, it was merely of moderate quality, hardly worthy of his attention. However, just because he dismissed it did not mean others would do the same. The prospect of elevating one's aptitude ignited a fervent gleam in the eyes of the youths present. "Where's the Ling Shun?" Kong Zijian inquired. Feng Che casually pointed, "It lies 13 zhang behind that Yao beast, beneath those 2 large stones. Though it may be difficult to spot, if you bend down, you should catch a glimpse of the red hue. If you sniff closely, you might even detect a hint of its scent, albeit with a bit of a fishy odor." How are you all so slow-witted? The group immediately turned their gaze and, indeed, made a discovery. They exchanged glances, growing increasingly wary. As Kong Zijian and the others recalled Wei Zihao's previous hiring, their faces paled, and they swiftly turned to confront him, demanding, "Wei Zihao, what do you mean by this?" Wei Zihao, already cursing Feng Che's ancestors in his mind, wore a bitter expression and replied, "Brother Kong, I had no idea. You had no idea?" Kong Zijian and the others scoffed derisively. Fannuke, apiri nesumevat apologetic, remarked, "Ah, this situation has become rather awkward. Please, carry on. I shall take my leave." With that, he slipped away. Having sown discord, there was no reason for him to linger further. Kong Zijian offered a formal farewell. "Thank you, Brother Feng, for your noble reminder. When we reach the Wu Yuan, we shall repay your kindness." Feng Che scoffed internally, recognizing that Kong Zijian was no virtuous character. Though his gratitude seemed sincere, it concealed malice. The group then turned to Wei Zihao, their gazes sharp as daggers. "Wei Zihao, explain yourself. You cannot so easily exploit us for your own gain." Another youth, furious and with reddened eyes, exclaimed, "Wei Zihao, how dare you promise us 2,000 taels of silver each and a pill, while claiming you would forgo the points? You intended to monopolize the benefits and incite further discord among us." Kong Zijian incisively added, "Wei Zihao, you despicable scoundrel." The group erupted in outrage, and it seemed a fight was imminent. Wei Zihao, panicking, exclaimed, "I am willing to pay any price. I just want that Ling Shun." Hearing the commotion behind him, Feng Che revealed a contented smile as he drifted away, leaving no trace. It appeared that Wei Zihao sought to covet the legacy of his elder brother Su. Creating a bit of trouble for him was indeed generous. The only aspect that puzzled Feng Che was how such a barren place could nurture something as precious as the Shui Ling Shun. Nevertheless, creating chaos for Wei Zihao brought him a sense of satisfaction, and he felt a clearer understanding of Kong Zijian's character. If he was indeed a villain, then Feng Che felt no moral burden in dealing with him in the future. If one wished to use others as tools, they must be prepared for the consequences. While Feng Che cared little for the exposure of Wei Zihao, The latter's attempts to undermine him, coupled with a seemingly innocuous reminder, revealed a flawed mindset. Perhaps it was unintentional, but he would need to remain vigilant in the future. Upon returning to the carriage, Fang Che was surprised to find several low-tier Yao beast corpses nearby. Night Dream's cultivation had also surged from a martial apprentice of the 3rd rank to the 4th rank. Fang Che noted, "You have broken through? Quite impressive. Now, let's continue our journey. You take the reins." "Ah, what do you mean?" She responded, perplexed. "We have already achieved our goal. We can head straight to Baiyunzhou." Fang Che replied sternly, "Before reaching Baiyunzhou, you must break through to martial apprentice 5th rank. Otherwise, I shall sell you to a brothel." Fang Che tossed her half a bottle of qi-gathering pills, instructing, "Hurry and cultivate. Get moving." With urgency, Fang Che urged the horse onward, as if wolves were nipping at his heels, recklessly racing away from the trial grounds. The jolting ride made Night Dream roll her eyes in discomfort, her body bouncing with each bump, producing strange sounds. As the carriage bounced over uneven terrain, she exclaimed, "Ugh!" With each jolt, she gasped, and when the carriage leaped over a steep incline, she cried out in alarm. The constant up and down made a cacophony of sounds, her head thumping against the roof. Ahead, Fang Che cracked his whip, the sound echoing sharply. By the time he brought the speeding carriage to a halt, Night Dream felt as though she had lost 2 pounds from the ordeal. Meanwhile, Fan Tianqiao and Qian Sanjiang had grown increasingly curious about Fang Che's peculiar behavior. Why did he keep stopping, seemingly lost in thought? Now that he had departed, they were inclined to investigate. Was this desolate forest truly worthy of such scrutiny? One could say curiosity killed the cat, and it was evident in Fan Tianqiao and Qian Sanjiang's case. Qian Sanjiang dismounted first, inspecting the spot where Fang Che had lingered, but found nothing of interest. Fan Tianqiao did the same in another area, but also discovered nothing. They decided to move on and eventually crossed paths. "Who are you?" Fan Tianqiao sensed something was amiss. This person was not one of the instructors responsible for the student's safety. He was clearly a lone guardian of the main hall. Who was this individual? Qian Sanjiang's reaction was more direct. "In this place, everyone but myself is an enemy." Having been careful to evade everyone, they were now face to face with an unexpected foe, causing their hearts to race. Thus, they clashed with a resounding crash. The two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging various insults aimed at each other's families and women. The ground shook with intensity as their conflict raged on. Meanwhile, Fang Che sailed smoothly towards Baiyunzhou. While no other martial students emerged from the Wanling forest, all still embroiled in conflict for points. As he journeyed on, he heard distant sounds of a violent confrontation, but chose to disregard it. Such battles were beyond his current capability to intervene, so he resolved to remain uninvolved. Whatever conflict unfolded, it was of no concern to him. Qian Sanjiang and Fan Tianqiao emerged with ashen faces. After a grueling 2-hour battle, they were equally wounded. Aside from hurling insults at each other, they had barely exchanged a single coherent word. Fan Tianqiao, "If I speak, what if he uncovers our identification of Fang Che? As long as I remain silent, that fool will naturally assume I am from Baiyunyan." Qian Sanjiang, "If I speak, what if he sees through my disguise and reveals that Fang Che is one of our Xin Jiao members? That would be disastrous. If I keep quiet, perhaps this fool will think I am from Yema Jiao or another sect." Both individuals were cloaked in black, exchanging greetings while engaging in a fierce battle. After 2 hours, they both realized the truth. They were equally matched. Understanding that capturing the other was impossible, they retreated to heal their wounds. Both shared the sentiment. "This guy is truly formidable." Later, Fan Tianqiao sent a message to the main hall. "I encountered a formidable individual from Xin Jiao halfway. A master at the imperial level, likely sent to protect Fang Che. With such a strong escort, Fang Che's status should be elevated by 1 level. Additionally, please send someone else. I have been injured and require assistance. Furthermore, this person has a foul mouth, truly a member of the demon sect." Qian Sanjiang reported to the headquarters. "I had a confrontation with a teacher from Baiyunyan, a highly skilled individual at the imperial level. There are many such masters here. With such protection, Yema is safe. Moreover, this person is quite unpleasant with their harsh words." Im Beiyunsu, Fang Ke, accompanied by Yiming, first strolled around the vicinity of Baiyunyan. Subsequently, he purchased a large residence with a spacious courtyard not far from the academy. As the martial students had yet to arrive, there was virtually no competition. Naturally, the expenses were covered by his good brother Su Yu's funds. Fang Che's substantial wealth was finally revealed. He then began to shop with Yimeng, spending liberally without a hint of remorse. He acquired a plethora of daily necessities to fill the courtyard and named the residence Xianshiju. Anyone residing in this place must be a sage. 3 leisurely days passed, and Yimeng finally broke through to the 5th rank of martial apprentices. Continue your training. Hurry to become a martial artist. Otherwise, I shall sell you to a brothel. Yimeng could no longer endure the sarcasm. Have you ever been to a brothel, young master? Fang Che was left speechless. Thus, Fang Che finally went to report to the academy, astonishingly still being the first to arrive. Fang Qingyun had been waiting anxiously, his patience wearing thin. His family had mentioned that his cousin would come this year, yet there was still no word. Even though he knew the time had not yet arrived and that no one had reported yet, he still went to the academy gate daily, hoping to catch a glimpse. Primarily, if he didn't receive news, it would not only be disappointing for his cousin, but would also invite reprimands from his father. Additionally, he had begun to feel disdain for himself. The letters contained some passive-aggressive remarks, such as the need for diligence in martial arts, with his ranking consistently at the bottom. Even if he did not care, it would reflect poorly on his father's reputation. This left Fang Qingyun quite dejected. Did he not say he was unconcerned about my progress? Fang Qingyun, I heard your cousin is coming this year. A classmate inquired. How is our cousin? A few girls chimed in. Is our cousin handsome? Fang Qingyun sighed. As for his cousin, he was indeed quite handsome, diligent, and sensible, but his manner of speaking could be somewhat abrasive. However, it was not a significant flaw. The classmates remarked, he sounds like a decent kid. When he arrives, we shall certainly take care of him for your sake. Fang Qingyun replied, thank you. He is the only child from my aunt's family, and we all cherish him dearly. He has been somewhat spoiled at home, lacking in decorum and unable to articulate well. Should he display any arrogance or offend anyone, I hope you all will overlook it for my sake. The classmates' enthusiasm waned instantly, sensing yet another spoiled child. However, the girls perked up. Is he really handsome? Over the past year, despite his limited talent and low ranking at the academy, Fang Qingyun had developed an excellent reputation. He had a large circle of friends and could converse with anyone. Furthermore, he was upright and honest, which endeared him to all, although constrained by his cultivation. Few regarded his future with high expectations, but there was no need to offend him. After all, he was a good person, trustworthy and reliable, which was widely acknowledged. Since everyone was martial artists, their legs were not particularly valuable. Therefore, whenever Fang Qingyun visited the academy gate, a large group, both male and female, would accompany him. Several girls pressed. How handsome is he? Is he more so than Dong Yunya and Wu Zhibing? These were the 4 great talents of Bai Yunwen, all renowned for their looks, physique, temperament, family background, talent, and cultivation, achieving notable accomplishments. Among them, Dong Yunya was said to be directly entering the garrison after graduation next year, promising a bright future. These 4 were also the focus of admiration for countless female martial students. Though they were all martial artists, the infatuated sentiments of the young girls did not differ much from those of ordinary women. He did not continue, but everyone understood. While many were handsome, how many possessed the complete package of looks, physique, confidence, temperament, cultivation, and depth? It was evident that Fang Qingyun's cousin might simply be a slightly handsome ordinary person. Everyone had their own thoughts on the matter. Just as they were conversing, they spotted a black-clad youth approaching slowly from the southern gate of the academy. It was morning, and the sun had risen, casting brilliant rays. The youth walked through the radiant light, draped in a black cloak adorned with dark gold patterns, moving gracefully. The cloak swayed with his movements, reflecting a mesmerizing glow. His face was as smooth as jade, with brows like swords, eyes akin to deep pools, and pupils resembling stars. His nose was straight, lips thin, and he appeared slightly slender, standing tall and elegant, with flowing hair. His long legs seemed poised to reach the stars, with a straight posture and a sword hanging at his waist. The aura he exuded was both noble and composed, radiating a sense of serenity that remained unperturbed amidst chaos, and a sharpness honed through countless trials. As he approached, it was as if he had emerged from a dream woven from the most brilliant rays of light. The girls present found their gazes captivated. Wow, is this a new student? Is he here to report? Oh, I think I might faint. A new student like this? At that moment, Fang Qingyun moved. Cousin, Fong Qingyun exclaimed excitedly. I have found you. I have fulfilled my father's task. No more beatings for me. Fong Qingyun, filled with excitement, rushed forward, waving and calling out. Behind him, a sea of bewildered faces met his enthusiasm. Male and female classmates exchanged glances. Is this the cousin Fong Qingyun described as merely average, spoiled, lacking manners, and possessing mediocre talent and demeanor? Is this the same cousin he often sighed and gritted his teeth about, vowing to discipline once he matured? Everyone observed Fong Qingyun's retreating figure with confusion. Brother Fong, do you have a misunderstanding about the term average? From what we see, aside from his talent and depth, his appearance and temperament are undoubtedly top tier. Even those top students from our academy, such as Jun Hafong and Wu Zhibing, while exuding the air of noble lineage, cannot compare to this cousin's calm and poised demeanor. This is the serenity of one who has weathered storms, the ease of one who has witnessed the ebb and flow of fate. Upon witnessing Fong Che's composure, the classmates felt as though they were in the presence of esteemed figures such as the principal or vice principal. Unfazed by praise or criticism, he observed the blossoms bloom and wither in the courtyard. Indifferent to presence or absence, he watched the clouds drift across the sky. With a tranquil acceptance of life and death, he faced the tempests of fate with a smile. Such a person, any individual who steps forth, is undoubtedly exceptional and unparalleled. Over there, Fong Che is already gathered with Fong Qingyun, their expressions warm and friendly. Cousin, have you been waiting long? Fong Qingyun nodded repeatedly. Not too bad. Not too bad. What did you call me? Fong Qingyun was somewhat taken aback, his eyes wide in surprise. Is this still my cousin who used to speak with such sharpness that one would feel inclined to retaliate? Why is he so polite now? Fan Duque replied. I called you cousin. What else could I call you? Would you have me address you as uncle? Yes, here. Yes, arriving. The familiar teasing tone from Fong Qingyun suddenly brought a smile of relief to his face. You truly are my cousin. I thought you had become someone else. Fong Che found himself speechless. As they conversed, dozens of individuals encircled them in 3 layers, their gazes brimming with curiosity. Among them, the few girls, though numbering only 4 or 5, gazed at Fong Che with such intensity that it almost felt as though he might melt away. The weight of their stares was overwhelming, instilling a sense of urgency that if he did not flee, he would be devoured. Fong Qingyun, is this our cousin? Fong Ke? One girl with an oval face, blushing, asked, Hello, cousin. My surname is Lu Shuyun, and I am a classmate of your cousin. Fong Ke, with a bewildered expression on his handsome face, responded, Hello, Sister Lu. Lu Shuyun smiled broadly, her gaze sparkling as if it could pierce through water, and said, No need to call me Sister Lu. It feels distant. Just call me Yin Jia or Xiu Yin Jia. Another girl puffed out her chest and timidly said, Hello, cousin. My surname is Wang. Wang Bingbing. You can call me Bingbing Jia. Fong Che felt dizzy as he met and introduced himself to the 30 or so individuals, nearly overwhelmed. Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor, greeting each one with courtesy and grace. Throughout this, only one girl merely smiled at him, refraining from stepping forward to greet him. Initially, he paid her no mind, politely nodding in her direction, only to suddenly notice that while her smile was present, her eyes were not. They bore a cold indifference. Why was she standing apart from the crowd that had come to welcome him? Having grown accustomed to discerning the emotions of others in complex situations, Fong Che could not overlook this anomaly. A sense of unease gripped him as he observed that this girl stood at a distance from everyone, carefully maintaining her space, yet exuding a natural aloofness. It was evident that she desired to fit in but felt unable to do so. This was not due to others rejecting her, but rather her own rejection of others. An ordinary youth might perceive her as merely cold, yet to Fong Che, she appeared abnormal, rejecting companionship while surrounded by friends. Humans are social creatures. Regardless of how aloof a girl may be, she will always have friends. If someone is perpetually out of place among those they interact with daily, the issue lies not with the group, but with the individual. For instance, a wolf among a pack of huskies, no matter how well it disguises itself or attempts to integrate, will always feel that those around it are not its kind. Fong Che immediately identified her. He could not help but reflect on his past encounters with those who wore masks, realizing that the individuals within this martial academy were still quite naive. After exchanging greetings with everyone, he made a deliberate effort to approach the girl, exclaiming with delight, Cousin, are you all here to welcome me? What a delightful surprise. Sister Xiyun, Sister Bing Bing, and this lovely lady. This is the first time I've received such a warm reception from so many beautiful ladies. His comments elicited laughter from the crowd, and amid the merriment, Fang Qingyun gently introduced, "That is Wan Jia, Wan Jimei, my senior classmate." Subin enlightened, Fang Ge greeted, "Hello, Wan Jie." Wan Jimei could only smile and nod. "Cousin, you are quite handsome." The male classmates erupted in laughter, while the female classmates glowed with delight. Fang Qingyun was utterly bewildered. "Cousin, where is your sharp tongue? Your biting remarks? Bring them out." He felt as though Fang Che's demeanor rendered all his previous claims false. "Have you grown taller?" Fang Qingyun felt a twinge of envy, noticing that his cousin had indeed gained considerable height, now standing around 1 meter 83. Fang chuckled, lowering his gaze to his cousin's head. Fang Qingyun's lips twitched, feeling the weight of Fang Che's gaze from above. He huffed and took a few steps back, suddenly feeling an urge to strike. After the introductions, the group accompanied Fang Che to report for enrollment. "What is your name?" "Fang Ke." "Fang Ke?" The registrar suddenly fell silent. The onlookers outside were taken aback, witnessing the unusual pause after a name was called during registration. Soon, several individuals from Baiyun Martial Academy soared into the air and approached swiftly. The leader was none other than the headmaster, accompanied by several officials. Shortly thereafter, another figure, distinguished by his flowing white beard, descended. It was the vice principal. Everyone was left speechless, frozen in place, not daring to raise their heads. Why had such prominent figures from the academy come today? Was there an emergency? Then, the headmaster inquired, "Who is Fang Che?" Fang Ke stepped forward, somewhat surprised, and replied, "I am Fang Che." "Very well, please proceed with registration." The vice principal then said, "Fang Che, follow me." Immediately, a host of dignitaries whisked Fang Che away, leaving him no time to bid farewell to Fang Qingyun. Behind them, Fang Qingyun and all the classmates were left in a state of utter confusion. Not only was his cousin handsome and charming, but did he also possess such influence? But something felt off. The way they surrounded him resembled that of escorting a criminal. Had his cousin committed a crime? In the heart of the cult, the leader remarked, "The night demon has entered Baiyun Martial Academy to report in." Great Elder Mu Lin Yuan reminded softly. The leader of the cult, Yin Shangong, merely nodded, unfazed. "Great Elder, it occurs to me that the night demon's identity may have already raised suspicions among the guardians. If they were to inform Baiyun Martial Academy." He sighed. "Our actions against the Su family in Baibo City were rather impulsive." Impulsive? Yin Shangong regarded Mu Lin Yuan with a peculiar expression, tinged with mockery. "Great Elder, do you believe it was impulsive? Only now do you realize it was impulsive?" The emphasis on now was pronounced. Could it be that Mu Lin Yuan was at a loss for words? Yin Shangong closed his eyes and spoke softly. "This is where the true value of the night demon lies." "What?" Mu Lin Yuan was stunned. He did not grasp how the incident in Baibo City, which bore the mark of the sect, would make the night demon a target even before he joined the cult, yet somehow became of value. Yin Shangong, with his eyes still closed, spoke in an ethereal tone. "The challenges posed by Baiyun Martial Academy, including the grand competition, are hurdles the night demon must overcome, and they will not be overly difficult for him. If the night demon cannot even surpass this obstacle, then his demise is inconsequential. He is merely a newly initiated cult member. His life and death hold no value at present. Only once he surpasses this hurdle can his value begin to unfold. This is a long-term plan. First, he must qualify to become part of that long-term vision." "Great Elder, you are more suited for battle." Yin Shangong fell silent. "It seems I have grasped the essence, yet I remain somewhat perplexed. Am I truly destined solely for combat?" Yimeng diligently cleans her new home. Presently, this expansive courtyard, which boasts 3 entrances and a spacious garden, is inhabited solely by her and Fang Che. Cleaning by herself, without resorting to her powers, is undeniably exhausting. Nevertheless, she persists with an unwavering enthusiasm. Orphaned at the tender age of 2, this courtyard represents her first true home throughout her life. Although the property is registered under Fang Che's name, Yimeng cannot suppress the thrill of feeling like the mistress of the house. Engaged in arranging various pieces of furniture, tidying the garden, and organizing the rooms, she sweats profusely yet finds joy in the labor. Once the delivery personnel have departed, Yimeng finishes her cleaning and gazes at the refreshed courtyard, lost in contemplation. In her eyes lies an indescribable affection. A home? A hint of dreamy longing flickers in Yi Meng's gaze. An irresistible thought arises within her heart. How wonderful it would be if this truly were her home. How delightful it would be to be the mistress of this household. The visage of Feng Che suddenly materializes before her, causing her to pout in disdain. That scoundrel. She then exhales a soft sigh. There is no competition, no pressure, no conflict. Despite Feng Che's frequent harsh words and unkind demeanor towards her, Yi Meng understands deep down that he is not truly malevolent. In fact, one could argue that he is exceedingly kind. Although he bears the title of a villainous sect leader, his treatment of her is beyond reproach. The Tianmai Zhu Guo alone, which enhances her innate talents, is a monumental favor that is rarely bestowed upon outsiders, reserved instead for one's parents or a master's chosen successor. Yet, Feng Che has offered it to her without reservation. Additionally, the most orthodox methods of cultivation and the various refined martial arts techniques have almost entirely rectified her previous shortcomings. Her combat prowess has not merely doubled. She now possesses a reasonable assurance in engaging opponents of higher levels. The various elixirs used in her daily training, even within the grand sects and martial academies, are fiercely contested, yet Feng Che has generously provided her with them. While he often speaks coldly and displays little warmth, it is evident that he genuinely cares for her, despite his frequent jests about selling her to a brothel. It is likely he remains oblivious to the true nature of such establishments. Such threats are perhaps mere jest. Yi Meng softly sighs within her heart. She questions herself. If one day an order were to arise commanding her to slay Feng Che, would she truly be able to carry out such a deed? With this thought, she bites her lip tightly. Who decreed you a villainous sect leader? Who placed me as merely an undercover agent? Who made us adhere to differing beliefs? Yi Meng finds herself momentarily weakened, but swiftly regains her composure. She then resumes arranging her new home. Feng Che, on the other hand, is utterly bewildered by his abrupt removal. What has happened? What have I done? Why was I taken away upon my arrival? The office building is grandiose, emblazoned with the words Baiyun Weiyuan. Flanking it are couplets that shimmer with golden light. It appears that molten gold has been used to emboss 10 magnificent characters, each of considerable size, exuding a majestic aura that illuminates the surroundings. The upper couplet reads, "With a heart to save the world." The lower couplet states, "Only then can one understand the suffering of all beings." Inscribed at the end is Yao Guang. These seemingly ordinary phrases strike Feng Che with profound impact, as if a mighty bell has suddenly resonated within his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. He instinctively senses a connection between these words and himself, yet no matter how hard he tries, he cannot recall why. As he gazes at the name Yao Guang inscribed below, he finds himself unable to move, feeling a surge of emotions swelling within him, causing his vision to blur. Observing Feng Che's dazed expression fixed on the couplet, the individuals accompanying him also come to a halt in unison. An elderly man with a white beard sighs softly, his voice laced with deep reverence. This couplet was penned by the ninth master of Baiyunwen, Yao Guangjun, over 500 years ago, replacing the original exhortations to study, leaving behind these words of warning. With a heart to save the world, only then can one understand the suffering of all beings. These words hold immense wisdom. Only by embracing the world and aspiring to save it can one comprehend the challenges faced by the myriad beings in the face of righteous teachings. It is precisely this understanding of hardship that drives one to seek every possible means of salvation. Master Meng, with his far-sighted vision and compassionate heart, served as the head of Baiyun Weiyuan for 450 years before finally stepping down. Before his departure, he pointed to the couplet above and instructed the newly appointed master, Meng Hejun, to always remember these two lines. The elderly man, filled with admiration, continues, Master Meng's diligent leadership and heartfelt dedication allowed Baiyun Weiyuan to truly ascend among the 8 major martial academies, gradually climbing to the 5th position over the years of education. The succeeding master, Meng Hejun, is the beloved daughter of Master Meng and has steadfastly adhered to his teachings for over a century. Even after stepping down, she continues to serve as the honorary master of Baiyun Weiyuan. Our academy is now flourishing, brimming with talent, all thanks to the contributions of both Masters Meng. The group of individuals was expressions of profound respect, bowing deeply towards the couplet and its inscription. Feng Che feels a thunderous resonance within his mind. as though something is on the verge of breaking free. In an instant, he is beset by a splitting headache. The couplet, the name Meng Chuxing, and the two characters Yao Wang all evoke a tremor in his very soul. Just as the assembly expresses their admiration, a chime of delicate bells resonates from the building. A woman emerges, adorned in a flowing purple dress, exuding an unparalleled grace, her presence marked by an air of dignified authority that comes from long-standing power. Around her wrist, she wears a delicate string of bells that emit a soft white glow, creating a gentle sound with each step she takes, reminiscent of wind through a bamboo grove, or the harmonious rhythm of waves upon a shore. As the purple-clad woman approaches, she greets the crowd with a smile. Huang Yifan, why are you all suddenly bowing here? The elderly man Huang Yifan and the others bow in unison, their faces brimming with respect. Master Meng, may you be well. The purple-clad woman smiles. I am no longer the master of Baiyunwen, merely its honorary master, so there is no need for such formalities. Master Meng will forever be the spiritual pillar of Baiyunwen Yuan. The elderly man Huang Yifan responds earnestly. You flatter me. The purple-clad woman is evidently Meng Chuxing's only daughter. Meng Hejun, the 10th master of Baiyunwen Yuan. She descends the steps gracefully, smiling. Please, continue with your duties. A few elders have summoned me, and I must hurry. May Master Meng have a safe journey. Meng Hejun nods, striding past Fong Che, casually remarking, Is this the new student for this year? One has already arrived? Huang Yifan promptly responds with a smile. Yes, we want to take a moment to appreciate the new arrival. The purple-clad woman seems to realize something. Her brow furrowing. Be cautious. Your temper is explosive. Do not act impulsively. Discuss everything with Master Gao Shan. Yes, yes. Huang Yifan replies repeatedly. Meng Hejun chuckles. Addressing Fong Che. Do not be nervous, young one. Practice diligently in martial arts. Fong Che feels somewhat dazed in response. Yes. Meng Hejun nods, coming beside him, raising her hand and pointing to the 10 characters. Young one, take heed of these 10 characters. As a martial artist, you must always remember them. Learning martial arts is fundamentally about safeguarding the goodness of this world and alleviating the suffering of sentient beings. She gently patted Fong Che's shoulder and spoke earnestly. With a heart devoted to saving the world, one can truly comprehend the hardships of all living beings. I hope that one day, you will genuinely articulate these 10 words from the depths of your heart and dedicate your life to striving for them. This world cannot withstand upheaval. Her voice was soft and kind, imbued with boundless spiritual energy, flowing gently like a stream, calming the tempest in Fong Che's mind. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming tranquility. He must strive, follow the righteous path. Meng Hejun patted Fong Che's shoulder again, and he felt an intangible sense of mission being conveyed to him. It was as if his soul had been purified, leaving him with an indescribable comfort. Clad in flowing purple robes, Meng Hejun suddenly soared into the sky, her graceful silhouette flashing before vanishing into a point of purple light hundreds of zhang away in the horizon. Huang Yifan shook his head with a wry smile. Lord Meng remains as gentle and kind as ever, even giving this little one a spiritual cleansing before departing. He understood that his quest for Fong Che stemmed from a message he had received, identifying Fong Che as a spy from the demonic sect, planted as an internal seed. Meng Hejun had evidently guessed this as well. She understood that they would not mobilize for an ordinary newcomer. Yet, she acted out of compassion and a sense of duty, unwilling to see any student stray from the righteous path. Hence, she bestowed upon Fong Che the technique of spiritual cleansing. No wonder countless students who had graduated from Baiyunwen Yuan proclaimed that Lord Meng was capable of saving souls. Huang Yifan spoke with deep admiration. In my life, I have seldom bowed to anyone, but I hold profound respect for both Lords Meng. The others laughed and chimed in. Only you? The sound of ringing bells echoed. Everyone, please add this to your bookshelf to avoid getting lost. The crowd murmured in discussion, some expressing their sentiments, while others felt a pang of guilt. Each encounter with Lord Meng left them feeling their own work was insufficient and far from complete. This sentiment resonated strongly among them, and after a lengthy exchange of thoughts, they eventually dispersed. Fong Che had already followed Huang Yifan into a private office. It was only upon reaching this point that the tumult within his heart began to settle. However, names occasionally flitted through his mind. Meng Hejun, Meng Chuxing, Fong Zhizhong Shangnan. And that bell on Ming He-jun's wrist, its sound was so familiar. He could not help but question whether he had known her in a past life. Was she a familiar figure? A wife? A sister? Why did he have no recollection of this Ming He-jun? Conversely, the name Ming Chu-xing felt so intimately familiar. And then there was Yao Guang. Fang Che pondered for a long time. Those two characters were undeniably familiar, as they refer to the last star of the Big Dipper. Yao Guang, also known as Pejun, embodies courage in undertaking responsibilities, a clear sense of right and wrong, and an unyielding spirit. His mind instantly expanded with numerous thoughts. Yet, he remained unable to unravel the confusion within. At this moment, he had no desire to do so. Rather, he wished to evade it. If such a subtle touch could provoke such a strong reaction, how would he respond upon regaining his memories and encountering old acquaintances? Moreover, this soul-stirring sensation was nearly irresistible. The risks of exposure were too great. He was not afraid of death. If he feared death, he would not scheme to be an undercover agent with the frailty of an ant. He had prepared himself for the possibility of demise from the outset. However, if his painstaking efforts ultimately failed to eradicate the demonic sect, it would be a tragic end. He closed his eyes, striving to calm his heart and let the bells ringing fade from within. He even invoked the Bingche Ling Tai heart method of Mu Lin Yuan. Indeed, his thoughts gradually settled into tranquility. In the office, before entering, Fang Che had specifically glanced at the entrance. The office of the Vice Mountain Lord. It appeared that Huang Yifan was the Vice Mountain Lord. The two individuals opposite him were scrutinizing Fang Che's reactions closely. The spiritual cleansing bestowed by Lord Ming should yield some effects, right? Was this child digesting the benefits of the cleansing technique? Thus, the two waited patiently for a while. When they finally saw Fang Che open his eyes, they began to inquire. "You are Fang Che?" "Indeed," he replied, identifying himself as a student. "My surname is L. I am a supervisor of Bai Yun Wu Yuan. The individual you just heard from is Vice Mountain Lord Huang Yifan." In the office of the Vice Mountain Lord, Fang Che stood alone, facing both the Vice Mountain Lord and the supervisor, two masters of the Cloud Realm. It must be said that since the establishment of Bai Yun Wu Yuan, Fang Che was the first new student to stand alone before such high-ranking leaders. And on his very first day at the academy, this achievement was likely unprecedented. Fang Che, age 17, a distant relative of the Fang family in Baibo City, of 9th rank, with an unknown father, he had apprenticed himself to the wandering martial artist, Fei Tian Dao Wang Sun Yuan. Supervisor L held Fang Che's information and inquired, "Is this correct?" "It is," Fang Che replied with a sense of ease. "During this assessment, you have slain over 100 blood-toothed demon wolves?" "Yes." The supervisor set down the document, stating blandly, "I am aware of your method of slaying. It does not truly reflect your strength, which is why I called you here." Fang Che contemplated. Indeed, the method of slaying merely showcases intelligence. While it is somewhat tied to strength, it does not represent one's entire capability. He smiled and added, "However, I have only just realized that intelligence is not synonymous with strength." The supervisor's expression darkened further, becoming as hard as iron. Fang Che continued, "Moreover, I believe this reason alone does not encompass why my mentors summoned me here." The supervisor's voice was like iron. "Then what do you believe is the reason for your summons?" Fang Che replied, "I do not know. I humbly request guidance from both esteemed teachers." The supervisor and Vice Mountain Lord simultaneously bore expressions as hard as iron, devoid of any emotion. The true reason was unknown to the supervisor. Although it fell within his purview, he was genuinely unaware of why Fang Che had been called. Beside him, the Vice Mountain Lord, with white whiskers and a slender frame, possessed deep-set eyes. If one were to gaze into those eyes, they would find a glimmer akin to the vastness of the starry sea, boundless and profound. That was immense spiritual power. In that moment, as he looked at Fang Che, there lay an immeasurable sorrow hidden within the depths of his gaze, imperceptible to outsiders. He was the only one in Bai Yun Wu Yuan who had received authentic information regarding Fang Che. Huang Yifan, the legendary god of death who had once shaken the Northwest War Zone 200 years ago, now stood as the foremost master of Bai Yun Wu Yuan, second only to Ming He-jun, who currently held merely an honorary title with another appointed role. "Fang Che, you need not feel anxious. Today, I called you here simply to gain a better understanding," Vice Mountain Lord Huang Yifan said softly. "I'm not anxious," Fang Che replied. "Good. This is also a routine procedure of our academy. However, you arrived much earlier than others, so it is only natural that I called you first. Since the true reason could not be divulged, they naturally needed to find a justification. They could not simply say they had received word of him being an undercover agent. Could they? During the conversation, Huang Yifan even exerted a hint of pressure. When reason fails, one must resort to alternative methods. Fang Che felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him, contrasting sharply with the gentle, nurturing presence of Meng Hejun at the entrance. Huang Yifan's approach was like a storm of thunder and lightning. Sweat poured down Fang Che as he struggled to maintain his composure. He could only relent. What the Mountain Lord says is reasonable. I am sincerely convinced. Indeed, as a student of our academy and a member of the next generation of the continent, you must maintain purity and prevent infiltration by spies of the righteous teachings. Huang Yifan stated, as Fang Che stood resolutely, drenched in sweat. Please, teachers, enlighten me. Why do you study martial arts? Huang Yifan inquired, clearly satisfied. Under the weight of his spiritual pressure, this young one could not possibly utter falsehoods. One cannot truly aid the enemy, can they? If one is fully aware that this individual is a disciple of the Exian sect, should they really reward him with the treasures of their martial academy merely due to his formidable prowess, which eclipses all others? Would that not be utterly humiliating? Under such intense psychological pressure from the opponent, one could easily descend into a state of mental disarray. Who does one protect? One protects their parents, their family, their spouse and children, their friends, their brothers, their homeland. And what else? Protect the continent. Protect peace. Protect justice. Protect kindness. Huang Yifan could not help but feel a tremor of spiritual pressure. By heavens, even more precise than the standard answer. Or are these words truly yours to speak? Shouldn't you be proclaiming the annihilation of justice and the eradication of kindness instead? How can you, a child of darkness, be so resolute? The purification technique merely offers a slight cleansing. It is certainly incapable of such a profound transformation. If you were truly a child of darkness, a mere purification technique would hardly suffice and might even exacerbate the situation. Quite obstinate, Huang Yifan intensified his spiritual pressure. Fang Che, in his current state, could not withstand Huang Yifan's mental weight and collapsed onto the ground, his face paling. In an instant, his mind went blank, devoid of any capacity for thought. Huang Yifan waved his hand, instructing the overseer to leave. The overseer, bewildered, remarked, Headmaster, this child is promising. Do not harm his foundation. I understand. The overseer exited, only to discover that a soundproof barrier had been established within. He could not help but widen his eyes, murmuring, such exceptional treatment. Could he be the illegitimate son of the deputy headmaster? Inside, Huang Yifan inquired, what do you believe our righteous sect should do? Cut them down, eliminate them all. Fang Che gritted his teeth. Huang Yifan inhaled sharply. How resolute! He could not resist tugging at his own beard, pulling hard enough to feel a sting. Surely, I'm not dreaming. This is an unprecedented level of mental pressure. If I increase the pressure any further, this boy will become a simpleton. Under such duress, not even I could utter a falsehood, nor would there be any possibility for contemplation. Do you consider yourself a member of our righteous sect? Huang Yifan maintained the pressure, ultimately posing this question. I cannot believe this. The boy is only 17 and yet so resilient? Even someone of 170 years would struggle. No. Fang que declared firmly. Are you a follower of Exian sect? No. Are you a disciple of Yemo sect? No. Are you of the Tianshan sect? No. Are you a member of our righteous sect? No. What is your intention at Baiyun Martial Academy? To learn martial arts, and, in the future, to slay the members of our righteous sect. Who are you? I am a guardian. Fang Che could no longer bear the pressure and fainted, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his expression ghastly. Across from him, Huang Yifan sat in stunned silence, his gaze filled with existential doubt. He rubbed his head and tugged at his beard, shaking it. A strand fell. Good heavens, that hurts. Huang Yifan raised his hand, observing the tuft of gray hair. Gritting his teeth. This is clearly a good child. What nonsense message did that fool convey to me? This was Huang Yifan's first encounter with such a situation, leaving him utterly flustered. Where did things go awry? When Fang Che regained consciousness, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. As if he were soaking in a warm spring on a frigid day, every muscle in his body rejoicing. A sensation of indescribable pleasure enveloped him. To his astonishment, his spiritual sea had doubled in breadth. Even his cultivation had surged from the pinnacle of the third-layer martial master to the mid-stage of the fourth-layer martial master. A whole level up. Feng Che was left speechless. He had intentionally suppressed his cultivation at the third-layer martial master without breaking through. After all, a breakthrough was imminent. This was not to hide his abilities, nor to play the fool, but rather to seize the opportunity during the disciple competition to unexpectedly break through amidst a fierce battle. In doing so, he would garner attention and create a legend, one where a genius, facing overwhelming odds, suddenly breaks through and triumphs, thus making his mark on Baiyun. What does this signify? Many would remember this event for a lifetime. This would greatly enhance his access to superior training resources. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly reach the outside world. By then, even if the higher-ups at the martial academy were aware of his identity as a disciple of the Exian sect, they would be compelled to provide him with the best resources. Why would Baiyun Martial Academy deprive such a talented disciple? Are they blind? Where's the fairness? Where's the justice? His identity still held potential for leverage. Thus, Baiyun Martial Academy could not openly declare that he was a member of the Exian sect. Regardless, he would secure his benefits. Feng Che's reasoning was one of helplessness. I know I am not a villain. But the problem is that you do not know I am not a villain. On the contrary, you all believe I am a villain. Therefore, my resources will be withheld. This could lead to a situation where what is rightfully mine is not given to me, jeopardizing my cultivation. This was a dilemma he had to consider. However, now, his original plan had been unexpectedly disrupted. He had directly ascended to the mid-stage of the fourth layer. Feng Che felt somewhat uneasy. The greatest issue was that, with this advancement, he did not believe there would be anyone among this cohort of candidates stronger than him. If his opponents clearly did not pressure him, and he were to force a breakthrough, it would appear as though he was merely trying to show off, and rather unsuccessfully at that, leading to ridicule. Damn it! Feng Che glared with resentment at Huang Yifan, the deputy headmaster before him. Then he noticed that Huang Yifan was also looking at him with a gaze filled with resentment. Huang Yifan was equally speechless. His excessive force had caused this boy to suffer spiritual damage, and the test results indicated that he was, without a doubt, a good child. Righteous, honest, broad-minded, kind, and upright. Under the immense spiritual pressure of his lordship, not to mention a martial master, even an emperor level would be subdued. How could this be false? Huang Yifan was even confident that he could illustrate Feng Che's thoughts at that moment under the pressure. Such a child would be hard to find even with a lantern, yet he had caused the boy to suffer spiritual damage and fall unconscious. Huang Yifan inwardly cursed his former subordinate, Chen Ruhai, thoroughly, but there was no alternative. The mess he had created needed to be cleaned up by himself. Thus, he burned a significant portion of his spiritual energy to administer the lowest grade spirit pill to Feng Che. The issue was that the pill in his possession was already of royal quality. After burning most of its essence, the potency remained too strong. So he had to use his spiritual power to help Feng Che stabilize. As a result, Feng Che's spiritual sea expanded dramatically. Observing the boy bleeding from his orifices and sustaining injuries to his meridians, Huang Yifan utilized spiritual energy for repair. However, his lordly level of power was overwhelmingly high, and Feng Che's physique was exceptionally robust, causing part of the influx of spiritual energy to be automatically absorbed. After some adjustment, Feng Che directly advanced a level in martial arts, from the third layer to the mid-stage of the fourth layer. Huang Yifan was utterly bewildered by this outcome. One might say the spirit pill was extraordinary, and with my personal assistance, the expansion of the spiritual sea, although somewhat unexpected, was still somewhat reasonable. However, how could merely smoothing out his meridians and alleviating his injuries lead to a breakthrough? This is utterly unreasonable. Is this not tantamount to me, as a headmaster, directly intervening to aid in cheating before the students' competition? Huang Yifan felt deeply conflicted. As Feng Che gradually awoke, Huang Yifan spoke first. You are awake? Feng Che blinked in confusion. Now that I have opened my eyes, do you still question whether I am awake or not? You are awake. You have passed your assessment. Huang Yifan replied. Thank you, Shanchong. Feng Che expressed his gratitude. You are welcome, Huang Yifan said absent-mindedly, pondering the next steps. How much do you remember about the assessment? It seems a bit hazy. I cannot recall, Feng Che admitted, revealing a look of trepidation. What did the students say? They did not utter anything inappropriate, did they? Huang Yifan felt a sense of relief. This was as it should be. With a smile, he assured him nothing inappropriate was mentioned. Otherwise, you would not have passed. Indeed. Fan Guke responded. Huang Yifan coughed lightly, thinking to himself, isn't this mysterious? Only you could be assessed in such a manner. Others do not require my direct involvement. Suddenly, Huang Yifan remembered, there is another matter. We must evaluate your aptitude. He unconsciously coughed again, adding, fortunately, I am here. One guest does not trouble two hosts. With that, he opened the soundproof barrier. Jian Yuan, Lu Jiao Tian, come here. It is time to begin the aptitude test. Jian Yuan entered with a stern expression, irate. I am Lu Jiaoshan, not Lu Jiao Tian. Huang Fushan, could you refrain from calling me by such names in front of the students? I am, after all, the supervisor. Where does that leave my dignity? All right, Lu Jiao Tian, let us commence, Huang Yifan replied. Lu Jiaoshan's face turned ashen, yet he could not voice his anger. This old rascal had been parachuted in as a guardian. He typically refrained from participating in the management of the martial academy. Yet he possessed extraordinary strength, dedicated to the regulation of martial arts. He was undoubtedly the academy's foremost expert, a treasure of the institution. He had little interest in the intrigues of formal management. As long as he was not directly affected, there was no issue. However, should he become aware, it would not simply be a matter of a beating. The last time he had not provoked him and had still ended up drinking and receiving a beating, leaving him with a sense of indignation. He took out a small tower made of purple jade, appearing far more advanced than what Fang Yuan had previously produced, and asked, have you been tested before? Yes, I have. My master said it was at the level of a, Fang Che replied. Indeed, the counterfeit versions of the Fish Dragon Tower are numerous outside. Our academy's 12-layer version is much more refined and intuitive, Lu Jiaoshan remarked. Not overly concerned about being merely at the A level, as it was not particularly rare at Baiyu Martial Academy. Input your spiritual energy, he instructed, adding, just input it vigorously. Understood, Fang Che responded, channeling his spiritual energy into the purple jade Fish Dragon Tower, feeling that the flow was considerably smoother than with Sun Yuan's tower. As he began, the lower 7 layers of the Fish Dragon Tower illuminated instantaneously, casting a dreamy purple light throughout the room. Directly at the A level, Lu Jiaoshan's eyes brightened. The purple light swiftly spread upward, and in an instant, the 8th and 9th layers lit up almost simultaneously. A level achieved, and not the limit. Huang Yifan leaned in, visibly intrigued. The 10th layer erupted in radiant purple light, heavenly grade aptitude. The purple light flickered for a moment as if at its limit, yet neither Lu Jiaoshan nor Huang Yifan felt disheartened. Heavenly grade was already a legendary aptitude in the eyes of others. Although Baiyu Martial Academy had a few disciples with heavenly grade aptitude, they were scarce and considered super geniuses. Both men exhaled in relief. However, just as they relaxed, the 11th layer suddenly lit up. The 12th layer followed suit almost immediately. Subsequently, a dense purple aura emerged from the pinnacle of the tower, shooting directly towards Huang Yifan, who was leaning in to observe. The purple light cast a ghastly glow upon his face, resembling a vengeful spirit. Huang Yifan's mouth gaped wide, revealing his insides, his eyes bulging as if they would pop out of their sockets, presenting an image not unlike that of a specter. Across from him, Lu Jiaoshan appeared equally astonished. His mouth agape, eyes wide, with veins bulging on his temples, a look of bewilderment upon his face. The purple light continued to permeate the air. The two exchanged glances, feeling a dryness in their mouths. Huang Yifan stammered, is the Fish Dragon Tower broken? Lu Jiaoshan snatched the tower from Fang Che's hands, preparing to input his own spiritual energy for testing. However, he halted and handed it back to Huang Yifan. It should not be broken. You try. Huang Yifan, bewildered, took hold of it, ready to input his spiritual energy, only to suddenly react and slap Lu Jiaoshan 5 steps away, cursing, you lot, who have been in school for so long, are truly devious. How dare you deceive me? Lu Jiaoshan chuckled awkwardly. I was merely testing. It is not a big deal. Then why did you not try it yourself? Huang Yifan nearly exploded with rage. Lu Jiaoshan rolled his eyes. Test? How could I? The purple aura has burst forth from the Fish Dragon Tower. How many have emerged in 10,000 years? What aptitude do we possess to compare with such a prodigy? To have me test, it would be pure humiliation, especially in front of a newly admitted martial student who is merely a martial artist. Am I to prove that I am so inferior to this small fry? Well, my pride. Go find someone else. You heartless scoundrel. Huang Yifan roared. Lu Jiaoshan fled like lightning. Huang Yifan soon followed suit, leaving Feng Che alone in the room. Moments later, they both returned, gazing at Feng Che with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Your master claims you are at the A level? Huang Yifan asked, his tone exceedingly peculiar. Your master claims you are at the A level? Huang Yifan reiterated, incredulity evident in his voice. It is possible I am slightly higher, but my master cannot be certain. Feng Che explained. After all, my master does not have the same conditions as our academy. Your master is truly a colossal fool, Huang Yifan blurted out. He then realized that insulting someone's master to their face could provoke distaste. Yet, upon observing Feng Che's calm demeanor, he found that the young man seemed entirely unperturbed. Huang Yifan laughed heartily, exchanged some pleasantries, and then let Feng Che take his leave. Afterward, as Feng Che departed, Lu Jiaoshan could no longer contain his curiosity. Why did you block me earlier? Huang Yifan retorted angrily. Is that not a redundant question? If there was no need to block you, why would I? Since I did block you, it means I did not wish for you to know, so why ask? Isn't that akin to removing one's trousers to fart? A futile endeavor? Lu Jiaoshan stared. You make a compelling point. I am left speechless. Huang Yifan then stood, feeling somewhat anxious. I must step out for a moment. There is an urgent matter to attend to. If someone seeks me, have them wait. With that, Huang Yifan swiftly exited through the window, urgency evident in his demeanor. He mumbled to himself, what matter could possibly warrant such haste from that old fool? Huang Yifan now felt a tinge of anxiety. If Feng Che's aptitude were ordinary, he would not feel such urgency. However, with talents of such astounding caliber, it was a matter of utmost significance. Feng Che was intent on teaching. This news had been relayed to him by Chun Rahai, a former subordinate. Though Chun was known for his foul temper and disheveled appearance, he was meticulous in critical matters and had never made an error. Yet, the intelligence he had gathered was inconsistent with reality, and it turned out that Feng Che was indeed a prodigy of astonishing caliber. This warranted serious attention. Regardless of whether this news was true or false, it was a sensational revelation. Huang Yifan felt he could not rest until this matter was clarified. Thus, he sped towards Bibo City at maximum velocity, akin to a shooting star. Chun Rahai was inside, closing the door and rubbing his feet, the room filled with a potent scent. With a loud crash, Huang Yifan burst through the window, and the next moment, accompanied by a furious rebuke, another crash resounded. Chun Rahai was forcefully kicked against the wall. Then, Huang Yifan, with a swift motion, flew outside, unleashing a torrent of curses. Can you not maintain some decorum? All you do is gnaw at your grandfather's filthy foot. Huang Yifan, infuriated, flew back in, nearly suffocated by the stench. The fresh air during flight was invigorating, but upon returning, he was met with an overwhelming odor of salted fish. The stark contrast left him gasping for breath. A wave of nausea surged, and his stomach churned violently, almost causing him to retch. Chun Rahai nearly shouted a warning about an intruder, but quickly swallowed his words, sliding down the wall in haste. He waved his hand, opening all doors and windows, letting out not just the stale air, but the remnants of foot odor as well. Instantly, he composed himself, wearing a fawning expression. Boss, how delightful to see you. Please, have a seat. Find another place. Huang Yifan thundered. And wash your hands. Quickly. Chun Rahai hurriedly scurried away, his backside bobbing as he sought a cleaner room. Moments later, they sat in a pristine reception area. Chun Rahai, having cleaned himself thoroughly, radiated freshness, even adorned with a few fragrant sachets. Stay right there, Huang Yifan commanded, positioning Chun Rahai as far from him as possible. He then cleansed the chair beneath him with spiritual energy, purifying the entire room. After sealing the door, he established a soundproof barrier. Admittedly, Huang Yifan was not typically a fastidious person. He could be rather messy himself. Yet, in Chun Rahai's presence, he felt compelled to uphold a standard of cleanliness that was intolerable to ignore. Do you know why I am here? Huang Yifan inquired. Chun Rahai immediately grasped the situation. Feng Che has arrived at the martial academy? Indeed. Huang Yifan continued. Do you have intentions regarding him? Indeed. What do you think of him? Chun Rahai asked. Under my psychological pressure, he has been pushed to the brink of collapse. Yet he remains flawless, honest, kind, and with a strong sense of justice. Huang Yifan's eyes gleamed as he articulated each word with precision. Are you mistaken? This is of paramount importance. Qin Rahai's head snapped up. It is. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Rahai replied, in that case, I will refrain from making any judgments. The information is my personal collection, untouched by anyone else. You may assess it yourself. He rose and entered his private chamber, returning with a trove of information detailing every action and utterance of Feng Che, complete with annotations, including the existence of Yi Meng. Huang Yifan read slowly, savoring each word as if they were fine delicacies. He remained silent, not speaking a single word or taking a sip of water, completely absorbed in the documents. By the time he finished, dawn had broken, the sound of roosters crowing heralding the day. Finally, he set the documents down, closed his eyes, reclined in his chair, and entered a state of deep contemplation. Qin Rahai remained at his side, daring not to make a sound. After a considerable time, Huang Yifan opened his eyes and stated, according to the material, Feng Che is undoubtedly a disciple of Jiao. However, I still trust my own assessment. Feng Che should be a good kid. Qin Rahai maintained a neutral expression. I do not dare to contradict that. The reason I informed you is to prevent any unforeseen issues. I understand. I will keep a vigilant watch. Huang Yifan sighed softly. Do not follow me today. I will wander through by Bo City. Since you have traveled so far, why not share a meal before you depart? Allow me to be a gracious host. Get lost. Huang Yifan retorted. Dining with you would be unbearable. Rolling his eyes, Huang Yifan tossed 2 bottles of elixirs, stating, 1 pill every 7 days. There are 100 here. Finish them and come find me. Understood. Qin Rahai was overjoyed. Though the 1,000-layer corpse poison is insurmountable, one cannot simply resign to fate. After all, as a hall master, one must maintain a certain dignity. Huang Yifan scolded. Yes, you are correct, Qin Rahai acknowledged. Huang Yifan waved his hand, vanishing without a trace. He then opened a side of his bed, placing the documents inside, securing them, disguising the area, and resting a pillow atop it. Huang Yifan remained in by Bo City for a full 3 days. Oh, Feng Che's eyes flickered. When he purchased his property, the adjacent space was vacant. Now, someone had moved in next door. It was either Jiao or the Guardians of the Great Hall. Feng Che pondered. Do you intend to meddle in real estate matters? You are quite nosy. During this time, he had made no progress, only indulging in food. Hurry up and cultivate. As was customary, he chastised Yi Meng once more. Yi Meng pouted, finding it difficult to elicit praise from him. Feng Che proceeded to practice diligently, indifferent to the identity of his new neighbor. If they were from Jiao, they would reach out to him. If they were guardians of the Great Hall, he would leave it to Yi Meng. That night, Feng Che was jolted awake from his dreams by a tremor. The ground beneath him subtly shook, not as a localized disturbance, but as if an immense force was at work far away. As a seasoned individual, Feng Che immediately understood that a powerful being was engaged in combat at an unknown distance. The shockwaves had reverberated through a ley line, causing mild tremors in this vicinity. Based on the intensity of the vibrations, the battle was likely taking place far off, and the entity responsible for such upheaval was unimaginable. As he lay in bed, feeling the tremors, Feng Che's heart raced with trepidation. Such formidable power could easily reduce even his former self to ashes. Who could it be? The following day, Feng Qingyun hosted a welcome gathering for Feng Che, seizing the opportunity to offer him the last remaining Tianmaiju fruit. Feng Qingyun remained oblivious, while several classmates engaged in lively discussions, ultimately leading to a tipsy state. Upon returning, he fell asleep. By morning, his dorm mates were overwhelmed by a foul odor. Damn it, Feng Qingyun, did you let one rip? They exclaimed, covering their noses as they fled. A brick was hurled at the snoring Feng Qingyun. You can't just let it loose under the covers after drinking. Feng Qingyun groggily awoke, the room saturated with an unpleasant aroma, and he could not help but shout. Who did this? An hour later, cleansed and refreshed, Feng Qingyun found himself surrounded by his roommates, who proceeded to beat him mercilessly. His bedding was deemed unsalvageable and was promptly incinerated. Bewildered, Feng Qingyun grovelingly begged for forgiveness, promising a month's worth of meals to placate them. They reluctantly agreed not to disclose the embarrassing incident. With the matter resolved, Feng Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief, fully aware that he had not been the culprit. 3 days later, news regarding the midnight tremors emerged. In a fierce clash of blades, one has fallen. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the realm. Those who heard the news fell into stunned silence, grappling with the magnitude of the revelation. Clashing blades held special significance in this world, signifying a confrontation between true peak figures. One was the foremost in the realm, while the other claimed the second position. The Cloud Summit weapon rankings bore witness to their duel, a struggle for supremacy at the pinnacle of power. However, there exists another profound reason. The sword belongs to the Guardian Alliance, while the gun is the weapon of the soul-righteous sect. Throughout countless ages, the sword has consistently overshadowed the gun, which is the very foundation of all righteous martial artists across the continent. Yet now, the sword has faltered. This news is akin to the sky collapsing. In the cloud weapon ranking, the first is the Zhanqing Dao. In dreams, the red dust lies, and outside dreams, the Dao severs emotions and intentions, devoid of leisure, who weeps in the wind, and who suffers. On the summit of clouds, the snow caresses the Shao. The Zhanqing Dao, the snow caresses the Shao. In the cloud weapon ranking, the second is the Baigu Sui Meng Chong. The snow caresses the Shao, refuses to engage in battle. Snow caresses the Shao. If you do not strike today, I shall lay waste to a city day by day. In righteous indignation, the snow caresses the Shao steps forth to battle. Should the snow caresses the Shao emerge victorious, the soul-righteous sect shall remain dormant for 5 centuries. During these 5 centuries, they may only operate in secrecy, must refrain from sacrifices, must not slaughter civilians, and must not engage in acts of terror across the continent. This agreement leaves the snow caresses the Shao with no avenue for retreat. The soul-righteous sect has schemed to establish a nation countless times, infiltrating various countries across the continent and establishing an army long ago. Yet each time, they have been thwarted by the Guardian Alliance. The Zhanqing Dao of the snow caresses the Shao reigns supreme in the clouds, overlooking the world, suppressing all dissent. 400 years ago, the soul-righteous sect plotted to establish a nation, toppling the Daon dynasty. However, the Guardian Alliance was well prepared, gathering numerous masters to dismantle the soul-righteous sect's plans for nationhood. In the ensuing chaos, they successfully established the Dazhao dynasty, extending the fortunes of the former Daon dynasty into the Dazhao. The 3 great empires and the 9 major dynasties of the continent all belong to the Guardian Alliance. Although the soul-righteous sect possesses formidable strength, it remains unrecognized as legitimate by the world. Without the weight of national fortune, it will always be a scattered assemblage. Only another regime can contend for power and dominion. Without a regime, even the mightiest strength is merely that of bandits. Such is the nature of the matter. Thus, what the soul-righteous sect lacks is this legitimacy. For many years, they have fought desperately for this. At last, they found an opportunity. Both sides clashed for a day and a night. With each encounter, they progressed further, until the last battle, 80 years prior, where victory was achieved almost by chance. This was also the reason for his refusal to engage in combat. To refrain from battle is to remain the greatest in the world. Thus, the mountain in the hearts of billions of martial artists would not crumble. Faith would not collapse. Yet in this battle, defying expectations, even after the snow caresses the Shao exhausted all efforts, he still lost a move. The Baigu Sui Meng Chong pierced through his shoulder. The snow caresses the Shao sighed in sorrow, feeling the pain of the white bone spear piercing his body, yet it paled in comparison to the anguish in his heart. For he knew that from this day forth, the sky had fallen. The snow caresses the Shao smiled bitterly. It was not that he had refrained from killing you before, but rather there were reservations. Thus, he had not shown mercy. You owe me nothing. An obligation is an obligation. The snow caresses the Shao declared. If I were to act as you do, would I not become one of your kind? What is there left to fight for? The snow caresses the Shao was defeated. The world trembled. The first position in the cloud weapon ranking was renamed. From this moment forward, the cloud weapon ranking lists the Baigu Sui Meng Chong as the first, suppressing the world. On the 4th day, the 36 sects under the soul-righteous sect, along with countless organizations, simultaneously performed sacrifices to the heavens and the gods across the continent. Tianwu Shun. On this day, July 27th, it was dubbed the Day of Blood on the continent. This was due to the simultaneous occurrence of atrocious massacres in 19 large cities, each with a population exceeding 10 million. These cities belonged to different countries and dynasties. 1,000 elderly couples, 1,000 middle-aged couples, 1,000 young couples, and 1,000 pairs of virgin boys and girls. Each city witnessed such a scene. 8,000 souls knelt before a secret statue of Tianwu Shun, their throats severed, allowing blood to flow freely. A river of blood spread for dozens of miles. The sight was harrowing. On this day, the heavens mourned and the earth was bleak, with furious winds howling. In just the super cities, a total of 150,000 people met untimely ends. Countless other locations, with similar sacrifices, albeit on a smaller scale, occurred simultaneously. On this day, the number of lives lost reached several hundred thousand. This was the sole righteous sex offering to the deities. The entire continent trembled. On July 29th, the Dashuan Empire, once belonging to the Guardian Alliance, suddenly erupted into chaos, spilling blood for miles within a single day. Beneath the ruler, all were beheaded. Prime Minister Wang Zichun led over 1,000 officials, kneeling at the city gates to welcome the ascension of the new emperor. Within the city, over 10,000 civil and military officials, as well as scholars, took their own lives in loyalty to their country. White banners filled the city. The cries of mourning shook the heavens. Military generals at the borders were continuously assassinated, and the old Marshal Yang Tieshing fought valiantly with his remaining troops. Ultimately besieged at the royal tomb, battling to the last man. The old marshal knelt before the tomb of the former emperors of Dashuan, drawing his sword to end his life. The iron cavalry of the sole righteous sect entered the capital of the Dashuan Empire, Xuanwu City. The new emperor, Chu Wuji, ascended the throne and proclaimed to the world, renaming the country to New Chu. He notably favored the surrendered officials, granting amnesty to all. Thus began a period of recovery. The borders of New Chu experienced unrest, yet the experts of the sole righteous sect swiftly quelled the disturbances. The smoke of conflict gradually subsided, and New Chu submitted peace treaties to several neighboring countries, seemingly ushering in a time of tranquility. However, the entire world understood that this was a changed world. Undercurrents surged, and at any moment, a national war could erupt. Once the flames of war ignited, they would rapidly engulf the entire continent. No place would be spared. No one would be exempt, for the sole righteous sect had achieved what they had planned for tens of thousands of years. They had established their own nation. Although it was merely the first nation, the first dynasty, they had thus acquired national fortune, that is to say legitimacy. All disciples of the sole righteous sect celebrated. However, the nations belonging to the Guardian Alliance were filled with horror and shock. Prior to this, everyone knew that the sole righteous sect intended to establish a nation. Yet all believed that even if they succeeded, it would merely be a remote small nation. No one anticipated that one of the three great empires, the Dashuan Empire, would so easily change its allegiance. Such an effortless change of dynasty. The current New Chu, one neighboring nation, is Dazhao. The flames of war are poised to ignite at any moment. Baiyan Continent, Baiyan Martial Academy. On August 2nd, the newborn grand competition was held as scheduled. On the grand training grounds, tens of thousands of teachers and students stood in orderly rows. On the high platform, the headmaster Gao Qingyu stood tall, his voice like thunder rolling over the grand training grounds. He observed the solemn expressions of the students below, his tone calm yet resonant, reaching every ear. I am aware of the weight upon your hearts. I also recognize the impending crisis. The expressions of the students below grew increasingly grave. Suddenly, Gao Qingyu raised his voice, erupting like a thunderclap. Yet those matters are of no concern to us. They do not concern you. Even if you are engulfed in sorrow, the events have already unfolded. And now, 600,000 troops at the borders lie in wait, with the guardians suppressing the realm, the protectors maintaining order, and officials safeguarding the populace, ensuring peace across the land. These factors have enabled you to stand here today. Your current worries and burdens serve no purpose. Only by deepening your cultivation and enhancing your martial prowess will you possess the capability to confront all future scenarios. Even your current distractions betray the guardianship of your predecessors. As the headmaster of this academy, I impart to you this message. Gao Qingyu's voice resonated like a thunderous bolt from the sky, shaking forth with the weight of profound wisdom. He poured all his heart, strength, and spirit into this declaration. He yearned fervently to inscribe these words into the hearts of the tens of thousands of children below. Let not the blood of our predecessors be squandered. nor let the vibrance of youth turn into mere sighs. Do not allow the mortal realm to transform into a domain of darkness. At this moment, all the students raised their arms in unison, proclaiming loudly, "Do not let the blood of our predecessors flow in vain. Do not let our youthful days turn into mere sighs. Do not allow the mortal realm to become a place of despair." The voices of tens of thousands rang out together, powerful like the thunder of the heavens, reverberating throughout Baiyunzu. The roar of a young tiger echoed through the valleys, sending tremors through the beasts. The students' furious shouts reached every corner, unrestrained and resonant. Moments later, the competition for the top 100 new students commenced. "When I call your name, step forward to the stage," announced Gao Qingyu loudly. First place with 299 points, Fong Che. A gasp arose from a group of second-year students, comprised of both boys and girls, Fong Qingyun's classmates and friends. They could hardly believe that their cousin had achieved the highest score. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Fong Qingyun was left in shock, suddenly recalling his own ranking among the 7,500 students. He stood at the disheartening position of 4,776. A wave of bitterness washed over him, igniting an impulse to confront his cousin. "How could you be first? How am I to endure this?" Under the gazes of the crowd, Fong Che, clad in black, stood tall and elegant, adorned with a golden crown and jade hairpin, his hair flowing gracefully, exuding an aura of gallantry and composure as he approached the stage. With each step, he seemed to descend from a celestial realm, radiant and poised. As he ascended the platform, he captured the attention and hearts of all present. His face, though soft in contour, bore a striking clarity, with sharp brows and eyes that conveyed a hint of aloofness. A collective gasp of admiration arose from below. Laughter erupted nearby as Fong Che stood alone on the stage, unfazed by the myriad of eyes upon him. He radiated a calm, untroubled demeanor, embodying an ethereal grace, even without donning the signature dark gold-embroidered cloak. The vice principal, Huang Yifan, observed Fong Che with a mixture of confusion, regret, and uncertainty. Who exactly was this Fong Che? The voice of Principal Gao Qingyu continued to resonate, announcing names one after another. All the students listened intently, aware that the future leaders of this cohort would likely emerge from the select group of 100. Second place, Huo Churen, with 285 points. Third place, Ding Jiran, with 281 points. Fourth place, Qiu Yunshang, with 280 points. Fifth place, Xie Gongping, with 279 points. Sixth place, Mo Ganyun, with 269 points. Seventh place, Shimin Shiri, with 251 points. 10th place, Jing Shuanggao, with 242 points. 100th place, Kong Zijian, with 201 points. Fong Che was somewhat surprised to see Kong Zijian's name at the tail end of the list, as Huo Churen and the others took to the stage beside him. The looks they cast at Fong Che were laden with complexity. The expressions of Ding Jiran and Huo Churen, who ranked higher, were particularly filled with hostility. You may cheat when accumulating points, but how can you deceive in an authentic battle? I will ensure you are humiliated before all, especially Huo Churen, whose face bore the marks of hardship, looked decidedly unremarkable and felt a surge of determination. When I face him, I will not hold back anywhere else. Only on that face. Some murmured thoughtfully, noting a commonality among the names of this year's students compared to previous cohorts. What was it? The names of the top-ranking individuals, though perhaps not melodious, possessed a unique resonance, setting them apart from the ordinary. Fong Che, Qiu Yunshang, Ding Jiran, Huo Churen, Xie Gongping, Mo Ganyun. These names contrasted sharply with those of past luminaries, such as Jun Hefang, Hua Keixi, Dong Yunyue, and Wu Zhibing. Contemplating this, one could not help but inhale sharply. There seemed to be some merit to this observation, though it strayed into the realm of mysticism. Could a fine name truly yield such results? Perhaps not. Amidst the discussions below, proceedings continued above. The rules of the competition for the top 100 were announced by the monitor, L. Jiaoshan. 5 arenas would host the battles in succession to determine the top 3 and top 10, with the remainder classified as the top 100. The rewards for the top 100 included a high-grade soul pill from martial masters, 10 high-grade chi gathering pills, and 10 academic credits. The 4th to 10th places would receive a supreme-grade soul pill, 10 supreme-grade chi gathering pills, 1 high-grade meridian expansion pill, 1 high-grade True Essence pill, and 30 academic credits. The second and third places would earn a Soul pill, 10 Chi Gathering pills, 1 Meridian Expansion pill, and 1 True Essence pill, all of superior quality, amounting to 50 academic credits. The champion would be bestowed with 2 Supreme Grade Soul pills, 20 Chi Gathering pills, 2 Meridian Expansion pills, 2 True Essence pills, and 100 academic credits, along with a champion's gold medal. From the day the champion was determined, any student wishing to challenge the champion could do so. If victorious, they would claim the gold medal. The one who held the medal would become the target. Those who maintained their unbeaten status for a month would receive further rewards, and the stakes would double after 6 months, and again after a year. If one remained undefeated until graduation, they would gain entry into the school's historical hall. A wave of astonishment swept through the new students below. The rewards were undeniably substantial, yet they carried their own burdens. While some viewed the champion's gold medal as a burden, many others yearned to obtain it, and the latter were in no short supply. Perspectives varied widely. Finally, the monitor made a somewhat perplexing statement. Gambling was prohibited within the academy, yet betting on matches like this was permitted, albeit only with academic credits. Upon hearing this, the 8,000 new students erupted in uproar. Was such a thing truly allowed? Academic credits were of immense importance. 1 credit could be exchanged for a high-grade vitality pill of the same rank. In the outside world, such a high-grade vitality pill might cost around 50,000 taels of silver and might not even be obtainable. To wager academic credits was akin to making a reckless gamble. Each student, upon enrollment, began with 10 academic credits. From that moment forth, within the Martial Academy, gold and silver were not recognized. Neither were inner core spirit crystals. Only academic credits were accepted. This included all expenses for meals and training. If one could not earn enough, loans were available. Borrow 1 academic credit, and upon graduation, 2 credits worth of resources would be required for repayment, equivalent to 100,000 taels of silver worth of resources. Of course, borrowing was an option, provided someone was willing to lend. Some senior students, deeply in debt, gleamed with excitement at the prospect of turning their fortunes around. In an instant, all the information concerning the top 100 had accumulated into a small mountain before them. The arena battles would commence tomorrow morning, with locations for betting and staff organized for the event. A word of caution was offered. Bet wisely. As El Jiaoshan uttered this with a hint of gravitas, the gambler's eyes gleamed with anticipation. As the meeting adjourned, even the 100 individuals on stage had yet to leave, and the materials had already been snatched away in a frenzy. Give me a copy, and one for me too. I'm about to strike it rich. El Jiaoshan, expressionless, observed the chaos below, internally rolling his eyes. The headmaster, appearing to be a refined individual, was rather devious. On the first day of enrollment, he had dug such a deep pit for all the new students. This betting would be documented in their records. In other words, all those individuals engaged in gambling have essentially borne a stain upon their character. Generally, those who partake in trivial pursuits tend to escape unscathed. Yet those who wager substantial amounts and suffer significant losses will inevitably find themselves recorded after further scrutiny by the Wu Yuan. Upon graduation, irrespective of their capabilities, they will be barred from securing lucrative positions due to their established reputation for excessive gambling. Hence, the process of elimination begins on the very first day of entering the Wu Yuan. Subsequently, countless students will find themselves depleted of credits. And since these credits are essential for sustenance and cultivation, they will undoubtedly strive fervently from that moment onward. This relentless pursuit of martial prowess, while beneficial in some respects, cannot overshadow the insidious nature of the headmaster. This is a certainty. When Fang Qingyun's classmates sought to converse with Fang Che, they discovered he had already vanished, leaving them somewhat disheartened. However, excitement soon replaced their disappointment. Qingyun, who do you think we should bet on? The group eagerly inquired. Fang Qingyun's honest and straightforward demeanor revealed a hint of concern as he replied, "You all know I have never gambled, not even last year. Thus, your experience this year has been significantly more comfortable than ours." They lamented. "Did you not face any hardships last year, and yet you wish to gamble again this year?" Fang Qingyun remarked. "Lao Du, Lao Wu, Lao Lu, you still have debts from last year, which you only recently settled." "No witties," the trio replied, shaking their heads fervently. "As long as we win this year, all our losses will be recouped." Fang Qingyun shook his head, stating, "I shall not offer you advice. The decision lies with you." With that, he hastened away. In recent days, he had noticed a significant improvement in his memory and a remarkable acceleration in his cultivation. Techniques that had once eluded him now came effortlessly. His enthusiasm for training surged, leaving little room for other concerns. As Fong Qingyan departed, the remaining students gathered to deliberate. Who should we bet on? Of course, our cousin. The 6 female students exclaimed in unison, unabashed in their allegiance to appearances. A few male students, however, hesitated. But our cousin's first-place victory seems somewhat unearned. We have yet to witness his true prowess. What do you mean, unearned? Without skill, how could he have succeeded? But this is merely clever maneuvering. Yes, the girls retorted, their tempers flaring. That can only be described as cleverness, not dishonesty. Do you not know how to articulate your thoughts? The boys, suddenly cowed, nodded in agreement. Indeed, merely cleverness, not dishonesty. They exchanged glances, deciding to discuss matters privately. Away from the girls. Indeed. Let's go. Sun Yuan has arrived. Within a radius of several thousand miles, Sun Yuan had perpetrated a series of robberies, thefts, and extortions against numerous esteemed families. His disciple possesses remarkable talent, proficient in various offensive techniques, with no deficiencies in cultivation methods or resources. What remains lacking are the elixirs for enhancing spiritual cultivation and those for augmenting physical training. As a master of royal caliber, Sun Yuan is acutely aware of these needs. His greatest regret lies in the years when he lacked resources during his foundational training, which confined his achievements to the royal level. Having placed all his hopes in his disciple, Sun Yuan is determined to spare no effort in providing him with the necessary resources. To achieve this goal, Sun Yuan has nearly plundered every small family aligned with the Xian sect. After all, they are compliant, convenient targets. The families involved are susceptible to retaliation, and given the current turmoil within the sect, any misstep could prove disastrous. Thus, Sun Yuan has exclusively targeted those within his own ranks. While robbing the 14th family, he received news from the sect. The grand competition at the Wu Yuan is about to commence. What are you doing? Sun Yuan, feeling a surge of urgency, rushed to the location. Master, you have arrived. Please have a seat. Yu Meng prepared tea. As Yu Meng complied, the master and disciple entered the study. Cheer, Sun Yuan expressed with great satisfaction. You have reached the 4th level of martial mastery. I am truly delighted. I have come with a purpose. Master, Fong Che interrupted. Addressing Yu Meng, who was bringing in tea, you may leave. I will attend to Master. Understood, Yu Meng replied, modestly departing. It is better for her to remain unaware. It poses dangers to her and to us. Caution is prudent, Fong Che remarked. Sun Yuan felt immense pride at his disciple's meticulousness, even ensuring that his closest attendant was kept in the dark. Your caution reassures me, he said, patting Fong Che's shoulder. Once I report this, the sect leader will surely feel more at ease about your forthcoming tasks. Fong Che responded with calm composure. Our sect's endeavors are burgeoning. We cannot afford carelessness. Those not involved should know as little as possible. Exercising caution is beneficial for future developments, as I aspire to secure a position within the sect, enabling me to honor my master properly. Sun Yuan erupted into laughter, his joy evident as he realized that all his sacrifices and efforts were worthwhile. After a moment's reflection, he cautioned, in the future, you will undoubtedly catch the attention of higher-ups. Should I no longer be around, allow me to advise you, avoid entanglements with those practicing forbidden arts. Although they may advance swiftly, it is best to steer clear of them. If any issues arise, consult the sect leader, as you are effectively his disciple, having learned the blood spirit 7 swords from him. Fong Che pondered for a moment, then inquired, Master, there is something I wish to ask, though I am uncertain if I should. If you are uncertain, why have you expressed it? Sun Yuan rolled his eyes. Go ahead and ask. Fong Che, displaying youthful awkwardness, hesitated. I have heard rumors that many masters within our Xian sect exploit their disciples. Master, why are you so benevolent towards me? Sun Yuan chuckled softly, then fell silent for a moment before responding. The Xian sect is indeed selfish, acting solely for its own benefit. There is a saying, better for oneself to survive than for all others to perish. In dire circumstances, it is common to betray and utilize one another for survival, as self-preservation is paramount. However, in regard to inheritors, aside from those with ulterior motives, such as those seeking to siphon longevity, concoct elixirs, or usurp souls. Most genuinely wish for their disciples to excel, especially those who have seen their own martial paths come to an end while their disciples remain young and full of potential. In our world, individuals worthy of sincere trust and reliance are exceedingly rare, and the perils of the martial realm demand that one bears the weight of responsibility for their entire family. Never knowing when misfortune may strike, a trustworthy individual is precisely what we need. For if one misjudges character and meets their demise, their family and children can easily be devoured by those they mistakenly trusted. Chair, should anything happen to me one day, I entrust my family to you, Sun Yuan expressed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Holding the teacup, his expression turned somber. The judgments of society hold little significance for us. We live for ourselves and our families. Yet, Chair, Sun Yuan emphasized, the more selfish we become, the more we must always prepare an escape route for ourselves. Otherwise, our fate may be worse than that of wild dogs. You're my escape route. With a long sigh of relief, Sun Yuan added, you are still young. It is premature to discuss escape routes. However, when you reach a certain level of authority, remember to make arrangements for your own safety. Feng Che nodded silently, understanding the weight of his master's words. Sun Yuan then shifted the topic, saying, this time, your mission has clear directives from the sect leader. Please go on. Once our sect establishes itself successfully, it will shake the world, and with the transition of the first master, our sect's fortunes will greatly increase. Following this, our sect will focus on nation-building and campaigns in the East and West. In matters of the Jianghu, subordinate sects presently govern themselves, under the auspices of faith. There are 18 sects of first-rate strength across the realm. These 18 sects are categorized into 5 paths, each requiring a leading sect to take the helm. In other words, one sect must assume the role of leader. Our Yisin Jiao, along with Yi Mo Jiao, Tian Shun Jiao, and Sansheng Jiao, belongs to the southern path. Therefore, we must either lead them or allow one of them to lead the other 3. This qualification must be exchanged for contribution points. Ding Jiran is affiliated with Yi Mo Jiao, Huachuran with Sansheng Jiao, and Shimanshiri with Tian Shun Jiao. The sect leader demands that you, at all costs, incapacitate them. Feng Che immediately furrowed his brow. Incapacitate? To the point of permanent injury? Yes, or even death. Sun Yuan took a deep breath. If they are allowed to continue, even if they do not secure the first position this time, they will inevitably take further actions. Actions that directly affect our standing. This is regarding the contribution points within the ranks of the Guardians, which are of utmost importance. If they were to acquire points, we would be left groveling beneath one of their sections. Our previous failed mission has already left us behind in points. Therefore, this time, your task is of great weight and must not fail. Feng Che fell silent for a moment, then asked, Master, may I know if we have someone at a high level within the Wu Yuan? Sun Yuan frowned. Why do you inquire about this? Such matters are the greatest taboo to probe into recklessly. Master, you misunderstand me. Feng Che replied. I do not wish to know who it is, but this person must know who I am. Sun Yuan. I am concerned that if our people do not recognize me, they may deliberately target me or conspire against me due to the identities of these individuals, leaving me powerless to resist. Feng Che continued. Even after I incapacitate or kill them, there may be those who use my ruthless actions as a reason to target me, and at that moment, I will be defenseless. Master, you understand. If our people regard me as a genius of the Guardians, they will not spare any effort to suppress me. Sun Yuan was taken aback. That does make sense. Very well. Feng Che lowered his head, his gaze flickering. Indeed, there is an undercover agent from our Zhengjiao within the upper echelons of Baiyun Wu Yuan. This individual must hold a significant position. A major fish. Sun Yuan left behind all the cultivation materials and departed. Feng Che initially thought he would stay in his courtyard, but Sun Yuan did not agree. My identity appears ambiguous, but it may not be without suspicion. Being here increases the risk of exposure, which is undesirable. Although our master-disciple relationship is established, it is best for you to operate independently. I will find a place to stay in the city, and you may come to me whenever needed. Your identity has certainly drawn attention, but you must make good use of this awareness. Sun Yuan subtly indicated. The disciple understood. Sun Yuan departed. After leaving the courtyard for some time, he found himself on the bustling street, suddenly feeling a sense of confusion. how comfortable it was to reside in his disciple's expansive courtyard. However, he dare not. He could not afford to attract even the slightest trouble for his own future. With his cultivation, any exposure would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Even if he remained concealed, encountering a disgruntled, powerful individual could spell death. Feng Che was his only backup. He was also his sole successor. There could be no risks whatsoever. Although Feng Che had already attracted attention, it paradoxically made him much safer. However, for someone like him, an old fox, others would not tolerate much. Amidst the throngs of people on the street, he suddenly felt an overwhelming loneliness. He could not help but recall Feng Che's earlier question. Why are there so many sects that betray their disciples? Why do you treat me so well? In life and death situations, it is quite normal to betray and exploit each other to escape. After all, one must look after oneself. He sighed softly. Throughout his life, how many times had he used his companions to shield himself from disaster? How many partners had he ruthlessly exploited during missions, leaving them to fight and perish while he escaped alone? The count was truly beyond measure. His words were heartfelt. At critical moments, preserving oneself by sacrificing friends had become instinctual. Yet now, reflecting upon it, if one day he found himself in a life-and-death scenario with Feng Che by his side, would he not repeat his past actions, casting him aside to fend off danger? Perhaps he would, for he was inherently heartless and ungrateful. Sun Yuan remained silent for a long while, finally letting out a self-deprecating smile. He blended into the crowd. Feng Che furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He did not even examine the 14 rare cultivation materials for spirit and body that Sun Yuan had procured for him. Instead, he pondered the matter Sun Yuan had just mentioned. Yisan Jiao, Yimo Jiao, Tianxun Jiao, and Sansheng Jiao. The four sects belong to the Southern Path. A leader must be chosen to coordinate their actions when necessary, as they typically operate separately. The ambitions of Yin Shun Gong are vast. Feng Che recalled the unutilized code name of Yimo. It was evident that Yin Shun Gong had ulterior motives. Otherwise, they would not have forgotten that the term Yimo conflicts with Yimo Jiao. The task at hand, to kill or severely injure, left Feng Che torn. This contradicted his original intentions. He had no desire to kill or maim, for he viewed these three individuals as clear targets. Initially, he had only planned to defeat them, after which he could keep them close, perhaps even forge friendships to facilitate the acquisition of intelligence from the three sections. Furthermore, the original directive from Yin Shun Gong was merely to defeat them. However, this new command disrupted his carefully laid plans. Not acting was not an option. Feng Che's mind was momentarily chaotic. I need to reorganize my thoughts. It would be a pity to kill or injure them. These three individuals are connected to three sects. At the very least, they represent three families. They are significant catches. Feng Che frowned. Moreover, now is not the time to expose them. Doing so would be premature, preventing the capture of more fish, and would be too advantageous for them, while also risking my own exposure. Thus, I need to devise a strategy. He contemplated opening the package that Sun Yuan had sent. He couldn't help but be taken aback. On Hun Shen, Bing Ying Ling Gu, Bing Su Shen Shen Gu, Yin Gong Seu, Chui Ti Shi Ru, Tong Mai Yulan. These items may not enhance cultivation directly, but they are treasures for laying a solid foundation. He gazed at them for a long while before sighing. Sun Yuan, despite being a member of Yisan Jiao and having committed many inhumane acts, has shown genuine kindness towards me. Unfortunately, our positions and beliefs differ. I would willingly die for my brothers, and there are those who would die for me without hesitation. Yet I could never bring myself to push a brother into harm's way at the last moment. Only a sigh remains. If you die in the future, and if your family is not too wicked, I will repay this kindness. Feng Che contemplated as he took an Hun Shun and placed it in his mouth. Morning arrived. Yimeng meticulously prepared Feng Che for his day. Then, Feng Che set off for Wu Yuan. Today marked the first day of the new Students' Grand Competition at Wu Yuan, featuring 100 talented individuals. Yet even as he walked, Feng Che remained preoccupied with thoughts of how to deal with those three individuals. Should he truly follow Yin Shun Gong's orders to maim or kill? How could he satisfy Yin Shun Gong while also ensuring that he and the Guardians reaped the greatest benefit? Or rather, how could he maximize the utilization of these individuals to strike at these sects? A contemplative gleam flashed in Feng Che's eyes. Are these the only 3 seeds among the many subordinate sects of Yisan Jiao at Baiyan Wu Yuan? In the grand training grounds, a platform rose majestically. The atmosphere was already bustling with excitement. A sea of people gathered from 5th graders to first-year newcomers, all coming to witness the spectacle. Academic credits. They held immense significance and were exceedingly difficult to acquire. The avenues for obtaining credits included contributing to the martial academy, completing academy tasks, creating unique techniques to deposit into the school's arsenal, personally hunting down bountied criminals of various ranks, personally slaying the guards of the Great Hall, personally eliminating any rogue from the righteous sects, personally collecting rare treasures to submit, personally hunting and submitting the cores of various demonic beasts, starting from level 5. Achieving a top 100 ranking in the seasonal competitions, with no credit rewards for those outside the top 10 for 4 consecutive seasons, and improving 1S rank in assessments. Essentially, it was a message to the students: strive relentlessly. Each method of acquiring credits demanded immense effort. However, consuming credits was remarkably simple. For essentials like food, clothing, and training, they were necessary. Even a minor mistake or damage to academy property would result in credit deductions. Thus, the credits of Baiyan Wu Yuan had always been a source of anguish for students throughout the ages. It was not just difficult, it was truly arduous. Now, with this opportunity for effortless gain, how could one not seize the chance? Especially for those who had faced defeat in previous years, they were eagerly preparing to engage. Amidst the astonished gazes of the newcomers and the nonchalant expressions of the seniors, several academy instructors swiftly set up a betting station. Outside, there were introductions of the top 100 newcomers, richly illustrated for students to ponder on whom to wager. The information was rather concise: Feng Che, Hua Churan, Ding Jiran, age, background, and academy ranking, along with the potential points to be earned this time. Yet, there were no details regarding their cultivation, weapons, or martial techniques. This implied that one could only rely on luck. However, countless analysts had begun to dissect the situation, and the majority's gaze lingered on the top 10 or even the top 3. Nonetheless, some were eyeing the ranks within 20, pondering the possibility of an upset. Betting on the top 3 offered odds of 3-1, while wagers on those beyond the 10th position were 10-1. Could they be compared? If one were to back a dark horse, the credits amassed during their time at the academy would be secured. Instant Wells, the academy itself presided over the betting. Feng Che was truly witnessing a revelation. Seeing his name prominently displayed, encircled in red, he appeared to be a significant favorite. Surprisingly, not many were betting on him, which left him both amused and bewildered. It seemed his reputation for cunning and deceit had already spread. Just as he was observing, he felt the presence of another beside him. Turning, he found it was the vice principal, Huang Yifan. "Greetings, vice principal." Huang Yifan meaningfully patted his shoulder and said, "Take it easy." Then he vanished into the crowd. "Fan gu kefil somevat pazod." Take it easy? What does that mean? Reflecting on Huang Yifan's profound expression, Feng Che began to understand a bit more. The academy leaders were somewhat cunning. After all, they were seasoned veterans. Feng Che instantly grasped their underlying intentions. However, what intrigued him more was why a figure like Huang Yifan was often around him. It dawned on him that this vice principal must possess some knowledge. Initially, Feng Che had been uncertain, but after Huang Yifan's brief interaction, he was now completely convinced. As Feng Che arrived at the arena, all eyes converged upon him. The gazes were complex. With the sound of a gong, the competition officially commenced. Drawing lots for opponents began. Feng Che drew his opponent and looked up to see number 75. The rules were announced. There would be no revival matches, meaning everything depended on luck. For instance, one might possess the strength to contend for second place, but could be eliminated in the first round by facing the champion. It was a single elimination format, simple, crude, and rather perfunctory. As the top contender, Feng Che was undoubtedly the first to enter the ring. "Feng Che, please step on the stage." Naturally, with his high ranking, Feng Che was the primary contestant. The referee's voice echoed throughout the grand arena. Feng Che spoke little. With a swift motion, he elegantly appeared on stage. His presence illuminated by the dark golden glimmer of starlight, resembling a sudden burst of stars in the night sky. Standing tall and graceful, he seemed to emerge from the radiant dawn, bathed in the brilliance of the rising sun, with a countenance sharp as a blade and a demeanor exuding ethereal grace. He resembled a celestial being descending from the moon. All the students eagerly awaited this moment, their attention riveted on Feng Che as he ascended the stage. At that instant, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Even the refereeing instructors couldn't help but silently commend his impressive bearing. Countless girls, upon seeing Feng Che, felt their hearts race, as if struck by a powerful force, creating a moment of delightful turmoil within. The moon in the sky mirrored the one in their eyes, and the figure before them seemed to come straight from their dreams. Suddenly, all fantasies became tangible. On the stage, Feng Che first scanned the crowd, searching for familiar faces. He was surprised to see Kong Zijian had made it into the top 100. However, he did not spot Kong, but rather Wei Zihao. Taken aback, Feng Che noted that Wei appeared more spirited than before, albeit slightly thinner and perhaps a bit darker, with an aura of gloom surrounding him. Feng Che had a vivid memory of Wei Zihao, as he was someone he intended to bully during his time at the academy, and he quickly perceived the changes. He was darker and leaner. Yet, he had no time for deep contemplation as he was soon to introduce himself. Respected teachers, fellow seniors, and classmates, I am Feng Che. He declared confidently, standing tall. Feng, as in square, and Che, meaning thorough. My family chose this name in hopes I would embody the virtues of a principled gentleman. He smiled sheepishly, adding, unfortunately, I do not quite fit that description. I hope that in our future interactions, you do not let my name mislead you. This elicited a wave of warm laughter from the audience, predominantly from the girls. One voice even called out, I'm willing to be deceived by you. Laughter erupted further. On stage, Feng Che chuckled shyly, acknowledging, I have many flaws. My temper is not the best, and I possess some character defects. I can only seek advantage and cannot tolerate losses. After sharing a litany of his shortcomings, he earnestly continued, Moreover, I am generally taciturn, valuing silence, and somewhat reclusive. I hope all of you seniors and classmates will not judge me harshly. The audience burst into laughter again. They found his handsome youth, with his charming demeanor and excellent poise, remarkably humorous, indeed a rare find. Meanwhile, Lin Ziqing had also leaped onto the stage, clad in a blue robe, a strikingly handsome youth. However, standing next to Feng Che, as he prepared to introduce himself, he felt a peculiar discomfort, akin to a brick placed beside a pearl. The contrast was too striking. He instinctively distanced himself 3 paces from Feng Che, feeling it was still too close, and stepped back further, soon reaching the edge of the arena. Respected teachers and classmates. He began, but was suddenly met with a burst of laughter from below. Tears streamed down some faces as they found Lin Ziqing's reaction to be exceedingly apparent. And everyone understood the reason behind the merriment. Lin Ziqing was momentarily taken aback by the laughter, his face flushed with embarrassment as he stood on the stage, rendered speechless. His teeth clenched in frustration. It's all your fault. Feng Che was momentarily stunned. Wow, your anger shifts quite rapidly. Lin Ziqing, brimming with indignation, opened his mouth to speak. Feng Che nonchalantly sidestepped and gestured, Please, Lin classmate. Lin Ziqing held his breath, the fury boiling within him as his eyes widened in rage. Drawing his sword, he bellowed, Feng Che, you despicable and shameless person. You cheated your way to the top. Today, I, Lin Ziqing, will expose your true colors. Feng Che displayed an expression of helplessness and gently admonished, There is no need to raise your voice, Lin classmate. Reason does not reside in loudness. And please, do not be so flustered. Without me, you would still be in 75th place. Your anger seems unwarranted, as if you could have claimed the championship without my presence. This remark pierced Lin Ziqing's heart like a sharp needle, igniting a conflagration within him. In a flash, he was consumed by rage, and with a swift motion, he swung his sword towards Feng Che. Feng Che dodged with ease and replied earnestly, If you are dissatisfied, I sincerely apologize. My victory has obstructed your path. Without me, you would have been 74th. I am truly sorry. I will kill you. Lin Ziqing roared, veins bulging on his forehead as he unleashed all his strength. L'enclassement. You're being overly impulsive. We are classmates. There should be camaraderie, not threats of violence. It is not worth it to endanger your health at such a young age. With a swift turn, he unexpectedly found himself behind Lin Ziqing and gently pushed him. Lin Ziqing, already near the edge of the platform, lost his footing and, unable to control himself, plunged off the stage, his sword still raised, inadvertently aiming it at a fifth-year senior below. This senior, seemingly the leader of a group of older students, was surrounded by many admirers, standing out amongst the crowd. Upon seeing Lin Ziqing rush towards him, he furrowed his brow but made no move to evade. With a resounding clap, another person stepped forward, eager to showcase his prowess, and swiftly slapped Lin Ziqing aside. Wiping his hands in indignation, "How dare you attempt to assassinate my leader?" Lin Ziqing had already lost consciousness. A commotion ensued in the audience. The stage announcer proclaimed, "Contestant number 1 wins." Fang Che graciously bowed, expressing his gratitude to all sides, and elegantly exited the stage, disappearing from sight in an instant. His battle was concluded, and he awaited the upcoming 50-person contest. The atmosphere, both on and off the stage, grew somewhat subdued. While Lin Ziqing had exhibited some weakness, Fang Che appeared to be merely marginally stronger. Many spectators perceived that the disparity in martial prowess was not substantial. The most significant damage had not stemmed from Fang Che's slap, but rather from the potency of his words, which surpassed the battle's physical injuries tenfold. Regardless of whether they were newcomers or veterans, male or female, everyone silently pondered one thing. This fellow's prowess had yet to be fully demonstrated. However, it must be said that his tongue was indeed venomous. In the audience, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his mid-30s, crossed his arms and observed Fang Che as he walked away, chuckling softly to himself. "This lad is quite intriguing." Fang Che made his way to the administrative office, submitting a housing application. Inside sat a bald, old man who looked up in surprise. "You bought a residence near the martial arts academy?" Glancing down again, he exclaimed, "Fang Ge, the noble son from Baibo City? Ah, the gallant Fang Che? No wonder you are so affluent. Your request is approved." As Fang Che received the approval document, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The old man's sardonic tone reached an impressive level. Yet, Fang Che found no offense in it. The old man had a sound sense of values. One should not regard someone as an enemy simply for their teasing. Since the matter was settled, let the remarks come. After all, he was currently playing the role of the antagonist. After practicing for 2 hours and taking a brief nap, he intended to return in the afternoon for the next round. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around the arena remained lively and boisterous. Cheers erupted from the audience as bets were won. Notably, in the first match, most spectators had wagered on the top 3 or 6 competitors, which rarely resulted in a loss. However, someone let out a scream. This individual, scrawny and with a tuft of hair, had lost too much in previous years and bet on the 9th place, believing it to be a lucky birthday number. Unfortunately, the 9th contestant, while reasonably skilled, encountered a stroke of bad luck, drawing Ding Jiron in the first round. With a single move, he was sent tumbling off the stage, coughing up blood. Consequently, a despondent figure wandered around, bowing and pleading for credits, only to find no one willing to lend him any. Wherever he went, people avoided him as if he were plague. The lonely tuft of hair stood forlorn amidst the crowd. Fang Che's performance sparked considerable discussion. Many were holding credits, and observing began to abandon Fang Che in favor of other contenders. Although Fang Che had won swiftly, facing an unarmed opponent with a blade, everyone could see that while his strength appeared to surpass Lin Ziqing's, it still fell short compared to those who won decisively on the stage. Furthermore, Fang Che's victories were largely attributed to psychological factors, as his sharp tongue had left his opponents bewildered. As a result, his support waned noticeably. Of course, a contingent of admirers, indifferent to points, steadfastly placed their bets on Fang Che, declaring that winning or losing was inconsequential, as his handsome visage was worth it regardless of the outcome. It must be said, such infatuated admirers were not in the minority. The primary goal was simply to enjoy the spectacle. It was all in good fun. War points. There were plenty of sycophants. On the stage, the pairs continued to battle. Fang Che had accurately predicted the matches. By the time he arrived leisurely in the afternoon, only the 45th pair was left, with 5 more pairs to conclude. Fang Qingyun, accompanied by a grand entourage, awaited him. Compared to the previous day, their numbers had significantly increased, now including several beautiful women. "Cousin, where have you been? I searched around the arena for you 8 times. Fang Qingyun expressed his frustration. "This match is crucial for you. How could you be so careless as to not observe the strength of others?" "But you were here, cousin," Fang Che chuckled. "You have surely recorded all the information for me." With a huff, Fang Qinyan pulled out a sheet of paper. This lists all the previous victors. We analyzed it together. Fang Che took a glance and was astonished by the detail. Names, ages, weapons, estimated cultivation levels, fighting characteristics, styles, ranks in battle, and time of victory were all meticulously noted, along with annotations regarding suspected hidden strengths. It was extraordinarily thorough. Upon closer inspection, he found that 6 individuals had achieved victory with a single move, demonstrating remarkable ease. These 6 were also the most popular among the spectators: Hua Churen, Ding Jiran, Xiao Yunshang, Xia Gongping, Imo Ganyan, and Shimen Shiri. This closely aligned with his own deductions. Fang Che regarded these 6 names. They had exhibited the least exposure and garnered the highest support, particularly Hua Churen and Xiao Yunshang, who had accumulated over 20,000 in bets. How many people are betting on my victory? Fang Che inquired. The exact number is uncertain, but you have 7,300 points wagered on you, placing you 7th. Fang Qinyan sighed. Why so many? These are all points based on looks, chirped a girl with large eyes, smiling brightly. I bet 18 points on you. Who could resist such a handsome cousin? Fang Che was rendered speechless. He had thought his support had dwindled, yet it remained surprisingly robust. Clearly, the world had become one where appearances reigned supreme. It seemed prudent to maintain a lower profile, complete Huang Yifun's task first, and focus on undermining others. Fang Che resolved firmly. Winning was all that mattered. After 4 rounds, 50 individuals advanced. The draws for the next matches commenced. Fang Che remained as the first participant. Drawing first, upon examining his target, he was momentarily taken aback. The target was none other than Shimen Su Ri. Instantly, Fang Che recalled the keywords, concealed weapons. Qi Shueshi. However, the information provided by Sun Yuan indicated that this individual was merely a warrior of the 8th rank. Yet, he found this hard to believe. A warrior of that caliber could not possibly achieve 7th place among so many competitors by slaying demon beasts and seizing points. This fellow is indeed a cunning adversary. On the stage, the two faced each other. Fang Che observed Shimen Su Ri, clad in white, exuding an air of handsomeness with his fair complexion and tall stature. Neither too thin nor too plump, and possessing a commendable demeanor. Although his face was somewhat elongated, it was not unappealing, perhaps merely resembling that of a donkey. He evidently knew how to conceal his weaknesses, slightly retracting his chin and nodding with grace. I must admit, it is quite unexpected to encounter you at this stage. I apologize, but in a true battle, there is no room for underhanded tactics. His implication was clear, subtly mocking Fang Che for obtaining the first position through cunning means. Fang Che responded with a genial smile. You speak wisely, Shimen. No wonder you have secured a commendable 7th place. Your prowess is indeed remarkable. Shimen Su Ri's expression gradually darkened as he remarked coolly, Fang Che, does your name imply a complete defeat? Fang Che smiled faintly, hands clasped behind his back, regarding Shimen Su Ri with a condescending gaze, and replied softly, Shimen, my studies are quite eclectic, and I have a modest understanding of the meanings of names. Yours, however, seems rather inauspicious. Shimen Su Ri retorted, Oh, since ancient times, the sun rises in the east. How can there be a rising sun in the west? Your name disrupts the balance of the 5 elements and invites heavenly retribution. Fang Che, with genuine goodwill, suggested, perhaps you should consider changing your name? Shimen Su Ri's demeanor remained cold. Wherever I stand, there shall be the rising sun. Fang Che chuckled lightly. I fear that your western sun may meet its downfall in my presence. From the moment they stepped onto the stage, both sensed an undeniable rift between them, thick with hostility. Their verbal exchanges yielded no advantage to either side, both maintaining their composure. Shimen Su Ri flicked his sleeve, his fair hand revealing itself as he glided forward, moving as if on ice, covering 7 meters in an instant, and struck forth. In a fleeting moment, with a glimmer of starlight, he closed the distance, unleashing his palm. Bang! Their palms collided, producing a muffled sound. The black robe and white attire fluttered simultaneously, both retreating 3 steps. The two judges exchanged glances, admiration evident in their eyes. This strike was intentionally executed to gauge each other's strength, yet neither had exerted their full capabilities. Fang Che was utilizing the pinnacle of a 9th-rank warrior-esque strength, while Shimen Su Ri was employing the strength of a 1st-rank warrior. To an observer, It seemed evenly matched. Shimin Su Ri's expression darkened further. With a swift twist of his body, he conjured a small whirlwind, transforming into an ethereal shadow, assailing Feng Che with a tempest of attacks. Feng Che remained steady, refraining from greed, elevating his prowess to the first rank, responding to each move with a blend of 3 parts offense and 7 parts defense. In an instant, the arena became a swirling dance of black and white, resembling a Tai Chi diagram split evenly down the middle. Although Shimin Su Ri dominated the offensive with 7 strikes, he felt an increasing weight of despair. He could not breach Feng Che's defenses, which appeared flawless. With every clash, he sensed a counterforce that weighed heavily on his spirit. Despite appearing to hold the upper hand, he knew that continuing in this manner would lead to his defeat. Once Feng Che retaliated, his loss would be inevitable. All eyes were fixed on Shimin Su Ri, seemingly in control, pressing Feng Che, yet only he understood the true precariousness of his position. I must win. I cannot allow this fellow to play the fool. Resolute, he flashed forward, performing an aerial flip, his white garments billowing like a crane in flight, unleashing 3 streaks of cold light, his ultimate concealed weapon technique. The moment the concealed weapons were launched, he bellowed a warning. The 2 judges shook their heads in silent disapproval, already preparing to intervene on behalf of Feng Che. Feng Che, caught unawares, panicked and narrowly evaded the assault. Yet, 7 streaks of cold light flickered in the air, followed by 3 almost imperceptible dark rays aimed at his vital points. The judge's eyes blazed with anger. This was a lethal move. Such an attack was unacceptable in a friendly competition. Devoid of enmity, Feng Che executed a sideways roll, drawing his blade with a swift motion, his rage surging uncontrollably. Clang! Clang! He deflected 2 triangular darts, his body weaving through the gaps of the concealed weapons, surging forth. The blade radiated fiercely, illuminating the arena like a blazing sun. Despicable! Feng Che roared, as crimson light erupted across the stage. Shimin Su Ri let out a piercing scream as his arm, along with part of his shoulder, fell to the ground amidst the dust. Feng Che held his sword poised against Shimin Su Ri's throat, trembling with barely contained fury. He shouted, "In a mere competition among classmates, you dare to attempt to kill me." Stepping on the severed arm, Feng Che crushed the wound, the flesh mangled, revealing a pale hand that opened to reveal a handful of steel needles. The arena fell silent. Feng Che trembled slightly, his face a mask of indignation, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. The unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. A mere competition had transformed into a scene of bloodshed. Shimin Su Ri's heart raced with madness, his gaze dimmed in despair. After years of honing his deadly skills, all that remained was the right hand's concealed weapon. Now severed by Feng Che's blade, his life's work lay in ruins. Filled with vengeful fury, he had forgotten everything, consumed by a singular desire for retribution. The head judge leapt forth. "Stop." The 2 judges exhaled in relief, saying no. Just then, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the audience. "Be careful." A thunderous roar signaled the emergence of a crimson light from Shimin Su Ri's left sleeve. Qi Shui Shi. This revelation shocked everyone. No one anticipated that Shimin Su Ri had not yet surrendered. No, it was not about surrender. He sought vengeance against Feng Che. He had lost all reason. In that critical moment, 2 figures from the distant high platform surged forward like lightning, but it was already too late. Cursed be this fate. The blade flashed menacingly as Feng Che turned, unleashing a furious roar, the blade descending with unrestrained wrath. Qi Shui, she was cleaved in 2, its foul blood yet to splatter as the blade descended upon Shimin Su Ri, cleaving from crown to groin. The 2 halves fell to either side, their faces still twisted with malice. Feng Che stood, gripping the blade, his body trembling violently, his countenance pale, seemingly in shock. With a swoosh, the 2 senior instructors landed on the stage. The judges had also reacted. Yet it was all too late. Shimin Su Ri had been cleaved into 3 pieces, including that severed arm. Alas, the instructors stomped their feet in frustration, lamenting the tragic turn of events. The confrontation had unfolded before the eyes of thousands. Who was right and who was wrong? As this situation has unfolded, despite Feng Che being the perpetrator, it is evident to all that he bears no real blame for the incident. Shimen Su Ri swiftly seized the upper hand. Not only did he resort to weaponry, but he also employed hidden weapons, striking first and then issuing a warning, clearly intent on causing fatal harm while evading responsibility. When confronted with a sudden counterattack, he sustained an injury to his arm and was subsequently threatened with a blade at his throat. His defeat was inevitable. In a fit of rage, Fang Che chose to show restraint and spared his life. Yet, astonishingly, when given the opportunity to escape, he attempted treachery instead. This resulted in a fatal blow, leaving little room for sympathy. Indeed, one could argue that it was a just outcome. Such a person's demise is hardly regrettable. Observing Fang Che standing on the platform, his complexion pale, the youthful visage of Zhongling Luxiu was marked by a hint of panic following the shock. Surely, this child has never taken a life before? Although it was an act of fury and self-defense, he must be deeply shaken. Countless girls in the audience felt a pang of sympathy. This Shimen Su Ri was undoubtedly a bully. Fang Qingyun and his companions nearly rushed onto the stage, their anxiety palpable. Cousin, are you all right? Fang Ke, with an ashen face, replied, I should be fine. Did I kill someone? His expression vividly illustrated the terror of taking a life for the first time. After all, it was a human life. Turning to gaze at the lifeless body of Shimen Su Ri, Fang Che instinctively covered his mouth, as if he were about to vomit. On the platform, 2 instructors and 2 judges exchanged doubtful glances at Fang Che. There was something suspicious about this matter. However, now was not the time for investigation. They needed to clear the arena and swiftly arrange for the next competitors. The competition must continue. They then escorted Fang Che away. Below, the audience buzzed with chatter, their concern for the battle on stage waning. Nearly everyone unanimously believed Fang Che was in the right. Shimen Su Ri deserved his fate. Initially, you were at a disadvantage, weren't you? We do not think you had the capability to counter his hidden weapon assault and retaliate. Please explain your reasoning. I concealed my strength. Fang Che replied candidly. My cultivation level is inherently higher than his. Oh, what level are you at? 4th level. Fang Che stated, I was originally at the 3rd level. But after arriving at the Martial Academy, Vice Mountain Master Huang Yifan assisted me in advancing a rank. Vice Mountain Master Huang? The 2 senior instructors appeared baffled. How did this matter become entangled with Huang Yifan? It was somewhat peculiar. Indeed, Fang Che continued without hesitation, placing the blame squarely on Huang Yifan. The Mountain Master informed me that this betting was intended to teach newcomers a lesson, advising me not to reveal my full strength. If others wagered on me, it would not yield the desired effect. The 2 instructors exchanged glances, incredulity etched on their faces. This is utterly absurd. Is such a manipulation even permissible? Their intended follow-up questions evaporated. Since it was an arrangement from their superior, what could they say? Could it be that the leadership had foreseen Shimen Su Ri's treachery and deliberately orchestrated Fang Che's counterattack? That was patently impossible. Given your strength, you should have been able to avoid taking a life. One instructor sighed, the air of interrogation dissipating. That strike was an instinctive, desperate act. In such a situation, I cannot hold back. Perhaps in the future, after experiencing more of such events, I will be able to control myself, but my current strength is insufficient. This statement bore no falsehood. The 2 instructors exchanged a knowing look, recognizing the validity of his words. Not just Fang Che, but even they in that scenario, would have instinctively sought to retaliate and eliminate any potential threat. You entered the Martial Academy with a sword. Why did you choose to fight with a knife today? One instructor inquired. My master is known as the King of Knives. What is strange about my using a knife? Fang Ke responded. This reasoning was quite sound. As for the sword, after receiving a reminder from Mountain Master Huang, I procured a sword to serve as a decoy. Fang Ke sincerely remarked, in truth, I cannot wield a sword. Once again, Huang Yifan was implicated. The 2 instructors simultaneously held their foreheads at a loss for words. They had never encountered such a perplexing situation in their lives. Just then, the door swung open, and a man with 3 long strands of beard stepped inside. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, exuding an aura of righteousness with an ethereal presence. His demeanor carried the weight of someone accustomed to high office, commanding respect without raising his voice. Upon entering, he calmly inquired, Have you finished your questions? The 2 instructors stood in unison, head monitor Meng. Meng Zhanzhang frowned. Is a matter so evident worthy of such prolonged deliberation? If you have completed your inquiries, let him go. Yes, thank you, Head Monitor Ming. Fong Che bowed in gratitude, displaying exemplary compliance. Indeed, Meng Zhanzhang smiled. You are quite the obedient child. He then produced a small vial from his robe, containing 2 pills said to help calm the spirit. I presume you do not possess many valuable items. Thus, I shall lend you a hand. Thank you, Head Monitor Ming. Fong Che accepted the vial. As Fong Che departed, the 2 senior instructors felt a surge of frustration. The moment this matter became linked to Mountain Master Huang, they were left feeling utterly bewildered. Who would have anticipated that the typically uninvolved Meng Zhanzhang would personally intervene for Fong Che? Did this imply that Fong Che had some significant backing? Yet, all student records were meticulously detailed. Even if he had connections, they would be impossible to conceal. Furthermore, there had been no prior indications before the school year commenced. I shall take my leave now to continue observing the competition. Meng Zhanzhang ambled away. So, was this visit exclusively for Fong Che? Did you fear we might wrongfully accuse this student? The 2 instructors were instantly filled with existential doubt. Meng Zhanzhang, known as Meng Zhizheng, was typically low profile within the martial academy, neither competing nor contending, embodying integrity and fairness, and was well liked among the students. No one had anticipated he would stand up for Fong Che. Although the entire incident was witnessed by all, it hardly warranted the head monitor's personal involvement. This afternoon, the competition among the 50 participants would conclude. Tomorrow, the next round of 25 would commence. Sun Yuan was already in the courtyard, sipping tea and observing Yi Meng as she trained, occasionally offering pointers. Yi Meng was drenched in sweat from her exertions. Fong Che, being young and impressionable, could easily be misled, but Sun Yuan was an experienced figure from the demonic sect, a true veteran of the world. Yi Meng had to remain vigilant to keep up. Fortunately, Sun Yuan's thoughts were not entirely focused on her, which provided her with some relief. Her body trembled slightly. Sun Yuan was immediately drawn to her. Standing up with concern, "What is it? Are you injured?" A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Had she suffered a defeat? How could the task be completed then? "I am uninjured," Fong Che admitted, a hint of lingering fear evident in his trembling voice. "Today, I killed someone." "Kill someone?" Sun Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Who did you kill?" "Shimen Su Ri of the Tian Shunjiao." "I killed him," Fong Che stated, his pale face reflecting the residual shock. It was dreadful. "I feel nauseous." "So that is the case." Sun Yuan relaxed, a surge of joy replacing his earlier anxiety. "Isn't it only right to have killed Shimen Su Ri? Why should you be frightened by it? You still require experience." Yi Meng rolled her eyes internally at his words. What absurdity is this? Indeed, Sun Yuan's remarks grew increasingly outrageous. Killing a few people is nothing. Perhaps I should find a place for you to practice your skills by slaughtering an entire village? There is no need to dwell on it. Simply regard it as a necessary sacrifice. In time, one shall grow accustomed to it. The words of these demonic cultists exuded an unmistakable aura of inhumanity. Fong Che hastily declined, stating, "Perhaps it is best to forego this, master. After all, Shimen Su Ri is a prodigy of the Shimen clan and a promising seed of the Tian Shunjiao. In the future, it may prove to be a challenge to defend against such an adversary." Sun Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, both the Tian Shunjiao and the Shimen family will not let this matter rest. However, the Tian Shunjiao has us from the Xian Jiao to counter them. And as for the Shimen family, they should dare to make a move. Sun Yuan's eyes sparkled with fierce determination. Fong Che felt reassured. Then I shall not worry. He had already devised a plan regarding this matter. Since Shimen Su Ri was dead, it mattered not. As for the retaliation from the Tian Shunjiao, Fong Che felt no trepidation, for Xian Jiao would stand firm against any assault, and the Shimen clan, now bereft of Shimen Su Ri, had lost its value as an ally of the Tian Shunjiao. Thus, it seemed prudent to entrust the matter to Sun Yuan. "Master, I feel somewhat unsettled," Fong Che remarked, a frown creasing his brow. "I cannot shake the image of those 2 corpses from my mind. It is quite distressing." Startled, Sun Yuan quickly advised, "Take a Ning Shun Wan and rest. A good sleep will do wonders." He patted Fong Che on the shoulder in a comforting gesture. "Although Shimen Su Ri is dead, do not let it trouble you. After all, the sun rises anew each day. Consider him to be living on in the sun." Fong Che sincerely concurred, Indeed, the death of Shimin Su-ri was inevitable. There was never meant to be a sun in the West. It is, in fact, quite reasonable. After taking his medicine, Fang Che retired to his room for rest. Sun Yuan, filled with elation, reveled in the fact that 1/3 of their task was complete. The seed of the Tian Shan Jiao, Shimin Su-ri, had been eliminated by Fang Che's hand. How pleased the sect leader would be upon hearing this news. Surely, he would laugh heartily. Sun Yuan could already feel a sense of relief washing over him. However, he felt compelled to report this development quickly. Unsettled about his apprentice, he peeked in on the sleeping Fang Che, sensing his stabilized spirit and finally feeling at ease. He exited, reminding Yi Meng to attend to Fang Che well, and swiftly departed. In the stillness of the night at the Xian Jiao headquarters, Yin Shengong erupted in joyous laughter, his mood exceedingly buoyant. "Master, what has brought about such delight?" Mu Lin inquired from nearby. "The night demon has successfully slain the seed of the Tian Shan Jiao." Yin Shengong's eyes sparkled with elation, his previously dark demeanor now radiant with joy. He had almost forgotten the name, Shimin Su-ri, only celebrating the demise of the Tian Shan Jiao's promising talent. What relief! With his hands clasped behind his back, Yin Shengong sneered. "After the Tian Shan Jiao suffered a setback at our hands, they dared to publish disparaging remarks about our sect, claiming that only the descent of their deities could alter the situation. Now at last, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Should we draft a letter to the Tian Shan Jiao, Master?" Mu Lin suggested playfully. "No need for that. It would reveal the identity of the night demon." Yin Shengong pondered before continuing. "The night demon's identity must remain a secret. The members of the Tian Shan Jiao are unscrupulous and vile. They must not be made aware." Mu Lin nodded in agreement, though internally he mused about the apparent hypocrisy of such statements. At dawn, when Fang Che arrived at the Martial Academy, he was met with a chorus of consolation. It was unavoidable. Under such circumstances, no one could hold back. The death of Shimin Su-ri was a consequence of his own actions. You need not bear the blame. Another chimed in, "Indeed, such a despicable person has met his end. It is fitting that he faced retribution for his cowardly tactics." Fang Qingyun's amiable reputation played a significant role in this support. With a genuine smile, he remarked, "Cousin, you have become the belle of the Martial Academy." "The belle of the Martial Academy?" Fang Che's expression darkened. "Yes. By Yun Wu Yuan's, 4 most handsome men are all upperclassmen, since your arrival, as a newcomer and the most outstanding among them. It has been unanimously decided that you are the sole campus belle." A female student exclaimed enthusiastically. Fang Che was taken aback. "Isn't it typically the 4 handsome men who are celebrated? How did I become the sole belle?" The thought of being called Fang Xiao Hua while walking down the street filled him with dread, prompting him to vehemently protest. "This will not do. I refuse to be the belle." "Your protests are in vain," Lu Shiji retorted triumphantly. "This was decided by many of the female students yesterday. Your objections are futile." Fang Che felt the world around him dim. It was said that after being ambushed by Shimin Su-ri, particularly after his death, many upperclassmen were moved to comfort him, expressing a desire to hold him close. One male student remarked with jealousy, "To comfort you in their embrace? Fang que fit utterly bewildered. How could this be?" The imagery conjured an overwhelming sense of vulnerability, resembling a small child being cradled gently. He fled, covering his face in embarrassment. Laughter erupted from the girls behind him. It must be said that teasing boys provided a delightful sense of satisfaction, especially when the target was a charming, handsome, and refreshingly straightforward young man. This, too, was one of the few joys remaining amidst their rigorous martial training. Fang Qingyun caught up to Fang Che, handing him a dossier. "This contains the information of the other 23 victors, aside from yourself. I must say, many have faced financial ruin this time. The competition was exceptionally fierce." Fang Qingyun sighed. "Who did you place your bets on? How much did you wager?" "I never gamble. Since last year, I have abstained entirely." A gentle smile graced Fang Qingyun's face. "That is why you are so well-liked." This statement carried a weight of meaning. Fang Che immediately grasped its implication. When everyone around you loses, and you alone possess a wealth of points, your social standing cannot help but flourish. Moreover, given Fang Qingyun's inherently refined and gentlemanly character, his popularity was further enhanced. "How has your training been of late? Still at 7,476? Fang Che inquired with genuine concern. You have a remarkable talent for bringing up sensitive topics. Fang Qingyun's elegant countenance visibly darkened, and he glared at Fang Che. I could easily retaliate. Understanding that their competition had yet to commence, Fang Che nodded. Cousin, keep pushing forward. I believe in you. Fang Qingyun declared with conviction. I believe in myself. Before he could elaborate, his cousin interjected, you still have a drop of 24 ranks to contend with. You must strive harder. If you fall to 7,005, that would still be acceptable. At least it's an integer. What nonsense is this about integers? Fang Qingyun's expression darkened immediately. With a grimace, he furiously exclaimed, Fang Che, I shall make you pay. Yet Fang Che had already fled the scene. A group of girls approached. Their gazes sharp. Fang Qingyun, whom do you intend to harm? Fang Qingyun retorted, my friend, have you already betrayed me, my cousin? He has only been here for a few days. In the elimination round from 24 to 12, Fang Che drew the 9th position. This battle appeared to hold little suspense. Yet Fang Che still managed to delay before laboriously securing a place among the top 12. In stark contrast, the other 11 competitors concluded their matches within 5 moves, with 5 of them achieving victory in a single strike. Fang Che's performance was thus deemed significantly underwhelming. Among the gathered students, his display placed him at the bottom of the rankings, undeniably the weakest among the 12. The betting odds shifted dramatically in an instant. On the Qiuyun stage, Ding Jiran, Xie Gongping, Hu Churin, and Mo Ganyan each wagered over 30,000 points, having consistently emerged victorious with a single decisive strike against every opponent. Within an hour, the 12 finalists were determined, yet it was still far from noon. Hence, the contest from 12 to 6 commenced immediately. Fang Che drew his lot and, to his dismay, found himself assigned the 6th position, facing none other than Mo Ganyan, one of the top 5 contenders for the championship. How could he remain low-key now? As Fang Che pondered this, an imposing youth nearly 2 meters tall met his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades. Mo Ganyan. Although only 18, Mo Ganyan's physique surpassed that of men in their late 20s, standing like a mountain, solid and majestic. His build was perfectly proportioned, towering yet harmoniously balanced, exuding an aura of strength. Thick hair framed his face, accentuating his pronounced features, and despite his youth, the faint stubble on his jaw hinted at maturity. His eyes were keen and piercing, and as he stood there, spectators could not help but conjure images of grandeur, strength, and robustness. Fang Che's draw of Mo Ganyan relieved Qiuyun and the others, for while Fang Che's performance was lackluster, Mo Ganyan presented a formidable challenge on the path to victory. The 2 competitors ascended the stage, one from the left, exuding elegance with a flowing cloak, as if gliding through the clouds, the other from the right, moving with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, his cloak billowing like a mountain in motion. Their contrasting energies created a striking dichotomy. Fang que focus d'intentri, sayingin wardri. Mo Ganyan's gaze was resolute. Having encountered many individuals, Fang Che sensed that those with such piercing eyes, even if they bore ill intentions, were unlikely to stray far from virtue. He instinctively recognized Mo Ganyan as a kindred spirit, and Mo Ganyan, in turn, felt an inexplicable sense of camaraderie towards Fang Che, both men harboring a subtle reluctance to be adversaries. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, they held each other's gaze for 3 seconds before sighing in unison, leaving the onlookers bewildered. What's happening here? Are they not going to fight, but instead share sighs? The spectators murmured in confusion. Are they here to perform? Montak Xue. Fang Che greeted warmly. I have long admired your reputation. Mo Ganyan's angular features softened into a smile. The honor is mine. The name Mo Ganyan is quite intriguing, Fang Che remarked. Mo Ganyan laughed heartily. When my father named me, he expressed his greatest hope that one day, wherever I might be, if I were to remain silent, no hero would dare to speak before me. Fang Che chuckled. I surmise that is indeed the intention. It surely cannot mean one should remain mute. Mo Ganyan replied, however, I find myself somewhat unworthy of this name now. In the presence of others, I still speak freely. Fang Che earnestly asserted, one day, you shall embody that name fully. Then, wherever you stand, if you choose silence, no hero shall dare to speak. Mo Ganyan laughed heartily. Thank you. How shall we proceed with our match? Fang Che responded nonchalantly. Upon seeing you, I have contemplated my strategy. I wonder how you wish to proceed? Please share your thoughts, and I shall see if they align with mine. Mo Ganyan genuinely laughed. In that case, shall we test our martial prowess? Fang Che clapped his hands in delight. That suits me perfectly. Mo Ganyan joined in the laughter, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Human interactions can be peculiar. Some individuals resonate instantly, while others, who initially seem discordant, only reinforce one's initial judgment over time. Both clad in black cloaks, they shared a smile before simultaneously casting aside their garments. On the stage, two agile youths emerged, tall and broad-shouldered, possessing an exquisite physique. Their proportions were flawless, though Mo Ganyan was slightly larger. One radiated a refined elegance, while the other exuded raw masculinity and vigor. With a command, the duel began. In the blink of an eye, the two appeared as two leopards hunting through the forest. A sudden clash echoed as Mo Ganyan staggered back 7 steps, while Fang Che was propelled backward like a great bird soaring 2 yards away. In that instant, as his toes touched the ground, Fang Che spun, rolling into a whirlwind and charging towards Mo Ganyan with fists poised. Mo Ganyan stepped back, his body coiling like a tiger preparing to pounce. As Fang Che lunged, he countered with a powerful double-fisted strike, a basic yet formidable move. The impact resounded as their fists collided, forcing them apart once more. Good. Fang Che advanced 3 steps, grounding himself in a stance, his right fist bursting forth like a tempest. Exhilarating. Mo Ganyan mirrored the posture, his massive fist hurtling toward Fang Che with thunderous might. Their fists met again with a resounding clash. Each fighter swayed momentarily before retracting their fists and striking anew. The speed intensified, and the stage reverberated with a relentless series of thuds. They engaged solely in a contest of fists. The spectators were left in awe, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. While they typically did not regard martial arts skill as noteworthy, this exchange was utterly captivating. It was one thing for the robust Mo Ganyan to adopt such a hard-hitting approach, but none anticipated the seemingly delicate Fang Che to engage in the same manner. He refused to yield an inch. This stark contrast evoked a sense of exhilaration amidst the crowd. Their fists collided like iron striking iron, an unyielding exchange of blows. After 500 punches, neither retreated, and with a simultaneous shout, they sprang into action, executing a nearly synchronized maneuver. One leg planted firmly while the other lashed out fiercely. No longer relying on punches, they unleashed a flurry of kicks. Their long legs struck with ferocity, creating a thunderous symphony of impact on the stage. Every observer is overwhelmed by a sensation akin to a sharp ache in their teeth. Although merely 2 individuals are engaged in combat, both of whom are relatively low-tier warriors, the atmosphere resonates with an intensity so profound it evokes a sense of tragic grandeur, reminiscent of 2 celestial bodies colliding. Sparks fly. Does such a collision not inflict pain? Below, regardless of gender, an impulse to rub their own legs surges within a crowd. Merely witnessing the clash induces a sensation of soreness in their limbs. My cousin exhibits remarkable fortitude. Several girls gasp in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, their hearts racing in exhilaration. The battle on stage stirs a fervor that is palpably masculine. Several boys, mouths agape, whisper in awe, surely, those legs must be broken. The scene resembles 2 colossal dinosaurs engaged in a fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, Ding Jiran, Qiu Yunshang, Hua Churan, and Xie Gongping observe the brutal struggle from below, their lips twitching in disbelief as a wave of relief washes over them, grateful that they are not the ones facing such formidable opponents. Indeed, who would wish to contend with adversaries of this caliber? Each fighter embodies a fearless spirit, eschewing any trickery for a straightforward brawl, and yet, they possess the strength to endure. Huachuran, empathizing with the struggle, cannot help but feel his calves tremble as though his own legs had been shattered. Qiu Yunshang stares vacantly, her lips twitching as she shifts her legs, parched and dry. Even the 2 judges on stage are momentarily speechless, baring their teeth in disbelief. They envision themselves exchanging blows with equally matched opponents and cannot suppress the ache in their jaws, discreetly moving their legs and swallowing hard. Such electrifying encounters, akin to thunder and fire, are rare in any martial academy or elsewhere. The combatants clash over 300 times, a thunderous roar echoing. Roar. They instinctively roll back, then rapidly close and once more, swinging their left legs, once again colliding with ferocity. The spectators below count in unison. 378. 379. Gradually, the crowd of thousands joins in, calling out louder. 451. 457. The earth trembles, while they are merely spectators. Admiration sparkles in their eyes as they chant. These two warriors, through this battle, have almost earned the respect of the entire school. Setting aside their respective strengths, the sheer masculinity of their combat style is truly extraordinary. There is not a hint of frivolous conflict. All are martial practitioners who understand the essence of the struggle. Most would be forced to change tactics after a mere 10 collisions. The endurance displayed here is nothing short of remarkable. An instinctive thought arises. Should one find themselves on the battlefield alongside these two, there would be an undeniable sense of security. Warriors capable of such combat are undeniably formidable. The tumultuous sounds of the arena continue, and the crowd grows louder with their counting, reaching a crescendo of 763. Both fighters unleash a simultaneous roar, retreating with considerable distance. Each stands at the edge of the stage, with Fang Che staggering slightly, yet regaining his balance, while Mo Ganyun, equally unsteady, kneels momentarily before springing back up, steadying himself. They exchange a toothy grin, Fang Che's smile radiating warmth and gentleness. Was it exhilarating? Witnessing this gentle demeanor, the crowd feels a dissonance. Could this soft-spoken man truly be the same fierce combatant they just witnessed? Exhilarating. Mo Ganyun laughs heartily, youthful exuberance exuding a sense of grand ambition. As his laughter fades, he decisively turns to the judges and declares, "I concede." "You concede?" Fan Guking Quiris, bewildered. The crowd echoes his confusion. How could he have lost? It was clearly a draw. Mo Ganyun asserts, "A loss is a loss. There is no shame in admitting it. I am aware of the effort I have invested in my martial skills, yet you are undeniably in a league of your own. Moreover," he continues with a hearty laugh, "if we were to continue, neither of us would emerge victorious. If we cannot claim the title, then we shall not allow another to benefit at our expense. Hence, I shall conserve some of your energy." Fang Che chuckles sincerely. "I did not expect you to be so astute." "Of course," Mo Ganyun replies, "after all, I wish to learn from you in the future. I cannot afford to offend you now." His words carry deeper significance. Fang Che's eyes flicker with understanding, and he silently admires Mo Ganyun's insight, responding with an unreserved, "Agreed." Mo Ganyun's eyes sparkle with anticipation, unfazed by the lack of modesty, and he exclaims, "A promise is a promise." With a hearty laugh, he leaps off the stage, nearly losing his footing, groaning as he rolls up his pant leg, revealing a leg marred with bruises, some areas swollen and bleeding. He grimaces and rubs his leg. "That was excruciating. You are truly tough, Fang Che. I have never encountered such a resilient opponent in all my years." Fang Che offers a polite smile from the stage, bowing sincerely. "Thank you, Brother Mo, for your graciousness." He then descends the stage with steady strides, his demeanor cool and composed. The Wu Yang Zhun Jing quietly circulates, methodically healing the meridians in his legs, gradually alleviating the pain. Accepting the cloak handed to him by Fang Qingyun, he drapes it over his shoulders and positions himself at the front of the crowd, intent on observing the ensuing battles. Standing erect and unwavering, he appears unaffected by the recent grueling clash, as if it has left no mark upon him. The onlookers quickly discern the outcome of the recent battle. It is clear that Mo Ganyun has been defeated. Yet, despite his loss, no one dares underestimate him. Rather, a shared sentiment arises among the spectators. He is undeniably a man of substance. In the quarterfinals, with the exception of Jing Shuangyao, who received a bye, all others showcased their true capabilities. Ding Jiran and others could not deliver a decisive blow. Each became embroiled in prolonged battles. Ultimately, the 7 strongest contenders emerged. Fang Che, Ding Jiran, Qiu Yunshang, Hua Churen, Xiek Gongping, the bye receiving Jing Shuangyao, and an unexpected contender, Yu Zhongge. This individual, previously ranked 11th, has risen to the occasion, consistently proving stronger against formidable opponents, and has yet to falter. The next stage is the semifinals, where another bout will be introduced. The anticipation for the championship and the subsequent placements intensifies. The betting area thrums with excitement, a cacophony of voices filling the air. Following this battle, the crowd recognizes Fong Che's potential, firmly establishing him as a frontrunner for the championship title. Who would not wish to seize this opportunity? Yet, the betting area has now closed, refusing any further wagers. According to the judges, it is wiser to wait until the champion is crowned before placing bets, ensuring a secure return. Consequently, the atmosphere is rife with lamentation as many realize they have lost their chance to recoup their investments, their favored contenders eliminated. A judge approaches Fong Che, inquiring, "How do you fare?" Fong Che stretches his legs and smiles. "No harm done. Do not push yourself." "I am not." "Very well." The judge promptly announces, "The semifinals will commence after lunch." Fong Che continues to stretch his legs, appreciating the restorative effects of the Wu Liang Zhenjing, and cannot help but glance at Mo Ganyun across the way. It feels as if he has been striking a steel beam for an extended period. The pain is real, yet Fong Che suppresses it. In truth, even if his legs were more severely injured, with fractures present, as long as there is no complete break and the contest is still undecided, Fong Che would remain unfazed and continue to deliver powerful strikes. Such is the resolve of a seasoned warrior. Better to endure a broken leg than to lose one's life. Fong Che, while stretching, felt a tinge of amusement. Mo Ganyun's legs were indeed quite sturdy. However, they could not compare to his orthodox training, and his cultivation was slightly inferior. As a third-tier martial master, Fong Che faced Mo Ganyun without concern, knowing there would be no consequences. Nonetheless, his legs still ached considerably. Fortunately, he had nearly recovered. When Mo Ganyun caught his gaze, he let out a hearty laugh and strode over, his pant legs still rolled up, revealing a disturbing sight of swollen, bruised calves. This gave off an oddly disconcerting vibe. Approaching without hesitation, Mo Ganyun casually draped an arm over Fong Che's shoulder and asked, "What's the matter? Doesn't it hurt?" Fong Che maintained a stoic expression, replying, "Who told me to win? Even if it hurts, I must feign indifference." Mo Ganyun burst into laughter once more. Those who knew him cast curious glances. When did this burly fellow become so jovial? "Later, let us give it our all," he said, unabashedly pointing at Hua, Chu Ran, and others. "These guys don't seem accustomed to going head-to-head. All we need to do is push them to collide a few times, and I guarantee they'll grimace and struggle." His words struck at the soft underbelly of these individuals. After all, few across the continent could match the tenacity of Fong Che and Mo Ganyun in combat. Ding Ran stood alone to the side, his expression indifferent as if he had not heard a word, utterly unresponsive. This individual, amidst the throng, emanated a sense of solitude akin to standing alone in a vast desert. No matter how many were around him, he remained isolated. Hua Chu Ran and others turned their heads, rolling their eyes. The fourth match of the 7-gene competition was scheduled for the afternoon. These individuals must be out of their minds to clash with someone of Mo Ganyun's championship caliber. Winning would come at a significant cost. They turned away in dismay. However, Chiu Yun gazed at Mo Ganyun's face and said, "Once this is over, let us seize the opportunity to have a match." Mo Ganyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sounds good." He then began drawing lots. Fong Che was the first to draw. Upon receiving his lot, he looked up to meet the gaze of another, who was brimming with fighting spirit. Ding Jieran. In the contest of the 7-gene, Fong Che encountered his second target. The others drew their lots in succession, with Yu Zhonggu receiving a bye, which was a relief. The initial opponents were quite formidable. Avoiding one match would conserve considerable energy. He truly feared that a single bout could result in a broken limb, rendering him incapable of further combat. Fong Che smiled amiably at Ding Jieran, speaking in a surprisingly cordial manner. "Brother Ding, I have long admired your reputation. Let us rest well at noon, and in the afternoon, we shall engage in friendly sparring." Ding Jieran, taken aback by Fong Che's affability, paused momentarily, his face rigid as he replied, "You too." With those 3 words, he turned and walked away. Fong Che was momentarily stunned. He had always been known for his brevity, yet today he encountered someone equally reticent. Soon, the crowd dispersed. Accompanying them were 4 cheerful, smiling girls, alongside 8 despondent boys who appeared as though they had lost everything. Fong Qingyun expressed sympathy, asking, "Lost again?" "Lost," the 8 lamented, nearly wishing for death. "We all bet on Mo Ganyun, and you ended up defeating him." Fong Che replied, but upon reflection, it makes sense. These fellows spend every day together. If one of them deduces that Mo Gan-yun has a significant chance, they would all undoubtedly place their bets on him. After all, brothers advance and retreat together. That's just how it is. This is how it goes. Either a resounding victory or total defeat. It seemed evident that they had not achieved the former. If it had been a group of girls playing together, the bets would have differed entirely. Perhaps the 8 would have outwardly claimed unity, while secretly backing 8 different contenders. You really kept your cards close to your chest. You could have hinted a little. The 8 lamented, nearly in despair. Fang Che shrugged. What kind of people are they? Quite frankly, even now, if you bet on me, you could still lose. We are all newcomers. Who can guarantee victory in this matter? Upon hearing this, the group acknowledged the validity of his words. Just then the food arrived, and the 8 transformed their sorrow into appetite, devouring the meal with fervor. Each one clapped Fang Qingyun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother, for the next 6 months, I'm sticking with you." Fang Qingyun widened his eyes. "Have you even wagered the meal money?" The 8 wore expressions of distress. One of them turned his pockets inside out, revealing nothing but a dismal display, nothing left. The girls erupted in laughter, their mirth palpable. Fang Che inquired curiously, "Sister Lu, what about the 4 of you? We're different." Sister Lu replied proudly, "From the very start, before the first match, we placed our bets on you." Fang Che was immediately impressed. "You truly have an eye for talent. I hadn't shown anything back then." Sister Lu chuckled lightly. "It's not that we were counting on you to win. We primarily wanted to see your face more. After all, we'll have plenty of opportunities to hang out and share meals in the future. If we didn't place our bets on you, how could we face eating together later?" The other girls nodded in agreement. "Your face makes for a delightful meal. Just looking at it lets me eat half a bowl more. I can eat an extra bowl." Fang Che was taken aback. "Is it really that effective?" Another sister chimed in. "Moreover, it wasn't a significant wager. Consider it an investment in aesthetic appreciation. Winning or losing doesn't matter much." Fang Che felt a wave of confusion. Investment in aesthetic appreciation? Since when did such a term come up regarding me? Surely you must be mistaken. The meal was sumptuous, with Fang Qingyun treating everyone to exquisite dishes of monster meat and nourishing porridge. Upon calculating the bill, Fang Che was astonished. "This meal only cost 2 points?" "Of course," Fang Qingyun replied. "Do you think points are easy to come by? Had it not been to nourish you, these 2 points could have sustained me in them for a week." Fang Che was bewildered. Such currency is incredibly valuable. Before long, afternoon arrived. The opening act belonged to Fang Che. On the arena, he stood resplendently in a dark golden-patterned cloak, facing the wind, his hair billowing and his garments fluttering, an aura of elegance enveloping him. However, Ding Jie Ran faced him with utmost seriousness. After witnessing Fang Che's thunderous combat earlier, he was not fooled by Fang Che's seemingly delicate demeanor. The two stood opposite each other, their gazes locked. Fang Che spoke first. "Brother Ding, it has not been an easy journey for you to arrive here. I empathize." Before the duel commenced, he added, "I have a word to share, and I hope Brother Ding will listen closely." Ding Jie Ran's rigid face exhibited a hint of surprise as he replied, "Speak." He nodded, affirming, "Naturally." Thus, regardless of the outcome of this battle, I hope to forge a friendship with you through martial arts. I look forward to encouraging each other's growth in the future. And I sincerely hope that one day, on the battlefield or in times of crisis, we will look out for one another, serving as shields for each other. Fang Che articulated these sentiments with utmost sincerity. Ding Jie Ran sensed his earnestness. Nodding in agreement, "I feel the same." His face remained expressionless, revealing him as someone typically serious and unyielding. When he spoke, each word was carefully articulated, his pace deliberate, as though communication was a challenge for him. A smile, however slight, tugged at his long stiffened muscles, creating a somewhat forced expression. Yet, this was the most amicable demeanor he could muster. Fang Guke nodded repeatedly. "Thank you for your understanding, Brother Ding." He sighed. "Regarding the incident with Shimin Su Ri, I will not offer any justifications. Distinguishing right from wrong holds no significance at this point. However, I genuinely hope such bloody occurrences do not repeat." He solemnly turned around to face the two instructor judges, his voice grave. "Teachers, I possess a technique of swordsmanship that, when pushed to the absolute limits, can instantaneously evaporate all vitality within me, augmenting my combat power severalfold. However, once unleashed, I lack the ability to control it entirely. I cannot foresee the outcome. Fang Che earnestly gazed at the two judges with anticipation. The judges exchanged glances, both nodding in acknowledgement, and replied, "Do not worry. If at that moment Ding Jiran is unable to withstand it, we will intervene without hesitation to prevent any tragedy from occurring." Fang Che gratefully nodded and bowed. "Thank you, teachers." He then turned to Ding Jiran, apologetically stating, "Brother Ding, please do not misunderstand. I do not hold you in contempt. It is merely that this technique is truly formidable and my current cultivation is rather limited." Upon hearing this, Ding Jiran felt a surge of sincerity from Fang Che and slowly nodded, his expression stiffening as he replied, "I do not blame you." After a moment of contemplation, realizing that Fang Che had consistently been friendly while he had remained cold, he decided to soften his demeanor and added, "If it truly comes to that moment, I will concede defeat. However, I may not be unable to withstand it." This sentence was quite lengthy. Fang Che estimated that this must be the longest statement Ding Jiran had uttered in the past year. He nodded and laughed heartily. "Brother Ding, remember, regardless of victory or defeat, we are friends." As he spoke these words, a faint smile broke through Ding Jiran's typically stoic demeanor, and his usually dull eyes sparkled momentarily with life. "Ha ha!" Fang Che laughed heartily, his arms sweeping dramatically as his dark, gold-embroidered cloak billowed like a storm cloud, flying forth. A flash of the blade followed. With his long sword in hand, a clang resounded, and sword energy surged upward. Fang Che's eyes flickered as he recalled the information Sun Yuan had provided. Ding Jiran, endowed with a natural sword bone, was cold and distant, difficult to approach, and rarely spoke, sometimes going an entire day without uttering a word. Ding Jiran's sword was exceptionally sharp. However, having observed Ding Jiran's battles several times, Fan Duque sensed an unsettling discrepancy. In his previous life, he had encountered countless battles, and it was evident to him that Ding Jiran was concealing something. Those born with a natural sword bone were not common. If one possessed such a gift, it was inconceivable that their abilities were limited to what he had displayed. If not for this innate talent, it would not be an easy feat for an ordinary youth from a noble family to cultivate to such a level. Therefore, when the unusual arises, something sinister often lurks beneath. Fang Che steeled himself. He unleashed Sun Yuan's rolling blade technique, an impenetrable force of wind and rain. Below, the expressions of the spectators appeared somewhat perplexed, as if they were experiencing déjà vu. The current battle mirrored the previous confrontation between Fang Che and Shimin Shuri to an uncanny degree. Once again, Fang Che found himself at a disadvantage. Pressed into a defensive stance, struggling to maintain his ground. Many upperclassmen martial artists, who had reached the Grandmaster level or higher, were murmuring to themselves, could this kid really be reenacting the last episode? The blade gleamed, and the sword's chilling energy pierced the air. The two engaged in a flurry of movements, exchanging hundreds of strikes on the stage in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed. The blades met, creating a shower of sparks. Fang Che, relying on sheer brute force, managed to create some distance between them. With a mighty shout, he leapt into the air. The blade's light erupted forth, cascading down like liquid mercury. This was the famed flying heaven blade technique, the very technique from which the title of the Blade King was derived. The technique was intricate, yet its potential was average and could not be classified as a high-tier combat style. However, Fang Che had mastered it to an exceptional degree, reaching the pinnacle of skill. The two judges watched intently, silently evaluating the unfolding scene. A series of clashing sounds filled the air, the blades colliding countless times, sparks flying in a dazzling display. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Fang Che seized a commanding 9/10 of the offensive, while Ding Jiran struggled to maintain his footing on the ground. With another clash, Fang Che soared upward once more, executing a graceful spiral in the air. The blade's light was fierce, descending like a dragon from the heavens. "This is it," Ding Jiran roared, a flicker of fervent battle spirit igniting in his typically stern visage. With a flick of his long sword, a dazzling array of sword blossoms erupted forth. With another clash, Fang Che launched himself into the air again, diving down once more. He transformed into a soaring bird, continuously descending and ascending for a full quarter of an hour without his feet touching the ground. The mere touch of the blade's tip was sufficient for him to spring back into the air and strike again. Like a nimble hawk, he relentlessly pounced upon the rabbit below. The blade glimmered ominously, every moment heralding potential disaster. He relentlessly suppressed Ding Jiran. Whenever Ding Jiran's sword energy surged, Fang Che would immediately respond with even greater force to quell it. Fang Che dove down again and again, determined to force Ding Jiran's hidden cards into the open. Otherwise, it would remain a lingering concern. Boom! Another deafening crash resounded as Ding Jiran staggered backward, his long sword now bearing a crack. After all, a long sword is a weapon designed for agility, not for brutal collisions. Fang Che's barbaric approach was facilitated by the nature of his blade. In a direct confrontation, the sword was at a disadvantage against the knife. As Ding Jiran retreated, he found himself pushed back 15 zhong, coming to a halt at the edge of the arena. Suddenly, he executed a movement. The sword in his hand shifted to his left hand. With a powerful push off the ground, the sword's energy surged skyward. The air hissed as sword energy sliced through the atmosphere. As Ding Jiran ascended, he resembled a sword, gleaming and determined, as if aiming to pierce through the very clouds. Fang Che, spiraling in the air, felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. The hidden card lies here. I knew that this young man, with a natural sword bone, could not be limited to his current combat prowess. It turned out he was a left-handed swordsman. Now that Fang Che had compelled his opponent to reveal his trump card, he no longer held back. As the sword energy soared, Fang Che bellowed, blade technique of the stupa. Channeling the blade's light, he soared into the heavens, ascending to a height of 7 zhong. Then, he executed a spin in midair. The blade's light traced a magnificent arc in the sky, and then, with his feet inverted, a series of blade mountains emerged before him, resembling a grand stupa. The tower's peak continually formed below, while the body of the tower grew thicker and more substantial. A violent aura of murderous intent radiated outward, descending like the wrath of heaven. The force of this strike had even reached the level of a martial sovereign. This blow was derived from a technique Fang Che had acquired in his past life. The 3 blades of the stupa, having always wielded a sword in his previous life. He had never utilized it until now. Today, he unleashed the first move. Even with Ding Jiran's natural sword bone, how could he stand against Fang Che, who had multiplied his prowess several-fold? Moreover, the murderous intent of this strike enveloped Ding Jiran entirely. As the blade and sword clashed, there was but a couple of metallic sounds before Ding Jiran's long sword shattered. The blade mountains of the stupa fell with a resounding crash. Ding Jiran, clutching the broken sword, staggered backward, despite the lifelessness in his eyes. A fierce battle spirit ignited within him as he wielded the shattered sword to parry the oncoming blade energy. Yet, it was evident that he was at a disadvantage. A thin line of blood appeared on his body, a testament to the blade energy that had grazed his skin. Soon, the broken sword was completely engulfed by the blade's light. Just as it seemed Ding Jiran would be carved to pieces by Fang Che, suddenly, a figure flashed into view. An instructor appeared behind Ding Jiran, gripping his collar and tossing him aside, while extending a hand forward. Remarkably, he reached into the very light of Fang Che's blade, his 2 pale fingers delicately pinching the blade's tip as though a child were playfully catching a butterfly. Clang! The long blade twisted in midair, as if it were a snake caught by the throat. The blade's light abruptly vanished. Fang Che held a knife, suspended in midair, his head down and feet up. The blade's tip rested in the hands of his instructor. After a brief standoff, Fang Che finally flipped over and landed, drenched in sweat. He exhaled deeply, dispelling the intent of the blade from his chest, and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, teacher." The instructor released the knife's tip and smiled, saying, "The move you mentioned that you cannot control, is it this one?" Indeed, Fang Che nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes brimming with fervor as he gazed at his instructor. He exclaimed, "Teacher, you are truly remarkable to have captured this with merely 2 fingers." Recalling the words spoken before the battle, Fang Che felt a flush of embarrassment. The instructor chuckled, "You have only been exposed to martial arts for a few days, yet you possess such skill and lethality, and so adeptly. It is evident you have genuinely put in the effort. When I was your age, I was not nearly as formidable. You are too humble, teacher. There is still much room for improvement on my part." Fang Che responded. He then turned and strode toward Ding Jiran, asking, "Brother Ding, are you all right?" Ding Jiran, still shaken, nodded and said, "I could not withstand that knife." "That is good to hear," Fang Che replied, laughing heartily. But do not forget our agreement. Regardless of victory or defeat, a flicker of struggle and hesitation crossed Ding Jiran's eyes before he smiled and said, Of course, I will not forget. Regardless of victory or defeat, we are friends. In times of crisis, we look out for each other and serve as shields for one another. Unlike Fang Che's sincere and passionate words, Ding Jiran articulated his commitment with a solemnity that was palpable, his voice firm and serious as he emphasized the last four words. Serve as shields. His previously lifeless eyes ignited with fervor as he spoke, infusing his typically stoic visage with a hint of color. With a hearty laugh, Fang Che clapped his hands together in the air. His countenance radiated sincerity, while Ding Jiran's expression remained rigid, accompanied by a forced smile that bore an oddly warm quality. In the audience, Mo Ganyan leaped up and shouted, Count me in, before erupting into laughter. Fang Che looked at Ding Jiran and smiled faintly. 3 targets had been identified. Having eliminated Shimin Shuri, only 2 remained. Ding Jiran could not be slain. Thus Fang Che chose another path, to forge a friendship. With the candor and passionate spirit of a martial artist, he aimed to inspire the martial heart within Ding Jiran. Transparent and noble, he sought to illuminate the darkness within a seemingly reclusive soul, for such individuals often yearn for companionship. Furthermore, considering their age, young men in their teens, no matter how flawed, tend to possess a fervent spirit, often referred to as the CH phase. Hence, Fang Che strategy bore fruit. Should this approach prove ineffective, he remained prepared to adapt, understanding that different individuals require different tactics. Establishing a friendship posed no issue, and future developments would unfold in due course. Fang Che felt a sense of satisfaction. 2 out of 3 targets had been successfully navigated, with Shimin Shuri's demise at his hands. It could be considered a conquest as well. With 7 points in total, Fang Che had secured the lead. In that moment, everyone recognized that he indeed possessed the prowess to claim victory, arguably securing the championship with certainty. After all, his signature move, the blade performance of the pagoda, was unparalleled. Countless students lamented their fate, though it was too late. Among the multitude of title contenders, Fang Che had the lowest odds, with merely 7,000 points wagered on him, most of which came from admirers of his looks. This reality underscored the societal bias towards appearances, wherein they enjoyed considerable advantages. It was a monumental victory for the male students faced widespread defeat, and a chorus of despair echoed through the crowd. Conversely, those who had bet on Fang Che among the female martial artists erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices bright and harmonious, drowning out the lamentations of the boys. Cousin, he is mine, exclaimed a round-faced girl with baby fat, her face alight with surprise. Her exuberant declaration felt like a dagger piercing the hearts of many gamblers who had not anticipated such an outcome, while others had not expected victory. Those who had analyzed and strategized found themselves ensnared in a pitfall, unable to escape. Countless boys felt darkness envelop them, contemplating the bleakness of their future in the martial academy. I can't go on. I can't either. Just thinking about the living expenses, food money, and training costs after today makes me want to die. Did you bet everything? Not even a penny left for meals. ISNT, it meant to be a gamble. I didn't leave even half a point, betting it all on that unreliable Ding Jiran. Hey, brother, you still have some left? Get lost. I don't. No, brother. Big brother, father. From tomorrow on, I will follow you like a loyal dog. Please don't leave. The entire Baiyun Martial Academy was shrouded in a cloud of despair. In the next match, Hu Chuan faced off against Xie Gongping. Before the battle commenced, nearly everyone felt that the championship had already been determined. Fang Che seemed poised to be crowned champion. The remaining matches were merely contests for 2nd and 3rd place, lacking any real excitement. Fang Che's move, the blade performance of the pagoda, was an insurmountable force, even if opponents possessed greater overall strength. Once that move was unleashed, defeat was virtually guaranteed. With such certainty, what was there left to fight for? Despite the lack of contention for first place, the intensity and ferocity of the ensuing battle surpassed all expectations. Once Hu Chuan and Xie Gongping took to the stage, they engaged in a fierce struggle. Their fists and feet struck like drums, and as they both bore bruises, they drew their blades, clashing violently. In the end, their weapons shattered, and they resorted to grappling. The fight raged on for an entire hour, with neither side conceding defeat. As both exhausted their essence yet refused to fall, they continued to exchange blows with sheer physical strength. The audience was left in awe, their skin prickling with excitement, as they marveled at the depths of animosity that had driven the two to such extremes. Standing beside Feng Che, Mo Ganyan chuckled. These two are sworn enemies. They have been at odds since they were 3 years old. Oh, pray tell? A hint of amusement crossed Mo Ganyan's coarse features as he elaborated. Hua Chuan is the scion of the Hua family, a prestigious 8th-tier family in Fubo City, while Xie Gongping hails from the Xie family, also an 8th-tier lineage. Both are prodigies. The Hua and Xie families have been at odds for 2 millennia. Once 7th-tier families, their mutual enmity caused them to plummet to 8th-tier status, intensifying their hatred. Thus, whenever they meet, they clash fiercely. Here in the martial academy, they cannot resort to lethal force. Outside, they would have long since settled matters with blood. As Mo Ganyan mentioned the prohibition against lethal force within the academy, he cast a meaningful glance at Feng Che. Feng Che suddenly understood and asked, "Why do you look at me like that?" "For what I gather, Brother Feng, you're the first in 3 centuries at Baiyun Martial Academy to take a life during the freshman competition." Mo Ganyan sighed. What a talent. Do not be deceived by the calm that follows your slaying of Shimen Shiri. The academy will have to manage the fallout. Regardless, Shimen Shiri was a legitimate entrant into the academy, ranking among the top. And to have been killed in the arena before thousands of witnesses is a significant incident for the academy. Regardless of the despicable nature of Shimen Shiri, his disregard for rules, or how he was ambushed and ultimately killed, these reasons cannot overshadow the tragic incident where Wu Shang was publicly slain upon entering the academy. For you, it may suffice to guard against retaliation from the Shimen family, as it is evident to all that you bear no blame in this matter. However, your innocence does not spare others from misfortune. Mo Ganyan subtly gestured towards the stage, indicating that the judges had been replaced. Did you not notice the change in referees during your battle with Shimen Shiri? Those 2 judges, I fear, have fallen into misfortune, as they are the prime candidates to take the blame. Feng Che paused for a moment before softly responding. In such circumstances, how could one hold those 2 teachers accountable? No one had time to react. While he spoke, it was true that only they were present on the stage, and their inability to intervene is indeed a fault, for they were the judges and responsible for safety. Given the Martial Academy's strength, it need not fear a mere 9th-tier family like the Shimen, yet it must provide an explanation to society. Thus, even if the incident arose from provocation, and even if the 2 judges were innocent, this stain cannot be avoided. Mo Ganyan sighed. Those 2 judges, if no one is there to protect them, I fear. He shook his head, choosing silence. A loud crash echoed as Hua Chuan and Xie Gongping simultaneously landed blows upon each other's eyes, leaving both with swollen bruises. Exhausted, they staggered back, and with a resounding thud, they fell to the ground, both lying flat. Astonishingly, the outcome was a draw, with neither emerging victorious. The crowd gasped in disbelief. No one expected that these 2 would result in such a conclusion after their fierce contest. Yet, it was clear to all that these 2 individuals had not lacked effort. They had exerted every ounce of strength they possessed, yet could not best one another. Reluctantly, the match was declared a tie. Feng Che, however, did not focus on the stage any longer, but rather reflected on Mo Ganyan's earlier words, and for a moment, felt a weight upon his heart. The battle between Hua Chuan and Xie Gongping consumed an entire afternoon. As dusk fell, the subsequent match between Xiao Yunshang and Jing Shuanggao, along with the finals for the top 4 competitors, would have to be postponed until tomorrow. Moreover, this posed a dilemma for the Martial Academy. With a tie, how could they determine the top 4? Would they need to adjust to a top 5? This matter required further deliberation. Feng Che declined Feng Qingyun's invitation and departed alone. The 2 teachers responsible for officiating the match between Feng Che and Shimen Shiri, Gao Yunxi and Zhou Yi, wore solemn expressions as they exited the academy together, seeking a small tavern to share a drink. They ordered only 2 small dishes, yet were served 4 large jars of liquor. Without touching the food, they downed a jar of wine in silence. Finally, Gao Yunxi chuckled softly. This situation is truly bizarre. It seems we have encountered misfortune. Zhou Yi laughed heartily. Indeed, it is strange. After my last injury, I intended to die on the front lines. Yet a transfer order brought me to Baiyun Martial Academy, where I reluctantly began to live. Eventually, I found comfort here, without much danger, married, and had children. I had hoped to nurture some talent and ensure my life held meaning. Yet, unexpectedly, Joey chuckled. I do not mind, but it is a pity that my wife and children, who have only enjoyed a few years of comfort with me, must now live in fear. Had I known today would come, I would have acted differently. Gao Yunqi smiled. I am in the same situation. My wife and children remain at home, enjoying their drinks. Zhou Yi asked, what do you think the Academy will do about this? The Academy will surely protect us. Zhou Yi laughed, raising his bowl to drink it all down. If only we were a bit thicker-skinned, that would be splendid. Gao Yunqi joined in the laughter, raising his wine bowl, to drink. Alas, how could the 1,000-year reputation of Baiyun Martial Academy be tarnished because of our blemish? As long as the Academy defends its teachers, regardless of right or wrong, it will be seen as protective. Indeed, if word spreads, it will be seen as officials shielding each other, a corrupt alliance oppressing the vulnerable. Both men, seasoned in the martial world, were not naive enough to overlook the implications of this incident. Reputation is not easily regained. When the Academy reaches a decision, let us request a transfer to the border of Xianshu, and perhaps engage in a few more battles with those devils of the righteous sect. Excellent. They raise their wine bowls and exchange smiles. Once comrades, now colleagues, and tomorrow once again comrades. Cheers. Remember to settle your family affairs. Understood. The two laughed heartily. Gao Yunqi and Zhou Yi drank together, tacitly choosing not to mention the incident again. They bore no resentment towards anyone for this unforeseen event. The only one truly at fault was Shimen Su Ri, who is now deceased. Can Feng Che be blamed for retaliating in a moment of ambush? Should he have allowed himself to be killed without defense? In such circumstances, even the Academy's headmaster could not have intervened. Naturally, Gao Yunqi and Zhou Yi could not be held accountable either. Who would have expected that Shimen Su Ri had concealed weapons and even a living beast within his sleeves? However, with a life lost, someone must bear the responsibility, and the reputation of a martial academy is of utmost importance. Regardless of the circumstances, a stance must be taken. Thus, the two chose to shoulder the burden themselves, sparing the academy from action and preserving its dignity. At the moment they resolved this, a clear voice interrupted. You two teachers truly possess exquisite taste. They looked up to see a youth at the door, clad in a dark robe adorned with golden patterns, holding 2 jars of wine, smiling brightly. May I come in? Fang Ge? Both were taken aback. What brings you here? I happened upon 2 jars of fine wine and sought a place to enjoy them. Feng Che smiled, placing the wine upon the table. Die, due, dai. 50-year Tai Shui Tai. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Tai Shui Tai is renowned as the finest wine in the world, and a 50-year vintage is exceptionally rare. Yet, their expressions soon turned serious as they remarked, Young Master Feng, your generosity knows no bounds, casually offering such exquisite wine. Feng Che smiled lightly. He had never intended for his actions to remain hidden from the world. Yet, such matters were inconsequential. In life, how much does reputation truly matter? Perhaps others care. But Feng Che had chosen a path distinct from the ordinary. For him, the opinions of the world were merely a passing breeze. The plight of the 2 teachers, ensnared due to the actions of a student, was a matter of concern. While this sentiment held little significance at the moment, Feng Che spoke calmly. As for the character of the student, he is well aware of it, and he allows the world to judge as it pleases. He slowly took a seat across from the 2 teachers and continued. I have come today to express a few heartfelt sentiments, after which I shall take my leave. I ask that you grant me the courtesy to speak. You may proceed. They exchanged glances, sensing something peculiar yet warm in their hearts. The acknowledgement that the 2 teachers had been affected by the student's actions brought them some solace. Although this situation arose from him, he could not be blamed for it. His consideration in coming here to express such sentiments was, in itself, a gesture of respect. The martial academy differs from the battlefield. In the latter, death is commonplace, but in the academy, the loss of a student is a significant matter. Regardless of who is right or wrong, a death is a death, and it is an incident. This is certain. Since it is an incident, someone must take the blame. And the 2 teachers are undoubtedly the prime candidates. They have likely already formulated plans in their minds regarding this matter, which the student cannot interfere with. Yet he has a few words to share. In this battlefield, there is no shortage of 2 warriors whose strength has yet to reach its zenith. However, There is a significant lack of teachers who possess rich teaching experience, integrity, and a sense of responsibility. The two warriors may venture to the front lines, at most slaying a few minor foes or defeating a handful of enemies of equal or lesser rank, ultimately meeting their demise on the battlefield, leaving behind a glorious reputation. Conversely, the diligent teachers at the Martial Academy can continuously nurture the next generation of talent. Year after year, generation after generation, while some students may lack martial prowess, others may be imbued with fervor, and those with innate talent, when guided correctly, could become pillars of strength in the future. It takes a decade to cultivate a tree and a century to nurture a person. The battle against the oppressive teachings of the Wei, Wuzheng Jiao, cannot be accomplished by a single generation alone, only through the continuous emergence of capable individuals. And with every mind adhering to the righteous path, can there be even a glimmer of hope for the future? The Martial Academy has stood for a millennium. Any pressure it faces is but a fleeting moment amidst 1,000 years of trials. Yet, the Academy's name resonates throughout the world, thanks to the countless talents it has cultivated over the ages, shining brightly across various lands. Such achievements are attained through the accumulation of small efforts, the gathering of resources, and the convergence of rivers. Perhaps the two teachers might say that the Academy is filled with talent, and that their absence would be mitigated by the arrival of even more competent educators. However, the students wish to pose a question. Are all the staff members at the Academy truly members of the Guardian Alliance? Is there really no traitor from the Wei, Wuzheng Jiao, among them? Is it truly a united front? If they were to leave, would their successors necessarily be allies? Is there a possibility that someone could seize this opportunity to infiltrate? Is it justified to forsake the current students they are teaching, as well as the future cohorts waiting for instruction, for such a miscalculation? In their conscience, can the two teachers truly reconcile with that decision? To bear the burden of mistakes, and thus be exiled from the battlefield, shedding blood on the fields of war, is indeed the mark of a hero. But for the foundation of future generations and the countless students yet to come, what harm is there in enduring for a little longer? After Feng Che finished speaking, he clapped his hands to break the ironclad silence. A waft of fragrant wine filled the air as he stood up with a smile, saying, "I've said all I wish to express. I take my leave." He glanced at the two still in shock, bowed respectfully, and turned to leave, gently closing the door behind him. His footsteps faded away, disappearing into silence. After a considerable time, Gao Yunqi let out a long sigh. I never expected the noble Feng Gongzi to be such a person. Zhou Yi, with a wry smile, sighed as well. After teaching students for half a lifetime, today I have learned a lesson from my own pupil. This feeling, indeed, is quite extraordinary. The two exchanged a knowing smile, sensing a change in each other's spirit since earlier. Are you not leaving? Gao Yunqi remarked. I can still bear a few criticisms. Not leaving for now. My skin is thicker than yours. They both laughed heartily, then turned to the two jars of wine at the table. This lad is truly cautious. Fearing we might not drink, he opened them himself. Shall we drink then? Since our skins are so thick, what harm is there in sharing a couple of jars with our student? Indeed, and let us also inform him that we are not leaving. This matter he must bear. They laughed again, realizing that the situation with Shimin Su-ri would require further resolution. Otherwise, the matter might still linger, and pulling out now could result in regret. After a moment of resolution, they decided, regret may come, but it is merely a trivial matter. Sun Yuan was, as usual, waiting. How'd it go? You defeated Ding Jiran, but did not kill or maim him. After all, having just slain Shimin Su-ri yesterday, if you were to eliminate another today, I fear you would be expelled. Feng Che replied, thus I refrained from lethal force. Naturally, if you had slain all three, how would you continue at the academy? Defeating them is the greatest victory. Sun Yuan had long since sided with his disciple. Remember, preserving oneself is of utmost importance at all times. What is your view on the last one? Feng Che smiled lightly, easily within my grasp, no issues whatsoever. Sun Yuan's spirits lifted, that's good. I shall report to the sect leader tonight. I trust he will be pleased. Feng Che inquired, Master, there is something I wish to ask, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Sun Yuan replied, Speak freely. It would be inappropriate for me to sell you out, wouldn't it? A reprimand. And we can act as if I never heard it. Feng Che, feeling somewhat embarrassed, smiled and asked, Master, how do you communicate with the sect leader? It seems quite convenient. This had long been Feng Che's greatest curiosity. The way with Zheng Jiao communicated far too swiftly. Before the Guardian Alliance developed the Soul Jade for communication, Wei with Zheng Jiao had already achieved such capabilities for countless years. Moreover, it had remained unchanged, being swifter and more convenient than the Soul Jade. The Guardian Soul Jade requires at least royal-level cultivation to activate the communication ability, while Wei with Zheng Jiao evidently imposes no such restrictions. There must be some intrigue behind this. It is quite simple, Sun Yuan stated. I thought it was something significant. Just a communication jade. Please enlighten me, Master. The communication jade is issued from headquarters. As long as it is needed, there is essentially no concern for shortages. Sun Yuan continued, we do not know how it is manufactured. However, utilizing it is quite straightforward. Each of us, upon joining the sect, possesses something within our bodies known as the Wu Ling Gu. Sun Yuan's tone held a deeper meaning. You possess it as well. It is within the elixir your elder brother Su Yu provided you. Fang Gchiese Art Stiled. The Wu Ling Gu. He had long known that the Wu Ling Gu held significant secrets, yet he never imagined that this wondrous creature could be used for communication. How does it work? He exclaimed, filled with excitement. Brother Su truly is a good person, bestowing upon me such a precious item. Sun Yuan's expression stiffened slightly. How could you interpret that way? Considering Su Yu is likely dead, I shall not elaborate further. Think what you will. After all, your dear brother is now a ghost. Feng Che held the same thought. Think what you will. After all, my dear brother is now no longer even a ghost. Chapter 23. Feng Che. I am utterly frustrated. Sun Yuan still felt a bit stifled, snorting and rolling his eyes as he said, once you hold a position within the sect, you will naturally be given a communication jade. At that time, the aura of the Wu Ling Gu will permeate the jade, allowing you to control the Wu Ling Gu and communicate at will. The individuals who communicate vary according to their responsibilities, and the number of communicators is determined by their ranks. In summary, depending on your position, you can connect with those related to you. To contact someone, simply focus your thoughts on the Wu Ling Gu, and it will find that person for you. Unless that person is deceased, the Wu Ling Gu will inform you if the communication fails. Otherwise, no matter the distance, as long as you send a message, it will be received immediately. Furthermore, the Wu Ling Gu on the other end will promptly notify its owner of the message received. Sun Yuan explained, in essence, this is the function of the Wu Ling Gu. This is also why the Wu Ling Gu poses great dangers, as the human body generally cannot withstand it, resulting in many individuals perishing during the selection process. Now I understand. Of course, some individuals deemed particularly valuable by the higher-ups possess direct communication privileges with the sect leader even at low ranks. Sun Yuan's face revealed a proud smile. Che, the sect leader holds you in high regard. This statement held deeper significance. Feng Che's eyes brightened. I will certainly fulfill my tasks splendidly and strive to gain the privilege to report directly to the sect leader. Indeed, in this regard, you must strive, and I shall do my utmost to advocate for you. Sun Yuan smiled, feeling somewhat perplexed. It was curious that Feng Che showed little reaction to the matter of the Wu Ling Gu causing death. Could it be that this child was so innocent as to not suspect whether his brother Su was the one harming him? Feng Che had intended to react, but refrained, fearing he might interrupt Sun Yuan's narrative, so he chose to remain silent. After all, Su Yu was dead, whether he reacted or not. It was all about my good brother. I would still need to use his name in the future. Sun Yuan departed, and Feng Che began to delve into the mysteries of the Wu Ling Gu. Was everything truly due to this entity? No wonder. Feng Che understood that the Wu Ling Gu ensured loyalty. If the host harbored any treachery, the Wu Ling Gu would retaliate immediately, resulting in an untimely demise. Its sensitivity was remarkable. Regrettably, the Wu Ling Gu within Feng Che did not possess such capabilities. He was perpetually torn in his loyalties, which were profoundly heretical in the eyes of the Wu Ling Gu, yet it could not bring about his demise. Moreover, it had become firmly ensnared by Feng Che, enduring his relentless exercises with a longing for liberation. However, until now, Feng Che had been unaware that the Wu Ling Gu also possessed a communication function. This little creature undoubtedly had an extraordinary origin. He truly did not comprehend how it was created. Channeling the Wu Yang Jinjing, he slowly entered the mystical threshold. The Wu Ling Gu, sensing the spiritual energy, instantly curled up in fear. With a mere thought, Feng Che began to emit gentle, soothing intentions, feeding it a portion of the spiritual energy from his meridians. The Wuling Gu paused momentarily before voraciously devouring the offering. Tears of joy welled up. It had finally tasted sustenance. Since it entered this fellow's body, it had scarcely enjoyed a full meal, existing in a state of perpetual hunger. Now, it seemed that conscience had finally awakened. Thank heavens! This time, Feng Che managed to satiate the Wuling Gu completely. An overwhelming sense of joy began to rise gently. Clearly, the Wuling Gu was quite pleased. Once more, he comforted it with tender emotions, leaving the Wuling Gu astonished. As it had never received such high treatment before, Feng Che was satisfied and continued the interaction. Yi Ming entered with tea and water, and upon seeing Feng Che's smile, she inquired, "Young master, what brings you such joy today?" Feng Che stirred instantly. He promptly sealed away the Wuling Gu. With a wave of his hand, he adopted a mysterious demeanor, saying, "This is a secret. Come closer." Yi Ming suppressed her excitement, feigning hesitation as she replied, "Young master, may I need your legs?" Feng Che took the opportunity to stretch his long legs, enjoying Yi Ming's service while whispering, "This matter must not be disclosed." "Yes, yes," Yi Ming responded with a smile, her hands busily massaging and easing his muscles. "Inside my body, there exists a Wuling Gu, a remarkable entity. Once I ascend in ranks within the sect, I can use it to communicate with others within the sect, sending messages instantaneously, even across vast distances. Don't you see? This is far more convenient than the legendary 1,000-mile sound transmission. It is a divine artifact," Feng Che proclaimed proudly. Yi Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Young master, do not deceive me. How can a mere insect accomplish such feats? TCH, what do you know? Do you not understand why the sect has thrived for so many years? Even when an enemy's location is confirmed, by the time one arrives, it is often too late. This is precisely why, with just a thought, messages can be dispatched. At the slightest hint of movement, one can flee thousands of miles away. Who could ever capture them? Fang boasted. This will be my safeguard in the future. Should anything arise, I shall receive news immediately." Yi Ming's expression of innocent all left her mouth agape. "This truly is a grand secret." Fan Dukedin fiend Buridom, dismissively waving his hand. "Discussing this with you would be futile. Instead, let me share something amusing yet vexing." Amusing yet vexing? Yi Ming was further puzzled. Her mind had yet to settle from the shock of the earlier revelation, and now there was more. "I have indeed gotten myself into trouble." Feng Che sighed. "My master came by earlier and scolded me. I feel somewhat distressed." Yi Ming kindly reassured him, "Young master, it is normal for a master to reprimand their disciple. There is no need for distress." Feng Che sighed again. "You do not understand. This time it is different." Yi Ming's curiosity was piqued. "How is it different?" Feng Che adopted a woeful expression. "I have caused trouble by mistakenly taking a life." "What? Murder?" Yi Ming's face contorted in terror, her expression vividly portraying her fear. Feng Che suddenly felt as though he were witnessing two acclaimed actors delivering a performance. Conversations at the level of the sect leader? Yi Ming's heart raced. Her ears perked up as she exclaimed in shock, "What?" The leader of the Tianshan sect stated that after laboriously developing a family and nurturing a seed, during the new students' competition at Baiyun Martial Academy, it was killed by another new student. Feng Che sighed heavily. "So do you understand now? The only person to die in that competition was the one I killed, Shimin Su Ri." Yi Ming was taken aback. "What a coincidence." Fan Duque replied helplessly. Yi Ming exclaimed, "Isn't that just too unfortunate? Who would have known that Fellow and his family were part of the Tianshan sect? I thought I had eradicated a guardian seed, but instead, I ended up slaying one of my own. Where can I seek justice for this? I'm also a victim. No one informed me beforehand that Shimin Su Ri was one of us." Feng Che sighed, feeling both helpless and conflicted. "Not only that, but my identity is classified. It cannot be revealed. Thus, I may face assassination attempts from my own comrades in the future. Do you not find this situation distressing?" Yi Ming pondered for a moment before confessing, "Indeed, it is somewhat vexing, but is there no way to explain? Explaining would expose my identity, making it even more perilous." Feng Che lamented, his despair palpable. Yi Ming lowered her head, her eyes darting about, unable to suppress a sense of schadenfreude. Suddenly, Feng Che scolded, "I told you. And yet you remained silent? You useless thing. Yiming jumped in surprise, about to speak, but Feng Che ferociously inquired, "What level of cultivation have you achieved?" Yiming perked up. "I'm now at the second level of warrior, young master." There was a hint of pride in her voice. "How foolish. Only at the second level, and you're already so pleased with yourself." Feng Che tossed her a handful of pills, commanding, "Hurry and cultivate. If you do not break through to martial master within a month, I shall sell you into a brothel." Yiming immediately pouted. "Does this fellow really think my face resembles that of a dog? He can just pull it down at will. It is easier than a door curtain." Just moments ago, he had been smiling, and now he declared, "I hope you never find a husband." Yiming jursed vehemently. Today, she had learned of the Wu Linggu's secrets and its communication abilities, but there was another piece of news. The Shimin family had, at dawn, been discovered by Fan Tian Tiao, who was disguised next door. The secrets of the Wu Ling sect were indeed profound. Fan Tian Tiao, not daring to delay, immediately spread the word. This news was of utmost importance. The Guardians only had a general understanding of the Wu Linggu's capabilities, aware that it should possess communication functions. Yet they were oblivious to the specifics. The Wu Linggu resided within, and if any treachery were contemplated, it would retaliate immediately. Even if captured, no concrete information could be extracted. The Wu Ling sect had thrived for many years precisely because of this. This time, Feng Che provided exceptionally detailed explanations. Yiming's transmission was equally thorough. Regarding the Shimin family, although it was a small clan, it should not be underestimated. Receiving such detailed information for the first time, Fan Tian Tiao felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. After disseminating the news, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Feng Che was a veritable treasure. Placing Yiming by his side was an astute decision. Thus, I began to write to the Indian once more. Under no circumstances should this be used for other purposes. It is of paramount importance. I recommend elevating its significance. Chapter 24. The elderly silver coin mountain master. In the early morning, Feng Che entered the Wu Yuan. He was met with countless gazes. Regardless of whether they were upperclassmen or peers within the Wu Yuan, he had become a figure known all, especially his signature black and gold patterned cloak, which had become widely recognized. From a distance, one could see the leisurely elegance of his flowing garments, the sunlight refracting into fleeting starlight, all announcing the arrival of the esteemed young Master Feng. As Feng Che moved forward, others followed suit. He bore a gentle expression and was notably polite, all heading toward the arena. Suddenly, someone posed a question. "Feng Che, after killing Shimin Su Ri, do you feel at ease?" This individual spoke with a smile, seemingly jesting. Feng Che halted and turned to face him, his gaze instantly turning icy. The chilling intensity of his eyes made the person feel uncomfortable. Prompting a forced smile, "I was merely joking." The individual fell into awkwardness, which quickly transformed into anger. "It was just a joke. Must you react so?" Feng Che raised his chin, looking down at him, his voice calm, yet imbued with a formidable pressure. "I apologize, but I do not engage in jest. Please refrain from making jokes with me in the future. I cannot afford to entertain such frivolities." The person's complexion shifted between shades of blue and white, and he snorted, "What is so remarkable about that?" He turned and walked away. Feng Qingyan advised, "Cousin, why bother? It's just a joke. Maintaining a gentle demeanor is beneficial. Being too sharp may lead to losses." While walking, Feng Che replied earnestly, "Cousin, this is precisely what I wish to convey to you. While it is indeed commendable to be gentle, one must also possess a certain edge and temperament. If one is perpetually gentle, others may behave recklessly in your presence. They may even dare to make tasteless jokes. However, if one displays a discernible sharpness, others will know that you possess a temper. At most, they will speak ill of you behind your back, but in your presence, they will not dare to act recklessly, for they understand that you are not one to indulge them." Feng Che earnestly stated, "Cousin, your gentleness and good temper may lead to your detriment." Feng Qingyan was taken aback. He recalled the teachings he had received since childhood, to conduct oneself well, to be amiable, to avoid causing trouble, and to be kind to others for eventual rewards. He had indeed followed these principles and amassed a considerable number of friends. Yet upon introspection, he wondered if most of them held any respect for him beyond merely seeking benefits. Instead, they bestowed their offerings upon those at the top of the class, whom they did not regard highly. The elites accepted these gifts as if they were entitled, often looking down on others. Meanwhile, who had given the most and been closest, received nothing in return. After pondering for a while, Fong Qingyun sighed, suddenly feeling a revelation. Being too honest, too gentle, and having too good a temper could indeed lead to losses. Was that true? Fong Qingyun felt somewhat perplexed. As they continued on their way, the expressions of those around them noticeably changed. They began to perceive that Fong Che was rather exceptional, realizing that his previously gentle exterior was merely a fade. In truth, he possessed a significant temper. His countenance was a mere curtain, easily drawn. They began to label Fong Che as someone not easily provoked, one who could turn hostile at a moment's notice. All of this, of course, was a deliberate construction by Fong Che. He did not require a gentle persona. In recent days, he had felt overly approachable, the so-called friendships too numerous. Such a situation was untenable and detrimental to his standing. He was seeking an opportunity to assert himself, and this individual had unwittingly stepped forward, asking such a sensitive question. Fanuke promptly erupted. Indeed, the surroundings became significantly quieter. His outburst at those making malicious jokes also deterred a few who genuinely wished to befriend him. In his heart, Fong Che could only silently muse, "It is too dangerous to have friends around me. The cost of friendship is too high." Beneath the arena, the crowd had noticeably thinned, with at least a quarter of the spectators having departed. These, alas, were the heartbroken. The remaining crowd consisted largely of those betting on Xiao Yun, Xie Gongping, and Huo Chuan. As for those wagering on Jing Shuanggao and Yu Zhonggu, there were hardly any. Conversely, the faction betting on Fong Che grew even more formidable. Many of these women were of the mindset that losing was inconsequential, yet to their surprise, they emerged victorious. Such unexpected joy was sufficient to elevate their spirits. They began to call friends to witness and share in the delight. Meanwhile, Bai Yunwu Yuan was urgently searching for data. They sought to identify those who had not participated in any betting from start to finish, those who not only abstained but also did not attend. Among those absent, who was engrossed in training, who was neglecting their duties, who had consistently participated in betting, and who were the organizers and analysts, who won, and who lost most thoroughly. All of this required documentation. As martial artists, some spectacles could be enjoyed, but certain spectacles came with a price. This was the scholarly approach of Gao Qingyu. Some lessons, merely spoken, could not be retained. Thus, it was essential to make them aware of the repercussions. As students of the martial arts school, what concern is it of theirs during the freshman competition, if they do not focus on self-improvement, but merely indulge in the spectacle? How can they be so consumed by greed? Without learning a lesson, they would remain oblivious to my authority. Following the freshman competition, an immediate organization of the fourth-level senior assessments would commence. It would be based on the standards from the first day of the freshman's enrollment. Anyone showing no progress would incur a deduction of 2 points. Those whose cultivation and rankings had regressed would lose 5 points. I will show them the folly of their ways. Gao Qingyu's face bore an expression of unwavering resolve. Huang Yifan, slumping beside him, lamented, but this betting was organized by the school. And so what if it was organized by the school? Gao Qingyu countered. The authority to interpret lies with the school. The school merely permitted it, yet did not compel them to participate. They simply stated that betting was allowed. Who caused them to lose their fortunes? Huang Yifan sighed deeply. It is appalling how educated individuals can act like rogues. What about Gao Yunqi and Zhou Yi? Huang Yifan inquired. LV Jiaoshan stood, asserting, this matter has its roots. How can we blame Gao Yunqi and Zhou Yi? To one side, the previously silent supervisor Meng Qizheng raised his head and spoke coolly. Students are dying before our eyes, and they remain as unyielding as wooden stakes. Supervisor LV, do you believe they bear no responsibility for this? There is some responsibility, but it does not warrant severe punishment. Such a grave error could justify expulsion. Should we merely dismiss it with a few scoldings? Would that not be overly lenient? LV Jiaoshan's face flushed with anger. Meng supervisor, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that we expel our 2 core instructors for such a non-error? Meng Qizheng remained impassive, stating, LV supervisor, when mistakes are made, consequences must follow. Otherwise, how can Bai Yunwu Yuan face the words of the world? Headmaster Gao Qingyu, pained, waved his hand. This matter shall be discussed later. Both LV Jiaoshan and Meng Qizheng rose to speak, but Gao Qingyu had already stood. This meeting is adjourned. Headmaster. Both LV Jiaoshan and Meng Qizheng exclaimed in unison. Gao Qingyu turned, his tone severe. If not, would you two like to take my position? Not daring. Not daring? I believe you both are quite bold. I even thought you two were already headmasters. Look at how arrogant you are. This is a meeting. Do you think this is a gang of thugs fighting over territory? Do you possess any decency? Any semblance of a teacher's demeanor? Gao Qingyu reprimanded them, his words causing their scalps to prickle, ultimately cursing. No organization, no discipline, no respect for rank. Roaring in the hall, defying superiors, acting on your own accord. You two have wasted so many years of your lives. It is evident to everyone that this renowned director of the Old Silver Coin Academy is once again indulging in his mischievous antics. Those with insight wisely choose to remain silent. It must be said that throughout the years, numerous challenging matters at Baiyan Yuan have been sidestepped by the director's clever subterfuge. As the director begins his antics, it is inevitable that after a scolding, he will storm off in a huff, leaving everything unresolved for the time being. Hence, upon witnessing the director's familiar demeanor, everyone instantly feels at ease. Indeed, after a furious tirade, Gao Jingyu bellowed, I shall eventually be driven to my demise by all of you. None of you allow me a moment's peace. Clutching his chest, he gasped, my heart. Cough, cough, cough. Medicine, medicine, medicine. And with a swift movement, Gao Jingyu vanished without a trace. As expected, Huang Yifan muttered to himself, feeling somewhat disgruntled. It is truly a pity that someone so cultured and clever resorts to such antics. I can never learn that. On the arena, yet another fierce battle ensued. Qiu Yunshang and Jing Shuanggao exchanged blows, both battered and bruised, yet still fighting valiantly. Fan Guqi observed intently. Both combatants seemed to hover around the peak of a second-tier martial artist, slightly inferior to Mo Ganyan, with their combat prowess also falling short in comparison. The championship is assured. However, a thought arose in his mind. Did Jing Shuanggao previously conceal his cultivation? What purpose could there be in hiding one's strength? If he has chosen to reveal it now, does that not render his prior concealment meaningless? Unless this fellow shares a similar objective with me, both seeking to emerge as dark horses in this grand competition. What could Jing Shuanggao's motivations be? Fang Che swiftly redirected his thoughts. Qiu Yunshang is likely not affiliated with our righteous sect. Why then does Jing Shuanggao engage him so tenaciously? Is he determined to bring Qiu Yunshang down? Furthermore, Yu Zhongge, who grows stronger in the face of adversity, must possess strength on par with Qiu Yunshang and the others. Yet what is his origin? A hint of coldness flickered in Fang Che's eyes. Ultimately, their battle concluded with both Qiu Yunshang and Jing Shuanggao sustaining grievous injuries. As Jing Shuanggao fell to the ground, Qiu Yunshang wavered yet stood resolutely, refusing to fall. Qiu Yunshang emerged victorious, advancing to the top four. The referee's declaration marked the end of this contest. Next, it was the turn of Huo Churen and Xie Gongping. According to the rules, the two must face off again. The other two groups had already secured victories. It was inconceivable that their stalemate would compel others to engage in additional matches. Thus, still recovering, the two stepped back onto the arena. After a grueling and evenly matched exchange, the contest devolved into a test of will, mental fortitude, and resilience. Both fighters persevered for nearly half an hour. Suddenly, Huo Churen erupted with fervor, employing a bizarrely intricate set of fist techniques to vanquish Xie Gongping. However, the referee's expression darkened ominously. Huo Churen's technique exuded an inexplicable and eerie quality. The instructors, long accustomed to battling the righteous sect, felt an unsettling discomfort. Although they had never witnessed it before and lacked evidence, the mere sight of it provoked their disdain. This aversion was precisely why Fang Che adamantly refrained from employing the Blood Spirit's 7 styles in combat. That was the hidden technique of the demonic sect leader, with countless righteous practitioners having perished beneath its shadow. Should Fang Che reveal it? Chapter 25. Breaking through and battle the top 4 have been determined. Fang Che, Huo Churen, Qiu Yunshang, and Yu Zhongge. Contrary to everyone's expectations, these 3, having witnessed Fang Che's unparalleled technique, resolutely refused to concede. According to the rules, Fang Che must fight twice. As he drew lots, both Huo Churen and Qiu Yunshang craned their necks, eagerly watching with concerned expressions. Yu Zhongge observed as well, though he remained unscathed, unlike the others. Fang Che, with his fair fingers, gently flipped the lot. 2. Fang Che had drawn Huo Churen. A fierce battle spirit ignited in Hua Churen's eyes. He took a deep breath. Fang Che wore an exceedingly amiable smile, cheerfully stating, "Brother Hua, it's our turn next." The chivalrous Fang Che intended to employ the same strategy he had used against Ding Jiran on Hua Churen, but was taken aback when Hua Churen coldly replied, "Fang Che, do not mistake me for a fool like Ding Jiran. I have no time to make friends with you." Upon hearing this, Ding Jiran, who had been nearby, exploded with rage, gripping the hilt of his sword and ominously proclaiming, "Hua Churen, are you seeking death?" Hua Churen retorted defiantly, "You lack the qualifications to fight me. I will finish with Fang Che first, then deal with you." Ding Jiran inhaled deeply, releasing a sharp sword aura and a menacing killing intent, enunciating each word. "You said it. Do not be afraid of death." Fang Che laughed heartily, saying, "Brother Ding, do calm down. Whether Hua Churen can still contend with you after our match remains uncertain." Pointing at Hua Churen, he continued, "We are not to be friends. Those were your words. Today, do not blame me for being ruthless. Not just today, but from now on, I shall strike you every time I see you." Hua Churen scoffed, "Just you wait." Fang Che, incensed, raised his hand and swore, "I swear to the heavens, I shall strike Hua Churen every time I see him, even if I must create an opportunity to do so." Everyone was taken aback. Is it really necessary to be this ruthless? Little did they know, Fang Che felt equally helpless, unable to forge friendships, and knowing he could not directly harm his opponents on the arena without attracting the judge's scrutiny. How could he strategize against Hua Churen, a seed of the Sansheng sect? He must find a justification. Seeing Hua Churen's fiery temperament provide him with the perfect excuse to unleash his wrath, Fang Che naturally decided to pursue this path. "I swear you all heard me." Yun Shang interjected. "Fang Ke, spari ma breath." "Very well, but only a breath," Fang Che replied with a smile, though his eyes were cold. The battle between Fang Che and Hua Churen commenced. How shall I describe this fight? It was both predictable and astonishing. Hua Churen unleashed his full strength from the onset. From a distance, the sight of him in white appeared as a mass of blood. Blood mist billowed, swirling on the arena, impervious to the wind. This must be a secret technique for enhancing one's cultivation through the burning of blood essence. The two referees exchanged glances, their expressions grave. They were most unwilling to see Hua Churen claim victory. Any other victor would be preferable to him, for the unsettling nature of his earlier technique lingered in their minds. Yet now, it appeared Hua Churen's application of such a technique might spell trouble for Fang Che. The disparity in cultivation was significant, even employing the Taoist technique. It might prove futile. Look, just as the two were astonished, Fang Che uttered a soft command, unleashing a simultaneous strike with both fists. In an instant, he reached the fourth tier of martial artistry, clashing head-on with Hua Churen. The sounds of their confrontation echoed relentlessly. Yet, Fang Che's aura was solid, his breathing steady, his vital energy flowing seamlessly, clearly showcasing his status as a peak fourth-tier martial artist. My goodness, this fellow has concealed so much power until now. How cunning he is, rivaling even the sect leader, one referee exclaimed. The other quickly coughed, glancing at the distant figure of the sect leader, Gao Jingyu, whose cold gaze pierced through the air like arrows. In that moment, the referee felt as though he had been struck in the knees, nearly collapsing to the ground. On the other side, Yun Shang engaged in a life-or-death struggle with Yu Zhongge. Their fierce confrontation eerily mirrored the earlier clash between Fang Che and Mo Ganyan, with each strike met with unyielding force. This relentless assault was instigated by Yun Shang, who, aware of his significant injuries from prolonged combat, understood that continuing to fight against the seemingly more rested Yu Zhongge would diminish his chances of victory. Yet, Yu Zhongji's strength was marginally inferior to his own. Thus, Yun Shang opted for a frenzied offensive, exchanging injuries for injuries, prioritizing attack over defense. Yu Zhongge felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as despite his slight superiority, the circumstances of their desperate battle rendered the advantage evident. Eventually, after a hard-fought struggle, he managed to draw his sword. However, Yun Shang unexpectedly wielded his long sword like a broadsword, relentlessly striking Yu Zhongge with 9 successive blows. After the resounding clashes, both swords shattered simultaneously, and the two opponents discarded their weapons, resorting to a brutal exchange of punches and kicks. Yun Shang, once the epitome of elegance and composure, now bore the marks of battle. His face was unrecognizable, swollen to the point where only a narrow slit for his eyes remained. Despite this, he unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks. Yu Zhonggu desperately attempted to evade, aiming to conserve his energy and counter with finesse. However, Qi Yunshan's agility matched his own, allowing him to close the distance with unyielding tenacity, forcing Yu Zhonggu closer to the edge of the arena. After an intense exchange, both fighters landed simultaneous blows to their right eyes, right jaws, and lower abdomens, resulting in a synchronized fall. Qi Yunshan collapsed onto the arena floor, while Yu Zhonggu, filled with frustration, was hurled out of the ring, landing with a thud. He roared in anger, pounding the ground in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Qi Yunshan lay on the arena, convulsing and gasping for breath, his once handsome visage so swollen that it rivaled his rear. Only a small opening remained for his mouth, as the rest of his face appeared grotesquely inflated. Yet, he lay there laughing heartily, proclaiming his victory, much to the amusement of onlookers. The battle had indeed been exhilarating. Elsewhere, upon witnessing Fang Che withstand his assault, Hua Churen's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. The audacity of this old silver coin to conceal his true strength infuriated him. As a promising contender for the Guangming sect, Hua Churen bore the heavy burden of expectations. He was tasked with securing first place in the competition to gain preferential resources from Baiyun Martial Academy, ensuring a position within the ranks of the Guardians post-graduation. This was Hua Churen's ultimate objective, and he was determined to achieve it. With a fierce shout, Hua Churen abruptly retreated 3 steps before drawing his sword. Enveloped in a surge of blood energy that emanated a terrifying aura, charging forward like a tempest. At that moment, Fang Che also let out a sharp shout, propelling himself into the air. As he soared, a long howl erupted from his lips, capturing the attention of the crowd, astonishing them with its raw energy, as if it were instinctively unleashed. In an instant, Fang Che's aura surged, and the audience collectively gasped as he broke through to the 5th level of Martial Master. This was a monumental feat, achieved amidst the chaos of battle, as he pushed his limits to attain this breakthrough during the championship's decisive moment. It was a legend in the making for Baiyun Martial Academy. Post-breakthrough, Fang Che continued his ascent, his tall figure seemingly aglow under the sun. With a powerful howl, he reached his zenith before abruptly descending at a breathtaking speed akin to a meteor. The brilliance of his sword struck down like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon Hua Churen. The sound of steel clashing echoed as his blade struck Hua Churen's sword with devastating force, sending Hua Churen reeling backward, blood trickling from his mouth. Without a moment's pause, Fang Che capitalized on his momentum, charging forward for another strike. The clang of metal rang out as Hua Churen's long sword was sent flying, and he staggered back, spitting blood. Fueled by rage, Fang Che yelled, throwing his sword upward before delivering a lightning-fast punch to Hua Churen's left eye, followed swiftly by another to his right eye, and a powerful blow to his nose. The sickening sound of bones fracturing resonated throughout the arena, sending chills through the onlookers. Blood erupted like a hammer, striking a watermelon, splattering violently. With Hua Churen's nose crushed, Fang Che seized his hair, yanking him forward while delivering a relentless series of knee strikes to his abdomen. The cracking of ribs filled the air, and Hua Churen's body contorted as he was propelled off the ground. In a stunning display, Fang Che executed a spinning kick that landed squarely on Hua Churen's chest, breaking multiple ribs. Hua Churen, utterly unconscious, tumbled out of the ring. Fang Che, consumed by fury, bellowed his intention to kill, feeling deeply insulted. He was prepared to follow through, believing that after all the effort he had put in, eliminating his opponent would be justified. Stop. Fang Che wins. The 2 judges hastily intervened, leaping into action to declare the victory. One rushed to catch Hua Churen, administering a healing pill. With a swift motion, 2 swords fell from above, and Fang Che's blade severed Hua Churen's weapon, standing upright and triumphant on the arena. The medical team swiftly arrived, lifting Hua Churen away. After a quick examination, the healer smiled, reassured that Hua Churen still had a pulse, acknowledging Fang Che's restraint. Yet, Hua Churen lay in a state of unconsciousness, with most of his bones broken and few teeth remaining, his nose shattered beyond recognition. The front row students twitched at the corners of their mouths, incredulous at the healer's assessment of Fang Che's measured approach. They could not fathom what restraint meant in this brutal context. The instructors, having witnessed Huacharan's dubious techniques, felt a sense of revulsion, reluctant to defend him. They had allowed the brutal beating to continue, believing he needed to learn a lesson about the consequences of misusing his powers in public. With victory in hand, Fang Che emerged on the arena once more, radiating warmth and humility, his youthful smile endearing and charming. He bowed graciously in the direction Huacharan had been carried away, saying, "Classmate Hua, I appreciate your challenge." In the audience, everyone had just witnessed this fellow mercilessly pummeling Huacharan as if he were a punching bag. Now, seeing him exude such gentleness and elegance, a sense of contradiction and unity enveloped the crowd. They felt as though their perceptions had undergone a transformation. How handsome he is! The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. A man of both literary and martial prowess, capable of embodying both a gentleman and a rogue, able to fight fiercely yet display tenderness. Fang Xiaohua truly is remarkable. Suddenly, a cloak soared from the audience. Fang Che donned it gracefully, shaking out his sleeves, instantly shimmering with an ethereal starlight. He bowed. "Thank you for your hard work. Esteemed teachers." The two judges nodded with smiles. "You may go and rest." Just then, a voice called out from the crowd. "Hold on." A figure draped in white leaped onto the stage. Qiu Yunshang. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, wondering what was happening. Qiu Yunshang ascended the platform, clasped his hands in salute, and declared to the judges, "I concede." Concede? A bittersweet smile graced Qiu Yunshang's lips. "I cannot win. Brother Fang has already surpassed the 5th level of martial mastery. I must know my own limitations. A fervent heart ultimately cannot rival absolute strength. To return to the stage would merely invite another beating. Rather than that, it is wiser to concede now and preserve my dignity." Pausing, he added to Fang Che, "I need to conserve my strength for Huacharan." Laughter erupted from the audience, clearly amused by Qiu Yunshang's evident animosity towards Huacharan. Huacharan retorted, "I have no time to make friends with you." Fang Che remarked, "Do not blame me for being ruthless today." He continued, "Each encounter merits a confrontation." Witnessing the outcome, one could only feel a profound irony. He wished to befriend someone, yet was he worthy? When given the opportunity to cherish a moment, he squandered it, only to find himself beaten into unconsciousness. Who could he blame? Had he merely smiled back then, would he have suffered so grievously? Reflecting on Fang Che's vow, each encounter merits a confrontation. One could vaguely sense that this Fang Xiaohua was not jesting. As for Qiu Yunshang's concession, the crowd felt a mix of surprise and inevitability, as facing an invincible foe was universally understood. Fang Che smiled warmly and said, "Thank you, Brother Qiu, for your gracious concession. You have spared me a beating." His heart suddenly felt lighter. Qiu Yunshang laughed heartily. "There is no need for modesty. Had I been able to defeat you, I would have undoubtedly done so. The reality is, I cannot win, and fighting would only lead to my defeat. Therefore, Fang Che, you are truly deserving of this championship." "Thank you." Qiu Yunshang then leaped off the stage. The 3rd place was awarded to Yu Zhonga. With Huacharan unconscious and utterly devoid of fighting capability, his injuries would take 1.5 years to heal at best, not to mention any chance of competing with Yu Zhonga. Thus, the championship naturally belonged to Fang Che. Huacharan had been defeated. Qiu Yunshang conceded, leaving no rivals. Champion, Fang Che. Runner-up, Qiu Yunshang. 3rd place, Yu Zhonga. No one could contest Fang Che's championship or Qiu Yunshang's runner-up position. Yet the 3rd place of Yu Zhonga left the audience in disbelief. If memory served correctly, Yu Zhonga had previously advanced 2 rounds by drawing lots. Now, he had achieved 3rd place without a fight. What extraordinary luck! However, the crucial point remained that Huacharan, in his current state, could never contest with Yu Zhonga. Other capable contenders like Ding Jiran and Mo Ganyun, in terms of strength, were likely superior to Yu Zhonga, yet they had been eliminated early. Yu Zhonga, as 3rd place, had no competitor at all. What miraculous fortune! Thousands in the audience were bewildered. Even Fang Che, Qiu Yunshang, Mo Ganyun, and Ding Jiran couldn't help but cast repeated glances at Yu Zhonga, each feeling a sense of mystique surrounding him. Mo Ganyun, with his mouth agape, expressed disbelief. This kid is definitely up to something. How could he have such luck, barely enduring any blows and yet strolling into 3rd place like this? I almost got beaten to death and didn't even make the top 4. Fang Che's expression twisted slightly. In stark contrast to his arduous struggles, Yu Zhonga appeared almost pristine, having barely a speck of dirt on his clothing, yet he secured third place. How could this seem so unjust? Facing the gazes of the crowd, Yu Zhonga wore a helpless expression, his face contorted into a dry smile. Luck, it really is just luck. All the students who heard him echoed the same sentiment. Even their emotions aligned. When others say such things, it's one thing, but when you say it, I truly cannot argue. Subsequently, the Martial Academy commenced the awarding ceremony, distributing prizes for the top 10 and top 100 simultaneously. Fang Che received 2 Supreme Soul Pills, 20 Qi Gathering Pills, 2 Meridian Expansion Pills, 2 True Essence Pills, and 100 academic credits, along with a Champion Gold Medal, all handed directly to him, transforming into a wealthy figure of Baiyun Martial Academy. Alongside the 10 credits initially granted upon entering the martial school, Fang Che now possessed a total of 110 credits. According to the standard where less than 2 credits could provide a lavish feast for several people, this 110 credits was enough for Fang Che to sustain himself for a year and also acquire medicinal pills and other resources to aid his cultivation. In an instant, he felt affluent. This drew a wave of envious and jealous gazes from many. Some even looked at him with eager longing. Fang Che chose to ignore them, feeling solely that he had accomplished his mission. The vital, life-preserving secret technique, the burning blood technique, was about to be his. Following this, the Martial Academy announced that the new students would officially be divided into classes and commence lessons the next day, prompting a chorus of cheers. The Academy then declared another announcement. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th year students would begin assessments the following day, along with a punishment mechanism. Instantly, the entire schoolyard echoed with cries of despair. Having just lost everything, they now faced examinations. Moreover, this time the likelihood of punishment was nearly 100%. It was truly a case of misfortunes piling upon one another, as if a leaky roof met a torrential downpour. The defeated upperclassmen wore expressions of utter despondency. Countless seniors approached Fang Che, seeking to ingratiate themselves. Junior, from now on, I shall stick with you. See you in the dining hall tomorrow. Fang Kichakud, lost. Are we? The seniors looked abashed. Indeed lost. Quite thoroughly. Since you lost, I suppose you didn't bet on me? Fang Che responded, puzzled. You wouldn't even bet on me, yet you wish to dine with me? The seniors felt embarrassed. Junior, you're quite wealthy now. And what's so difficult about treating us, your financially struggling seniors, to a meal? Think of the bigger picture. This statement was a potent tool used against new students throughout the years and even against certain seniors. Few could withstand it. Most opted to endure a meal to avoid starting their journey in the Martial Academy with a bad reputation. Yet Fang Che clearly did not fall into this category. Senior, are you suggesting that my financial struggles cause yours? Fang que fiend innocence. The seniors looked furious. Fang Che, why must you be so calculative? Fang que retorted, Senor. If you are not calculative, why come here to quibble over a meal? He added, Senior, should one not be overly calculative? Are you truly so desperate as to save on a meal? Is this not akin to begging? A mere pauper? If you refuse to treat us, must you speak such harsh words? Another heavy accusation landed. What do you mean treat? Fang Che questioned in astonishment. Do I owe you a favor, Senior? Those who bet on me have no debts to me, for they emerged victorious alongside me. How is it that you, who did not bet on me, expect me to treat you? He continued, incredulous, because those who bet on others lost their credits and now seek a meal from the winner? Where's your pride? I simply wish to inquire, what reasoning exists in this world? Fang Che exclaimed in astonishment. Who can elucidate this for me? Chapter 27, Mission Accomplished. An enraged senior student declared, Fang Che, you possess such wealth, yet you remain indifferent while your fellow brothers struggle to afford even a meal. How can you bear it? If your negligence impedes their cultivation in the future, can your conscience endure it? Once again, a heavy accusation was laid upon him. Fang Che chuckled heartily. My esteemed brothers, even if I have a son in the future, whether I choose to intervene is uncertain. The success of my son is not within my control. So why must I bear responsibility for you? Instantly, the pride of several senior students was severely wounded, their eyes gleaming with fury as they rolled up their sleeves and approached menacingly. What? You can afford to lose points, but lack the ability to endure hunger? What do you intend to do? Are you looking to fight? Fang Che shouted loudly. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Help! The desperate gamblers are about to strike. His voice resonated powerfully. What is happening? Is there no law? Are you planning a rebellion? A furious roar echoed. Swiftly, several figures descended. The agitated male students were escorted away by the disciplinary committee. The female students beside Fong Che expressed their anger, ready to retaliate. But the moment was interrupted as the troublemakers were taken away. Instantly, joy spread among them. Oof! That Huang Shuijing, who usually parades around, shamelessly pursued me, and thankfully, I rejected him. Indeed, that Hu Xiaoyo, who lost early on, actually had the audacity to approach the winner Fong Che and utter such shameless words. It truly shattered my worldview. Truly, those devoid of shame are invincible. And then there was that De Xiangzi, whose name I've forgotten. He wrote me a love letter last month, which I was still contemplating. Now, it seems, there is no need to consider him further. A person like that deserves to be single, utterly shameless. And this long Bai, clearly unattractive, yet so brazen, lowering the bar even further, serves him right to be a lonely dog. We must inform the sisters of their true colors, lest they fall victim to their deception. Indeed. Fong Che enjoyed this meal immensely. Surrounded by dozens of beautiful women, laughter and chatter filled the air as they celebrated their victory in securing points, treating Fong Che without spending a dime, making the meal even more delightful. Fong Che, although your words today were exhilarating, they have certainly offended many. You must exercise caution in the martial academy moving forward, a beautiful woman reminded earnestly. No matter. Fong Che dismissed her concern entirely. He had come precisely to provoke. And now that he had truly offended, why should he hesitate? He held no such thoughts. It was inevitable that he would face repercussions. But what was there to fear? For the sake of the ultimate mission, he had even risked his life. What was a little suffering to him? Moreover, the more he endured, the more stable his position within Yisin Jiao would become. Bring on, let me suffer it all. He gleefully pinched Yimeng's delicate face, laughing heartily. Little Yimeng, your master has become the champion of the grand competition. Yimeng's face immediately lit up with surprise. Master, is it true? Of course it is. You are truly remarkable. Yimeng hurriedly began to flatter him. Once the news was conveyed, Fong Che immediately adopted a stern expression. Your master has become the champion. Yet you are not even a martial artist. Do you not feel ashamed? Huh? Yimeng appeared bewildered. This fellow is indeed a dog. One moment he shares good news, and the next he turns hostile. What do you mean, huh? Shouldn't you hurry and cultivate? Fong Che scolded. If you do not put in the effort, I will whip you. After I'm done, you will be sold to a brothel. I'm going now. Yimeng turned and dashed away, all the while cursing him internally. This demonic cult man is truly insufferable. How annoying. I was just flattering him, and instead, I received a scolding. Moreover, since following Fong Che, every scolding has come without warning. One moment he is amiable and cheerful, the next he strikes. I really want to hit him. However, she should have begun to exhibit the strength of a fifth-tier warrior by now. According to the timeline, it was about time. With a whoosh, Sun Yuan appeared in the courtyard like a wisp of smoke. I heard you won. Those 4 words left Fong Che momentarily stunned. His master was informed quite early. Hurry and tell me. Fong Che pondered and recounted the details of the battle, stating, because I killed Shimin Shiri on the first day, I could only adopt a conciliatory approach towards Ding Zhirun, forging a friendship, which allows for ample future maneuvering. Well done. This matter was executed beautifully, Sun Yuan praised enthusiastically. As for Hua Churin, I initially intended to befriend him, but that fellow was utterly ungrateful, unable to accept kindness. In an unfortunate turn, I ended up breaking 7 or 8 of his bones. Fong Che made a sinister expression, laughing. However, this way, one is friendly and the other hostile. Both can be utilized and leveraged. It merely depends on how one employs them. Hatred and friendship are both valuable tools. Sun Yuan clapped in delight. Quite cunning. I can finally rest easy now. Master, about my reward, Fong Che reminded. Rest assured, I will not forget. I suspect the leader must be overjoyed by now. Indeed, the Yinshin Palace was in a frenzy of joy. He stood at the highest point of the Yisin Jiao headquarters, laughing heartily towards the sky, feeling all burdens lifted from his chest. The humiliation suffered when the task failed and the 3 sects sent messages of insult was now being vented in an unabashed manner. Pointing at the clouds, he bellowed, Do you think you can meddle with this? This first place, do you think you can covet it? The status of this first divine sect Is it something you can even dream of? Huh. Presumptuous fiends. Despicable and shameless scoundrels. Filthy and vile creatures. How about it? Are you not all bowing your heads in submission under my arrangement? You all pretend to be tough, huh? Damn it, I gave you a chance. Yet you are utterly useless. His voice shook the clouds, rolling and crashing. Yet, apart from the ancient palace, no one heard a thing. Upon reaching this place, he had rejected all visitors. This was a sacred space. Even Mu Linyuan was not permitted entry. Ha ha ha. Another bout of wild laughter erupted. Then, his expression turned sinister. Do you wish to suppress me? Dream on. What night, demon? I am extremely satisfied. Ha ha ha. Rewards. Simultaneously, the news reached Yi Ming. The previous communication from the shadow had already stirred a significant uproar within the upper echelons of the Guardians. Moreover, this shadow had relayed several valuable pieces of information. It even thwarted a significant operation from Isin Jiao's upper ranks, preserving the vitality of the Iron Blood Fortress within the Guardians Alliance. The secret communications of our righteous sect were considered a great achievement, and the revelation of the Shiman family was also a significant victory. Such a deeply rooted family. Once they began to act, their destructive potential within the city would certainly be vast and catastrophic. Now that their identities were known in advance, preparations could be made, essentially saving countless lives. The contribution was immense. Following deliberation, the Dark Division prepared to elevate the Shadow's rank. It was nearly sufficient for a grade B distinction. They were merely considering the method of promotion and reward. However, this was not urgent. She still needed to continue her undercover work. Furthermore, the identity of the Shiman family needed to be reported to Bai Yunyuan, as there were 2 instructors there awaiting processing. If one of our own were dealt with due to the actions of the demonic cult, would that not be a case of familial pain and enemy joy? A secret letter was dispatched to the headmaster of Bai Yunyuan, Gao Qingyu. Fan Tianqiao received the news of Feng Chie's first place in the grand competition and found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. Feng Chie indeed secured the top position in the Baiyun Wuyuan competition. The champion. Not only had he acquired a wealth of high-tier elixirs and points, but it was also evident that Baiyun Wuyuan would undoubtedly nurture him, directing resources towards him. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that this Feng Chie was affiliated with Isin Jiao. Was this not akin to cultivating a rival? If a report were made, would it not necessitate revealing the presence of Ingzi, the maid by Feng Chie's side? How else could one gain the trust of the higher-ups? The dilemma lies in the fact that once Ingzi's identity is known to another, the peril increases exponentially. Should an internal traitor catch wind of this information, the thread that Feng Chie could exploit for an extended period would inevitably be severed. It could even prompt a swift reassignment of the current plan. Thus, Ingzi must remain concealed. The question arises, how to expose Feng Chie alone? At the very least, the resource allocation from Baiyun Wuyuan must not be overtly apparent. After much contemplation, Fan Tianqiao found himself indecisive and sought counsel from Chen Rahai. Chen Rahai proposed, at Baiyun Wuyuan, I have an old superior whom I trust implicitly. His name is Huang Yifan. He serves as the vice mountain leader and is a senior member of the Guardians, with direct access to the upper echelons. Fan Tianqiao was quick to act, intending to consult the legendary vice mountain leader Huang for guidance. Huang Yifan, however, was quite vexed, as he had yet to form a definitive opinion regarding Feng Chie's true nature. What do you expect from me? He lamented, tugging at his hair. Fan Tianqiao suddenly felt that Chen Rahai might as well have been sitting before him in disguise. Upon closer inspection, it seemed he had not removed his shoes and lacked the strong aroma that usually accompanied Chen. Thus, he felt a slight sense of relief and continued. This matter is intended to be a long-term endeavor. We must cultivate this line over time, and for that, collaboration with Baiyun Wuyuan is essential. We trust only you, given the significance of this situation. He paused, emphasizing, if Feng Chie continues to excel, Ingzi could very well be the first and only successful infiltrator into the upper echelons of the Wei, with Zheng Jiao, after all these years. Huang Yifan rolled his eyes and remarked, on one hand, you want him to continue excelling and ascend higher to gather more intelligence. On the other, you want to mitigate resource allocation to avoid empowering him. What exactly do you intend? Fan Tianqiao found himself at a loss for words. Is this not a request for your esteemed guidance? I am merely a warrior, not a strategist. Huang Yifan replied with an air of indifference. Fan Tianqiao nearly choked on his frustration. Are we discussing the same issue? Why do you not grasp my meaning? Chapter 28, Dongfang Sanson. With no alternative, Fan Tianqiao had to clarify, Old Huang, this matter is of great importance and long-term implications. The upper leadership we can approach is limited, and it is challenging to ascertain their reliability. Should word leak out, our grand plans spanning centuries could be shattered in an instant. Huang Yifan concurred. Indeed, caution is warranted. You speak the truth. He sighed. We know you lack the intellect, and we had no expectations of you. We merely sought your assistance in identifying someone more reliable or for you to report directly. Yet, he had not anticipated your utter lack of comprehension, having hinted at this several times without you grasping it. Huang Yifan finally understood, his brow furrowed in contemplation, before suddenly slamming his hand on the table. Are you implying that I lack intelligence? Fan Tianqiao was left speechless. How is it that you have suddenly become so astute? Just after I uttered that phrase, you responded? This is precisely the statement you should not have comprehended. With a crack, Huang Yifan's weight bore down on Fan Tianqiao's bones, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure. Eventually, he could no longer restrain himself and cried out, Old Huang, I beseech you for mercy. I cannot endure this. His plea was heartfelt. For Huang Yifan had suddenly halted his pressure on a sensitive spot and increased his force. Only upon hearing the plea did Huang Yifan grunt in response. It seems you are rather spineless. Should you be apprehended, you would likely turn traitor. He then released Fan Tianqiao, clutching his aching side. Fan Tianqiao wore a look of despair. You tread upon a life-threatening area. How can I not plead for mercy? To be crushed into impotence by an upper-up simply for offending them would be utterly unjust. What does that have to do with being spineless? Does Huang Yifan maintain such an unyielding demeanor in front of the higher-ups? Regrettably, it turned out that Chen Ruhai's superior was just as unreliable as Chen himself. This realization hit hard. Huang Yifan instructed Fan Tianqiao to return the following day for news before swiftly departing. No matter how brusque he might be, Huang Yifan, as a vice mountain leader, was not devoid of understanding. However, it was said that Fan Tianqiao often clashed with Chen Ruhai, who had once been his subordinate, and thus needed to be reprimanded. Huang Yifan, facing the wind, raced through the skies. As an experienced veteran, he contemplated far more than Fan Tianqiao. If the claims were indeed true, there would be ample opportunities for maneuvering. Consequently, he hurried to the headquarters, making his way up several ranks to request an audience with the strategist, Jiu Yi. Jiu Yi, the chief military strategist for the Guardians, was known by the true name Dongfang Sanson. The name might elicit a chuckle, yet he was a figure of remarkable strategic prowess and unerring foresight. Over the years, it was Dongfang Sanson's meticulous planning that upheld the battle against Wei Zhengjiao. Without him, the Guardians would have crumbled long ago, beset by the rapid ascendance of Wei Zhengjiao. Yet, under Dongfang Sanson's guidance, the Guardians adeptly exploited the vulnerabilities of the demonic cult, often employing superior numbers to gain the upper hand. His tireless efforts allowed the Guardians to maintain their advantageous position in the continental landscape. The peculiar name of Dongfang Sanson stemmed from his father, who had little education yet robust health, fathering numerous children. By the time he reached his 25th child, all conceivable names had been exhausted. Names like ocean, mountain, cloud, clear sky, dark cloud, and storm had all been claimed. Moreover, Dongfang's father was quite the formidable figure, in terms of strength rather than intellect. Thus, he deemed it improper to name his offspring with trivial names. Seeking external assistance for naming was out of the question, as he held a feudal belief that women should not have the authority to name. If women were permitted to name, what would become of his dignity as the head of the household? Therefore, starting from Dongfang Erliu and continuing through Dongfang Qiji, all offspring bore such names. To the outside world, Dongfang's father proclaimed it was to avoid duplication. It is worth mentioning that Dongfang Sanson's father was the previous generation's 5th-rank figure on the Yunduan weapon list, known as the Mixed Heaven Hammer, Dongfang Zhoming. Dongfang Sanson, as the name implies, was born in the 33rd position. After gaining fame, he sought to obscure the origins of his name, leading to proverbs such as 10 parts of heaven's design, I only see 9 parts of strategy, or heaven's will is whole. My strategy is 3/3. After all, 3 times 3 equals 9. Thus, aside from the older generation who understood the true origin of Dongfang Sanson's name, the younger generations, regardless of their cultivation level or status, have always respectfully referred to him as Jiu Yi. Huang Yifan waited for 2 full hours until Dongfang Sanson concluded his affairs and summoned him inside. Upon entering, Huang Yifan observed dozens of open documents awaiting Dongfang Sanson's attention on the desk. Jiuyi remained as industrious as ever. In the presence of Dongfang Sanson, Huang Yifan appeared as meek as a little rabbit, his voice trembling slightly. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, akin to a pilgrimage. The disparity in status was insurmountable. "You have merely a quarter of an hour." Dongfang Sanson, somewhat fatigued, lifted his teacup and reminded Huang Yifan not to engage in pleasantries. "In 15 minutes. I have other matters to attend to." Huang Yifan dared not be negligent, fully aware of the preciousness of Dongfang Sanson's time. He thus spoke candidly, presenting all he knew about Feng Che, the shadowy matters, his speculations, discoveries, as well as his plans and long-term strategies. As soon as he began to delve into specifics, Dongfang Sanson's demeanor shifted to one of intense focus. He listened with rapt attention, silent and motionless, his eyes sparkling with a flickering light. Once Huang Yifan finished, Dongfang Sanson pressed a bell, and immediately someone entered. He instructed, "Postpone the upcoming matters by an hour." "Understood," came the response, followed by the sound of the door closing, ensuring soundproofing. Silence enveloped the room, and Dongfang Sanson fell into contemplation. He then spoke softly, "We are aware that the Wei Zheng Jiao utilizes the Wu Ling Gu for communication. They have always aimed to replicate and decipher this method, yet they have not succeeded. Consequently, aside from the higher echelons of the Guardians, this information has been concealed from others. Therefore, none below the Guardians, including all those stationed, know the reason. They only recognize that the Wei Zheng Jiao can communicate swiftly, far more conveniently than we can. Thus, they have continually researched how to match or surpass them." Huang Yifan, taken aback, asked why. Dongfang Sanson's face displayed a conflicted hesitation as he slowly replied, "Because the Wuling Gu are living beings, and utilizing such creatures to remain concealed within the human body to achieve free communication is beyond human capability. Yet, the Wei Zheng Jiao can accomplish this, whereas we cannot." At this juncture, he sighed deeply and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, there may already be outcomes in places we are unaware of, but they exist beyond our reach. We can only seek self-preservation." Huang Yifan was perplexed. He could comprehend the notion that it was beyond human capability, yet the true meaning of the strategist's words eluded him. "You only need to know that this matter must be sealed off," said Dongfang Sanson with a sigh. "The information is indeed favorable and accurate, but if it falls into the wrong hands, it may lead to catastrophic unrest." Huang Yifan found himself further bewildered, yet he remembered to obey, saying, "Yes, I will keep it confidential and will immediately seal my lips." "Good," Dongfang Sanson replied, his brow furrowing even more. Deep within his eyes, there was a hint of despondency. He paused for a moment before finally speaking. "Huang Fushan, do you think Feng Che does not seem like a villain?" Dongfang Sanson's words were deliberate, as if each syllable required careful consideration. Huang Yifan tensed, reflecting deeply before responding, "I cannot see through him." He wanted to admit that Feng Che did not appear to be a bad person at all, but before Dongfang Sanson, he dared not voice such certainty. "Not being able to see through him is perhaps a good thing," Dongfang Sanson murmured, frowning as he took out several smooth, rounded copper coins from his pocket, letting them clatter in his hand before scattering them on the table. He focused intently, listening and observing. After a moment, he exclaimed, "The heavenly secrets are confounded. They cannot be divined." His gaze sharpened immediately. Huang Yifan did not dare to breathe, staring blankly with confusion. The notion of heavenly secrets being muddled likely indicated the involvement of the Wei Zheng Jiao. Dongfang Sanson sighed heavily. "What does this mean, Jiuyi?" Huang Yifan pondered. "Because we cannot disturb or influence the heavenly secrets, yet the Wei Zheng Jiao can," Dongfang Sanson lamented. Huang Yifan did not grasp this statement. But Dongfang Sanson did not continue to elaborate, instead furrowing his brow in contemplation. The heavenly secrets were confounded, the outcomes uncertain. If the secrets were indeed muddled, why were the outcomes still undetermined? It should logically be disastrous. Where could the fortune possibly arise from? Was there an aspect within that favored us? If so, what was that favorable aspect? After considerable reflection, Dongfang Sanson finally grasped something and nodded, rising to pace slowly as he articulated, "Firstly, those in the dark faction who are informed, along with other knowledgeable individuals, will be reassigned to the underground bases of various divisions. This is to address all their familial needs. They must not come and go. The time frame is 10 years, subject to discretion. Secondly, all personnel, including the former and current leaders of the Baiyunzu's main hall, will be reassigned. I will personally select staff to oversee the area. Chun Rahai and Fan Tianqiao will be appointed as deputy leaders of the Baiyunzu main hall. One of these two will be reassigned after 3 years. The Bibo City main hall will select personnel for appointment. They will provide support to the Fong family. Within the Baiyun Martial Academy, you alone must know of this matter, and not a word must be leaked. As for Fong Che, act according to your heart. There is no need to suppress or skew resources. However, ensuring Fong Che's safety is paramount. Furthermore, I will have someone take over this line. From now on, this matter will be directly under the headquarters. Chun Rahai and Fan Tianqiao may manage other affairs at their leisure, even neglecting them. But regarding Fong Che, they must maintain direct contact with headquarters. Inform them that not a whisper of this matter must escape. The name Shadow can no longer be used. It must be completely severed from the past, with all records destroyed. I will personally rebuild it at headquarters and rename it Yuang. I will also arrange for someone to cooperate with you at the Baiyun Martial Academy. As he meticulously outlined each point, Huang Yifan appeared dazed, struggling to comprehend. Fearing the delay of critical matters, Dongfang Sanson decided to create a jade slip on the spot, imprinting the information into Huang Yifan's mind with a swift gesture. By the time Huang Yifan stumbled out of headquarters, he realized that precisely an hour had passed, neither a minute more nor less. How precise? Huang Yifan was filled with awe, his heart still racing with excitement. The emotions of having met a significant figure that day were overwhelming. Yet, he noticed a solitary figure standing at the stargazing platform of headquarters, gazing at the sky with an indescribable sense of solitude. Huang Yifan felt a sudden jolt in his mind, and in an instant, he found himself oblivious to everything. When he regained his senses, he had unknowingly traveled over 1,000 miles. Who was that person? How extraordinary they were. Fong Che had already been assigned to a class. As expected, in the first grade class Wanabaiwu, he was in the same class as Mo Ganyan, while the others in the top 10 had been dispersed across various classes. This was indeed a traditional practice of Baiyun Martial Academy. Competition exists between classes, and it would not do to confine all the promising talents to a single class. Such overwhelming dominance over other classes would undoubtedly hinder collective progress. The despair of being unable to stand out would loom over every child's heart, detrimental to their future growth. Originally, Mo Ganyan was also meant to be placed in another class, yet for reasons unknown, he remained in Class 1. Each classroom is akin to a grand hall capable of accommodating hundreds, yet only 100 students were present, rendering the space rather vacant. The chief instructor was Li Chongkong, and the second instructor was Bao Feiyu. All 4 instructors were present for self-introductions and roll call. Fong Che observed that the eyes of the 4 instructors were as sharp as lightning, cold as ice, repeatedly scanning the faces and bodies of all the students. However, each student's demeanor appeared somewhat lackluster, suggesting they had just sent off students they had taught for 5 years, still grappling with their emotions. Fong Che empathized with the 4 instructors, feeling not discomfort, but rather a sense of reliability stemming from their shared camaraderie. Regarding the names of the 4 instructors, Fong Che could only think of one word: exceptional. A whisper echoed in the ears of RZH Ing. The names of the 4 instructors are truly remarkable. How were they chosen? F. Ing Ch chuckled softly, a profound expression gracing his features. Based on his experience, such names were perfectly suited for the Jianghu. They were undoubtedly self-assigned. The original names might have been something like DNI, or DN, GUSH Ing, or GUDN. However, such inquiries could never be voiced. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. If the instructors were to be left with a lasting impression, the next 5 years would feel like wearing a pair of constricting shoes. Greetings, teachers. All the students rose in unison to pay their respects. Not at all. LCH Ing waved his hand dismissively. We hope you will refer to us as instructors. The title of teacher is not yet appropriate for you. The entire class was taken aback. For now, we are merely employed by the Martial Academy to train you into warriors. You have paid, and we receive our salaries from the academy. Thus, this is a transaction. With his hands clasped behind his back, LCH Ing spoke calmly. Only when we acknowledge your efforts and you recognize our teaching will a true teacher-student relationship be established. However, it will not elevate to the level of master and disciple. This distinction is important for you to understand. LCH NGK Ing asserted. Now, form a line and enter the 4 rooms in turn to begin your assessments. Regardless of past glories, championships, or titles, today you all start from 0. Do you understand? Effing CH rolled his eyes. You might as well just ask for my ID. The 4 instructors commenced their duties. 100 students lined up in 4 columns, taking turns to enter the temporary rooms for qualification assessments and evaluations. Towering like a colossus, MGNYN stood at 2 meters and 3 heads, taking the lead in line. FNCH, now standing at 185 centimeters, followed closely behind. Indeed, he had grown. At this height among boys, he was already a standout. However, it was undeniable that he was still a whole head shorter than MGNYN. As for the other students, it was no exaggeration to say that MGNYN's presence alone made him the clear standout. If one were to swing a blade at the height of MGNYN's neck, aside from him, no one else would sustain even a single hair's damage. This included FNCH as well. Moreover, MGNYN's physique was extraordinarily robust, essentially a perfect proportion magnified twice based on FNCH's standards. Standing at 2 meters and 3, weighing 400 pounds, he exhibited no signs of bulkiness, only an overwhelming sense of strength and might. MGNYN made a point to stand next to FNCH, who felt quite uncomfortable. Keep your distance. Why? Are you worried I might fall and crush you? Cut out. MGNYN rolled his eyes. It must be noted that while anyone else rolling their eyes would be inconsequential, when MGNYN did so, the motion seemed to stretch the distance of his dark pupils to an extraordinary degree, evoking a sense of unease in FNCH. MGNYN was the first to be assessed, and LCH Ing was pleasantly surprised. Legendary grade talent? Innate meridians fully open? Quite impressive. After testing his cultivation, he was even more satisfied. Peak martial artist at the 3rd level, on the verge of a breakthrough, with a solid foundation and flawless meridians, showing no signs of drug use. His body is exceptionally coordinated, a talent seen once in a century. The key is his remarkable comprehension. He is a polymath. A hint of a smile broke through LCH Ing's icy demeanor. MGNYN? Are you a scion of the M family? What brings you to the BIYN Martial Academy? Why not practice within your family? Without pressure, among peers in my family, I feel no challenge. Hence, I thought to try my luck at the academy. If BIYN Martial Academy does not suffice, I shall seek other institutions. MGNYN candidly explained. LCH Ing furrowed his brow but nodded, not angered. MGNYN spoke the truth. Given the M family's influence, achieving such a decision was indeed feasible. He then asked, You and FNCH share good rapport? FNCH? MGNYN was somewhat puzzled as to why FNCH was suddenly being mentioned. LCH Ing nodded. In my youth, I had dealings with your family, so allow me to offer you a word of caution. Keep an eye on FNCH. Frowned, unconvinced, and simply replied, Understood. By the way, why not join a hidden sect? The sects are too insular. Moreover, many of them retreat into seclusion during conflicts. Thus, our ancestors decreed against joining any sect. MGNYN elaborated. The men of the M family would rather die in battle than seek refuge in a sect. Excellent. Applauded in admiration. The M family truly lives up to its name. What he meant by lives up to its name remained unspoken. As MGNYN exited, he encountered FNCH, who stood at the front of the line, silently signaling him with his eyes, indicating caution as the instructor inside harbored no fondness for him. FNCH understood and strode confidently forward. FNCH? Yes. Step forward. Understood. FNCH distinctly sensed LCH Ing's cold demeanor. Logically, as the champion, he should be treated preferentially. Why this treatment? Although he refrained from uttering anything as overtly sarcastic as the noble F. Ngongzi, he could feel the tension in the air. However, a moment later, exceeding all grades, surpassing the limits of the Y.L. Ing Tower, LCH NGK Ng's mouth fell agape. Chapter 30. A hot potato with a crack. LCH NGK Ng closed his mouth. I have encountered a future talent destined to ascend the ranks of the YND weapons list. Struggling to maintain his composure, LCH NGK Ng's eyes sparkled with an almost dreamlike radiance. After assessing F. Ng CH's cultivation, he was even more astounded. Weren't you at the 5th level just the other day on the platform? Indeed. Then how are you at the peak of the 5th level now? I am not certain how this happened. After completing the registration and converting F. Ng CH's original monster hunting points into credits for the BIYN Martial Academy, LCH NGK Ng sighed, hesitating to speak. F. Ng CH activated his credit card, which displayed his name and a balance of 110 credits. From this moment forth, any expenses at the academy, including food, clothing, housing, elixirs, and manuals, could be paid using this card. This card could satisfy any need. However, due to traces of elixirs consumed in the past, he was prohibited from taking any additional potent drugs or precious materials until he broke through to the innate Grandmaster stage. Very well. I shall find a way to eliminate the traces of the elixirs in your body, ensuring clarity in your foundation. When building the foundation, one must not rush. Fortunately, your consumption was minimal. Had it been more, the accumulation of poison could obstruct your future. F. Ng CH understood this downside, but prior to this, he had no options. He had intended to recuperate at the BIYN Martial Academy, and now that LCH NGK Ng had discovered it, it was even better. Next, LCH NGK Ng paused and asked, F. Ng CH, why did you seize the assets of the S family? Seize? Back in the day, you knocked on the widow's door and excavated the grave of the deceased. You've certainly profited from student bribes over the years, haven't you? LCH NGK Ng was furious. I have never done such things. Yet he did not explode. He understood the intent behind F. Ng CH's words. After a moment of silence, LCH NGK Ng retorted, sharp-tongued. F. Ng CH smiled. My brother S is still alive. Leave. Understood. He could clearly sense the shift in LCH NGK Ng's attitude. Yet the look of helplessness in his eyes was even more pronounced. The assessment and evaluation for the entire class concluded, and the 4 instructors gathered together. In my vicinity, there are 5 individuals classified as A, 6 classified as A among, 11 classified as A, and 3 classified as B above. There are 6 classified as A above, 6 classified as A among, 9 classified as A, and 4 classified as B above. 8 classified as A above, 1 innate ice spirit body, 5 classified as A among, 10 classified as A, and 1 classified as B above. After the 3 individuals concluded their statements, they turned their gaze toward Li Chongkong. This group of students exhibits significantly superior aptitude compared to the previous cohort, a notion universally acknowledged with nods. Aptitude is plainly evident, serving as the most compelling evidence. And what about you, leader? As for me, 5 classified as A above, 7 classified as A among, 10 classified as A, and 1 classified as B above. Li Chongkong appeared somewhat distracted. The other 3 exchanged glances, counting. Hey, something is amiss. We are 2 individuals short. The missing 2 include Mo Ganyan, rumored to possess a heavenly level aptitude, with innate meridians that are exceptionally clear and both hands and feet equipped with unparalleled blades. His innate meridians are notably thick and resilient, meaning he can adeptly handle any weapon with ease. Once he reaches a certain level of cultivation, he will be a formidable opponent on the battlefield. When discussing this, Li Chongkong should have been exuberant and animated. However, his demeanor reflected a lack of vitality and absent-mindedness. What the heck? The other 3 were instantly astonished, followed by expressions of delight. Such a genius. They had only encountered 5 in their years of teaching, and none could compare to Mo Ganyan's caliber, as he is backed by the entire Mo family, which provides endless high-tier or exceptional cultivation resources. This guarantees the finest supply in every aspect, ensuring that the child is nurtured in spirit, physique, meridians, sinews, bones, and even the coordination of limbs. This exemplifies the foundation of aristocratic families. There exists an undeniable inequality. For instance, The total expenditure and cultivation costs for an ordinary child from birth to the pinnacle of mastery may not even equate to the value of a bowl of porridge consumed by a child from a prominent family during gestation. The reason Mo Ganyan currently appears to have a low rank is intentional. He is steadily solidifying his foundation, crafting a perfect base for a towering future. This is the distinction between geniuses. Initially, some children may indeed progress rapidly, even surpassing those from aristocratic families. Yet, many of these children encounter a bottleneck and abruptly stagnate upon reaching a certain height. The sole reason is the depletion of their foundation. Conversely, the geniuses from noble families maintain a steady pace, ascending to high ranks with remarkable composure. To illustrate, during their school years, numerous children from ordinary families may excel. However, once they enter society, their trajectories diverge drastically from those of the affluent and powerful. This is the essence of foundation. Is it unfair? Is it just? Thus, the three instructors instantly recognized Mo Gan-yun's immense potential for the future. He is likely to ascend the cloud weapon rankings. Bao Feiyu softly uttered these words. The others silently nodded, although they could not ascertain specifics. As long as Mo Gan-yun does not meet an untimely end, his future placement in the top 100 of the cloud weapon rankings appears assured. The trio was left in a state of astonishment. Upon observing Li Changkong once more, they realized that the leader's expression remained distant, as if he were lost in thought, devoid of any hint of surprise or shock. What is the matter? Bing Shangshui furrowed her brow and inquired, by the way, what about the other one? The group promptly reacted. Indeed, there's still one more. As for the other, Li Changkong's eyes were filled with astonishment as he replied, is Feng Che. Ah, the first place in this new student competition. Bing Shangshui nodded. What of him? Li Changkong swallowed. I do not know his aptitude level. The three raised their brows, puzzled. His aptitude has surpassed the limits of the 12-story fish dragon tower and exceeded it by a significant margin. Li Changkong's lips felt parched. You should understand what this implies. The three fell silent, their mouths agape. In the quiet space, only the sound of their racing hearts could be heard. It was intense. Just with Mo Ganyan, they were already struggling to comprehend the implications. After all, this is an opportunity to etch their names in history. As their disciples soars, they as instructors are bound to be renowned in the annals of time. Yet you inform me that there exists another individual even more formidable than Mo Ganyan. Moreover, this person is Feng Che. In simpler terms, the fate of our 4 lives, whether to be immortalized in history or to be remembered with disdain, hinges entirely on these 2 students. Li Changkong let out a wry chuckle. Regardless of whether we are remembered fondly or vilified, we are destined to enter history. The 3 simultaneously forced a smile, their expressions laden with complexity. No wonder the Martial Academy directly designated the 4 of us. Duanzhong Lu chuckled wryly. The 4 of them are golden instructors. For many years, they have stood unrivaled in by Yun Martial Academy in terms of teaching excellence. The students they have nurtured have gone on to excel in their respective fields. They could be considered the first tier, standing at the pinnacle of the teaching hierarchy. Li Changkong spoke slowly. You are all aware of Feng Che's past deeds. You have seen them and should have some impression. Thus, you should understand my meaning. Indeed, Bing Shangshui, a woman of exquisite beauty, displayed concern on her lovely face. All of this carries a strong sense of the sinister path. We even suspect that Feng Che may already be affiliated with the dark arts. Furthermore, the mysterious disappearance of the Su family's main force raises suspicions of his involvement. After all, intelligence indicates that during the days of the Su family's disappearance, Feng Che was out alone for 3 days. Following that, news emerged of the Su family's collective disappearance. Intelligence also indicates that the night the Su family's main force departed was precisely when Feng Che left. Bing Shangshui's delicate brows furrowed. Leader, this is a troublesome issue. The 3 simultaneously frowned. Bing Shangshui's assertion was entirely accurate. The current situation is indeed as such. What is your perspective, leader? Duanzhong Lu inquired. Chapter 31. Worthy of discussion and action. Upon hearing the question, an unusual expression crossed Li Changkong's face as he remarked, I couldn't help but ask him a question. Why do you seek to monopolize the Su family's assets? And what did he say? He retorted, in the past, you knocked on a widow's door and desecrated a grave. Over these years, you've accepted bribes from students. Earning quite a bit, haven't you? Li Changkong's expression was quite peculiar. The three simultaneously exclaimed, "Leader has never done such things. This is intriguing." Bao Fei Yu stroked his chin, while Bing Shang Shui's eyes were filled with contemplation. "Leader, what do you think we should do?" Bing Shang Shui inquired. The moment this question was posed, the atmosphere darkened, leaving them speechless. "We have taught so many students. How many can we say will undoubtedly rank on the weapon list as long as they do not meet an untimely demise?" Li Chang Kong sighed wryly, asking, "Is there any?" "None." The three bowed their heads, exhaling deeply. While Mo Ganyun's aptitude is sufficient, it only suggests a potential ascent to the cloud weapon rankings. He is comparable to the most talented few we have previously taught. However, Fang Che is assuredly capable of ascending. With effort, he may even contend for the top position. Li Chang Kong took a deep breath, stating, "So, do you understand now?" "Understood." The three nodded in unison. Their movements were slow, yet their gazes gradually grew resolute. "We are merely instructors," Li Chang Kong asserted, "not masters." Though the words were veiled, the three comprehended the leader's intent. Equal treatment for all. Excellent. With the tone established, the matter became manageable. Whether one is renowned for eternity or infamous for millennia, can we truly allow such talent to wither in our hands? Li Chang Kong inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Even if he is a disciple of the dark sect, are we, the four of us, incapable of guiding him? Can 5 years not alter the disposition of a single student? If he is not a disciple of evil, we could cultivate a pillar for the continent. If he is, even in the worst-case scenario, I believe we can lead him to embrace both righteousness and wickedness." Li Chang Kong continued, "The debt of gratitude we owe our masters is profound, and the bonds we forge are significant. Should it come to pass that he truly belongs to the dark sect, then I would deem it worthwhile to awaken even a shred of conscience within him, even if it is but a fragment. Thus, I believe that is sufficient. Let it be so." Fang Che remained oblivious to the instructor's contemplations as he found himself extorting Mo Ganyun. "You're treating me to lunch at noon, right?" Fang Duqi inquired. "Yes. But why the sudden demand for me to treat you?" Mo Ganyun replied, perplexed. "Because of me, you have a single room, all to yourself in a spacious abode. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal?" Fang Duqi countered. His reasoning held merit. Mo Ganyun scratched his head, vaguely feeling something amiss, yet he acquiesced. In the martial academy, students shared rooms, while Fang Che and Mo Ganyun, being at the pinnacle of the new students, were naturally assigned the finest and most spacious quarters. Now, with Fang Che residing elsewhere, it was only fitting that Mo Ganyun enjoyed this room alone. "So it is settled," Fang Che mused with a smile in his heart. "Ah, this Mo Ganyun possesses a charming character, just as I anticipated, truly a simpleton." Meanwhile, the instructors were formulating the teaching plans. With 100 students, meticulous selection and tailored educational strategies were imperative, ensuring individual attention and appropriate instruction. The process was labor-intensive, rendering the initial days of the new semester the most arduous for instructors, while simultaneously the most leisurely for the new students, as they were free from oversight. This process typically required 3 days and was regarded by Yun Martial Academy students as the final moments of relaxation and joy in their lives, an indulgent revelry before descending into the depths of rigor. Once graduation arrived, whether in life, combat, or cultivation, all depended solely on oneself, and various pressures would descend like a mountain. Hence, it was indeed the final moments of ease and joy in life. However, while the new students reveled in this interlude, the senior students endured torment. Assessments. The fourth-year seniors faced evaluations based on the new students' first day, penalizing those who showed no improvement with a deduction of 2 points, and 5 points for those whose cultivation and rankings regressed. A lament echoed throughout by Yun Martial Academy. Aside from those few who remained steadfast in their rapid progress, only one person yearned for this assessment, Fang Qingyun. He could distinctly sense the magnitude of his improvement, a transformation that could only be described as a rebirth, an assertion not made lightly. All of this stemmed from the dinner his cousin had treated him to. Fang Qingyun held no evidence for this belief, yet he buried it deep within his heart. He understood that voicing his suspicions would only bring trouble to his cousin. He recalled the moment he sensed the change and had quietly confided in Fang Che. "Cousin, I have been in excellent form lately. It seems my comprehension and innate qualities have significantly improved." At that time, Fang Che had smiled and remarked, "Then, In the assessment, it should not be 7,476. Congratulations. Fong Qing-yun feigned great anger, leaving in a mix of shame and indignation. Yet within, he felt assured, for his cousin had shown no surprise. With anticipation and trepidation, Fong Qing-yun prepared to give his utmost in this assessment. During the time when new students were carefree and senior students were undergoing evaluations, the Martial Academy convened a meeting. The sole topic was the handling of Gao Yunqi and Zhou Yi. With the incident having occurred, the Academy could not feign ignorance, and the outside world was already stirred. Vice Principal Huang Yifan staunchly supported Gao and Zhou, asserting their innocence, while Supervisor Meng Qizheng firmly believed they had tarnished the Academy's reputation and deserved severe punishment. Principal L. Jiaoshan was resolute that Gao and Zhou bore no responsibility. Both sides had their supporters in considerable numbers, with many moderates advocating for action, citing justifiable reasons for intervention. Others believed no action was necessary, also with sound reasoning. Ultimately, the pressure fell upon Principal Gao Qingyu. In his possession was a piece of intelligence he had just received. The Shimin family, led by Shimin Su Ri, was suspected of collusion with the Tianshan sect, with a 90% probability that they were already affiliated with the sect, and Shimin Su Ri was a seed cultivated by them. The information was absolutely reliable. From the outset, Gao Qingyu had determined his course of action. How could he punish his own for the sake of eliminating those from the Tianshan sect? Thus, from the beginning of the meeting, Gao Qingyu appeared drowsy until Huang Yifan, in a fit of rage, attempted to strike Meng Qizheng, at which point he erupted. Is this truly by Yun Martial Academy conducting a meeting? Are we not merely a band of ruffians vying for territory? The assembly was taken aback, their hearts racing at the familiarity of his words. Bang! The principal slammed the table forcefully. Is there anyone here who does not regard me as principal? Huh? Do you not respect me? Are you two conspiring to rebel? Gao Qingyu's anger surged as he pounded the table, his voice a thunderous roar. All senior members of the academy bowed their heads, pinching their temples in exasperation. Here we go again. The principal was once more engaging in unruly behavior. Indeed, as he raged, he began to seize upon the opportunity to make his point. It was utterly disorganized and disrespectful. If they treated me, the principal, with such disdain, what respect could they possibly hold for others? Gao Yunqi and Zhou Yi had certainly erred, but could they truly deserve such harsh punishment? They had been diligent colleagues for many years. Must you so eagerly seek their ruin? Gao Qingyu thundered. Huang Yifan, do you wish to see them dead? To seize their possessions? To covet more? Huh. Are you relying on your superior cultivation and strength to coerce me, the principal? Speak. Is this true? Huang Yifan simmered with fury, cursing silently. This old scoundrel. I am the one here supporting this side, am I not? When has he ever seized the opportunity to belittle me, to assert his presence, using me as a scapegoat? I've had enough of this. On the other side, Meng Qizheng dared not utter a word. With the vice principal, who had the highest combat prowess, subdued, how could he dare to speak? Moreover, the principal's words were laden with implications. Who wished them dead? Who sought their possessions? Those two destitute fools. What could they possibly have for me to covet? Yet he did not dare to retort. To speak up would mean to be accused of wanting their demise or to seize their possessions. He could only stifle his indignation in silence. Thus, the matter was resolved. Gao Qingyu pounded the table, declaring, whoever wishes to rebel or disagrees with this decision may directly report me to the higher authorities. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Is this how decisions are made? Who is not in agreement is a rebel. What nonsense is this? One must admit, the principal has truly elevated his unruliness to an art form. At that moment, a knock resounded at the meeting room door. The door opened. Gao Yunqi and Zhou Yi appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing them, Gao Qingyu froze, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes. What on earth are these two simpletons doing here? A multitude of individuals here seem intent on dealing with you. What brings you here? Chapter 32. The Reward in Hand. Gao Qingyu now finds himself in a state of discontent. At this critical moment, two fools have emerged. Their antics of creating a ruckus and banging on the table ultimately serve the purpose of preserving their own skins. Are these two not seeking to self-impose punishment, only to recklessly charge into the front line? Why must they all possess such obstinate temperaments? As a seasoned leader, Gao Qingyu is well aware of the dispositions of his subordinates. Thus, he is infuriated. What business do you two rascals have here? Instantly, Gao Qingyu unleashes his full aura, pressing down with great force. His words are already prepared. How audacious! Attempting a rebellion. How dare you? Vice Principal Huang, throw these two unruly fellows out. He is confident that Huang Yifan will understand immediately and administer a thorough beating. After which, these two will lie in bed for a few days, claiming to have suffered broken bones, thus receiving a stern punishment, and this matter will conveniently be resolved. However, the headmaster did not anticipate that Gao Yunqi and Zhou Yi, though pale from the pressure, would stand their ground. Moreover, they boldly declared, "Headmaster, we have two statements to make. This is terrible. These two rascals have somehow managed to break through." Gao Qingyu narrows his eyes, ready to intensify his pressure. "We accept the punishment. We acknowledge our responsibilities. We are amenable to any form of punishment." Gao Yunqi struggles under the strain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Regardless of the punishment, we can accept it, but we implore the headmaster for one thing. Do not remove us from our positions at Baiyun Jiaoshi. We still wish to continue teaching the students. We want to teach indefinitely." Zhou Yi also wishes to speak, but his cultivation is inferior to Gao Yunqi's. His face flushes red, and he can only muster the words, "Me too." Gao Qingyu feels a sense of relief in his heart. Have these two finally gained some insight? He instantly withdraws the oppressive force. He then resumes banging on the table, furiously scolding. "Get out! Get out! How dare you? The Martial Academy has its procedures for handling such matters. How can you presume to dictate terms? This is a high-level meeting. This is utterly outrageous. Is there no decorum left? Do you not see me, your headmaster, Huang Yifan?" Huang Yifan, though reluctant, rises from his seat. "Present. Throw them out. Is there no decorum? What kind of conduct is this?" In his rage, Gao Qingyu seems unable to restrain himself, pounding the table. After such a grave incident, showing no remorse. "You dare come to the conference and speak such nonsense? How dare you? Is there no regard for me, your headmaster? A severe punishment is required. Relay my decree. Gao Yunqi and Zhou Yi shall have their salaries suspended, and they shall not be allowed to teach until they recognize their mistakes. Who dares to defy this? Who dares oppose? Step forward." The crowd bows their heads, subdued. Such a punishment amounts to naught but a trifle for two instructors of royal-level cultivation. Moreover, you have not touched their benefits, which are of far greater significance. Furthermore, you did not specify the duration of the punishment. You merely stated until they recognize their mistakes. If they realize their errors tomorrow, the punishment could be lifted then. Yet, everyone feels a sense of relief. Having a protective headmaster, though somewhat unruly, indeed provides a sense of security. Outside, the sounds of fists and kicks can be heard, as Huang Yifan shouts while striking, "Get out! Get out! Ever since I arrived at this wretched place, I've been treated like a mere henchman. Damn it! Your reward has arrived." Sun Yuan, beaming with joy, "For your unparalleled performance in overpowering all martial arts geniuses and reaching the pinnacle of Baiyun Wuyuan. The master is exceedingly pleased, especially with your direct thwarting of the three teachings plans, casting their seed candidates into the dust. The master is especially delighted. He specifically sent a message for me to convey to you 4 words. I am very satisfied." The last 4 words. Sun Yuan mimicked the voice of the Yinshan Palace, enunciating each word clearly. A smile spread across his face. Whether or not the Yinshan Palace is satisfied is of no concern of Feng Che. He is only focused on one thing. "My reward is the yin shui shu you desired, which the master has granted." Sun Yuan smiled, producing a jade slip from his robes. The yin shui shu is contained within this slip, and the master has also included some of his own insights on cultivation. This jade slip can only be used once before it automatically disintegrates. Understood. Feng Che felt a weight lift from his heart. The life-saving technique he yearned for is finally in his grasp. Yin Shui Shu not only preserves his foundation, but also carries no aftereffects. It is the technique most relied upon by the disciples of the Orthodox sect for survival. Typically, it can enhance speed tenfold. And Feng Che believes that by utilizing the Wuyang Jinjing to activate the Yin Shui Shu, his speed will be even more extraordinary, whether pursuing enemies or fleeing from danger. This will be his greatest trump card. Feng Che is satisfied. The cultivation of Yin Shui Shu requires careful attention. It is imperative to reach the innate realm before usage. Sun Yuan cautioned earnestly. Before reaching the royal level of cultivation, do not exceed 5 uses of the Yin Shui Shu within a year. even after breaking through. If below the royal level, do not exceed 10 uses in a year. While it is said that there are no after effects, excessive usage can still ultimately damage one's vitality. I understand. Furthermore, your title of Night Demon may be used from this day forth. Additionally, regarding communication matters, the Master has graciously bestowed upon you a communication jade. Shortly, you will connect with the Wuling Gu, and I will teach you how to operate it. Who can I contact? You may contact me, as well as Qian Sanjiang, the esteemed offering. In times of peril when I am unavailable, you may reach out directly to Lord Qian Sanjiang. Is it just the two of you? You may also contact the Master. However, while the Master appreciates you, I advise against frequent communication. If you contact him too often, he may become irritated. And once that impression is formed, it is not easily reversed. Understood. Fang Chiese, Gazi Flikivs. Moreover, the Master has appointed you as the leader of Baiyun Yuan. All seeds of the One Heart sect entering Baiyun Yuan shall henceforth look to you for guidance. Fang Che is taken aback. How will I contact them? There are secret words within the sect that can lead you to them and indicate where to meet. However, everyone will be masked or disguised. They will never reveal their true identities. You must be prepared for this. Understood. Fang Che's eyes gleam with determination. Your next task is to secure a preferential allocation of resources from Baiyun Yuan, ideally gaining the favor of the Guardians to lay the groundwork for future infiltration into their ranks. In this regard, should you achieve success, you may report to the Master at any time. Sun Yuan stated. He even felt a tinge of envy for his disciple. For even Sun Yuan himself had only gained the qualification to contact the Master after decades of effort and through relationships, only after becoming an offering of the One Heart sect. And even then, he could not contact him frequently. By that time, he had already labored for the One Heart sect for decades. Yet now, how old is Fang Che? He has already acquired the qualification to contact the Master. Master, aren't you and the Master putting me in a difficult position? Fang Che furrowed his brow. As students of the Martial Academy, we must fulfill our tasks. Only by completing enough can we hope for promotion or recognition from the higher-ups. Our tasks mainly involve dealing with our own sect. Are you asking me to betray it? Sun Yuan chuckled lightly. Some disobedient ones in our sect can also be dealt with. Fang Che is somewhat taken aback. For the greater cause of our sect, sacrificing these inconsequential pawns to create achievements for you is only fitting. Sun Yuan stated matter-of-factly. Moreover, aside from our sect, there are numerous others, especially the Tian Shun, Emo, and Sansheng. Others can also count as your achievements. Fang Che takes a deep breath. Master, your insights are profound. The esteemed Master graciously bestowed upon me a Ling Shun Dan, a potion utilized to stabilize one's divine consciousness, thus ensuring that I would not fall victim to soul-searching in the future. Sun Yuan retrieved a jade vial, which Fang Che accepted, stating, Master, there's a matter that weighs on my mind, and I'm uncertain how to articulate it. Speak your mind, Sun Yuan urged. A few days ago, I eliminated Shimin Su Ri, Fang Che declared bluntly. Consequently, I disseminated the information regarding the Shimin family being affiliated with the Tian Xinjiao. Sun Yuan, taken aback, remarked, You seem surprisingly astonished. It appears you have already commenced your dealings. Why did you not mention this earlier? I feared you would disapprove, so I acted first and informed you later. Sun Yuan felt somewhat flustered by this turn of events. I see no issue with it, he replied. Fang Ge, with a cold demeanor, replied, Master, the paramount concern is always our own well-being. As you have stated, for the sake of my achievements, the demise of a few individuals from the Tian Xinjiao is inconsequential. Besides, they are not deceased yet. This matter must be reported to the Master. Sun Yuan insisted. Allow me to convey the message. Fang Che obstructed Sun Yuan's advance and said earnestly, Master, this is my doing. Do not bear the burden on my behalf. Sun Yuan's heart warmed at this gesture. I fear the Master's wrath. I worry you may not withstand it. Yet this is ultimately my action, and I shall inevitably sacrifice more for my own advancement. Fang Che spoke candidly. I cannot expect you to continually shoulder the responsibility for my actions. After considerable contemplation, Sun Yuan conceded very well. He sighed, You, my child, are far more ruthless than I, who have muddled through for decades. Without a word of warning, you have betrayed an entire family from the Tian Xinjiao. However, your ruthlessness brings me a sense of reassurance. Chapter 33, The Night Demon. Devious and malicious Feng Che stated, "Master, you were right, for our own benefit. I must confess that I have not regarded the Tian Shun Jiao or the Yimo Jiao as anything but tools for our ascent. They serve merely as stepping stones to our advancement. And what is there to lament?" Subsequently, Sun Yuan served as protector while Feng Che consumed the Qingling Dan to stabilize his divine consciousness. He then summoned the Wu Ling Gu and activated the communication jade. The two attempted to send a message, which was successful. Your points within the sect have been credited with 500 by the master, which can be viewed through your communication jade. Understood. Then, Sun Yuan produced a jade slip containing various secret codes and symbols of the Xian Jiao, directly imprinting it into Feng Che's mind, insisting, "Commit this to memory." Each symbol represents a different meaning. Yes, under the radiant moon, as night enveloped the surroundings, Sun Yuan once more stood as protector, observing with immense satisfaction as Feng Che mastered the art of blood ignition. A sense of unexplainable pride swelled within him, a feeling that his disciple had finally matured. From this point forward, Feng Che would possess both offensive and defensive capabilities, alleviating concerns regarding safety. Moreover, the Master's regard for him heralded a future far brighter than his own. You must remember all the taboos, even if you betray others. Ensure that it remains unknown. Sun Yuan admonished earnestly. Feng Che acknowledged, albeit internally critiquing the very essence of his cult's teachings, which diverged starkly from the righteous path. While he disdained such methods, he recognized their utility. From his vantage point, betraying individuals from various sects bore no psychological burden. As for moral condemnation, such notions were merely fanciful. I am, after all, an undercover agent. If I do not betray you, what purpose do I serve? Henceforth, he perceived himself as wielding a modicum of influence. He was, after all, a significant figure. Feng Che understood that he had taken a crucial first step within the Xian Jiao. The beginning is often the most challenging, yet this initial step had been taken. In the deep of night, after Sun Yuan's departure, Feng Che pondered deeply. He retrieved the communication jade he had recently acquired and activated the Wu Ling Gu to send a message to the Ancient Gong. Master Feng Che have matters of great importance to report. After some consideration, he altered the signature from Feng Che to Yimo before dispatching it. The designation of Yimo was likely a reflection of how he wished to be addressed. Yimo, he mused, connecting it to the Yimo Jiao, imagining the Ancient Gong would derive some amusement from it. Indeed, upon receiving the message, the Ancient Gong erupted into laughter upon reading the title Yimo. He had awaited this news all afternoon, and it had finally arrived. The master envisioned the leader of the Yimo Jiao, Hai Wu Liang, kneeling before him, obsequiously declaring, "I, Yimo, report to the master." The master felt a surge of elation, as if all his burdens had been lifted. "Ah, Yimo, are you not quite formidable? Why have you now taken to kneeling and referring to yourself as my subordinate?" The master laughed heartily, his mirth echoing throughout the chamber. The guards outside could faintly hear their leader's exuberant laughter, stirring their curiosity. When did our Xian Jiao gain such an advantage over the Yimo Jiao? Why is the master so jubilant? The Ancient Gong was indeed pleased. A sense of superiority enveloped him as he sent the message with an air of authority, sitting upright and exuding an intimidating presence, as if the leader of the Yimo Jiao were kneeling before him. "I am grateful for your bestowed teachings, master. Yimo is immensely appreciative and shall serve you faithfully henceforth." Feng Che sent this message. Although such a communication was extravagant and precious, utilizing it for mere gratitude seemed a waste. Others might find it off-putting, yet the Ancient Gong would not. He likely reveled in the sentiment. Thus, Feng Che hastened to send another message of flattery to solidify the impression. "Who else can bring such joy to the master but I, Mo?" Feng Che raised an eyebrow, noting the master's evident delight. His choice of words remarkably meticulous. Loyal to serve. The emphasis on serve was unmistakable. The Ancient Gong was likely envisioning the leader of the Yimo Jiao groveling before him. "What a delight for you, old man." Feng Che transitioned to the matter at hand. "Master, I have sold the Shimin family of the Tian Shan Jiao to the Baiyun Wu Yuan." A weight settled upon Feng Che's heart. Meanwhile, upon receiving Feng Che's message, the Ancient Gong's eyes gleamed with excitement, prompting him to rise and exclaim, "Excellent, truly excellent." You are indeed a person of great ambition, decisive, ruthless, and cunning. You are indeed someone that Tian Wuxian holds in high regard. The Yin Shengong felt a surge of exhilaration. He began to feel reassured. This resolute mindset of selling and eliminating threats for personal gain epitomized the essence of the Xin Jiao. After calming his emotions, the Yin Shengong responded with a terse inquiry. What is the reason? Such brevity served to conceal his elation. As a leader, one must not reveal their emotions too readily to their subordinates. This is the art of governance. Remarkably astute, the Yin Shengong slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "You are truly ruthless. To eliminate potential threats, you decisively sold them to the enemy." Such talent. The Yin Shengong sent another message, subtly expressing his dissatisfaction. Indeed, it is essential to apply pressure to subordinates. He added, "Furthermore, my actions in Baibo City regarding the Su family left a considerable trace, necessitating a change in perception. Otherwise, the Baiyun Wu Yuan would not value me. Thus, I treated the Shimin family and Shimin Su Ri as stepping stones. This is my personal ambition, which I do not wish to conceal from a master." Feng Che, with an attitude of utmost sincerity towards a master, laid everything bare. Indeed, Yin Shengong was pleased. The night demon had shown no reservations towards me. "What are your plans moving forward?" Yin Shengong inquired. "Should any other matters arise in the future, if necessary, Ding Zhurun and Hua Charan's families will also be sold out. My loyalty lies solely with Xin Jiao and you, master. As long as it does not pertain to our Xin Jiao, I do not mind." Splendid. Yin Shengong expressed profound satisfaction. The night demon was indeed correct. We are, after all, a cult. Why should we concern ourselves with righteousness or moral integrity? Brotherhood? Ha! Such antiquated customs. After finishing the writing, I glanced at it and felt it was lacking. Thus, I added 2 more sentences. Should such situations arise again, the sect shall impose severe punishments. Once edited, it was sent out. Feng Che received the news and smiled upon reading it. Truly, Yin Shengong is the master of the demonic sect, an absolute cunning fox. This message seemed to indicate that such actions were not permitted. However, one must understand the nuances of language. The phrase "in principle" is telling. In principle, it is not allowed. Everyone understands that not allowed in principle essentially means it is permissible. Those who comprehend will grasp this. Then there's the term great taboo, which is worth noting. A taboo, indeed, but taboos, much like rules, exist to be broken. It only depends on one's audacity. The phrase "since this is the first time, there will be no repercussions" carries significant implications. If there are no repercussions for the first time, what harm could a second time bring? As for the final statement, should such situations arise again, the sect shall impose severe punishments. This should be understood in reverse. Henceforth, proceed with confidence. Xin Jiao stands behind you. Feng Che believed his interpretation was entirely sound. This must be Yin Shengong's intention. Upon receiving this news, Yin Shengong felt reassured. This lad comprehends my meaning perfectly. I hope for the day when I can genuinely alleviate the master's burdens. Indeed, you are currently avenging me. However, regarding the night demon's elimination of Shimin Su Ri, although the Shimin family has been resolved, the Tian Xinjiao will not let this matter rest easily. This issue remains. The key is that the identity of the night demon must not be revealed. Furthermore, it is crucial that my own intentions remain concealed. What to do about this? After pondering, Yin Shengong furrowed his brow, tapping his fingers on the table, and ultimately sent Feng Che a message to test him. Now that you have undertaken this matter, what is your perspective on the subsequent actions of Tian Xinjiao? Chapter 34. Feng Che earns merit. This is a test. Yin Shengong already harbored vague plans in his mind, but wanted to see how this lad would adapt. Yin Shengong gazed in rapture, a true talent. We eliminate your people, then sell your kin, and still expect you to owe us a colossal favor. This method is far superior to my previous approach. Yet, it seems time-wise this might not align. Yin Shengong quickly regained composure and asked, "Has the Shimin family already contacted Tian Xinjiao for retaliation against you?" Yin Shengong was engulfed in prolonged shock. How ruthless. You killed their ace, sold an entire family, and now intend to take down 2 from Tian Xinjiao as well? Yet, this proposition sounds quite enticing. For after executing this plan, Tian Xinjiao will undoubtedly owe Xin Jiao a substantial debt. Moreover, it would be a significant one. I have helped you avert a complete line of losses. How should they express their gratitude? That old fellow must have some inkling of this. In Shengong pondered. The response came, after doing this, your situation will become more perilous. Tian Shun Jiao will not spare you. In Shengong fell silent, gazing at the final phrase, rise to prominence. He felt a deep stir within, and a plan seemed to be forming cohesively. His gaze grew increasingly cold and fierce. The communication fell into silence. In the dead of night, Sun Yuan suddenly received a message from Yin Shengong. Contact Qian Sanjiang, bring the night demon, and execute a task at a location in Baiyunzhou, such and such. Sun Yuan immediately awoke, and just as he intended to reach out to Qian Sanjiang, a message from him arrived first. Sun Yuan, we have a task. Sun Yuan sprang into action, heading straight for Fong Che's estate, leaping over the wall. Fong Che was instantly awakened. Master, what's the matter? A task? 10 points in the sect. Great. Sun Yuan led Fong Che out of the courtyard quietly. Sun Yuan's abilities far surpassed those of the night demon, who remained completely oblivious. Follow me. On a bustling street, the sign of L.G. Qianzhuang gleamed in the night. This was one of Tian Shan Jiao's hidden strongholds in Baiyunzhou. 3 individuals affiliated with Tian Shan Jiao were present. One was a level master, and the other 2 were grandmasters. The remaining staff were disciples of these 3. Is the information reliable? Sun Yuan inquired. Can we not trust our own investigations? Qian Sanjiang replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Excellent. Fang estou dazide, utterly astonished. How is this possible? I merely suggested targeting 2 hidden strongholds, and Yin Shengong directly revealed one of Tian Shun Jiao's bases. Qian Sanjiang donned a mask and immediately utilized the technique of transformation, altering his appearance into that of a tall and slender man with a square face. Sun Yuan was cloaked in black. Fong Che wore his signature dark golden patterned cloak, without even a mask. Let's proceed. Qian Sanjiang leaped into the Qianzhuang. Sun Yuan followed closely behind. Fong Che awaited in the trees, his cultivation too low to do anything but await a chance to claim a head for merit. The other affairs would be handled by Qian Sanjiang and Sun Yuan. With a thunderous explosion, the door of L.G. Qianzhuang shattered, and Qian Sanjiang charged in like a demon. Inside, screams and shouts erupted. Who goes there? An enemy attack. The chilling laughter of Qian Sanjiang echoed. Kik. Cries of despair filled the air. Sun Yuan's sword drew blood. He could not use a blade to conceal his identity. However, as a king-level cultivator, the guards of the Qianzhuang were merely at the level master stage, a vast disparity. Moreover, with Qian Sanjiang, a high-ranking member of Exin Jiao, present, this battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Bang, bang, crack. The 8 individuals within the Qianzhuang were killed almost simultaneously. Following this, Qian Sanjiang and Sun Yuan expertly searched for identification items, leaving no trace of Tian Shan Jiao as insignia or the unique identifiers of these hidden strongholds unexamined. A total of 8 individuals, not one left out, all bearing conclusive evidence of their affiliation with Tian Shan Jiao. Once each was matched with their respective evidence, they gathered all items related to Tian Shan Jiao and opened the secret chamber, discarding the deity statues worshipped by Tian Shan Jiao. Then, Sun Yuan and Qian Sanjiang began to loot treasures and riches. The accumulated wealth was directly stored by Qian Sanjiang in a spatial ring. Finally, Sun Yuan bid farewell to Fong Che, standing atop a tree, and loudly proclaimed according to Fong Che's suggestion, Brother Fong, I leave this to you. I must execute a secret task and cannot reveal myself. I appreciate your safeguarding of the Su family's assets. Until we meet again. The 2 then swiftly ascended to the treetops, vanishing from sight. Fong Che descended from the tree, calmly emerging from the Qianzhuang with 2 horse-drawn carts. He began loading the corpses, evidence, and statues. When the guards from the main hall arrived, they found Fong Che alone, his hands stained with blood, busily working. Halt! Raise your hands. Do not move. Who are you? An inexplicable scent suddenly spread through the air. It was indeed Vice Hall Master Chen Rahai, stationed at Baiyunzhou, and beside him stood Vice Hall Master Fan Tiantiao, whose face resembled that of a sour melon. Fan Tiantiao was somewhat disheartened. He had originally resided next to Fong Che, but due to an unexpected reassignment, he was transferred from Bibisheng to Baiyunzhou, though he was demoted from Hall Master to Vice Hall Master. Bai Yunsu's jurisdiction was significantly larger than that of Bibisheng, rendering this a promotion in essence. Consequently, Fan Tianqiao cheerfully set about completing the necessary paperwork, eager to escape the clutches of the troublesome Chen Rahai, who had driven him to madness with his incessant foot ailments over the years. Upon inquiry, he discovered that he was still in the same department, with identical responsibilities, and his superior had deliberately arranged for them to continue collaborating. Fan Tianqiao experienced an immediate sense of despair. Even this joyous occasion of a promotion could not alleviate his miserable mood. On the first night of his arrival, before he could even unfurl his bedding, a gruesome massacre unfolded. His already dismal spirits were further crushed. To his dismay, he found himself at the scene with Chen Rahai once again. Fan Tianqiao felt an overwhelming urge to despair. What did it mean to have one's already dreadful mood compounded by 3 layers of distress? Then he glanced over and realized, was that not Feng Che? Chen Rahai was equally taken aback. How did this young man end up here? Feng Che, with a somewhat bashful smile, greeted them. Good evening, esteemed gentlemen. Your dedication to your duties at this late hour is commendable. Both men rolled their eyes simultaneously. How dare he speak of hardship? If it weren't for his grand schemes, would they be burdened with such toil? What on earth was happening here? Chen Rahai's tone was decidedly unfriendly. This matter is rather intricate, Feng Che replied. May I speak with you privately? Chen Rahai and Fan Tianqiao exchanged glances before following Feng Che a few paces. Speak. Fan Tianqiao then moved a few steps away from Chen Rahai, positioning himself on the opposite side of Feng Che. Feng Che was puzzled, unable to comprehend why these 2 distinguished figures were flanking him like bodyguards. What is the meaning of this? Chen Rahai and Fan Tianqiao were somewhat bewildered. What was going on? This is the situation, Feng Che shrugged. Fortunately, my elder brother Suyu. What? Chen Rahai was taken aback. Another deceased name has surfaced? Suyu, had he not lost his entire family? My elder brother Suyu is alive and well. How could he be dead? He is my dear brother. Then where is he? My elder brother has already left. He has another secret mission to fulfill and cannot remain here. What secret mission? I can't divulge that. Even if I knew, I wouldn't disclose it. Feng Che declared with righteous indignation. How could I betray my elder brother Su? So what does this mean? Fan Gu Kipondered. Isn't it sufficient to confirm these individuals' affiliation with the Tian Shenjiao? Indeed, it is more than sufficient. Both Chen Rahai and Fan Tianqiao exchanged wry smiles. Yet this matter was fraught with uncertainties. Furthermore, was it not true that you were a member of the Xianjiao? The Tian Shenjiao and your sect both fall under the banner of orthodox teachings. Do you not feel any remorse for slaying your own comrades? These demonic practitioners are indeed unlike us. So what are you doing now? Chen Rahai gazed at the carriage. Feng Che replied earnestly. Although it is everyone's duty to eradicate these demonic beings, I would not refuse to seize any advantages that come my way, especially since we risked our lives. The expressions on Chen Rahai and Fan Tianqiao's faces turned steely. Your reasoning is quite compelling. The situation was becoming clearer. The Tian Shenjiao stronghold had been targeted. Feng Che was the intended victim. Members of the Shimen clan had conspired with the Tian Shenjiao to eliminate Feng Che. The information had leaked and reached Suyu. Concerned for his brother's safety, Suyu, accompanied by his master and senior uncle, had set out to eliminate those who threatened his brother. They left behind evidence and corpses for Feng Che to claim recognition for his achievements, while Suyu withdrew into the shadows. Who were Suyu's master and senior uncle? I do not know. Their faces were concealed. One was tall and thin, the other equally slender. Where did they go? I cannot say. What did they tell you? I am hesitant to disclose. It was my elder brother, Su, who expressed gratitude. Chen Rahai and Fan Tianqiao simultaneously cursed inwardly. How dare you feel embarrassed about anything? They then conducted a neighborhood inquiry, and the residents were understandably apprehensive. With such a commotion, who could possibly sleep? Even those deep in slumber were roused by the disturbance. Many had indeed heard a particular phrase during the investigation of the hall. Brother Fong, I leave this in your capable hands. I must undertake a secret mission and cannot reveal myself. Thank you for safeguarding the Su family's assets. We shall meet again, brother. The sequence of events was seamlessly interconnected. The evidence was impeccable. Look, does everything not align perfectly? Feng Che, the great benefactor, by a stroke of fate, he had slain Shimen Shiri, thereby dismantling a significant conspiracy of the Tian Shenjiao. Otherwise, Given Shimin Shiri's prodigious talent, Baiyun Wuyuan would surely have nurtured him vigorously. The eventual fallout from this matter could have tarnished Baiyun Wuyuan's reputation. Thus, to Baiyun Wuyuan, Feng Che was indeed a great benefactor, having averted future scandal, unearthing the Tian Shun Jiao stronghold, and eliminating the demonic practitioners. This was a monumental achievement for both the Hall of Guardians and Baiyun Wuyuan. Moreover, it implicated the Shimin clan. For the city of Shangyun, this was an extraordinary contribution. Countless lives were spared from calamity due to Feng Che's actions. His merits were unparalleled. There was no doubt that Feng Che had accomplished something remarkable. However, for Chen Rahai and Fan Tinqiao, the two individuals privy to the truth, this was merely a source of frustration. Encountering Feng Che invariably dampened their spirits. Chen Rahai, with a grim expression, addressed Feng Che. As for this matter, I will cooperate with the Hall of Guardians to file a report and clarify all aspects. However, the bodies and evidence must be turned over to the Wu Yuan for further handling. Regarding the affairs of the Shimin family and the base of the Tien Shenjiao here, I remain uncertain whether to expose them. I defer to the judgment of the two lords. Feng Che humbly remarked, I am still young and lack understanding in such matters. I am merely content to have contributed. Expose? How could that be possible? This is a vital connection. Seizing it could lead to significant accomplishments. Immediately, they became busy. Meanwhile, on Feng Che's side, two individuals were dispatched to escort the bodies all the way to the Baiyun Wuyuan. They also engaged in discussions with the Wuyuan to facilitate future cooperation regarding this matter. Since we, the Zhenshou Dadayan, have taken charge of this achievement, we cannot withdraw. We must claim some credit for this, as it involves the resolution of a major case. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Wuyuan. It was still the hour of the tiger. However, the Wuyuan had already received word. Personnel from the Reward and Punishment Department and the Academic Record Office awaited at the entrance. Upon witnessing Feng Che bringing in a cart full of corpses, everyone was taken aback. One might easily mistake this for a mass grave. There was an eerie sensation in the air. The Wuyuan staff began to identify each body, examining evidence to confirm the cultivation levels of the deceased and ascertain the identities of the demonic cult members. Subsequently, they recorded the details, removed the bodies for disposal, and categorized the evidence. Following the Wuyuan regulations, they calculated the points earned. As dawn broke, the academic credits were computed. All credited to you alone? Indeed. The Reward and Punishment Department official cast a scrutinizing glance at Feng Che. In total, 26 credits were awarded, 2 innate grandmasters, totaling 16 points, 2 ordinary 7th-level masters, totaling 6 points, and 4 martial masters, totaling 4 points. The grand total is 26 points. No, generals? Feng Che was somewhat surprised. It was said that there might be a general among them, yet there was none? None. But how could innate grandmasters be so undervalued? Feng Che was astonished. Grandmasters are only worth 8 points? Should you have any questions, direct them to the Mountain Master. We are merely responsible for recording and distributing, not for explanations. The official, with a face as impassive as a coffin lid, regarded Feng Che with lifeless eyes. Does this trivial matter warrant consulting the Mountain Master? Very well, Feng Che dare not pursue it. Your business here is concluded. Await your class. I have toiled all night, so you believe you can skip class? I meant to say, I have exerted myself for the benefit of the people and am full of vigor. I will attend class and study diligently. The personnel from the Reward and Punishment Department departed hastily. They needed to report quickly, as the connection between the Shimin family and the Tien Shenjiao was no small matter. However, they were unaware that the higher-ups at the academy had long been aware of the situation and were already secretly preparing for action, with several experts gathered there. At dawn, countless individuals gathered outside the L family money house, wailing and mourning, those who had business dealings here or who had deposited their money here. Yet, even Feng Che found himself at a loss. When Qian Sanjiang and Sun Yuan took the money, could Feng Che have intervened? It would certainly implicate the innocent. Yet, regarding this, there was absolutely no solution. That afternoon, the Inshur Palace urgently contacted the leader of the Tien Shenjiao. Old Ko, I have received some news related to your Tien Shenjiao. The leader of the Tien Shenjiao, Ko Yifeng, was in no mood for pleasantries. What? The seed that had infiltrated into the Baiyun Wuyuan had inexplicably been slaughtered during the great competition. Ko Yifeng felt quite displeased. a surge of anger bubbling within him. And now the Ainshur Palace had come knocking. The Ainshur Palace appeared to be in high spirits, cheerfully stating, "I heard that Shimin Shiri is one of your seeds? The one who was killed?" What a provocative remark. Ko Yifang's anger flared. "Do you have an issue?" "No issue. Just heard that the Shimin family is also one of your vassal families?" The Ainshur Palace continued with its cheerful demeanor. "Ainshur Palace, spare me your nonsense." Ko Yifang's breathing grew heavy. With every hearsay, the sarcasm was palpable. "Who do you think you are?" "Ha!" The Ainshur Palace laughed heartily. "Old Ko, you ought to thank me. Upon receiving this news, I rushed over to inform you. This matter is quite significant." The Ainshur Palace let out a howl of laughter. "Old Ko, your work is rather careless. How could you not know about such a major event? You're in for some trouble. At the very least, your vitality will be severely affected. Mark my words." Ko Yifang quickly calmed his breathing, smiling. "Old Een? Old Een again? Brother Een." Ko Yifang's attitude shifted dramatically. "Brother Een, you are magnanimous. Do not hold it against your younger brother. What has transpired? Please enlighten me." Given your agreeable demeanor. The Ainshur Palace elongated its tone. "Yes, yes." Ko Yifang forced a smile, inwardly cursing. "Once you finish, if it is unimportant, I shall unleash my wrath upon your ancestors. The affair concerning the Shimin family has come to the attention of the Baiyun Wuyuan. You may investigate the specific reasons. I have my own connections within the Baiyun Wuyuan, and this incident occurred only today." "What?" Ko Yifang was taken aback. "Currently, the Baiyun Wen and the Jinsho Dadayan are preparing to seal off the area around the Shimin family to capture significant targets. Do not say I did not warn you." The Ainshur Palace declared triumphantly. On Ko Yifang's side, urgency set in. "Thank you, Brother Een. I owe you a favor." Having said that, he hurried off to attend to matters. The Ainshur Palace leisurely sent another message. "In the future, let us assist each other more." Ko Yifang exhaled in relief. "Indeed, indeed. Thank you." Chapter 36. You are invited to a feast. Ko Yifang, anxious and agitated, severed the communication and hastened to his tasks. This was a significant matter. As for the favor owed to the Ainshur Palace, it was genuine. After all, upon introspection, Ko Yifang clearly recognized that if he had been aware of such trouble for the Xingio, he would certainly not have offered a warning. Yet, the Ainshur Palace had taken the initiative to inform him. Ko Yifang felt a rush of emotions. Although the Ainshur Palace was often referred to as Old Een, when it came to significant matters, they were not careless. This kindness must be acknowledged. Old Een possesses great vision. While everyone typically undermines one another, observe how the Ainshur Palace acts in critical moments. Perhaps it is time for self-reflection. Ko Yifang sighed. He immediately began making arrangements, dispatching several experts. Quickly, clean up. Following this incident, the primary objective for the Guardians was naturally to ensure the Shimin family could retreat to a safe location. They would then engage in a prolonged standoff, seeking operable space over time, striving for a mutually beneficial conclusion. However, such occurrences within the Tainshengio yield but one outcome. A venomous snake bites its own hand. A valiant man severs his own wrist. The Shimin family must not be captured and divulge any leads that could expose the Guardians. Regardless of the Shimin family's significance, they remain a vassal family, and being merely a ninth-tier family, they are dispensable. Ko Yifang never regarded them as a threat, aside from potential financial gain. They held little value. Given this, extermination became the most prudent choice. Thus, the annihilation plan was set into motion. 3 days later, numerous experts stationed in Shangyun City were astonished to discover that the entire Shimin family had been poisoned. All family members perished tragically. Yet, there was utter confusion regarding how the poison had been administered and who had committed the act. The seal was so stringent that even distinguishing a fly's gender was possible. How then did the poison infiltrate? Although evidence of collusion with the Tainshengio was indeed found within the Shimin family, confirming their status as vassals and traitors to the continent, there was none of the elation typically associated with solving a major case. Everyone felt a profound sense of dereliction. Such a remarkable lead, such an opportune moment. Yet it merely culminated in the demise of a vassal family. Chun Rahai roared like thunder. Gao Jingyu was equally furious, chastising his subordinates vehemently. When Feng Che heard this news, he too was bewildered. Was it truly just the extermination of the Shimin family? Surely, this cannot be a jest. What were you all doing? I had informed you. The Tian Xinjiao were coming to silence us. If you had merely kept an eye on a Shimen family, it would have been tantamount to laying siege to a city for reinforcements. Surely, you could have apprehended something, no? How could you return empty-handed? That evening, Sun Yuan arrived. Fan Gukibilod, Yiming. My master has arrived. Do you not know to serve tea? He stumbled slightly while hastily ushering Sun Yuan into the study. Sun Yuan sighed. I must say, you need to be gentler with the ladies. Even if we are from the Mo Jiao, we cannot behave in such a manner. What kind of approach is it to strike and kick upon first meeting? Fang Che rolled his eyes. I saved this girl's life. What is there to fear about a little kick, Yiming? Do you harbor resentment towards me? The maid dared not respond, nor could she. Quickly fetch good tea and serve properly, he instructed. Yiming hurried to gather the tea set and attended beside the desk. The aroma of tea wafted as Fang Che spoke. Master, I have heard the Shimen family has perished. Indeed, they are utterly annihilated, Sun Yuan confirmed. Savoring a sip from the teacup he took from Yiming. This is why our Mo Jiao is formidable. The sentinels were utterly oblivious while we executed our plan without a trace. Indeed, Yiming stood quietly, her gaze lowered. Sun Yuan chuckled. What is so strange about this? The Tian Shan Jiao dispatched both the Poison King and the Serpent King. The Poison King released toxins upon the serpent, and the Serpent King commanded countless small snakes through hidden passages into the Shimen family, infiltrating every water source. The toxins released by the small snakes mingled with the air, resulting in the Shimen family's obliteration overnight. Fang Che could only sigh in realization. It was not that his forces were incompetent, but rather that the enemy was exceedingly cunning. Yiming remained still, head bowed. After sipping his tea, Sun Yuan remarked, It appears you have grown more at ease with this girl. Fang Che understood immediately. Previously, Sun Yuan had not allowed Yiming to serve by his side, and now he seemed to be jesting about it. Master is not an outsider. This girl may be a bit foolish, but she serves well enough. It is certainly easier than me bustling about alone. Fang Che laughed heartily. It is akin to a newlywed bride. Initially, she hides when guests arrive, but as the relatives become familiar, she joins in the conversation, does she not? Haha. He playfully pinched Yiming's delicate face. Ah, this little girl is quite delightful. Yiming's face flushed crimson. That night, after Sun Yuan departed, Yiming busied herself tidying the tea table and cleaning. Fang Che was in high spirits. With countless experts establishing an impregnable defense, so what? The Tian Shan Jiao effortlessly obliterated the Shimen family. This is truly hilarious. Yiming gazed at Fang Che with a look of confusion, clearly not comprehending why he was pleased over the demise of the Shimen family. It must be said that her cherubic cheeks and large eyes, when displaying such a bewildered expression, were extraordinarily vivid. There was no pretense. She was simply innocent. Fool! Fang Che scolded. Observing her perplexed gaze, the heir of the Shimen family perished at my hands. Their family would have eventually sought vengeance against me. Can you not see this? Now that they are extinguished, have I not been spared my troubles? When will you ever gain some insight? What level of martial prowess have you attained? Why are you not practicing? You merely stare with those big eyes, knowing nothing. Fang Che irritably poked Yiming's smooth forehead, chastising her. You are utterly useless. I might as well sell you to a brothel. With a firm push, Yiming fell backward, landing in a rather undignified manner. In the early morning, those receiving messages from Yiming exclaimed, Ah, so that is the case. No wonder. Wait, does this imply the Poison King and Serpent King of the Tian Shinjiao are in this vicinity? Capture them. Fang Che had commenced his classes. For the time being, he intended to commence his studies at the Martial Academy, having undertaken numerous endeavors. It was essential to lay low. Otherwise, both sides would begin to harbor suspicions. Notably, on the day classes commenced, a leader from the academy visited the class to commend Fang Che. To prevent any potential blemishes on the academy's reputation and to protect the populace of Shangyun City from persecution, he was awarded 20 academic credits. Thus, Fang Che's credits soared to a staggering 176. Such a number was unprecedented among new students at Baiyun Martial Academy for millennia, even among the fifth-year students, who were engrossed in training and tasks. None exceeded 2,000 credits. 1 credit could sustain a student on ordinary food imbued with spiritual energy for 10 days without requiring high-level sustenance. If combined with elixirs for training, 1 credit could last 3 days. Additionally, it allowed for the rental of a star energy training room for an hour. This incited immense envy from Mo Ganyan. Although his credits were relatively plentiful among other new students, compared to Fong Che, they were merely a fraction, let alone the fact that Fong Che possessed a gold medal, signifying he had caught the eye of the higher-ups. Mo Ganyun, with reddened eyes, approached Fong Che after class. "Treat me to a meal. For 2 months. On what grounds?" Fong Che furrowed his brow. "Can you even spend all those credits?" Mo Ganyun retorted angrily. "Treat me to a meal." Fong Che shook his head, sighing. "Old Mo, do you realize? Jealousy has rendered your current demeanor quite unsightly." Mo Ganyun responded. "As long as you can treat me to a meal, I will accept being ugly." Fong Che sighed wearily. "As one of the few friends at Baiyun Martial Academy, I thought you would celebrate my achievements. You are aware of what I have endured. With your upbringing, you should understand the dangers I have faced." Upon hearing this, Mo Ganyun calmed down. Indeed, reflecting on these matters made it clear. Accomplishments are not easily earned, especially not simultaneously. The demons of the Mo Jiao are not so easily slain, are they? What ist? The perils Fong Che faced were indeed terrifying. It was as if he was playing with death. Moreover, he had reunited with his closest brother. He patted Mo Ganyun's shoulder vigorously. "Old Mo, good brother." Mo Ganyun felt moved, reminiscing. "Indeed, it is truly not easy. I still feel a bit anxious when I think back to the giant bear paw from the academy canteen. I almost thought I would never eat it again." "Do you remember the last time you treated me to that?" Fong Che's expression softened. Mo Ganyun sighed gently, patting Fong Che's shoulder, gravely stating, "Good brother. No need for words. This morning, I will treat you to giant bear paw. Eat to your heart's content. Truly a good brother." Fong Che was so touched that tears almost spilled from the corners of his mouth. "Thank you." At noon, Mo Ganyun watched Fong Che devour his meal with great gusto across from him, feeling a swell of excitement. "This is my good brother, the first to think of me after a life-and-death crisis." It continued until Fong Che finished eating, and when Mo Ganyun went to settle the bill, he suddenly scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. He turned a glance at Fong Che's greasy face and mouth. Fong Che had already left. On the way, people greeted him continuously. Fong Che done eating? "Yes, my best brother treated me." "Oh, Montak Ganyun?" "Of course. Envious of your friendship." "Thank you." Mo Ganyun suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart. This is my brother. Does it truly matter who pays for a meal? He did not notice the complexity in the eyes of those who greeted him. He only saw the envy reflected in their gazes as they looked at him, akin to how they regarded Fong Che. This made Mo Ganyun swell with pride. He believed that others envied his fraternal bond, unaware that they actually envied Fong Che for possessing such a generous brother, one who could feast at no cost. If only we who have exhausted our credits had such a brother by our side, how wonderful it would be. Naturally, Mo Ganyun's efforts were not without consequence. He sparred with Fong Che daily, often being treated like a punching bag, emerging from each session bruised and battered. However, the knowledge he gained from Fong Che far outweighed his physical suffering. In fact, the treasures of the Mo family paled in comparison to the complete authenticity that Fong Che embodied. This encompassed even the simplest of stances, the manner of walking, and especially the art of striking. One must not underestimate a mere standing position. While anyone can stand, true mastery lies in the body's coordination, the distance between one's feet, the natural droop of the arms, and the science behind delivering a blow with speed and precision. The posture of the legs must enable the quickest response to any adversary, with the center of gravity and the pressure on each toe finely tuned for optimal performance. These are profound studies. Moreover, once one has mastered the fundamental standing position, the next step is to learn how to engage every muscle in the body at a moment's notice, achieving seamless integration between the core, legs, and upper body. Every subtle detail could mean the difference between life and death on a perilous battlefield. This is the true capital upon which a warrior stands. Chapter 37. Fong Che's greatest dilemma. Fong Che never rejected others who wished to emulate him or learn from him. Those who could grasp the knowledge would do so, while those who could not would remain forever lost. Yet he never took the initiative to teach, including to Mo Ganyun. He did not forbid learning, but held no obligation to impart knowledge. Between us, there are no favors. If one learns, it is their own achievement, and if one fails, it is their own loss. It was this realization that drove Mo Ganyun to invite Fong Che for meals every day, feeling as though he was profiting immensely. As they walked after a meal, a figure suddenly blocked their path. Fang Che looked up, recognition dawning upon him. It was Ding Jiaran, a seed player of the San Shangjiao, his face as cold as ice, his aura equally frigid. With a complex gaze, he regarded Fang Che and in a low voice asked, "Are you all right from that night?" "I'm fine," Fang Duque replied. "Not injured? Unharmed. That's good." Ding Jiaran's face remained stiff as he brushed past Fang Che. "Why'd he suddenly inquire about me?" Fang Che turned to ask. A strained smile emerged on Ding Jiaran's frosty visage, as if it had been ages since he last smiled. "Did you not say that regardless of victory or defeat, we are friends?" Fang Che chuckled, "Of course, Ding brother." Yet Ding Jiaran stepped back, lowering his head, and when he looked up again, his eyes were devoid of warmth. He murmured, "It's not good to be friends with me." "It's all right," Fang Che stepped forward. But Ding Jiaran retreated again, shaking his head resolutely. "Being friends with me is not good for you." Fang Che was taken aback. Ding Jiaran lowered his head, his dark hair concealing his eyes, and silently nodded, the movement barely noticeable, before he retreated 3 steps and decisively turned away. Fang Che observed Ding Jiaran's departing figure, his expression turning complex. Ding Jiaran seemed somewhat different from his expectations. Mo Ganyan approached, watching Ding Jiaran's back. He was truly straightforward, utterly oblivious to the intricate emotions at play. He patted Fang Che on the shoulder and laughed. This guy always wears a stern face like a coffin board. Yet who would have thought he could be so proud? Fang Che exhaled softly and said, "He is not proud." Mo Ganyan, puzzled, replied, "Oh, what do you mean?" Fang Che's tone grew somber. "Perhaps I misjudged him before." "Oh." Mo Ganyan was even more confused. "What are you talking about? I clearly heard you. Yet I don't understand. Including your conversation with Ding Jiaran, I was right beside you, yet not a single word made sense to me." Mo Ganyan fell into self-doubt, scratching his head, towering against the door frame, utterly perplexed. Was my intelligence lacking? Fang Che's social standing had suddenly improved. Many people approached him to greet him, including a few instructors, senior students, and peers. This was all due to Su Yu's arrival. Su Yu traveled thousands of miles overnight for Fang Che, bringing his master and senior uncle to protect him. Before departing, he made a declaration that cleared Fang Che of any accusations regarding the encroachment upon the Su family's assets. Everyone was moved by the thought of someone coming from afar upon hearing of a brother in distress, swiftly confronting those who wished to harm him, and treating the entire ordeal as a testament to their bond, repaying Fang Che for safeguarding his family's wealth. Afterward, he departed without a moment's hesitation. What kind of celestial friendship is this? What kind of heartfelt brotherhood is this? Not to mention how Fang Che himself fared. With such a good brother and protector, what would be wrong? Thus, the previous negative repercussions stemming from the incident with the noble Fang had quietly dissipated. With a sense of guilt for misunderstanding him, Fang Che's popularity soared to unprecedented heights, to the point where he felt somewhat out of place. Naturally, there remained a few deeply entrenched skeptics who continued to scrutinize him. But they were in the minority. In light of this change, Fang Che could only internally lament, "What a bunch of naive fools. They have yet to step into the world and are easily deceived." One cannot help but commend the 4 instructors. They truly excelled. They were indeed the premier teaching team of Baiyun Martial Academy. Out of 100 students, they meticulously organized 13 distinct groups. Among them, 6 students, all at the first level of martial mastery and possessing identical qualifications, exhibited similar combat prowess and favored weaponry. Yet, after careful consideration, they were grouped into 5 teams due to variations in handedness, hidden talents, and even misguided martial arts choices based on their physiques. All these intricacies require the experienced instructors to identify individually, as even their own family elders were often unaware. Simply correcting these errors took the instructors 3 days. Out of 100 individuals, a staggering 68 had made various incorrect choices regarding their foundational practices. Most families were not prestigious, and from a young age, their martial training was confined to the family's inherited techniques, regardless of whether they suited their innate abilities. Hence, for these students, their martial journey truly only began now. Among them, 29 showed no significant issues, while only 2 were entirely problem-free. Mo Ganyan and another named Fu Chengyun, a side descendant of the prominent Fu family. However, there was one individual without a single flaw, Fang Che. The esteemed instructors, after a comprehensive evaluation of Fang Che, concluded that his previous training direction had no errors whatsoever, allowing him to continue without hindrance. This caused Mo Ganyun's eyes to gleam with a cerulean light. He fixated on Fang Che, perceiving him as his ultimate target. To this end, he rejected his family's arrangements, proclaiming, "I shall not attend other martial academies. Here, I have found my goal to surpass. Once I have eclipsed Fang Che, then we shall see." Mo Ganyun's intentions were crystal clear to Fang Che, as if illuminated by an all-seeing flame. "You are still quite young, my young friend," Fang Che said, patting Mo Ganyun on the shoulder, his demeanor imbued with an air of sagacity. "You must understand that there are always those more skilled than oneself, and realms beyond our own. Youngster, you still have much to endure in the trials of the world and the journey of life before you can grasp this matter." Bewildered, Mo Ganyun asked what matter. "The matter, dear boy, is that I, Fang Che, am a target you shall never surpass in your lifetime." Fang Che replied earnestly, hands clasped behind his back, a look of aloofness gracing his features. "Damn it," Mo Ganyun muttered, spitting in disdain. "I thought you were about to impart some profound wisdom. I waited with bated breath only to hear this." The surrounding students erupted in laughter. "Fang Che," called out the chief instructor, Li Chongkong, as he stepped forward. "Come with me." Fang Che hastened to follow. Li Chongkong led him into the office. "Please, have a seat." He gestured to the chair opposite him. "Today, I have several matters to discuss with you. The first concerns your accommodation. On your very first day at the academy, you arranged for external lodging without our knowledge." Li Chongkong began. "Since your arrival, you have already offended quite a number of individuals, not to mention the Shimen family. Even if we set them aside, there are organizations like the Tian Shanjiao and the Hua family, particularly after your fierce confrontation with Huichu Ran. These are all potential threats, and residing outside the academy provides your enemies with opportunities to exploit. I find the accommodations outside quite agreeable," Fang Che replied, unwilling to concede. "Tian Shanjiao, Hua family? I'm merely waiting for them to make their move. Being outside serves as a natural bait, and one that is rife with animosity. To those formidable opponents, he was a prime target for revenge." Li Chongkong regarded him steadily. "You understand what it means to reside outside, do you not?" "Ido, Fang Gukia firmed." The four instructors fell silent, furrowing their brows in contemplation. They nodded in tacit agreement, while Li Chongkong felt a surge of anger toward the head of the administrative office. It was unprecedented for a talent such as Fang Che to be allowed to reside off campus. Thus, the old man's unfavorable impression of Fang Che, stemming from rumors of his noble character, was particularly infuriating. What if he were to perish outside? The second matter regards your cultivation methods. While we shall refrain from commenting on that, as it is your personal secret, you should continue honing what suits your aptitude. What we must discuss now is your weaponry. It is time to determine which weapon you shall dedicate yourself to for a lifetime. At this, Li Chongkong sighed deeply, his gaze laden with complexity as he looked at Fang Che. The latter was taken aback. "What is it? Your physique, limbs, meridians, spiritual awareness, skeletal structure, and overall proportions are all of exceptional perfection, with boundless potential for transformation." Li Chongkong pinched his brow, feeling a slight headache. "Thus, it is destined that you can excel in any path you choose, whether it be short weapons like swords and daggers, or long weapons like spears and halberds, all of which you can cultivate to a formidable level. However, a person's energy, even if they are a genius, is inherently limited. Therefore, you must make choices, and this choice pertains to your destiny. We cannot decide for you." Li Chongkong sighed again, for this was the first time he encountered such a situation. With their combined centuries of teaching experience, they were unable to assist Fang Che in selecting the perfect path, for each direction was indeed flawless. No one could foresee which of these perfect paths would lead to the pinnacle of mastery 1,000 years hence. This conundrum was one Fang Che had contemplated for quite some time. Swords, spears, sabers, and halberds all possessed impeccable methods of cultivation. However, one's destiny could only reside with one. This was a natural incompatibility. So, what should I choose as my destiny? A sabir, a spear, a sword, a halberd? Chapter 38. In life, one should not become a ghost. Bing Shang Shui smiled wryly, gently stating, "Fang Che, to put it simply, your foundational abilities allow you to excel in any discipline of cultivation without the need for any adjustment. Your meridians will naturally transform into a perfect alignment. This means that if you choose the saber, as you train with it, your meridian aptitude and physical constitution will evolve into a natural saber physique, embodying the essence of saber mastery. The same holds true for the sword. If you practice with the spear, your entire being will automatically metamorphose into an unstoppable force. Bing Shang Shui's gaze burned with intensity. You, indeed, are dabbling in all four of the paramount weapons: saber, spear, sword, and halberd. Fang Che's heart jolted. He suddenly raised his head, astonished. He had not anticipated that the instructors could perceive his endeavors with such acuity. He had only recently commenced his practice, guided by the Wu Yang Jinjing, which encompassed the four weapons and had not displayed any overt signs of his progress. Yet, these four instructors, through their analytical prowess, had disowned it. It was noteworthy that even Fang Che himself, now at a substantially elevated level compared to his previous life, could not detect this under the guise of the flawless technique. It was a testament to the instructor's expertise that the saying, "Every profession has its specialists," held true. The saber, spear, sword, and halberd were the foremost weapons in the pantheon. Li Changkong's expression darkened as he continued. It is well known that the path of the four paramount weapons is fraught with difficulty. Thus, we recommend you specialize in one. Fang Guke frowned. What do you mean? Instructor? Based on our assessment of your aptitude, should you devote yourself entirely to martial arts, setting your sights on the stars with unwavering focus? Li Changkong's lips quivered, hesitating to continue. Both Duan Zhonglu and Bing Shang Shui gestured for him to refrain from elaborating. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Li Changkong stated, if you were to commit fully, you could manage to 3 paths below the rank of martial sovereign. Fang Che furrowed his brow, silently nodding. However, at higher levels, you must specialize in your destiny. I'll speak, I shall speak. I'll shobet, I shall shobet. Their confrontations may seem akin to those of ordinary martial artists, yet they are imbued with the essence of the cosmos, the currents of space, and swirling vortices that counterbalance one another. Do you understand? Li Changkong inquired. I understand, Fang Ge replied slowly. Thank you, instructor. What is it that you comprehend? I understand that even with myriad paths before me, only one belongs to me, Fang Che articulated slowly. Indeed, Li Changkong's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. Thus, while we do not oppose your pursuit of multiple disciplines, you must select one as your true calling. This choice is yours alone, and you need not share with us. For instance, if you select the saber and concurrently practice the spear, sword, and halberd, you may wield the sword in daily life, keeping the other two as your hidden cards. However, no one must know that the saber is your ultimate weapon. The same applies if you choose another weapon as your true calling. Li Changkong spoke with solemnity. Remember, this is a secret that belongs solely to you. Fang Che nodded repeatedly. On the icy terrain, Shui Yao clenched her teeth and uttered, Fang Che, you must remember a phrase. Fang Che inquired, what phrase? She solemnly replied, the world of Jianghu is treacherous. Enemies abound, while allies are scarce. Once your true self is revealed, there is no escape from death. Shui Yao spoke those 16 words, which carried a weight of taboo. Secrets must remain with oneself, regardless of the audience. Fang Che's expression turned grave as he affirmed, I shall remember. He stood up, bowed deeply, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed instructors. Shui Yao and the others smiled with appreciation. This method of concealing one's true capabilities and hidden card is indeed the most sublime path of cultivation, yet few can achieve it. Everyone understands that perpetually hiding one's ultimate trump card is the pinnacle of martial arts. However, not all possess extraordinary talent. The hidden card must be revealed when one is outmatched, but once exposed, it ceases to be a secret. Not everyone possesses the same aptitude as Fang Che. It is exceedingly difficult. Even those similarly gifted, such as Mo Ganyun and Ding Jieran, cannot attain this balance of hidden power and concealed ultimate techniques. Yet, one must remember that the so-called hidden trump cards apply only before reaching the rank of Wuzuan. Once crossed into that realm, opponents often possess keen insight, rendering any concealed strength a mere jest. It is all too easy to be countered by an adversary faster than oneself, perhaps even before one can unleash their ultimate move. Yes, I understand. Fang Che acknowledged. Of course, that realm is far from your grasp. Even we have not yet attained it. But this is merely a prelude. When you reach that level, you will naturally recall this wisdom. At such a juncture, when facing an uncertain enemy, one must always adhere to the principle. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion uses all its strength. Li Tiankon Spukajunli. Fang Che felt a surge of respect for this esteemed instructor, known for not taking disciples, but merely guiding students, who was imparting wisdom for their survival centuries hence. Thank you, esteemed instructor. Your teaching shall be etched in my heart for life, Fang Che vowed earnestly. Shui Yao approached him, gently assisting him to his feet. Adjusting his collar with a soft voice, Fang Che, you are a commendable student. I only hope you do not squander your youth or your life. No matter the time, circumstance, or place, always remember, she paused briefly, then continued softly, be a person, not a ghost. Be a person, not a ghost. Fang Che murmured the phrase, deeply moved. The four instructors, fully aware of their questionable identities, maintained unwavering affection for their students, even intensifying their warmth. Fang Che comprehended this thoroughly, feeling genuinely touched. To be a person, not a ghost. I shall remember it for eternity. He pledged solemnly. Li Chang Kong chuckled lightly, breaking the somber atmosphere. He did not wish for Fang Che to feel lectured by Shui Yao's words, as such emotions could be detrimental. Thus, he shifted the conversation. Fang Che, you train in blades and spears. Is it due to the four great masters of the Yun Duan Weapon Codex? Indeed, Fang Che replied, acknowledging the obvious. But do you know why it is called the Yun Duan Weapon Codex, and not the Yun Duan Master List? Li Chang Kong asked with keen eyes. There is such a distinction? Fang Che was genuinely surprised, having never encountered this notion in either his past or present life. Of course, the Yun Duan Weapon Codex merely reflects weapon mastery. It features outstanding selections. However, a master list cannot be established as no one can accurately gauge the strength of each master, especially in this vast world. There are many who shun the limelight and countless masters seldom seen, let alone matched in combat. Thus, the Yun Duan Weapon Codex alone reveals little. For example, our guardians. The founders of the guardians are still alive, Li Chang Kong continued. Fang Che felt as if struck by lightning, no? Then why is the Baigu Sui Meng Chong not the sect leader? Li Tam Kom Karia. Because he is not as strong as the sect leader. Fang Ge excited, realizing the question was obvious, yet he had never contemplated it, neglecting the necessity of sect leader for the Wei was Zheng Jiao. Who is the sect leader of Wei was Zheng Jiao? Do the instructors know? He asked, his voice somewhat strained. Chapter 39. Sun Yuan is leaving, divine power bestowed. Fang Che nodded. This was indeed a matter worthy of contemplation, or at least one not readily observed. Go, Li Chang Kong said softly. This world is not as simple as it appears, nor as shallow as it is understood. The path of martial arts is far from the clarity one might believe. To witness broader and more profound vistas, one must continually ascend. Each time you scale a summit that obstructs your view, you will discover an even more expansive horizon. Following this, he wandered along the path and reached a nearby grove, leaning against a tree, closing his eyes. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his face. Reminiscent of the morning, he was reborn. The interplay of light and shadow enveloped him, as the gentle breeze stirred the leaves, causing the shadows and light upon him to flicker. Shadows dominated, enveloping most of his form, while points of light were scarce. It was as if he stood alone amidst a chaotic dance of demons, striving to evade their grasp. His thoughts felt disordered, and then he pondered, is the sect leader of Wei was Zheng Jiao the ultimate controller? His thoughts churned, recalling Shui Yao's words, be a person, not a ghost. Li Chang Kong's final remarks echoed in his mind. To behold more beautiful and distant landscapes, I see now that my cultivation in my past life was insufficient. Fang Che sighed. In my previous life, I only reached the royal level, unworthy to delve into profound practices, nor to access true secrets, much less to glimpse broader vistas. One must not presume that merely living an additional life renders one formidable. Your current success stems solely from donning the guise of an 18-year-old youth. Were they to employ the same tactics against you as they would against a royal-level individual, you would have long since perished. He admonished himself, channeling the Bing Che Ling Tai Heart technique to cast aside the disarray of thoughts. Once his mind settled, he focused on his destined weapon. What would serve as his destined weapon? Blades, spears, swords, or halberds. The blade, his nominal master being the Fei Tian Dao Wang Sun Yuan, meant that others would first guard against his blade when facing him. It was too conspicuous to be his destined weapon. The sword, having practiced it in his past life, presented a risk. Choosing it might lead to subconscious usage of prior skills, becoming a target for those who recognized his past wisdom, thus marking him as the prime target of Wei Wuzheng Jiao. Even with Xue Fu Xiao as his protector, he would find himself in peril. It would be a dead end. Furthermore, while the sword is the weapon of kings, Fang Che understood that when wielding a sword against an opponent proficient in heavier weaponry, the frustration is indescribable. The entire encounter devolves into evasion, seeking opportunities. For instance, facing opponents wielding hammers, halberds, staves, or large blades. When their strength is comparable to his own, the advantages of their weapons are immeasurable. Therefore, the sword cannot possibly be considered as his destined weapon. In fact, the sword was forsaken by Fang Che even before the knife. What a halberd! The Fang Tian Hua Ji can be deemed the king among weapons, possessing the features of all common arms: sword, spear, staff, hammer, and more. It is versatile enough to be light or heavy, long or short, suitable for both ranged and close combat. However, it is challenging to master. Nevertheless, Fang Che is quite intrigued by it and tentatively designates it as his second destined weapon. As for his first choice, he has long since made up his mind: the gun. In the final moments of his previous life, the brilliance of the gun was etched into his soul. Upon his rebirth as Fang Che, the first light he beheld was reminiscent of that gun's radiance. Even now, the sun's rays often evoke thoughts of the Bai Gu Sui Meng Chong. Fang Che opened his eyes and met the shimmering light filtering through the gaps in the leaves. The dazzling brilliance shot straight through space and time, piercing his very being, akin to a gun descending from the heavens. Fang Gu squinted, his gaze locked onto the beam of sunlight. Gradually, it seemed as though the sunlight transformed into the light within his eyes, radiant and resplendent. Yimeng quietly sighed in relief and opened the locked door, stepping outside. She had broken through to the second level. Feeling a mix of emotions, she reflected on her progress. With the cultivation of the Wu Liang Jinjing, Fang Che's physique and aptitude improved daily, and his skills advanced rapidly. After consuming half of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he sensed diminishing returns. Thus, he gave the remainder to Yimeng, insisting she consume them despite her reluctance. Moreover, she had also ingested 2 Tian Maizhugua, significantly enhancing her abilities. The recent days of training and progress left Yimeng feeling as though she were living in a dream. After tidying up the courtyard, she sat on a swing, gazing at the residence, growing fonder of it with each passing moment. Time passed peacefully. Yimeng rested her chin in her hand when Sun Yuan entered the courtyard. "Greetings, young Mississippi. I shall prepare tea for you." Sun Yuan reclined comfortably in a chair under the pavilion, savoring his tea while inquiring, "Did you just renovate this courtyard?" He gestured towards the array of 18 weapons, including swords and halberds, under the newly installed awning. All were forged from high-quality steel, exuding the unique essence of iron. The grips, having been used, bore distinct signs of wear. "Impressive," he remarked, clearly pleased. Noticing the unique grip marks, he realized significant effort had been invested. "My disciple is quite diligent." "Master, you arrived unusually early today," Fang Che remarked, surprised. "Primarily to observe your progress." As Yimeng approached with tea, she felt a surge of emotion. Is Sun Yuan leaving? Is Master going to Xianchu? Fang Che furrowed his brow, questioning, "What business do you have there? Although it is our territory, I have heard that our foundation there is not particularly solid, and the factional strife is intense with many experts. Even though you are already at the king level, Master, the situation in Xuanwu City does not seem optimistic. Indeed, it is dangerous to go there. One must tread carefully." Sun Yuan replied with a smile. "The sect leader has specifically summoned me, and I must comply. Moreover, it is a fortuitous opportunity." "A fortuitous opportunity? Is there something of great importance?" Fang Che inquired with concern. Sensing his disciple's filial piety, Sun Yuan felt gratified. Although he originally intended to withhold information, he decided to reassure his disciple. This trip is indeed a fortuitous one, as the headquarters has allocated positions to various sects and organizations. We have received 3 slots. Initially, I was not meant to be included, but it seems I have benefited from your influence, as the sect leader personally requested my presence. Sun Yuan chuckled softly, lowering his voice. "Divine power will bestow enlightenment, enhancing one's strength." Fang Che was taken aback, exclaiming, "Such a thing exists?" His astonishment was genuine. He had never heard of such a peculiar occurrence in both lifetimes. Divine power enlightenment? What is that? Sun Yuan smiled mysteriously, leaning closer to whisper in Feng Che's ear. This is the greatest secret of the divine sect. Feng Che feigned shock and confusion. How did he begin transmitting sound? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yimeng standing nearby and felt somewhat regretful. She had likely overheard the earlier conversation, but would not catch the details of the transmission. Yimeng obediently bowed, saying, "I shall prepare the tea," before turning to leave. Feng Che ignored her and immediately turned back to Sun Yuan. "Since it is a secret, Master need not disclose it to me." Yet, since Sun Yuan had decided to share, he could not retract his words after beginning. If Feng Che's remark deterred him, it would render his earlier mysterious behavior and transmission a farce. Before his disciple, Sun Yuan could not afford to lose face. Waving his hand, he continued to transmit. "It is no concern. What harm is there in sharing? You may not have noticed, but throughout these millennia of conflict, there exists a peculiar phenomenon." "What peculiar phenomenon?" Feng Che inquired. "It is that the so-called guardians and righteous practitioners progress in cultivation at a pace slower than that of our divine sect," Sun Yuan elucidated. Feng Che's expression remained calm, yet excited, even somewhat fervent. Is that truly the case? However, within his heart, a tumultuous storm brewed. A thought flashed through Feng Che's mind like a bolt of lightning. In his previous life, he had encountered 3 foes as described by Sun Yuan. Initially, their powers were comparable, yet after 3 to 5 years, when they faced him again, he found himself at a disadvantage, barely managing to escape with his life. Despite being of similar ages and possessing similar talents, how had they surpassed him so greatly? This mystery had troubled him for many years. He had never fathomed that the divine sect possessed such divine power and enlightenment. This was a revelation he had never anticipated, a colossal secret that had eluded detection. This opportunity was of a low tier, as it involved a king-level expert striving for the imperial level. However, such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. If, after the divine power enlightenment, he failed to break through to the imperial level within 3 years, he would forever lose the chance for such enlightenment. Yet for him at this age, regardless of future opportunities, he felt deeply satisfied. Sun Yuan smiled broadly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Clearly, he was not as content as he claimed. He was far from satisfied. The prospect of divine power enlightenment had ignited countless ambitions within him. Feng Che repeatedly congratulated him, while internally, waves of excitement surged. The idea that king-level experts could advance to the imperial level was merely a low tier raised numerous questions. What of the imperial level? What of the sovereign level? What lies beyond? Suddenly, Feng Che comprehended the true reason behind the rapid development of the divine sect over the years. It was said that many years prior, the divine sect was but a vast assembly. However, it gradually evolved to dominate the continent, boasting the finest weapon master at its helm, instilling awe across the realm. Perhaps this divine power was a contributing factor to that success. Quietly, he peeled away a section of the wall, revealing a concealed stone pipe, and pressed his ear against it. The need for such transmission indicated a matter of great significance. However, Feng Che had yet to master sound transmission, so he could only glean fragments. Thus, he made a show of discretion. Divine power enlightenment, Feng Che mused, his expression filled with wonder. "Master, how can such a phenomenon exist? What deity possesses such remarkable power? I truly do not know. However, the phenomenon of divine power bestowing enlightenment is indeed real." Sun Yuandao remarked that he believes it to be the Tianwu Shun, though we have never encountered the Tianwu Shen ourselves. In summary, this matter has ignited much speculation among everyone. While it is widely acknowledged that such a phenomenon exists, the origins remain shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, only the headquarters possess the knowledge. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuan laughed heartily. "Indeed, if Master has truly succeeded in his ascension, I shall be your steadfast support. You may bully whomever you wish, strike down anyone who displeases you, and eliminate any adversaries. Master will back you." Sun Yuan assumed his disciple was jesting and naturally played along. Yet, he could not have anticipated that Feng Che was not joking at all. He genuinely intended to enact his will upon those he found disagreeable once he joined the Eastern sect. The prowess of a Wang-level expert is formidable, let alone that of an Emperor-level one. Once master, and Qian Sanjiang of the Yinshan Palace find themselves overwhelmed. It is likely that a new ally will have already been embraced. The logic is flawless. These words were spoken without the use of sound transmission. Yi Meng, in her chamber, caught a few key phrases. Divine power bestowing enlightenment? What deity? Master encountering good fortune? Second generation? Successful ascension? Master becoming your support? After a long pause, she heard Fong Che inviting Master to dine. The situation appeared unremarkable. Even if the wall was inadvertently shaken loose, it would merely reveal a single brick. Yi Meng had strategically placed 6 listening devices, initially more, but she had eliminated those that posed too great a risk of exposure. She must continue to play her innocent and sweet maid role, leaving only a trace behind to minimize danger. Fong Che appeared quite pleased and insisted on treating Master to a meal as a celebration. Sun Yuan, already in high spirits, readily acquiesced. Thus, they shared a rare meal together, accompanied by 2 jars of wine. Sun Yuan made no effort to assess Fong Che's cultivation, nor did he scrutinize his techniques. He had completely adopted a laissez-faire approach with his disciple. Before drinking, Fong Che had pointed out 7 irregularities in a technique he displayed, leaving Sun Yuan disheartened. As he nearly transformed celebratory drinking into a bout of despondency, Sun Yuan departed, leaving behind only a statement of little value. The spiritual crystals I provided you could be used once you break through to the martial sovereign level. This was nearly equivalent to saying nothing, as Fong Che understood that the instructors at the Martial Academy would not permit students to utilize spiritual crystals for cultivation at this stage. Strictly speaking, no one is allowed to use spiritual crystals before achieving the status of Grandmaster and before their meridians reach the innate level. Sun Yuan's departure did not elate Fong Che. For him, it made no difference whether Sun Yuan was present or absent. He would continue on his chosen path. However, for Yi Meng, it was akin to shedding a heavy shackle. She felt invigorated, her countenance radiant, and her spirits lifted. After all, Sun Yuan's cultivation was significantly superior to hers, and if he had truly focused on her, he could have easily discerned her peculiarities. Now that he had finally left, Yi Meng walked with newfound lightness, even humming a cheerful tune. Of course, her merry humming was promptly met with a reprimand. After such a long period of training, you are still merely a martial artist of the 8th rank. Shouldn't you be striving harder instead of singing? Is your weakness truly worthy of such joy? If only, just if, Yi Meng felt an overwhelming urge to dunk Fong Che's insufferable mouth into a toilet. How utterly exasperating. Pouting, she turned away to practice her techniques. Meanwhile, Fong Che sat alone in his study, contemplating this matter. The news of divine power bestowing enlightenment must be disseminated. How much did that girl overhear? The portion conveyed through sound transmission was undoubtedly compromised. However, this significant secret, once unknown to the outside world, was now known to the Guardian Alliance after Sun Yuan confided in him. This posed a considerable risk of exposure for both himself and Yi Meng. The righteous sect does not require evidence. Mere suspicion is sufficient for them to act. They are intolerant of even the slightest doubt. What to do? Fong Che ultimately resolved to keep this information under wraps for the time being. If Yi Meng were to transmit any details, let it be only what she knew. That night, Fong Che stored his weapons in his room, sitting cross-legged and fixing his gaze upon the 4 armaments. He directed his focus to the spear, examining its components from the tail to the body, the red tassel, the spear hoop, the spine, the blade, and the tip. Closing his eyes, visions of the spear techniques filled his mind. Tiny figures wielding the spear executed various movements, each precise and disciplined, embodying fundamental techniques. The night passed quietly. At dawn, Fong Che opened his eyes, feeling a sense of enlightenment. The saying, "A lifetime of experience with the spear surpasses all else," rang true. The spear structure appears simpler than that of a sword or knife. A spearhead at the front and a shaft at the back, resembling a short blade. Such a straightforward construction allows even an unskilled person to inflict harm with a simple thrust. Yet mastering it is more challenging than the sword or staff. Nevertheless, can any difficulty surpass the struggle for life and death? Fong Che gently caressed the cold steel of the spear, sensing an emotion radiating from it, a desire for slaughter inherent to all weapons. From this moment forth, the knife shall serve as my ever-present weapon when faced with formidable foes. If the knife proves inadequate, the sword will prevail. Should the sword fail, the Fong Tian Hua Ji will emerge, signaling a commitment to life or death. The spear, my true essence, shall remain unsheathed unless absolutely necessary. As long as I live, the spear lives with me. Should the spear perish, so too shall I. Moreover, Mo Ganyan has developed a habit of inviting Fangche to meals. Every time mealtime approaches, Mo Ganyan rises. Let us go. I'll treat you. All right. The two walk side by side. Both belong to a relatively affluent class, yet Fangche never spends a dime. It is always Mo Ganyan footing the bill. Apart from the meals Fangche consumes at home, there has never been an exception. Gradually, Mo Ganyan earned the reputation of being a generous benefactor among their classmates. Some even found this behavior particularly irksome. Fangche clearly possesses ample credits, yet contributes nothing, continually dining at Mo Ganyan's expense. Mo Ganyan, in his naivety, seems to invite this foolishness daily. As the third best student in class, Fu Qingyun found this situation increasingly intolerable. What he found most infuriating was that Mo Ganyan never invited him. I rank third in the class, yet your eyes are solely fixated on the first. Can you not see that he is taking advantage of you? Chapter 41. Is this all you see? Since entering the martial academy in this class, Fu Qingyun has consistently sought to cultivate a good relationship with Mo Ganyan, hoping that either he or his family could forge an alliance with the Mo family for mutual support and prosperity. Even a casual friendship would suffice. Yet all his efforts elicited no response from Mo Ganyan, who instead grew increasingly close to Fangche, a mere external relative of a ninth-grade family, who seemingly benefits at every turn while dining out daily. Finally, during that morning, Fu Qingyun could no longer restrain his frustration. As Li Chongkong announced the end of class, Mo Ganyan stood up, stamped his foot, and took a step back. His towering, muscular frame rose, and his long legs stood like pillars. The students behind him, the shortest in the class, found themselves eye level with Mo Ganyan's posterior, mere inches away. The individual adjusted his gaze, quietly seated himself once more, a frown etched upon his face. Could you refrain from stepping back while standing up? Your posterior nearly collided with my mouth. He thought. Do you believe I wouldn't be able to make a few holes in that behind of yours with but a word? The voice of Mo Ganyan boomed like thunder as always. Boss Fong, let's go, I'll treat you to a meal. Fang Duke replied, all right. Thus they rose, sharing laughter and banter as they strolled out together. Li Chongkong observed their figures, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. For centuries, he had adhered to the belief that nurturing individuals was not merely a task. It was a lifelong vocation to which he dedicated himself wholeheartedly. This conviction was ever clear to him. Just as Fong and Mo were about to exit, a cool and distant voice interjected, every day treating, every meal being treated. One is a simpleton who doesn't care about division, while the other is thick-skinned and unbothered by appearances, truly a match made in heaven. The sarcasm and sourness in the voice were palpable, emanating from Fu Qingyun. Mo Ganyan and Fangche halted at the doorway, simultaneously turning to look. What are you staring at? Fu Qingyun declared defiantly. Am I mistaken? Numerous classmates nodded in silence, yet most wore expressions of disdain. One wished to treat, the other to be treated. What business was it of theirs? Moreover, the notions of profit and loss were subjective. Mo Ganyan, with an extraordinary path ahead in martial arts, appeared somewhat foolish in the presence of Fangche, yet he was astute when confronted by others. Who could fathom Mo Ganyan's intentions? A scion of a prestigious family, could he truly be that Navi? This was a belief most in the classroom would not entertain. Among those who had embarked on the path of martial arts and reached the level sufficient to enter Baiyun Martial Academy, there were certainly no fools. At the very least, the arrogance typical of the impoverished was absent. 10 years of diligent study could not rival the accumulation of 3 generations, let alone that of families with millennia of heritage. The presumption that sheer effort could enable one to trample the offspring of aristocratic families in the second generation of martial artists was utterly unfounded. When it came to innate talent, those qualified to enter the martial academy were rarely lacking. The descendants of ancient families had parents who were meticulously chosen from millions, resulting in offspring of superior quality. How could they possibly be inferior to ordinary children? While you toiled for a decade, did they simply idle away, waiting for your surpassing? They were undoubtedly engaged as well. Furthermore, one could never truly know the extent of their resources. once you depart from the relatively equitable platform of the martial academy. The resources you painstakingly acquired over a year might not even compare to the bowl of porridge they consume each morning. Thus, the sour sentiments expressed by individuals like Fu Chungyun existed, yet remained unvoiced. To reveal such thoughts could jeopardize a future opportunity for collaboration. Therefore, when Fu Chungyun stepped forward with his cutting remarks, even those who silently resonated with him dared not display their sentiments. Yet, the onlookers' eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for confrontation. Unexpectedly, Mo Ganyun did not respond with anger. Fang Che, with a serene countenance, glanced at Fu Chungyun as if he were merely a wisp of air, then smiled and stood beside Mo Ganyun, seemingly unfazed. Mo Ganyun regarded Fu Chungyun with an unruffled gaze and inquired blandly, "Have you finished?" Fu Chungyun, noticing Mo Ganyun's indifference, felt a surge of frustration and raised his voice slightly. "I find it perplexing, as a child of an aristocratic family. How can you be oblivious to Fang Che's daily exploitation of you? I speak for your sake." Mo Ganyun nodded politely. "Thank you." He then turned to leave. "Aren't you going to say anything? Or react in some way?" Fu Chungyun felt a flare of anger. He could sense that both Mo Ganyun and Fang Che had dismissed his words entirely, as if they had not registered at all. As a prodigy, he had always held a lofty opinion of himself. When had he ever been overlooked in such a manner? Say something? Do something? Mo Ganyun regarded him curiously and asked, "Why?" The question left Fu Chungyun momentarily speechless. "I am helping you see through the fog and recognize Fang Che's true nature. Why do you react this way? Shouldn't you be grateful and realize my sincerity, leading to a newfound friendship?" Mo Ganyun chuckled softly. "Do you believe I should instantly recognize my foolishness, emerge from the fog, express gratitude for your candor, and thus become bosom buddies, sharing everything in life, trusting one another without reservation? Is that what you consider reasonable?" Fu Chungyun was taken aback. This was precisely the idyllic scenario he envisioned. But why did Mo Ganyun respond in such a manner? "Do not provoke me," Mo Ganyun chuckled, placing a hand upon Fu Chungyun's shoulder, his voice low yet clear enough for the entire class to hear. "Your family cannot afford to offend the Mo family." He turned and, draping an arm around Fang Che's shoulders, walked out, calling back, "What do you feel like eating today?" Fang Che replied, "I want something good today, as our reputations have been tarnished, and I feel wronged." Mo Ganyun responded, "Then let us indulge in the finest. Fret not, there are plenty of credits." Fang yelled. Their voices gradually faded as they departed. Mo Ganyun offered no explanations, no justifications, nor did he display anger. He simply walked away. Many wore peculiar expressions, as they noted that when Fang Che expressed feeling wronged, Mo Ganyun's reaction was almost anxious, immediately promising a grand feast, while Fang Che seemed to hold a lingering grudge, though he restrained himself. Fu Chungyun stood rooted, feeling disheveled by the whirlwind of events. Not only had he failed to awaken Mo Ganyun, but he had also managed to offend him entirely. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Li Changkong furrowed his brow, folding his arms behind his back, approached Fu Chungyun and slowly asked, "Are you perplexed as to why you could not awaken Mo Ganyun?" Fu Chungyun lowered his head, begrudgingly admitting, "Yes." "Are you also bewildered by Mo Ganyun's lack of defense or explanation?" Li Changkong inquired once more. "Indeed." Fu Chungyun conceded. Li Changkong sighed softly and spoke gently. "Do you know why Mo Ganyun treats Fang Che to meals every single day?" Fu Chungyun looked up. Confusion etched upon his face. A fleeting emotion of exasperation flickered in Li Changkong's eyes. He softly remarked, "Has your gaze only perceived Fang Che's daily exploitation of Mo Ganyun? Isn't that the case?" Fu Chungyun asked, bewildered. Li Changkong smiled faintly. "Let's go eat." He turned away. However, they could not vocalize this, for those benefits were solely Fang Che's. Fang Che had not stated that they could promote it, and thus Li Changkong and others were unable to do so. The questions he posed to Fu Chungyun were, in essence, a hint. If someone could ponder, observe, and learn from it in the future, it would be a testament to the value of those inquiries. Yet, to clarify further would be beyond Li Changkong's purview. Each individual possesses their own opportunities, which may be either orchestrated by man or arranged by fate. Fang Che's every action represents an opportunity for all his classmates. Mo Ganyun grasped this. It was his fortune. As for others, Opportunities lay before them, equal to those of Mo Ganyun and everyone else. Yet they remained blind to them. It is unrealistic to expect others to remind you, hey, there lies a mountain of gold before you. Such a notion is implausible. Feng Che has not concealed anything from anyone, yet he has not explicitly stated his intentions either. Thus, Feng Che has his own considerations, perhaps to cultivate his own team or to harbor plans for the future. However, those matters, aside from Mo Ganyun, are destined to remain irrelevant to the other members of this class. How could Li Changkong possibly meddle in others' affairs? Although his words could undoubtedly benefit many students here, the cost would be the disruption of a genius team. Perhaps one day, his single utterance could lead to the downfall of both Feng Che and Mo Ganyun, who find themselves in a precarious situation. What if someone like Fu Chengyun were to join the team? Such consequences are burdens too great for Li Changkong to bear. As he stated on his first day, I am merely an instructor, not a master. Li Changkong is acutely aware that Mo Ganyun, while appearing simple and unassuming, possesses a depth of intelligence and sensitivity to martial arts that surpasses anyone's imagination. This is why he cherishes his position and refrains from defending himself when Fu Chengyun speaks, for he does not wish to disclose this opportunity to others. Why would he argue, you know nothing? Do you realize how much I benefit from Feng Che? Do you understand the value of what I have learned from him? If he did so, Mo Ganyun would truly become the fool he is portrayed to be. A common trait among the strong is their tendency to learn from those who are even stronger, devoid of any jealousy or desire for comparison. They only seek to learn. Conversely, a common trait among the weak is resentment, desiring to pull down any stronger presence to their own level of despair. Moreover, they feel a sense of misplaced superiority. Even the most powerful will ultimately perish. In every school or group, there exist individuals who will one day become extraordinary. At the very least, they can excel within a limited scope. The key lies in whether those around them can recognize and integrate into that potential, whether through sincerity, wealth, family, resources, or connections, to collectively board the train toward a bright future. Yet, most individuals remain oblivious to this truth. As Li Changkong exited the classroom, he sighed inwardly. It is precisely for this reason that no one can interfere. It is fate. Thoughts and vision shape destiny. This holds true for all. It is noteworthy that Feng Qingyun's assessment results have been announced. Chapter 42. Master, I wish to strike someone. I seek your permission. Feng Qingyun could be said to have achieved overnight wealth. Bai Yun Wu Yuan has a regulation. After completing the freshman period, once one's cultivation and other states stabilize, a ranking will be conducted. This ranking will solidify after 3 assessments, determining subsequent rewards and penalties. Those ranked lower who manage to advance one position will receive 1 point of academic credit. By that time, everyone's cultivation tends to become fixed, and since all exert similar efforts, the hope of surpassing those ahead is minimal. However, this time, Feng Qingyun has soared to unexpected heights. He has emerged as a dark horse. Previously, Feng Qingyun ranked at the tail end of Bai Yun Wu Yuan second-year students, positioned at 7,476 among 7,500 students, at the pinnacle of Wu Shi. If he cannot break through to Wu Zone within 2 months, he faces retention or expulsion. He was indeed on the brink. While the instructors appreciated this honest and earnest child, they could not contravene the institute's regulations, and could only lament silently. Yet this time, all the instructors widened their eyes in astonishment, jaws dropping. It is said that even several headmasters and vice-headmasters nearly lost their composure. Vice-headmaster Huang Yifan exclaimed, I can hardly believe this. The reason is simple. Feng Qingyun has, without a doubt, shaken the martial world and made his name known far and wide. His achievement is monumental and unprecedented. He has broken through to Wu Zone. Moreover, his understanding of techniques, combat prowess, weaponry, and fighting styles has leaped forward significantly. All these advancements combined led to an unparalleled breakthrough for Bai Yun Wu Yuan. He ascended from 7,476 to an astonishing 2,999. Is 2,999 a high rank? Not particularly. However, to leap over 4,400 positions at once is truly shocking. As thousands of students faced ruin, they discovered that one individual had suddenly amassed several thousand credits. The sense of inequity was unbearable. The credit reward office was in disarray. How could they manage this? Each reward of 1 point for 4,477 positions amounted to 4,477 points. Since the founding of Baiyun Wu Yuan, no student has ever garnered such a number of credits, regardless of their talent, diligence, or privileged background. 4,477 credits shocked the entire Baiyun Wu Yuan. What to do? The teachers at the credit reward office were on the verge of collapse and escalated the matter to the headmaster. Should the credits be awarded? If so, Fang Qingyun could lie back and relax at the institute. The consensus was award them. Yet Fang Qingyun soon made a decision. The credits were excessive and could hinder his progress. Thus, he proactively approached the instructors to discuss a solution. He then used 300 credits to purchase a large number of master-level elixirs, keeping only a small portion for himself while sending the rest to his family, which is the highest limit for a student to support their clan. He exchanged 400 credits for 2 advanced combat techniques, and 200 credits to acquire the most suitable high-level mental cultivation method for his physique. 200 credits were traded for an exceptional longsword. He retained 200 credits for himself. Finally, he donated all remaining credits, over 3,000, to treat all students, faculty, and staff of Baiyun Wu Yuan to a grand meal. Over 60,000 people feasted without paying a cent that morning. Boldly inscribed, Fang Qingyun Treats. This created a historic record and a momentous occasion. What a spectacular sight it was to treat 60,000 people at once. Upon hearing this news, Fang Che was genuinely impressed. It must be said that this cousin of his, while simple and honest, is indeed a grand figure, generous and magnanimous, able to both gain and relinquish with grace. Fang Qingyun, of course, did not possess enough credits to treat the entire institute, but the shortfall was covered by Baiyun Wu Yuan. On that day, Fang Qingyun eclipsed everyone, becoming the most radiant presence. In the afternoon, Fang Qingyun was summoned for a re-evaluation of his qualifications. Following the assessment, his instructors faced a barrage of scorn from the higher-ups at the institute. He possesses heavenly grade qualifications. How could you 4 blockheads have taught him as if he were of earth grade for over a year? Headmaster Gao Qingyu thundered, pointing at the glaring earth grade on Fang Qingyun's file. This headmaster was genuinely furious. The gap between heavenly grade and earth grade is monumental. It is utterly unforgivable for such an oversight to occur. The 4 instructors, heads hung low, were utterly perplexed. How could this happen? They received a reprimand with no justification to offer. Ultimately, it was Fang Qingyun who volunteered the truth